National Broadcasting Company presents Lights Out, a summer revival of some of the best stories from the series which many of our listeners will remember. Tonight's story is entitled The Haunted Cell.
Lights out. Everybody. This is the witching hour. It is the hour when dogs howl and evil things are let loose on a sleeping world. Sit in the dark now and listen to Lights Out.
So you don't believe in ghosts, huh? Let me tell you something, friend. Guys that don't believe in ghosts is guys that ain't never seen none, ain't that right? Listen, I can tell you a ghost story that'll make your hair curl. I'll say it'll make your hair curl. Listen. Last August, I was nabbed by a couple of coppers. Never mind the details. It just so happened that they'd come up on me when I was sticking up a filling station and, well, they drugged me in. It was a tough rap to beat, since they got me standing there flat-footed holding a gun on one of the filling station guys and, well, the coppers didn't like me anyway. Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. 'Cause I'd had to bump off a copper a week or two before. And wouldn't it be my luck to be picked up by this guy's partner? Well, they took me in, and they decided to show me the goldfish. You don't know what that is, huh? Well, I'll tell you.
You're a liar.
Yeah? So what, copper?
You rat. I know you knocked off Ambrose Hogan, and you're gonna fry for it.
You gotta prove it first, Miller.
Pull the light over this way a little more, John.
Okay.
Right in his eyes. I'll prove it, rat.
Go ahead.
Hand me the hose, John.
Now, look here. Don't you go ahead.
Now, what do you say?
I'm not gonna rat to no fight.
You ain't, huh?
You wait till I get to a mouthpiece, Miller. You'll be walking a beat out in Circleville where the elf...
It won't make no difference to you, punk, where I'm walking a beat. Not when you're burned.
Yeah? Who's gonna burn me?
You knocked off Ambrose Hogan.
I was in Omaha the night he got knocked off.
Listen, Maxie. Get this now. Ambrose Hogan was a white guy. When I seen him laying on a slab downstairs, I took a solemn oath I'd get the rat that done it if it took me 15
You ought to hire a... I'll get you for this, copper.
I don't think you're going to get anything out of him, Miller.
There's a smart copper, Miller.
Yeah? Listen, I got a way to get things out of smart guys like you, Maxie. Come on over here, John. Now, listen.
What are you going to do? Listen, Miller.
Shut up.
I want a lawyer. You gotta let me have a lawyer. You can't get away.
You want to sing, Maxie? Or do you want to spend a few hours in the haunted cell upstairs?
The what? Oh, another gag, huh?
Think so? Listen, I bet you $8 you change your mind, baby. Get up.
What are you going...
Get going. Go ahead, John. Open the door.
Okay.
What are you going to do to me? You can't get away.
Ever know Skeeter Dempsey, Maxie? Come on, this way.
What about him? They burned him last winter.
Yeah, that's right. Friend of yours?
I knowed him.
Well, that's just fine, Maxie. Yes, sir, that'll be just dandy.
What you asking about Skeeter Dempsey for, Miller?
Skeeter killed a copper, too.
So what?
It's bad business to kill coppers, Max. All ready, John?
All ready, yeah.
Right this way, Maxie, my boy.
What you up to?
I'll tell you. Right in there, baby. Get in there. Now, listen. This here's the cell that Skeeter Dempsey was locked up in when he first came here. He liked the cell, Maxie. He still likes it.
What do you mean?
He'll probably be around to see you before the night's over.
Oh, yeah? Another one of your gags, huh? Well, you won't kid me, copper.
This whole corridor, Maxie. You're the only guy in it. Except Skeeter Dempsey. We'll see what a night here with him will do to you, huh, John?
Yeah.
If you get scared, Maxie, just call. Just yell. Nobody will pay any attention to you. Nobody at all. Except maybe Skeeter Dempsey. Good night, Max. Come on, John.
Hey, listen now.
Pleasant dreams, you rat.
You can't scare me, Miller. I know your gags. You can't scare me.
No, we'll see about that.
Ghosts. Hey, I want a lawyer.
Good night, Maxie.
Hey, you can't turn the lights out on me. Miller, turn the lights back on, Miller. You can't leave me here in the dark.
Can't, huh?
Miller, why, you flat-footed... Miller, come back here. Miller, I'm scared. Turn the lights on, Miller. For the love of Mike, I'm scared of the dark. Go on. Turn the lights on, Miller. Please. Miller, listen. Take me out of here and...
Cut out the yelling, Maxie, and sit down.
Who are you?
Don't you know me, Maxie? I'm Skeeter Dempsey.
You can't be. It's a gag. Listen, copper.
I'm no copper, Max. Sit down. Let's talk about things.
Where are you?
Right here.
Wait till I light a match. I want to see what you look like.
You'll be surprised, Max.
There ain't nobody here.
Oh, yes, there is, Maxie. I'm right here beside you, kid.
Yeah? It was Skeeter Dempsey, all right. I recognized his voice right away. When I lit the match and couldn't see nobody there, I guess I fainted. I remember trying to yell, only my voice wouldn't work, and when I come to, I was laying on the cell floor. For a minute, I couldn't figure out what happened, and then it all come back to me. You know how it is when you're really scared? Or maybe you've never been real scared, huh? Well, I'll tell you. My mouth was so dry I couldn't hardly breathe. All I could hear was my heart pumping away as loud as an old flivver engine. I was too scared to say a word. I just crawled up onto the bunk and laid there, listening.
So I scared you, huh, Maxie?
Listen, go away now. Whoever you are, go away, go away.
Oh, shut up. I ain't gonna hurt you.
I could pray you away.
No, you couldn't, Maxie. You couldn't pray me away. What they got you in here for?
Bumping off. Hey. Nothing.
You knocked off that Hogan guy, didn't you? Well, it's too bad for you, Max.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Are you still here?
Sure.
You ain't Skeeter Dempsey.
Yes, I am.
Listen, Skeeter Dempsey was burned last winter. I know a reporter that seen him sat in a chair.
That's right.
Well, then you ain't Skeeter Dempsey.
Yes, I am.
I know. I know you're Skeeter. I know.
Stop jittering. I ain't gonna hurt you.
But you're a ghost.
Well, what if I am?
I wish you'd go away.
Why should I? This is my cell, after all.
Oh, Skeeter, please.
Oh, Kenneth. Listen, let's talk. I haven't had nobody to talk to for 2 months.
Who'd you talk to then?
George Brown. You remember him?
Yeah, ice guy, yeah. Hey, George Brown hung himself in a cell here.
Yeah. This cell.
This cell?
Uh-huh. Him and me sat up and talked all night. And he hung himself next day.
What'd he hang himself for?
Oh, he'd have got burned anyway. They had him for 2 jobs. One knocking off an old lady for $70, and the other shooting that bank guy down in Springfield.
Did you see him hang himself, Skeeter?
No, I wasn't here at the time.
Where was you?
Oh, I was away.
Skeeter?
Yeah?
What does it feel like to be dead?
All right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
What's the matter?
Well, what about hell and all that?
You get used to it.
My old lady used to make me go to Sunday school, and they used to talk about hell there. Fire and everything.
There ain't no fire.
Ain't they?
No. It's worse than that.
What's it like?
You'll find out.
If I get out of this rap, I think I'll go straight.
You're too late, Max.
No, I ain't. I'll beat it.
No, you won't. You gotta croak.
Sometime, yeah.
You'll croak on this rap.
How do you know?
I know. There's one way you could get out of some of the hell, though, Max.
How?
Bump yourself off.
What do you mean?
Well, if you wait for the law to punish you, that's one thing. If you take the law in your own hands and, well, kind of punish yourself, it'll make a difference.
Is it pretty tough, Skeeter?
What, hell?
Dying.
It hurts awful. The chair, I mean. You go in feeling pretty cocky and figuring you can take it and you're going to be a tough guy and all. And then...
What then, Skeeter?
All of a sudden you find you can't take it. You don't want to yell and scream, but... Well, it's awful.
God. What then, Skeeter?
You ain't never had no pain in all your life, Max. Can begin to compare with the chair.
Yeah?
You'll find out.
Do you really think I will, Skeeter?
What do you think?
I wonder how it feels to bump yourself off.
George Brown said it was all right. Kind of made him feel better, he said.
He said?
Yeah, I seen him the day after.
Oh, huh?
If I was you, Max, I think I'd do it.
Yeah. I'm not going to bump myself off. I won't do it. These lousy coppers ain't going to make me. Who's that?
Miller, I guess.
Is that you, Miller?
Who was you talking to, Maxie? Skeeter Dempsey?
Listen, Miller, let me out of here. No kidding, let me out. Put me any place you want to, but listen, Miller.
Scared, Maxie? Who was you talking to, Maxie? Skeeter Dempsey?
Miller, for the love of... Listen, Miller, turn on the lights. Will you turn them on, Miller, just for a minute?
Dark's got you down, huh?
Miller, please, turn on the lights.
Well, why not? It'll be darker still when I turn them off again. What's the matter now?
Miller, there ain't anybody here.
That's right. Was Skeeter in here with you, kid?
I thought there ain't anybody here.
Oh, yes, there is, Max.
I would worry about it,
I'm
Max.
right here beside you. And I'm gonna stay.
They kept me in that cell there for 4 weeks. Every once in a while, Miller'd come in and stand there in front of the door and laugh at me. Gonna sign a confession, Maxie? He'd say. Well, I wasn't gonna give him nothing. But that place got me. Just as soon as it was dark, I'd hear Skeeter Dempsey's footsteps and he'd come and sit down with me. I was awful scared at first. It's kind of hard to get used to practically living with a ghost. But then I kind of get used to him. He was always telling me how I was going to burn and how I'd be better off to hang myself like George Brown done. I guess I was a little bit nuts. Miller wouldn't let me have no lawyers either. They was keeping me in there without knowing anything about it so as they could hand me the rap when the time come. Well, the time come. Someplace or other, Miller dug up the evidence that I wouldn't give them, and they had me. And how they had me. So one morning, a few weeks later, I'm sitting in the courtroom. The jury's been out 20 minutes.
Everybody rise. Sit down. Gentlemen of the jury, have you arrived at a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
Will you pass the verdict to the bailiff, please?
We, the jury, find the defendant, Max Young, guilty of murder in the first degree.
Mr. Foreman, is this your verdict?
It is, Your Honor.
The defendant will rise.
Get up, Maxie.
Max Young, have you anything to say before sentence is passed on you?
Well, no, Your Honor.
You realize that in a verdict of guilty of first-degree murder, the death penalty is mandatory?
Yeah. Yeah, Your Honor.
Very well, then. It is the sentence of this court that you are to be taken from this place and between the 21st and the 30th of December, shocked to death by electricity. And may God have mercy on your soul.
All right, Maxie. Come on this way. Well, Max, that's that.
Yeah. What'd you say?
I didn't say nothing.
It was me, Max. I said there's only one way out now.
Well, so that was that. They wasn't ready to send me down to the state prison where they bump off guys, so they kept me in this here wing of the county jail where they had me, in Skeeter Dempsey's old cell. I guess this guy Miller must have liked his pal Ambrose Hogan quite a lot, the guy I knocked off. Huh? Sure, I knocked him off. What's the use of kidding around? Yeah, I guess he must have thought a lot of him, 'cause he kept me in there where it was dark, where I'd be scared to death all the time. Really getting even. But I kind of fooled him. I wasn't so scared of Skeeter by this time. I got so I'd sit in the dark there and I'd be waiting for him. And we'd talk about everything in the world. It was funny. People out of history and funny places and stuff and, a lot of things. Skeeter told me he saw a lot of the guys we talked about. Nero and Judas Iscariot. But why not? He was dead, wasn't he? And so was they. Oh, but I gotta hurry up with my ghost story, ain't I? That's right. What I was gonna say was, I was sitting there one night, the 23rd it was, day before Christmas Eve, sitting in the dark, and I heard Skeeter coming. Hello, Skeeter.
Hello, Max. How you feel?
Not so hot.
Still thinking about the hot squad, huh?
What else you expect me to think about? I wish they'd hurry up and get it over with. That's what I wish.
It's tomorrow night.
What is?
They burn you.
On Christmas Eve?
Yep.
Honest, Skeeter? How do you know?
I found out.
Oh, God.
Well, don't take it so hard. I'll walk in with you when they take you to the chair. I'll stand right there alongside you.
Will you, Skeeter? Will you, honest?
Sure. Won't do you much good, though.
Why?
I can't keep it from hurting you.
Honest, Skeeter, does it hurt a lot? Or is it all over with pretty quick?
It seemed to me to last 100 years.
Oh, I'm a sucker for pain, Skeeter.
Are you?
Sure. I cut my finger once. I put in there croaked with the pain.
You ain't felt nothing yet.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Gee, I remember, too, when I busted my leg. My old lady sat up all night holding my hand and me bawling.
This'll feel like 1,000,000 busted legs.
Listen, Skeeter.
What?
Didn't you say George Brown told you it didn't hurt much bumping yourself off?
That's what he said. What?
I was wondering.
Well, I know what I'd do if I was in your place.
Yeah? Would you bump yourself off?
Yeah.
I don't think I got the guts to do it, Skeeter.
It ain't hard. You got a belt. You could get it around your neck and climb up on the bunk and fasten the belt to the bars up above. Then all you gotta do is jump off.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, it would help you out if you did.
What do you mean?
Well, you know, I told you. Kind of punishing yourself, see?
I know. But I can't, Skeeter. I can't. I don't want to die.
Well, it's all right with me. I was just telling you. Believe me, lad, I know what I'm talking about.
Do you, honest, Skeeter? Do you?
Yeah.
I wish I had the guts to do it.
Well, I don't care what you do, Maxie. Only you're going to get burned tomorrow night anyway. And if you want to get out of the most awful pain you ever had, and do yourself a good turn at the same time, well...
I wonder what it feels like.
George Brown said it only hurt for a minute.
He never had much guts. That I remember.
No. Here comes Miller. Gonna tell you, I guess.
Yeah.
He don't look very happy.
He what? Can you see in the dark?
Yeah.
Hello, Max.
Hello, Miller.
Want me to turn on the lights?
I don't care.
You getting used to the dark?
Yeah.
Well, I'll turn them on anyway. Well, Max, it's about the end of the string, huh?
Tomorrow, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that makes you and me even.
Listen, Max. I wanted to see you knocked off on account of Ambrose Hogan. I Well...
I ain't sore, Miller.
Oh, you know.
Yeah. No hard feelings, Miller. It's your job being a copper and mine being a hoot.
Yeah. Well, is there anything you want, Maxie?
No, I guess not.
You ain't got no folks?
No.
I could get you a bottle of bourbon if you wanted it.
Nah, what's the use?
Well, we gotta get ready to go down to the state prison in a little while. They got the... Well, I mean, that's where you gotta go.
Do I have to go today?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, kind of hate to leave this place at that.
Do you?
Yeah. Scared me quite a lot at first, but I guess it's taught me a lot, being here in the dark all alone.
Except for me, Max.
Yeah.
Well, Max, listen. Try to take it standing up, will you? You know.
I'll try, Miller. But it's going to be awful tough.
Yeah. Well, look, I'll be back in a little bit, and we'll go. Sure there ain't anything you want me to get, Maxie?
No.
All right. Oh, I'm sorry, Max.
Huh? It's okay, Miller. Forget it.
I told you, Max.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta be going. So long, Maxie.
You going, Skeeter?
Yeah. I'll, see you tomorrow night.
But listen, Skeeter, don't go away now.
I have to. And just in case you decide to do what George Brown did, there's an extra piece of rope under the mattress. You won't have to use your belt. So long.
Well, there you are. That's your ghost story. You believe in ghosts now? You don't? Well, you oughta. You see, I took Skeeter's advice. I hung myself. I've been dead 6 months.
All right. You can turn them on now.
You have just heard the third in the summer series of Lights Out. Tonight's story featured Norman Gottschalk as Maxie, Stanley Shule as Skeeter Dempsey, and Roy Engel as Miller. Boris Aplon was heard as the judge, and Nathan Davis as Johnny. Next Saturday night, come 9 o'clock, we've got a story cooked up for you that ought to give you a chill in the hottest weather. Two master magicians, both in the inner cult of Haitian voodooism, lock horns in a titanic struggle which comes to a climax over the Chicago airport. So you'd better make a mental note to be near your radio next Saturday evening. Lights Out is produced and directed by Albert Cruz. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Chicago, WMAQ.
Everyone who has traveled over eastern England knows the smaller country houses with which it is studded. The rather dank buildings, usually in the Italian style, surrounded with parks of some 80 to 100 acres. I have to tell you of a curious series of events which happened in such a house. It is Castringham Hall in Suffolk. I think a good deal has been done to the building since the period of my story. One feature that marked out the house from a score of others is gone. As you looked at it from the park, you saw on the right a great old ash tree, growing within half a dozen yards of the wall, and almost or quite touching the building with its branches. I suppose it had stood there ever since Castringham ceased to be a fortified place. At any rate, it had well nigh attained its full dimensions in the year 1690. In that year, the district in which the house is situated was the scene of a number of witch trials. Castringham contributed a victim to the extortions. Mrs. Mothersole was her name, and she differed from the ordinary run of village witches only in being rather better off and in a more influential position. Efforts were made to save her by several reputable farmers of the parish. But what seems to have been fatal to the woman was the evidence of the then proprietor of Castringham Hall, Sir Matthew Fell.
Sir Matthew, will you tell the court, please, what you saw regarding Mrs. Mothersole on the evenings that you mentioned?
Well, on 3 different occasions from my window, I watched her, Mrs. Mothersole, at the full of the moon, gathering sprigs from the ash tree near my house. She had climbed into the branches and was cutting off small twigs with a peculiarly curved knife. And as she did so, she seemed to be talking to herself. On each occasion, I did my best to capture the woman, but she had always taken alarm at some accidental noise I had made. All I could see when I got down to the garden was a hare running across the path in the direction of the village. On the 3rd night, I followed her at what speed I could. I went straight to Mrs. Mothersole's house. I had to wait a quarter of an hour battering at her door, and when she came out, she was very cross and apparently very sleepy, as if just out of bed. And as I had no good explanation to offer, I had to apologize, rather embarrassingly. Mainly on this evidence, though there was much more of a less striking and unusual kind from other parishioners, Mrs. Mothersole was found guilty and condemned to die. She was hanged a week after the trial with 5 or 6 more unhappy creatures. The other victims were apathetic or broken down with misery. But Mrs. Mothersole was, as in life so in death, of a very different temper.
Oh, her poisonous rage did so work upon the bystanders, yea, even upon the hangman, that it was constantly affirmed of all that saw her that she presented the very living aspect of a mad devil. Yet she offered no resistance to the officers of the law. Only she looked upon those that laid hands upon her with so direful and venomous an aspect. Aye, the mere thought of it preyed inwardly upon my mind for 6 months after.
However, all that Mrs. Mothersole is reported to have said was seemingly meaningless words.
There will be guests at the hall. There will be guests at Castringham Hall, Sir Matthew. There will be guests at the hall.
Sir Matthew Fell, then deputy sheriff, was present at the execution, and was not unimpressed at the bearing of the woman. He shared certain misgivings over the whole business with the vicar of his parish as they rode from the scene of the gallows. I'll say it again, Mr. Crome. My evidence at the trial was not given willingly.
I'm not at all specially infected with the witch-finding mania. But I declare that I could not give any other account of the matter than what I had given. And I could not possibly have been mistaken in what I saw. But the whole transaction has been repugnant to me. Now, I am a man who likes to be on pleasant terms with those about me. Yes, those are my sentiments, Mr. Crone. And the good vicar applauded them, as any reasonable man would have done, and was easily persuaded to take a late supper at the hall. When Mr. Crome thought of starting for home, about 9:30, Sir Matthew and he took a turn on the gravelled walk at the back of the house. They were in sight of the ash tree, which I described as growing near the windows of the building, when Sir Matthew stopped. Mr. Crome, look there a moment. Where, Sir Matthew? At the ash tree there. Look, what is that runs up and down the trunk of it? It is never a squirrel. They will all be in their nests by now. Oh, yes, I see some sort of moving creature. What can you make of it, Mr. Crome? Nothing of its color in this moonlight, Sir Matthew. But now it's gone. Was it a squirrel? Well, for an instant there was a sharp outline. And I could swear, though it sounds foolish, that squirrel or not, it had more than 4 legs. Aye, more than 4 legs, Sir Matthew. Next day, Sir Matthew Fell was not downstairs at 6 a.m, as was his custom, nor at 7, nor yet at 8. Hereupon, the servants went and knocked at his chamber door. When the door was at last opened from the outside, they found their master dead and black. Mr. Crome came as quickly as he could to the hall and was shown to the room where the dead man lay. Many years later, Mr. Crome's notes regarding this incident were found among his papers. They showed how genuine a respect and sorrow he felt for Sir Matthew. And they also threw some light upon the common beliefs of the time. There was not any the least trace of an entrance having been forced to the chamber, but the casement stood open, as my poor friend would always have it in this season. He had his evening drink of small ale in a silver vessel of about a pint measure, and tonight had not drunk it out. This drink was examined by the physician from Bury, Mr. Hodgkins, who could not, however, as he afterward declared upon his oath before the coroner's quest, discover that any matter of a venomous kind was present in it. For, as was natural in the great swelling and blackness of the corpse, there was talk made among the neighbors of poison. The body was very much disordered as it lay in the bed, being twisted after so extreme a sort as gave too probable a conjecture that my worthy friend and patron had expired in great pain and agony. And what is as yet unexplained, and to myself the argument of some horrid and artful design in the perpetrators of this barbarous murder, was this, that the women which were entrusted with the laying out of the corpse and washing it, being both sad persons and very well respected in their mournful profession, came to me in great pain and distress, both of mind and body, saying what was indeed confirmed upon the first view.
We had no sooner touched the breast of the corpse with our naked hands than we felt a violent smart and aching in our palms.
Aye, and the swelling, the swelling from the palms to the elbows, so immoderately, the pain still continuing that for many weeks afterwards we were forced to lay by the exercise of our calling.
And yet no mark to be seen on the skin. No mark seen on the skin.
Upon hearing this, I sent for the physician, and we made as careful a proof as we were able, by the help of a small magnifying lens, of the condition of the skin on this part of the body. But we could not detect any matter of importance beyond a couple of small punctures or pricks, which we then concluded were the spots by which the poison might be introduced, remembering that ring of Pope Borgia, with other known specimens of the horrid art of the Italian poisoners of the last age. So much is to be said of the symptoms seen on the corpse. As to what I am to add, it is merely my own experiment, and to be left to posterity to judge whether there be anything of value therein. There was on the table by the bedside a Bible of the small size in which my friend used nightly and upon his first rising to read a set portion. And I, taking it up, not without a tear duly paid to him, it came into my thoughts to make trial of that old and by many accounted superstitious practice of drawing the swords. I must needs admit that by my trial not much assistance was afforded me. Yet, as the cause and origin of these dreadful events may hereafter be searched out, I set down the results. In the case, it may be found that they pointed the true quarter of the mischief to a quicker intelligence than my own. I made then 3 trials, opening the book and placing my finger upon certain words, which gave in the first these words from St. Luke, chapter 13, verse 7. Cut it down. Cut it down. And in the second, Isaiah, chapter 13, verse 20. It shall never be inhabited. It shall never be inhabited. And upon the third experiment, Job, chapter 39, verse 30. Our young ones also suck up blood. Our young ones also suck up blood. This is all that need be quoted from Mr. Crome's paper. Sir Matthew Fell was duly coffined and laid into the earth. His son, Sir Matthew II, succeeded to the title and estates. It is to be mentioned, though the fact is not surprising, that the new baronet did not occupy the room in which his father had died, nor, indeed, was it slept in by anyone but an occasional visitor during the whole of his occupation. He died in 1735, and I do not find that anything particular marked his reign, save a curiously constant mortality among his cattle and livestock in general, which showed a tendency to increase as time went on. The second Sir Matthew was duly succeeded by his son, Sir Richard. It was in his time that the great family pew was built out on the north side of the parish church. So large were the squire's ideas that several of the graves on that unhallowed side of the building had to be disturbed to satisfy his requirements.
Among them was that of Mrs. Mothersole. A certain amount of interest was excited in the village when it was known that the famous witch, still remembered by a few, was to be exhumed. And the feeling of surprise, and indeed disquiet, was very strong when it was found that though her coffin was fairly sound and unbroken, there was no trace whatever inside of it of body, bones, or dust. One morning, it was in 1754, Sir Richard woke after a night of discomfort. Mrs. Chiddock, I can certainly not sleep in that room again.
Oh, sir?
The chimney smoked persistently, and yet it was so cold that the fire had to be kept up. Furthermore, something had so rattled about the window in the wind that no man could get a moment's peace. No, I'll certainly not sleep in that room again, Mrs. Chiddock. I shall select a new room this morning.
As you say, sir. There's the fine large study across the hall, if I may suggest.
No, it has an eastern aspect. I must have a room with a western lookout, so that the sun does not wake me early. And the room must be out of the way. I don't want servants forever passing the door.
Well, Sir Richard, you know there is but one room like that in the house.
Oh? Which may that be?
Why, sir, that is Sir Matthew's room, the west chamber.
Well, put me in there. I lie there tonight.
But no one has slept there these 40 years. The air has hardly been changed since Sir Matthew died there.
Well, then, it's time the air be changed. Come along, Mrs. Chiddock. I'll see the chamber at least. So it was opened. And indeed, the smell was very close and earthy. Sir Richard crossed to the window, threw the shutters back, and flung open the casement. The view was almost entirely blocked off by the ash tree.
Oh, sir, the tree. It makes the room so oppressive, so dampish, sir.
Well, we'll shortly take care of that. Air the room, Mrs. Chiddock, all today, and move my bed furniture in the afternoon. When the Bishop of Kilmore arrives, you can put him in my old room.
But, sir, there's a fearfulness about this room. It's the very room...
Yes, it is here my grandfather died. Make no difficulties about it, Mrs. Chiddock. I do not wish to listen to any more. Be about the airing. In the afternoon, the Bishop of Kilmore arrived. He had risked the approaching storm in order to have an hour with Sir Richard before the arrival of the other guests. The bishop had brought with him a manuscript, come upon while exploring the papers and other remains of the once vicar of Castringham. And, for the first time, Sir Richard was confronted with the enigmatical Sortes Biblicae of Mr. Crome, which you have already heard. They amused him a great deal. Well, my grandfather's Bible gave one prudent piece of advice: cut it down. If that stands for the ash tree, may rest assured I shall not neglect it. Such a nest of catarrhs and agues was never seen. I was wondering, sir, your parlor here contains the family books. Ah, yes, I wonder whether the old prophet is there yet. Let's see. The Bibles are kept over here. And I know the one, a thick, dumpy... Ah, yes, here it is. Look here. Sure enough, the inscriptions on the flyleaf. To Matthew Fell, from his loving godmother, Anne Aldis. The 2nd of September, 1659. Well, your lordship, it would be no bad plan to test him again, eh? I'll wager we'll get several family names from the chronicles. Let's see now. What do we have here? Thou shalt seek me in the morning, and I shall not be. Thou shalt seek me in the morning, and I shall not be. Later came the other guests, Dinner at 5, wine, cards, supper, and dispersal to bed. Next morning, Sir Richard is disinclined to take his gun with the rest. He talks instead with the Bishop of Kilmore. As the two were walking along the terrace and talking over certain alterations and improvements for the house, the bishop suddenly pointed to the window of the west room.
You could never get one of my Irish flock to occupy that room, Sir Richard.
Ah? Why is that, my lord? It is, in fact, my own room.
Well, our Irish peasantry will always have it that it brings the worst of luck to sleep near an ash tree. And your fine growth of ash is not 2 yards from your chamber window. Perhaps it has given you a touch of its quality already. You do not seem, if I may say it, so much the fresher for your night's rest as your friends would like to see you.
Yes, that or something else. It has true cost me my sleep from 12 to 4, my lord. But the tree is to come down tomorrow, so I shall not hear much more from it.
I applaud your determination. It can hardly be wholesome to have the air you breathe strained, as it were, through all that leafage.
Your lordship is right there, I think. But I had not my window open last night. It was rather the noise that went on. No doubt from the twigs sweeping the glass that kept me open-eyed.
Oh, I think that can hardly be, Sir Richard.
Here, you can see it from this point. None of those nearest branches can touch your casement. Unless there were a gale, and there was none of that last night. Or they missed the panes by a foot. No such true. What then will it be, I wonder, that scratched and rustled so? Aye, and covered the dust on my sill with lines and marks.
Ah, well, sir, might it be the rats? The rats that must have come up through the ivy.
Of course, the rats. It was the rats. So the day passed quietly, and night came, and the party dispersed to their rooms, and wished Sir Richard a better night. And now we are in his bedroom, with the light out and the squire in bed. The night outside is still and warm, so the window stands open. There is very little light about the bedstead, but there is a strange movement there. It seems as if Sir Richard were moving his head, rapidly, to and fro, with only the slightest possible sound. And now you would guess, so deceptive is the half-darkness, that he had several heads, round and brownish, which moved back and forward even as low as his chest. It is a horrible illusion. Is it nothing more? Ah, there, something drops off the bed with a soft plump, like a kitten, and is out of the window in a flash. Another, 4 of them. And after that, there is quiet again.
Thou shalt seek me in the morning, and I shall not be. Thou shalt seek me in the morning, and I shall not be.
As with Sir Matthew, so with Sir Richard, dead and black in his bed. A pale and silent party of guests and servants gathered under the window when the news was known. Ominous guesses were hazarded. Italian poisoners, popish emissaries, infected the air. But the Bishop of Kilmore looked up at the ash tree. He noticed that a white tomcat was crouching in the lower boughs, looking down the hollow which years had gnawed in the trunk. It was watching something inside the tree with great interest. Suddenly it got up and craned over the hole. Oh, well now, Kitty, what do you see there inside the ash? Careful of the edge there. Careful now. But the bit of edge on which it stood gave way, and the cat went slithering in. Everyone looked up at the noise of the fall. It is known to most of us that a cat can cry, but few of us have heard, I hope, such a yell as came out of the trunk of the great ash. 2 or 3 screams there were, and then the slight and muffled noise of some commotion or struggling was all that came. But Lady Mary Harvey fainted outright, and the housekeeper stopped her ears and fled till she fell on the terrace. The Bishop of Kilmore and Sir William Kentfield stayed.
There is something more than we know of in that tree, my lord. I'm for an instant search.
I agree with you there, Sir William. We must get to the bottom of this. The secret of these terrible deaths is there, in the ash tree. A ladder was brought, and one of the gardeners went up, and looking down the hollow could detect nothing but a few dim indications of something moving. They got a lantern, and the gardener let it down by a rope cautiously. They saw the yellow light upon his face as he bent over, and suddenly the face became struck with an incredulous terror and loathing.
Oh!
He fell back from the ladder, letting the lantern fall inside the tree.
Quick, Sir William, catch the man. What has he seen?
What has he seen?
He's in a dead faint, my lord. It will be some time, I fear, before any word can be got from him. But look to the tree. Look to the tree, my lord. It's aflame.
The bystanders made a ring at some yards' distance, and Sir William and the bishop sent men to get what weapons and tools they could, for clearly whatever might be using the tree as its lair would be forced out by the fire.
And so it was. First, at the fork, we saw a round body, covered with fire the size of a man's head, appear very suddenly, then seem to collapse and fall back. This 5 or 6 times. Then a smaller ball leapt into the air and fell on the grass, where after a moment it lay still. We went as near as we dared to it, and saw. Look, your lordship, it's an enormous spider. The remains, veinous and seared, of an enormous spider.
And as the fire burned, more terrible bodies like that began to break out from the trunk. And it was seen that these were covered with grayish hair.
There will be guests at the hall. There will be guests at Castringham Hall, Sir Matthew. There will be guests at the hall.
All that day the ash burned, and until it fell to pieces the men stood about it and from time to time killed the brutes as they darted out. At last there was a long interval when none appeared, and we cautiously moved in and examined the roots of the tree. We found below it a rounded, hollow place in the earth, wherein were 2 or 3 bodies of these creatures that had been plainly smothered by the smoke. And what is to me more curious, at the side of this den, against the wall, was crouching the anatomy or skeleton of a human being, with the skin dried upon the bones, having some remains of black hair. It was pronounced by those that later examined it to be undoubtedly the body of a woman, and clearly dead for a period of 50 years.
Two pairs of footsteps echoed down the dark alley. They stopped, waited for Jack the Ripper to strike. But this is not London in 1888. No, this is Chicago in 1945. Yet Jack the Ripper is loose again to knife, to butcher his victims without trace. Hello, creeps. This is Peter Lorre, opening the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. If you recall, some 60 years ago, London was terrorized by a one-man crime wave, by a murderer who was never captured and never seen. And tonight, we follow the investigations of Sir Guy Hollis, who firmly believes that Jack the Ripper is still alive. That it is he who is the fiend that once again slashes and kills. There is the element of the supernatural in this story that will amaze you. For it seems that the spirit world has given the black heart of Jack the Ripper the power of everlasting life.
Time, the present. Our scene is the reception room of a well-known Chicago psychiatrist, Dr. John Carmody. Miss Canister, the doctor's assistant, is chatting with a tall, distinguished man who is apparently waiting to consult Dr. Carmody.
But surely, Sir Guy, you can't believe a theory that seems so, astrological.
I'm afraid I do, Miss Canister. You'll grant, Miss Canister, that we still know very little about the life energy of the sun, about those forces which keep the planets in their spheres and keep the star from spinning astray and crashing into the Wrigley building.
Hello there.
Oh, Dr. Carmody.
I'll be with you in a moment, Mr. Hollis. Miss Canister, will you step into my office, please?
Take your time, Doctor.
Anything to gain your patient's respect.
Well, what have I done now?
It's Sir Guy Hollis.
Oh.
He's a lord or a knight, or anyway, not a commoner. Attached to the British consulate here.
Did you find out anything else about him?
Nothing about his mental condition. He's right out of an English movie. Only thing that's missing is a monocle. Oh, yes, and he's a bug about astrology.
Send him in.
Mm-hmm. Doctor, we'll see you now, sir.
Thank you. It's been a somewhat busy day, Sir Guy. Sorry you had to wait so long.
An apology a doctor need never make, sir. Most attractive office, Doctor.
That's also my home.
Oh, that explains the piano, then, and the painting.
Perhaps.
What do you think of London, Doctor?
London? Why?
Have you ever noticed anything strange about it?
Well, the fog is famous, although here in Chicago we sometimes have one to match it.
Yes, the fog. That's important. You see, it always provides the perfect setting.
For what?
For murder.
Tell me, Sir Guy, what is a Londoner doing in Chicago discussing murder with a psychiatrist?
Have you ever heard of Jack the Ripper, Doctor?
The murderer?
The greatest monster of them all. Worse than Spring Hill Jack or Crippen, even. Red Jack. Red Jack the Ripper.
Yes, I've heard of him.
Do you know his history, Doctor?
See here, Sir Guy, doctors are pretty much in demand these days. I assumed you were a patient, wanted my help as a psychiatrist. If you just wanted to swap old wives' tales about famous crimes, perhaps we might arrange dinner.
This is no old wives' tale, Doctor. This is a matter of life and death.
Sorry. What is?
Well, listen. London, 1888. Out of nowhere, a shadowy figure with a knife haunting the squalid dives of Whitechapel and Spitalfields. 6 times that night descended into the throats and bodies of London's women. 39 stab wounds, the paper said the first time. August 31st, another victim. On September 8th, watchmen making their rounds in the grey dawn stumbled across the third hacked and horrid thing.
I understand he used his knife rather well.
He was an expert doctor. And where had he learned? At the operating table? The butcher's block? Some said on the police force. On November 9th, a 6th victim was found on the floor of her room.
Panic in the grandstand?
Yes, but needless panic. Months passed, a year. They said Jack had escaped to America. They said he committed suicide. They've been saying things ever since.
You tell the story very well, but I'm afraid that's all the time I can give you today, Sir Guy.
I haven't finished.
I'm anxious to hear the rest of your story.
Dr. Carmody, I am on the trail of Jack the Ripper. I've tracked him here to Chicago.
You've tracked... See here, Sir Guy. Oh, what was the date of those London murders?
1888.
Well, look, if Jack the Ripper were even born that year, he'd be 56 today. I'd say Red Jack would be good and dead about now.
Would he? Or should I say, would she? Because the Ripper may have been a woman, you know. Do you think I'm insane, Doctor?
No.
Well, then you might listen to my reason for thinking the Ripper is still alive. I have been studying these cases for 13 years. Talked to officials, friends of the poor drabs he killed, and then I started studying unsolved murders all over the world. Followed a trail of blood. I could show you clippings from San Francisco, Shanghai, Berlin, Cairo, Milan. 87 such murders. And all had the trademark of the Ripper. You remember the New Orleans torso slayings last summer?
Well, vaguely. A colleague of mine attended the hearing.
And surely you remember 2 recent ones here in Chicago. One out on South Durban in September, and then a few weeks ago there was another very much like it up on Posted.
Yeah?
Well, Doctor?
You're a criminologist. But figure it out, Sir Guy. If Red Jack were, say, 30 in 1888, he'd be 86 today. And no man of 86 could have butchered up that Halstead corpse.
Suppose he didn't get any older. Suppose Red Jack knew how to stay young.
But people do grow old, Sir Guy. Murderers, too. Whether they're women or butchers or scientists, they grow old.
What about sorcerers?
Who?
Necromancers, wizards, practices of black magic. Now, see here, Doctor, I have studied the dates of those 87 murders, and they have an astrological significance. Suppose Red Jack didn't murder for murder's sake alone. Suppose he wanted to make a sacrifice.
What kind of a sacrifice, Sir Guy?
It has been said that if you offer blood to the dark gods when the moon and the stars are right, they grant boons. Boons of eternal youth.
I don't understand, Sir Guy. I'm not an authority on witchcraft, nor even an amateur criminologist. Why have you come to me?
Because Jack the Ripper is here in Chicago, and through you, I am going to capture him.
Good morning, Doctor.
Morning, Canister.
Well, how did his lordship turn out last night? He's the most exciting patient we've had in months.
He's not a patient, Canister, at least not yet.
Shouldn't he be?
No, I can't tell. He talks so convincingly. Maybe there is a shred of reality in his story. It's real enough to him, Lord knows.
Oh, excuse me, Doctor. Dr. Carmody's office?
May I speak with Dr. Carmody, please? It's most urgent.
One moment. His lordship again.
No? Hello?
It's Guy Hollis, Doctor.
Oh. Any new clues turn up overnight?
You're willing to go through with it?
Oh, just this minute sent my nurse out for a magnifying glass and a pair of
I don't think
handcuffs.
that'll be necessary, Doctor.
Now, look here, Sir Guy. How can I possibly help you?
I have good reason to believe the Ripper is among your acquaintances.
What good reason?
I'll tell you when I see you. I understand Lester Benton, a friend of yours who writes a column for the Sun Herald, has invited you to a party tonight.
Yes, that's right. How did you know that?
I hope that you'll take me with you.
Take you with me?
I told you that I have plotted the astrological chart. The Ripper must make a sacrifice before this night passes.
Oh, Okay. How about supper first?
Splendid.
Pick me up at about 7:30.
Thanks awfully, Doctor.
Right. Bye.
Are you sure you're doing the right thing?
That's why I wanted him to supper first. If he proves dangerous, I'll manage to sidetrack him somehow. I hope Lester's in.
I know. Hatchet murder on Polk Street.
No murder yet, Lester, but if you don't become conscious, there may be.
Oh, John.
Yes, that's right. Now, look, old man, is it okay if I bring someone to the party tonight?
Oh, sure, John. Well, like her?
It's a guy from the British consulate.
Well, all the better. Manpower shortage and all that.
Now, listen, Les. He's kind of a strange duck. I'm not sure yet whether his head is on right.
That's okay. Plenty of company. See you tonight.
Right. Canister, all that remains now is for Sir Guy and I to attend the party tonight and capture the Ripper.
What are you talking about?
Well, Sir Guy says the Ripper will be there tonight.
You're joking.
I am, yes. But Sir Guy isn't. And perhaps he's right. But I still don't know who you're hoping to find at Lester's party tonight, Sir Guy. A few writers, a painter, singer, all fairly normal.
How about so is the Ripper? Perfectly normal. Except on certain nights.
Mm-hmm.
Then he becomes an ageless, pathological monster crouching to kill. On evenings like tonight, when the stars are arranged in blazing patterns of death.
But why among my friends?
Because they are the kind of people the Ripper seeks out.
But I warn you, Sir Guy, once these people find out what you're up to, you'd better be prepared for just about anything.
I'll be ready. Look.
What's that you got there? See here, Sir Guy, you can't go around among my friends with a gun in your pocket.
Oh. Then you keep it for me. Yeah. But be prepared to use it.
Sure. Well, come on. The party should be in full swing by now. Well, Sir Guy, are you enjoying yourself?
Immensely, John. Your friends are very charming.
Except that one of them is Jack the Ripper, huh?
Perhaps. And if I get the opportunity, I think I'll show you how we can find out.
Soon, I hope. It's 1 o'clock. I should be leaving.
Leaving? Who said leaving? Are you trying to spoil my party, John?
Well, Lester, it is late.
Don't be a killjoy, John. I've hardly met our honored guest.
Oh, dear.
Are you here on a military mission, Sir Guy?
Not exactly.
Well, then if it's not secret...
Oh, not at all, Mr. Benton. I'm on the trail of Jack the Ripper.
Jack? Well, it's rude of us to be so curious.
Sir Guy has an idea that Jack the Ripper is prowling around Chicago, Les, and he's out to find him.
Oh, really?
Sir Guy is serious.
Well, he should be. According to some old files I've read, Red Jack was something of a menace. Had some ripping good times.
Les, your puns get worse daily.
Oh, they're not
Sir
bad.
Guy is sure that the Ripper is responsible for the South Dearborn murder. And the one up on Halstead a few weeks ago. You've covered them, Les. What's your idea?
Could be. Very neat carving on both of them.
But the victims were men. I thought the Ripper was only interested in women.
Oh, not at all. It's probably occurred to you that the women we know the Ripper sought were fairly vivid symbols. A kind of living comment on the society which he detested.
Oh, yes.
And then just as our laws change and our society changes, so then must his victims change.
Cut out the music.
With each new age, the Ripper discovers a new symbol of protest.
But tell us, Sir Guy, which do you hope to find here? The Ripper or the symbol?
Yes, I'm rather curious about that myself.
The Ripper.
All right, boys and girls. We're trapped. Let's face it.
Les, I told you he was serious.
I know, John, but what can a considerate host do? I've got it. Laverne, let's have that bread knife there on the sideboard.
Oh, Les.
Thanks. Sir Guy has come a long way on a difficult mission, so let's give him a fair chance. I'll turn out the lights for 1 minute, and Sir Guy can stand here in the middle of the room with the bread knife. Now, if anyone here is the Ripper, they can either make a break for it or take the opportunity to, eradicate the pursuer. That fair enough, Sir Guy?
Fair enough, Lester.
Laverne, some Suitable background music, please. Something Wagnerian, you know. Now, choose your partners for the kill, ladies and gentlemen. Every 60 seconds of darkness for evil to make its cosmic presence known. Unchallenged, unmolested, let the Ripper ride. A minute for death, at the end of which we'll look for the bodies. Ready? All right, silence. Now, turn out the lights. Don't anyone move. Let the affirmative forces return. Let there be light.
Ah! Look there on the floor. It's Sir Guy.
My lord, he's been stabbed.
Here, let's pick up the body
No,
and get it off.
Look, well, I guess nobody had better touch the body.
Look.
What is it? I mean, well, doesn't Hollywood recommend the police in moments like this?
For heaven's sakes, Les.
I swear, Les, I didn't want to bring him, but he insisted. He said he'd plotted the chart. Said he was certain the Ripper would use his knife before the night was out.
I don't suppose we ought to move him, do you?
What?
Well, I'll call the police.
For heaven's sakes, Les.
Now, look, if you have any ideas what we should do, Nadja, now shoot.
Whoever goes to get the police could just as easily make a neat getaway. Lord, Les, if he was right about the Ripper...
But I wasn't, John.
Sir Guy.
Hey, wait a minute. Look at that.
Now, wait, I really don't think that's quite the kind of a joke we should have had.
Please, forgive me, Nadja, for frightening you so. When you were all so innocent. What is a guy?
What do you mean?
Hold it, everybody! Are you sure about our innocence, Sir Guy?
Oh, yes. You see, if the Ripper were here, he would have betrayed himself when he saw me lying there. Not a very gentle spoof, I'm afraid.
Oh, sure it was. Gentle like a ton of bricks.
Yeah, come on, let's get a drink. Let's get away from comics.
Well, John, shall we leave? It's getting rather late.
Yes, Sir Guy. Oh, you can shut your mouth now, Nadia. The game's over.
For heaven's sake.
I'll get your coats.
Thanks.
Well, goodbye, everyone, and forgive me if I gave you an unnecessary scare.
Oh, they've forgotten about it already, Sir Guy.
Good night, Les. Thanks.
Don't mention it, John. Come around again, Sir Guy.
I'd like to. Good night, Lester.
Good night.
I suppose you're thinking that I'm guilty of the same sort of sensational tricks as our friend the Ripper, but I want only to rid the world of a devilish fiend who lives by the blood of others.
As Les said, they've all forgotten it by now.
Well, I guess I was wrong to seek him out at a party. You know, we're far more likely to find him out here in the darkness and the fog, perhaps along a lonely, shadowed street such as this, or perhaps in a neglected dead end, like this one here.
Now, Sir Guy.
Please, do me one more favor. It's only a hunch, but let's turn up this alley, see what it has to offer. Remember, the Ripper must make a sacrifice tonight.
Well, as long as I've gone this far.
Thanks, Ambo. Yes, this is what the Ripper likes. Small, gaping alleyway. Hardly noticeable to the rest of the city. It'll be in a hidden corner like this where I'll capture him. And I'll turn the bloody swine over to the police. He's a mad beast, John. An ageless monster let loose on the world.
There's nothing up here, Sir Guy.
No, just to the end of the alley, John. And we'll turn back, I promise.
Look, Sir Guy, don't you think this is carrying a hobby a little too far?
The hobby, John? In 1888, one of those nameless drabs the Ripper killed was my mother.
What?
Yes. My father spent his life searching for the Ripper. Caught up with him, too, about 1926 in Hollywood, but he was stabbed in a brawl. The police never learned who it was. But I know it was the Ripper. And I'll live till I find him. I swear I will. Let me have my gun now, John. We've left your friends, and I feel safer with my gun on me.
Now, see here, Sir Guy.
Oh, please, John, now let me carry the gun. Now, let me have it, John. Please.
All right. You insist.
John. It's not a gun, it's a knife.
I know.
John. John, what are you doing?
Never mind the John. Only Jack.
No.
Hello, Lester. Canister. I didn't get you out of bed, did I? Yes, the police picked John up this morning. The guy? Oh, he's dead, all right. Oh, it's horrible, Les. Well, of course he's in a cell. All right, Les, I'm going in now and talk to John. Insane? Of course he must be. Right, Les, I'll meet you here at the jail. My time's up now, John. I'd better be going.
Just one more thing, Canister. For some reason, I want you to understand. You see, Sir Guy was right. I did have to make an offering before the night was over. I didn't want for it to be him, Canister. But up there in that alley, I realized he was as determined as I. You know, Canister, I still wonder who at that party was astute enough to send the police after me so quickly. Lester, perhaps. Police won't tell me, but I'll find out, Canister. And if it was Les, he'll know I found out.
But what difference can it make now?
Oh, police haven't won yet, Canister. The gods won't let me down. They never have. Sir Guy was right about that, too. I am eternal. I have no age, you know. I never shall.
Well, I'll be going.
I'll miss you.
Bye, John.
Bye, Canister.
Lester. Canister, I've died 10 times over.
Why, Les? He's safe today. The charge, you know.
I still died 10 times over.
He suspects it was you who called the police.
As long as he doesn't suspect you, put me wise. Now, will you tell me how you found out about it?
I was emptying the wastebasket after Comedy left last night for the party.
Mm-hmm.
I discovered a lot of astrological plotting in his handwriting. And that Englishman's words. Couldn't forget them. Comedy just told me the gods won't permit him to be executed. He thinks he really is Jack the Ripper. He's insane, Les.
Oh, and I was afraid you'd say that.
Well, what do you mean? Any doctor will tell you he is insane.
I know they will. They'll also tell the jury.
So?
So, the law doesn't execute the insane. It allows them to live.
You mean?
Who knows, Canister? Who knows?
Comfortable thought, isn't it? Dr. Carmody may die for his crimes, but Jack the Ripper will live on. Oh, well, spirits are hard to kill, unless they come in a bottle. Now for our next production, we have something much less exciting. Oh, only 17 shots, or a mob of crooks outsmarting each other for a paltry $200,000, 2 murderers, and Simon Templar, better known as the Saint. Follow me to the green room for a preview. Right this way. Come. Come.
You know, Horace, you really should have told me sooner.
Told you what?
That police headquarters have been moved to a Long Island mansion like this. It's quite a shock to a hard-working taxpayer like me.
You better start getting used to shocks, bub.
Oh, Mr. Natson, the judge is expecting you.
Go on in. I wish you wouldn't keep prodding me with that rough, though, Horace. It tickles.
This way, sir.
Why? Cozy little stump, isn't it, Horace?
My name is not Horace. In here, please. Judge Stryker, Mr. Nasson is back, sir.
Ah, yes. Come in. You might as well lock the door, Nathan.
Right, sir.
Sit down, Mr. Templar. So you are the famous gentleman known as the Saint, are you?
Sometimes my friends call me that.
Mr. Templar, we are faced here with a serious matter, a very serious matter.
So it would seem.
So serious, in fact, that I have been obliged to adopt rather extraordinary measures to deal with it.
Like sending around a phony Dick to pick me up?
Oh, you knew he was a phony?
My dear fat-headed friend, you didn't really think that Horace over there could successfully impersonate an officer of the law, did you?
Why,
Shall we get down to business?
Very well. You have in your possession a certain diary containing statements and suggestions which I hardly need say are wholly untrue.
Such as the statement that when you held a fine job in Washington, you dreamed up the high-tor oil swindle and got away with it.
Yeah, fabrication from beginning to end.
And that you and your associates now control about 90% of the black market.
His lies, every one of them.
Naturally. That's why you're so anxious to have them suppressed.
The fact remains that their publication might seriously damage the character and financial standing of certain reputable members of the community.
Especially including you.
It is for that reason and that reason alone that I am prepared to ascertain what value you place on this volume.
What's your offer?
Shall we say $10,000? May I ask you what you find so funny about $10,000?
Oh, nothing under ordinary circumstances. But you must admit that in this case it is a little ridiculous.
And what would you suggest?
$200,000, Judge Stryker.
What did you say?
You heard me. I said $200,000.
You're insane.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Judge. I'm going to set up a foundation. The Simon Templar Foundation for the rehabilitation of wounded war veterans. It will have a capital of $1 million. Your share will be exactly 1/5. Do I make myself clear?
Why haven't you changed your tune before you ever get out of this house?
Nathan! Don't try to get your gun, Horace. You see, I always carry a spare, and I'm an excellent shot. When you searched me, you should have remembered that I always have something up my sleeve. Now, take your gun out, very slowly, by the muzzle. Drop it. Thank you. Now, take it toward me. That's right. And now, if you'll be good enough to unlock the door.
Go on. Open it.
That's a good little boy.
You'll hear from me again, Templar.
Oh, I'm quite certain of it. In fact, I shall expect to have your check by Saturday morning. Good night, Judge.
Yes, they call him the Robin Hood of modern crime. But even a Robin Hood is not immune when powerful interests concern themselves with arranging for the sudden death of the saint. So with these gentle thoughts, this is Peter Lorre closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Until next time, good night. Sleep tight. Armed Forces Radio Service.
Mystery in the Air, starring Peter Lorre, presented by Camel Cigarettes.
And it is the sentence of this court that you be hanged by the neck until you are dead. And may God have mercy on your soul.
No, I neither expect nor solicit belief for this wild story. I would be mad to expect it yet. Mad I'm not, and very surely I do not dream, but while there is still time, I don't know why, I feel compelled to report a series of mere household events and their consequences. These events have terrified, have tortured, have destroyed me. Perhaps some are more calm, more logical, but certainly far less excitable than I will be able to explain them. I cannot. I can only tell you the facts, and that I have to do today because tomorrow I die.
Each week at this time, Camel Cigarettes bring you Peter Lorre in the excitement of the great stories of the strange and unusual, of dark and compelling masterpieces culled from the four corners of world literature. Tonight, Edgar Allan Poe's immortal American classic, The Black Cat.
Mystery in the Air, starring Peter Lorre. Brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. Give your T-Zone the experience of enjoying a Camel. And see if you don't join the millions of other smokers who say, Camels suit my T-Zone to a T. Your T-Zone, that's T for taste and T for throat, is your true proving ground for any cigarette. See if Camel's rich, full flavor isn't a delightful experience for your taste. If Camel's cool mildness isn't more than welcome to your throat. Try a Camel.
No, believe me, there was nothing, absolutely nothing in my childhood which forecast the terrible events that were to come. No, as a child, I was very gentle. I got along well with everyone, but most I liked animals, yes. All kinds of animals. And then I married quite young, and I was very happy to find that my wife shared my feelings. Very soon we had quite a collection. Oh, we had birds and goldfish. We had a dog and some rabbits, and we had a cat. I'll never forget the day my wife brought it home. Hello. You're home so early.
Look, Charles, look. Look what I brought.
Oh, look at it. Oh, the little kitty. Where did you get it, darling?
Oh, the poor little thing. Some dogs were chasing it, and I just rescued it in time.
Yes,
it was so frightened.
Yes, but it isn't frightened anymore.
Oh, it seems to love you, Charles. Then that's not strange. All animals do.
Yes. Nobody's going to hurt you, kitty, no. How about some milk, huh? Yes. There, you see? Oh, you must have been very hungry.
Yes.
Hey, what's your name, huh?
I don't suppose he has a name. He is so young. I don't think he belongs to anybody.
Well, then we have to give him a name.
You mean we can keep him?
Keep him? What are you talking about? He has no home. We can't turn him out in the streets, can we?
Oh, Charles, I was hoping you'd let him stay.
Of course, but he must have a name. Yes, let's see. Oh, yes, black. Yes, all black. Beautiful. Not a single white mark. Oh, I have it. He's as black as the devil. Let's call him Pluto. Huh?
Yes, we'll call you Pluto. Well, Pluto grew up to be a remarkably beautiful cat, and of all the animals in our house, he became my favorite and my playmate, yes, and until it all changed, yes, and as the years went on, my character suffered a radical change, and everything changed. Huh? Why? Well, I'm ashamed. I hate to admit it. Through intemperance, yes, through intemperance. And then as drink became more and more necessary to me, I became more and more moody and irritable.
Where are you going?
I don't have to tell you where I'm going.
Oh, Charles, what's happening
What
to
do you mean, what's happening to me?
Well, you never used to go out every night to those vile places.
Stop nagging. Stop it. I go out because I can't stand listening to you. Nag, nag, nag all day long.
I don't know what's come over you.
There. See? Why don't you learn from Pluto? It's only a cat. He doesn't ask me where I'm going. Yeah, that's right. You never do, no. Come here, Pluto. Yes, I like it. Come here.
Be careful, Charles. Don't pick him up like that. No, you're hurting him.
Him, I never hurt him. Ow! He bit me. He bit me. You devil. I'll show you.
Don't, Charles, don't.
I'll show you. Beast. Yes, I hate to admit it, but I was so furious I kicked Pluto, and I kicked him again and hard, and the next morning I saw that his ear was torn, and I was filled with remorse for what I'd done. From then on, Pluto ran away in terror whenever I approached, and that in turn made me more and more irritated, and in the end it was sheer perverseness, nothing else, yes. Sheer and unexplainable perverseness that made me do what I did. Yeah. I blush to admit it, but one morning I strangled the poor animal. Yeah, I killed it only because I knew that it had loved me and because it had given me no reason for offense. No, I'm offering no excuse. I'm only recounting what happened. Well, in the evening, I went to the inn as usual, and I came home very late, and I fell fast asleep with my clothes on. Then I was awakened suddenly. Hey, what's the matter?
Charles, wake up! Charles!
What's the matter?
There must be a fire.
Yes,
I smell smoke.
Good heavens, it's our house.
Oh.
Our house is burning. Come on, darling, come. We'll be trapped. Come on, hurry up. Quick. The stairs are on fire. Everything.
I can't.
Don't talk, sweetheart. Perhaps I can get you through the flames. Don't breathe, darling. Here's the front door. Yeah. We made it. We're safe.
Oh, Charles. Look, our house.
Anybody else in there?
No. Nobody else.
Just as well. Never could get them out now. Are you the owner?
Yes. That was our house.
Well, you haven't got much left then. We can't save it now.
Stand back! Stand back, everybody! The roof's gonna fall in! Stand back! There it goes!
Well, it's down now.
Funny, nothing is left but that one wall in the middle.
Look at it.
What about it?
Well, look at it on the wall.
Hey, that is strange.
What are you talking about? What's strange?
Oh, there on the wall. It's still standing.
Marks on the plaster.
Marks? What marks?
Well, what's the matter? You blind? Right up there on the wall, that black figure.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like a cat.
Yeah, it does. The smoke must have done it, but it certainly does look like a cat.
What looks like a cat?
There, and it's got one floppy ear.
Who's got a floppy ear?
That's really funny.
Funny, huh? It's not funny. It is not funny at all, you hear? I know what it is. You know who it is? Yes, it's Pluto. I recognize him. Yes, there, see? His ear is torn, huh? Oh, you beast. That hideous beast. It's come back to haunt me. Leave me alone. You hear? I can't stand it. I can't.
Get some water, somebody. This man's fainted.
Mr. Peter Lorre will bring us the climax of tonight's Mystery in the Air when Camels present Act 2 of The Black Cat.
Ask a champion the secret of his success, and no doubt you'll get the same answer every time. Experience is the best teacher. Take Rose Gould, for instance, featured aerialist of Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus. Miss Gould says it took experience to teach her that famous 75-foot dive into space. Mildred O'Donnell, diving champion, thanks experience for her crown. Yes, they all learn from experience, just as smokers everywhere learn from experience about cigarettes. Back in the days of the wartime cigarette shortage, millions of smokers tried brand after brand, smoked whatever they could get. And that experience made people experts in judging the differences in cigarette quality. That was when so many people discovered that Camels suit their T-zones to a T. That Camels give them the rich, full flavor and the cool mildness they've always wanted. As a result,
more people are smoking Camels than ever before.
Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel yourself.
The black cat is dead, killed by its master. The house is burned to the ground, with everything in it completely destroyed. Now the scene is the almost deserted, candle-lit tap room of a local inn.
Don't you think you'd better go on home, sir? It's getting late.
Home, huh? You should see the terrible place where we're living now.
Yeah, I heard you. Lost everything in that fire.
Lost everything, yes. I lost everything. I lost my house. I lost everything.
Well, how about that black cat of yours you used to talk about all the time?
Huh?
What was his name?
What was his name? Pluto.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Pluto's gone, too. Oh, I tell you, I miss him. I miss him very much.
And if you miss him that much, why don't you get another cat?
Give me a drink.
No, it's getting pretty late, sir. I mean, well, won't your wife be expecting you?
Give me a drink.
Yes, sir. I'll have to fetch another bottle.
Why don't I get another cat, huh? That's what you said. Well, why don't I? No reason I shouldn't. There's no reason to be in the deeps of despair just because of a cat. If I get another cat, maybe I'll be able to forget her. What's that? Oh, there's a cat now. Yes, it's sitting on top of the table. Black cat, huh? That's strange. I've been staring at that table for 5 minutes. I could swear there was no cat on it. Anyway, where did you come from, huh? Oh, you're a beautiful cat, yes. You're just as black as Pluto. Yeah, except you got a splotch of white on your chest. Yeah. That's right, yeah.
Oh, yes, come. Come, sit on my lap, huh? Oh, yeah. Kitty, kitty, yes, you're a nice kitty. You're a nice cat.
Yeah. Here you are, sir.
Where did this cat come from?
Cat? Oh, yeah. A big one, isn't he? I don't know where it came from. Or how it got in, either, for that matter. Never seen it around here before.
Don't know who it belongs to?
No. No, as far as I'm concerned, it belongs to you if you want it. Can't keep it here. My wife doesn't like cats. Especially black ones.
Like cats, huh? How stupid. Yeah. Say, I want it. Yes, I want it very much. I'll take it home with me right now.
Charles, this is such a wonderful cat. Just since last week, it's made itself so much at home. Oh, you think it had lived here always?
Yes, I've noticed that.
It reminds me so much of Pluto.
Yes, but this one has a patch of white on its chest. Don't forget that.
Yes, that's right, dear. But I can't help wondering. I wonder what ever became of Pluto. He disappeared the day of the fire.
I know he disappeared, and... well, maybe he knew the house was going to burn down.
Oh, see how it loves you. It's rubbing against your leg, just the way Pluto used to.
Pluto! Stop talking about Pluto!
Darling, I didn't mean anything.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, dear. I always talk about how much this new cat resembles Pluto. It just makes me nervous. Look, actually, there's hardly any resemblance at all, really. Except that they're both black. This one has a white patch on its chest and...
Oh, the poor thing. Charles, look, his ear is torn.
Huh?
See?
What?
Here under the fur. Oh, I never noticed that before.
Neither did I.
Why, it's just the way Pluto's... I mean...
Go ahead, say it. It's torn, yes. Just the way Pluto's ear was torn when I kicked him, huh? That's it, isn't it?
Well, he must have been in a fight or something. But it's curious we didn't notice it.
Curious, huh? You have no idea how curious it is. No idea. Get that cat out of my sight.
Charles, you're mad.
Get it out.
How can you act that way about a poor dumb animal? Especially one that loves you so much. Oh, now you're frightened, dear.
Away from me, you hear me?
The way you talk, anybody'd think you don't even like the poor cat.
Like it? I hate it. I tell you, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Yes, in a short time the cat had been with us. I'd come to look upon it with unutterable loathing. Why, I don't know yet. The more I hated it, the more affectionate it acted toward me. Wherever I went, it followed. Whenever I sat down, it would spring upon my knees and cover me with its loathsome caresses, as if this were not enough. The white patch on its chest, which originally it had been very indefinite in shape, but gradually it assumed a very definite outline, yes, the unmistakable and ghastly shape of the gallows, a terrible engine of horror, of agony, and of death. I longed to destroy the beast, but I was prevented by an absolute unreasonable dread. I was sure I was losing my mind.
Charles, are you going out again?
Yes, I'm going out. I don't know when I'll be back.
Oh. Before you go, do you suppose you...
Why, what is it?
Will you help me bring up some wood from the cellar?
Why do you always want more wood?
The house is cold. You know I haven't been feeling well. I'm not strong enough to carry it myself.
Strong enough. All right, come on, I'll help you. You might have thought of this before.
Look out!
What? Oh, that's Cat. That's that beast again. It's always under my feet. It tried to trip me on the stairs.
Oh, no, I'm sure it didn't.
I'll get rid of that beast once and for all. I'll be...
Charles! Put down that crowbar.
Get out of my way.
No, stop.
I say get out of my way. Let go of my arm.
Please, Charles, you
let
don't know
go
what
of
you're
my
doing.
arm. Are you going to let go?
Oh, please.
I said let go. Oh. Why didn't you let me go? Yes, she had fallen dead without a groan. My blind rage, my rage against the cat, I'd struck my wife and killed her. Well, nothing I can do about it now. All I could do was to set myself to the task of concealing the body. Yes, I thought and I deliberated, and then it occurred to me that, yes, in the Middle Ages, they used to wall up their victims, and I determined to do the same thing. Yes, behind the wall in a cellar. I managed to dislodge a section of bricks near the chimney, and in a hole behind them, I propped the body. Then I carefully laid the bricks back in their original position, and when I had finished, no one could have told that the wall had been disturbed at all. All I could say to myself triumphantly, here at least, my labor has not been in vain. My next step then was to look for the beast that had been a cause of so much misery, but then I became aware that it had completely disappeared. 3 days passed, and still my tormentor did not appear. Oh, it's impossible to describe or to imagine the deep sense of my relief. For the first time in months, I slept, yes. I slept. Even with a burden of murder on my soul. Yes, some few inquiries were made about my wife's whereabouts, and a search of the house was conducted, but nothing was discovered. Oh, I finally could look upon my future secure. Yes?
Good day, sir. Sorry to disturb you again, sir.
Oh, it's you, Sergeant. Is there anything I can do for you?
Well, they're still puzzled about your wife's disappearance.
Puzzled, huh? Well, so am I.
Well, some of her friends have been around to the police station.
What's that got to do with me, huh? You've already searched the house twice. What do you want?
Oh, I know, sir, but, well, the captain sent me and the constable here to look around just once more, to be sure there's no clues been overlooked. This will be the last time, sir. Only a matter of routine. We won't bother you again.
All right. Come in.
Thank you, sir. Come on, Joe. Right.
Where would you like to look first?
Well, we might as well begin with the cellar.
Cellar, huh? All right, yes. Right down these steps. I'll come with you.
Yes, I always say searching a house is like getting ahead in the world. You start at the bottom.
Yes, I see. It's very funny.
Well, come on, Constable. Get to work. Right.
While they searched, I folded my arms and watched. As before, they discovered nothing, but as they were about to depart, the glee in my heart was too strong to be restrained. I burned to say but one word, yes, just one word, by way of triumph. And as they started up the steps, I said, say, have you noticed, this is a very well-constructed house, you know. Hey, gentlemen, you're not going, are you? Yes, it's an excellently well-constructed house. You've never seen such a well-constructed house in a frenzy of my bravado upon that very portion of the brickwork behind which stood the corpse of my wife. I rapped with my cane. But may heaven deliver me from the arch-fiend. Oh, Who's that?
Mother of mercy, what was that?
Wind, probably.
Wind? That's not the wind. Came when you hit this wall here. Whatever it is, it's behind these bricks, Sarge. Here, take this crowbar and knock that wall down.
Right. Wait a minute, you.
Keep quiet,
you. Can't do this.
Wait a minute. Where are you going?
Upstairs.
You stay right here.
Hey, this is new plaster. It hasn't even had time to set yet.
Pull it down.
Right. Here she comes. Look out.
There's what we're looking for, all right. His wife's body.
What's that horrible-looking thing sitting on her head?
It's the cat.
How did that cat get in there?
I know how it got in there. Yes, I know. I must have walled it up in a tomb. I never knew it, no. Look at that red mouth. Those burning eyes. You hideous. You beast. You monster. You are the devil. You made me a murderer. Now for 3 days you've been in there, waiting to send me to the gallows. Well, the hangman will get me. Yes, I hope you're satisfied. I hope you're satisfied.
The makers of Camel cigarettes send free Camels to servicemen's hospitals from coast to coast. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, U.S. Army McCornack General Hospital, Pasadena, California, U.S. Naval Hospital, Houston, Texas, U.S. Marine Hospital, Baltimore, Maryland, and Veterans Hospital, Dayton, Ohio.
When 3 leading independent research organizations asked 113,597 doctors living in every state of the Union, what cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel.
According to a nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Next week, Mystery in the Air, starring Mr. Peter Lorre, brings you an adaptation of one of our star's greatest motion pictures, Crime and Punishment, based on the book by Fyodor Dostoevsky, with a special musical score composed and conducted by Paul Barron.
Mr. Pipe Smoker, here's proof for you. Proof that Prince Albert is a satisfying smoke. More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco, naturally. Prince Albert is a mellow, mild tobacco with a rich, full flavor. Choice tobacco specially made for smoking pleasure. Specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Crimp cut to burn slow, smoke cool. See if one pipe full of PA doesn't convince you that Prince Albert is your favorite, too. Beginning 2 weeks from tonight, Thursday, October 2nd, Camel's comedy quiz, The Bob Hawke Show, will be heard at this time over these same NBC stations.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Mystery Theater.
Come forth, ye spirits and unworldly sprites. Instruct me here what mortal soul shall wait upon my chimic art. Present unto our crystal orb what faces shall most suit our deep and dangerous design. What life now in the twilight of decline shall breathe again the rigors of restored youth. Say on, wild spirits, who shall be restored thus? Come to my glow, ye mortal souls that wait for death and final dissolution. Appear, appear, that I may fill you once again with vigor of lusty and most buoyant youth. Appear, appear. Ah, Medway, I do perceive your wizened and frosty bearded face. Well do I recall how squanders you your youth in frantic speculation, and having lost all, whine away your dotage, pleading for the charity of those whom formerly you would yourself have beggared. And Killigrew, come ye hither to my dashing colonel. My ministers tell well how gouty plagues and divers torments of body and soul reward your life of sinful pleasures. Wend hither also, Gascoigne. I see that broods of pain reward your former evils, vilest of politicians. And lastly, Clara Wycherley, attend my summons straight. Convey to my dark cell your hag-like body and your withered beauty, blasted by the deadly breath of scandal. Draw nigh, thou spicy crone. Draw nigh, ye all, and witness here the deep experiments of Dr. Heidegger.
Twice Told Tales by Nathaniel Hawthorne, in radio version by Roger Crowther. Heard now on Mystery Theater. Tonight, we relate the story of Dr. Heidegger's experiment.
Ah, my dear old friends, you are welcome once again. I am touched, yea, gratified that you could come to spend a precious hour with me.
Heidegger, I am not pleased to be summoned here from a warm chimney corner. This damp cell is no place for aching bones.
Aye, and I had rather keep my bed in the company of dusty books and grinning skeletons.
Ah, patience, Clara. If I do hear aright, you have made good use of your bed for many a year.
Oh, for shame. What saucy talk is this?
Nay, widow. I do but beg an hour.
To see a mouse murdered in an air pump, no doubt.
No, friend Gascoigne. I am desirous of your assistance in an experiment more profound. I wish to examine
a cobweb by the microscope, I'll be bound, or some such nonsense to pester us withal.
Laugh on, my friends, laugh on. You may as well spend your mirth now, for who shall enjoy your humor when the marble vault re-echoes with its sound? My friends, I have not called you here to remind you that life must have its end. Death for all of us is no long time away. Clara, look you into the old mirror upon the wall. What see you there? A former beauty, ravished by the passing years. And you, Killigrew, are you content that they who shall see you in your shroud shall say, here lies a man who wasted his youth in fleshly pleasures and besotted his latter years with strong drink? Shall they say of Gascoigne, thank God that he has rid us of a mean and conniving trickster?
No. Heidegger, we came as friends. Shall we remain to be insulted?
Know ye not in your soul, Medway, that you are past insult, all of you? Can you be content with your lives? Can you? Were you not a harlot, Clara?
Oh,
hey, and you, Killigrew, a libertine. Hey, Gascoigne, a swindler, and Medway, a lying cheat.
No, that's
You
not...
know full well, all of you, that truth is no insult.
It is no friend who throws at our old age the mistakes of the past.
Ah, there you have it, Killigrew. But I tell you that because I am your friend, I will give you the chance to undo the past. You may, with my help, right all your wrongs and shed the infamies that lie heavy upon your aging years. This chance, my friends, I offer you. Will you take it?
This is nonsense, Heidegger.
You have lost your reason, sir.
Clara, I appeal to you. Would you see restored your former matchless beauty, banish your wrinkles, let your cheeks bloom anew? Trust me, and you shall once again smile in the beauty of moistened lips, and taste the luscious peach again with strong and pearly teeth.
Oh, if only I might.
How can this be done, or shall we sell our souls to the devil?
How shall he profit? He has them already.
Oh.
But come, I promise you no harm. Will you bear with me?
We have nothing to lose.
Willingly,
Then let us to Dr. Heidegger's experiment. Invite you, my dear friends, into the tedious byways of the chimic art. Let me satisfy you by saying that this is a retort, this a limbeck, this a flask, and in it a refining agent. In short, what you see before you is what Colonel Killigrew would call a still. However, we are not concerned with alcohol, but with an elixir more potent and more beneficent than spirituous liquor. Still doubtful, I see, Killigrew. Then let me show you. This vial is collecting the refined liquid. I will drop into it please excuse me. Gascoigne, would you please oblige me by passing that large folio volume on the lectern by your elbow?
Certainly.
Oh, quite so. It is very heavy. Very thoughtless of me.
Let me help you.
Put it here. Thank you. I do apologize for the dust. In this old tome, somewhere among the pages, I have kept a rose 40 years or more. It belonged to my dear wife's wedding bouquet. I have long treasured it. Well, this faded and brittle rose with its sere and yellow leaf I place in the vial. So, now observe. Would you deem it possible that this rose could ever bloom again?
I believe those crushed and dried petals are stirring.
I see a deepening tinge of crimson.
It seems to revive as from a death-like slumber. The slender stalk and twigs of foliage are becoming green.
There is the rose of half a century, looking as fresh as it was the day I wore it in my bosom when my dear wife and I were married. Scarcely full blown it was, and its delicate red leaves curled modestly around its center, wherein were 2 or 3 drops sparkling as the dew gathers now. Oh, how I loved her.
Yes, well, that is certainly a very pretty deception.
Although I have seen things quite as remarkable at a conjurer's show.
Pray, Heidegger, how was it effected?
Well, did you ever hear of the Fountain of Youth?
I cannot say that I ever have.
Now, this was the famed source of life which Ponce de Leon, the Spanish adventurer, went in search of 2 or 3 centuries ago.
And did he ever find it?
No, my dear widow, he never did, for he never searched in the right place. The Fountain of Youth, if I am rightly informed, is situated in the southern part of the Floridan Peninsula, not far from Lake Macaco. Its source is overshadowed by several gigantic magnolias, which, though numberless centuries old, have been kept as fresh as violets by the virtues of this wonderful water. An acquaintance of mine, knowing my curiosity in such matters, has sent me what you see in this limbeck. By distillation, I hope to improve what Colonel Killigrew would no doubt describe as its proofage.
And what, if I may ask, would be the effect of this fluid on the human frame?
You may judge for yourself, my dear Colonel. And all of you, my respected friends, are welcome to as much of this admirable fluid as may restore to you the bloom of youth.
And your good self, Doctor?
Well, for my own part, my dear widow, having had much trouble in growing old, I am in no hurry to grow young again. With your permission, then, I will merely watch the progress of the experiment. Allow me to offer each of you a champagne glass.
Allow me to assist you, sir.
I am obliged to you, Mary.
Widow Wycherley.
Thank you.
Killigrew. Get going.
Lies it, and now for the elixir. Behold, the elixir of life.
Fill us a bumper, Doctor. To you. By heavens, Heidegger, a most remarkable beverage.
First class, sir. Better than Barbados.
It is indeed quite warming.
Excellent, sir. Stimulating. Very. Upon my soul.
Why, damn it, Clara, do I not see a rose upon thy cheek?
And a distinct flush on yours, too, Killigrew.
Oh, dear me. Dear me, I feel as if I should burst into song.
I declare, I've drunk off a glass of sunshine.
Do adjust your cap, Widow Clara. You are beginning to look quite jaunty.
We are younger. I swear it.
Yeah, but we're still too old.
Quick, give us some more.
Give us some more of this wonderful water.
Patience. You have been a long time growing old. Surely you might be content to grow young in half an hour. But the water is at your service.
Let me fill another round. Hold your glasses ready.
Oh, fill them up by all means.
Here's to the memory of Ponce de Leon.
And the Fountain of Youth.
And the Floridian Spring.
And the giant magnolias.
Heidegger, we salute you.
Heidegger, Is this a delusion?
I feel a change in my whole system. Why, Clara, you weeping?
I'm happy. Indescribably happy.
Well, stab me, widow. You are absolutely charming. What clarity, what brightness of eye do I perceive.
Killigrew, old chap. Look at your hair. Lord bless me if you're not old Ginger Killigrew once more.
And you too, Medway.
Huh?
What became of your baldness?
Oh, look at his face.
Sounds, man, you look but 40.
Oh, and look at me. Oh, the mirror tells me I'm 30. Oh, off, you horrid widow's cap. Let me see my tresses. Oh, golden again. Oh, are they not fine, gentlemen?
Ravishing, my dear.
Clara, you seem to me now as I best remember you. Fetchingly buxom, my dear. Fetchingly.
I've no wish to speak of that, Colonel Killigrew.
Colonel, Clara? Time was, I remember, when you called me Ginger Jack, your tearaway subaltern.
Did she now? Pray tell me when Clara called you that.
Jack, this is not fair of you.
Fair, my dear? Why, there is only you who deserves that title. Ah, yes, Clara, you were fair. Lissom of limb, light of foot, delicate to the tips of your fingers. Old Hal Gascoigne thought so too, didn't he? While he was conducting his firebrand meetings in the secrecy of the Radical Club, he knew who was fair and who would be waiting for his warmth where the hawthorn grows by the brook. Oh, yes, Clara, you are fair to Gascoigne, fair to all who looked upon you, but were you fair to Medway, thinking meanwhile of that supple form of yours curled in the luxury of his love nest?
Killigrew, you are a rogue.
A damned liar and a miserable spy. A keyhole paper.
Disgusting, I say, disgusting.
Why, Widow Wycherley, how can you say that when I know you loved it so?
I despise you, Killigrew.
But you didn't then, Clara.
No.
Can't you remember how you rippled with laughter in my arms? Come now, you can't have forgotten that.
Why should she ripple in your arms, I should like to know.
Indeed. And so should I.
Well now, Clara could best tell you that.
Indeed, I could not.
Then, my dear, allow me. Clara, gentlemen, was laughing at the comic little way she had devised to gain the wealthy luxury of Medway through the political skill of Gascoigne, so that she may better enjoy the delights of your servant, Killigrew.
You scoundrel.
Blackguard, I tell you, Killigrew, if I were a young man,
But
I
you
would...
are, man, you are.
Well, perhaps not young enough yet, my dear companions. Perhaps another little sip.
Why, Dr. Heidegger, bless my soul, we'd quite forgot you. We were just now rehearsing the charms of Clara here. Oh, dear me, Clara, you are beginning to look quite flushed. A little scarlet of former days, no doubt, eh? No doubt we can ascribe that to old Heidegger's nectar. Wonderful for the memory, my dear doctor. Quite wonderful.
Killigrew, you should apologize to Clara.
Oh, nonsense. Have another glass. Come, all of you. I was never a man to drink alone. Always loved company. Is that not so, Clara?
My dear doctor, pray favor us with another glass.
Oh, certainly, my dear madam, certainly. See, I hasten to fill the glasses.
Then let us drink again to former times. I give you youth.
I give you youth, and may you use it well.
Why, we're young. Look at us again. We're young again.
Boys.
Slim.
Vigorous.
Plenty.
Oh.
But poor old Heidegger. I say, he looks 90.
So he does. I say, old gentleman, lend me your spectacles.
Oh, no, please be careful.
Now, grandfather, I only want to see what you've been reading in this old leather book of yours.
Go on, Medway. Go on, tell us what the old fossil reads.
No, really, gentlemen, I must protest. This is not civil.
Listen to this stupid old man. Read us the story.
A spicy story.
No, you put that book down this minute. You have no right to interfere. I will not tolerate this.
You should keep silent, you wise and old. apple, John.
Go on with it. Go on, read a magic spell or two.
Very well. I pray silence and sobriety.
Oh, plague on sobriety.
I pray your attention, and
You shall regret this.
I choose a passage at random. Read as follows. Meeny, meeny, tickle, a possum.
That does not sound at all spicy to me.
Read that again, Medway. Like me if I make out a word.
It says meeny, meeny, tickle, a possum.
I don't understand it.
Neither do I.
It's a very poor spell. Doesn't work at all.
Nothing's it.
Tell us, Heidegger, what's supposed to happen? Hey, after all, you're the wizard, that sort of thing.
Oh, doctor, tell us do if this charm be false or true.
My words, ye godless youths. That book ye mock at is the Holy Bible.
Oh, how dull.
Not very spicy.
Well, what's it say?
Meeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Silence! Silence! What irreverence is this? You neglect these words at your peril. For the Lord saith, and it is writ with his own finger, meeny, meeny, tekel upharsin. You have been weighed in the scale and found wanting.
Wanting? Why, what do I want?
I know what she wants.
Is it money? I'll give it to you, Clara.
If you want fame, come with Gascoigne. I'll give it to you.
Nay, but these are mere wants. Clara has desires. I will satisfy them. I, Ginger Killigrew.
You, Jack, you. Oh, nay, but you may seem a man. Oh, not you, Jack. Nor you, Money Medway. Nor Gassy Gascoigne either. Not the three of you can satisfy me together. For I must have laughter and singing and music and dancing. I mean to trip my youth away. Oh, if only my son were to see me now.
Your son?
What son?
Why, my son, of course.
She has no son.
Not yet.
You lecherous usurer, Medway.
What? Do you think, Killigrew, that silly swagger of yours entitles you to believe that you're the only man in these parts?
You insolent cur. Hang me if I don't slit your nose.
Don't trouble yourself, Jack. The child will not be his.
Oh, 'tis mine then?
No.
Hooray for the hawthorn. Come, kiss me, wench. I love
Not
me.
so, Tearaway. I possessed her ere your tree was yet in bud.
Gascoigne, you're a lustful dog, and I'll cut your throat.
I say the child is mine. Clara,
Oh.
look at me and say the child is mine. Look at me.
Take your hand off her, you filthy swine.
No, don't hurt me, Jack. No, I cannot look at you because the child is not yours.
Not mine. Out upon you for a heated bitch.
A slut, I say she is a scarlet whore.
Yes, a filthy tarnished jade.
A muddy truck.
Oh, away with you and try just school, Mom. Or which of you two squalling boys could father a child on me? Oh, Medway? Gold in the bank and a pennyworth of manhood? Killigrew? Why, there's more spirit in a bottle of bad wine than there is in your virility.
And the child is mine.
She lies. It's mine.
You lie, you dog. I know the child is mine.
She has not denied that it is mine.
Yours, you snake.
Thy sapless twig.
Aye, and my fist makes it so.
By the Lord, you shall pay for your past pleasure. Thus.
Killigrew, Medway, control yourselves. Please, I beg you. Think of the lady. Stop that brawling. I can't have it. Gascoigne, stop it, I say. You must be careful. Mind my spectacles. Look out for the experiment. To the old carpet. How it restores the beauty to once beautiful things, this water of life, this refreshing draught of youth, which you have wasted every drop upon the floor.
What matters that, old man? You can make some more.
No, my friend. I did but condense the liquid. I could by no means make it.
It cannot matter now that we are young.
It cannot matter that you are young now.
What does that mean, old fool?
Spare us your riddles, grandfather.
My poor wife's rose. Look, it seems to be fading again. Shriveling up. Not enough moisture, you see. Well, I love it as well thus as in its dewy freshness.
I'm beginning to feel rather cold.
You will, my dear, you will.
Are we to grow old so soon? So quickly?
As quickly as we grew young?
Say it is not so.
How can I say so? Look at each other. Do you not see? A wrinkle or two, Clara. A grey hair, Killigrew. A twinge or two, Medway. A numbness, Gascoigne. Well, youth is but a phase. Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow.
No, I cannot bear to be old. I must be beautiful. Rather let me lie beneath a coffin lid than I should lose my beauty.
But the virtue of the water is passing away. Passing away. Passing away. Yes, friends, ye are old again, and lo, the water of youth is lavished upon the ground. Well, I bemoan it not, for if the fountain gushed at my very doorstep, I would not stoop to bathe my lips in it. No, though its delirium lasted not for minutes, but for years. Such is the lesson ye have taught me.
Dr. Heidegger's Experiment, one of Nathaniel Hawthorne's twice-told tales, in radio version by Roger Crowther, has been heard tonight on Mystery Theater. Dan MacDonald played Dr. Heidegger. Bill Fulton was Medway and Gascoigne. Faith Ward was Clara Wycherley, and Bruce Armstrong played Killigrew. Sound, Harold Porter and Lee Bailey. Audio, Bud Tabor. Mystery Theater was presented tonight from CBC Halifax, produced and directed by Peter Duncan. Jerry Burt speaking.
The Old Nurse's Story, now on Mystery Theater. On Mystery Theater tonight, Mrs. Glaspell's Story, in radio version by Gavin Douglas. From CBC Halifax, we present The Old Nurse's Story.
There now, my love. Come closer, and I'll tell you something from long ago. Something that you've never heard. You know, my dear, that your mother was an orphan and an only child. There never was such a baby before or since. Though you've all been fine enough in return. But for sweet winning ways, you've none of you come up to your mother, to my dear Rosamond. My mistress, your grandmother, commanded me on her deathbed never to leave my little charge, for I was the last person left alive who loved her. If my lady had never spoken so much as a word, I'd have gone with Miss Rosamond to the end of the world. And far we were to go before our tears would dry, or the grave flowers could wither.
You are the woman, Hester Albert?
I am, sir.
There is an orphan child here named Rosamond?
There is, sir.
Good.
stand aside.
If I may be so bold as to ask, sir.
Be good enough to stand aside when you are told. I am informed that you are the child's nurse. Fetch her.
I tell you right, sir. I was entrusted with Miss Rosamond by her poor mother that's now in a better place. And that's the last word I'll say until you tell me your name and your business.
I suppose that allowance must be made for your grief or your breeding. My name is Carston. I have the honour to be agent to the Lord Marquess of Furnival. Oh, indeed. I should think that even a nursemaid would know it when her mistress was first cousin to a peer of the realm.
I was aware, sir,
that your mistress married a commoner of no birth or means against my lord's command, with the present result, a penniless orphan. The child may count herself lucky that the Furnivals do not visit their wrath to the second and third generations. My lord is pleased to recognize Miss Rosamond as a blood relative, though mingled with inferior stock. As her guardian, he has ordered me to escort her post-haste tomorrow morning to Furnival Hall in Northumberland. See that she is ready.
Oh, Mr. Carston, you'll not separate us?
The choice lies with you. Miss Rosamond is accustomed to your care. If you mind your place, you may remain with her. 1 or 2 dependents, more or less, are of no concern to my lord. Good day.
But sir, what are we to do?
You have your instructions. Good day. Esther?
Yes, Mr. Carston?
We are approaching Furnival Hall. Wake the child.
Must I, sir? She's in a deep sleep at last, and it's been such a long
Wake her,
day.
I say. We are entering the great park, and it's my lord's orders that the estate and rank of our ancestors be impressed at once upon her mind.
Very well, sir. Oh, come here, my love. Dear. Wake up, Rosamond. Yes, open your eyes.
Where have we come to? Where are all the farms and cottages?
Far back on the road, my dear. We're driving through the great park of Furnival Hall at the foot of Cumberland Fells. Look around you.
Oh, Esther, that's not a park. It's all wild and cold. There's nothing but rocks and old trees, all white and lonely.
Come now, Rosamond. Look at the great hall with it.
Yes, you were about to say, with tree branches dragging against its windows and its gardens turning back into forests.
Don't they have a gardener?
Oh, hush, Rosamond.
Miss Furnival will tolerate no gardens and no scenery. The curtains of our own apartments are drawn winter and summer, day and night.
Miss Furnival? Is my lord not here, then?
Lord Furnival? Wherever did you get that idea? My lord has never set foot within the walls, nor has any other member of the family these 50 years. For the same length of time, my lord's great-aunt, Miss Furnival, has never set foot in the outside world. I think it was in my lord's mind that Miss Rosamond might perhaps amuse his aunt. And the air is healthy here. Only beware the winter.
The winter, sir?
Come, we have arrived. Sit down. Sit down. I may not accompany you within. I am to join my lord at once in Newcastle. But you are expected.
Mr. Carston.
You have a month until the winter gales. When they come, if you are a wise girl, stop your ears and keep away from the windows.
Mr. Carston! Mr. Carston! When we came up the great front steps and were admitted into the entrance hall, I thought we should be lost. It was so large and vast and grand. There was a chandelier, all of bronze, hung down from the middle of the ceiling. I'd never seen one before and looked at it all in amaze. At one end of the hall, there was a great fireplace, cold and unlit. It was large as the size of houses in my country. And on the western side was a huge old organ built into the wall, so broad and high that it covered the best part of that area. We were led on past the organ, through endless stately corridors to the west wing. And at last, we came to a suite of apartments where it always seemed to be night. Fires crackled in all the rooms, and curtains of heavy velvet shut out the daylight. Miss Furnival sat in a high, narrow chair, her face as full of fine wrinkles as if they'd been drawn all over it with a needle's point. She looked proud and frail, and trembling with a cold no fire could warm.
Welcome to Furnival Hall, Rosamond. You're a surprisingly pretty and graceful child. Perhaps you are a Furnival after all.
Sitting with her and working at the same great piece of tapestry was her companion, Mrs. Stark. Oh, she looked so grey and stony, as if she'd never loved or cared for anyone.
Do not stand staring, child. It shows an idle mind. And you, what is your name, girl?
Hester Allwood, ma'am.
Very well, Hester. Your quarters and the child's nursery will be directly over the kitchen. You will share your meals with Dorothy the cook and old James her husband. Since Miss Rosamond has connections with the family, she will dine with Miss Furnival and myself. You will, of course, remain in attendance behind her chair throughout the meal. Is that clear?
Perfectly, ma'am.
Good. We dine at 7. I think that will be sufficient until then.
There is one other matter, and it is absolutely vital. You may move throughout this west wing and the center hall as you wish, Hester. But the east wing is locked and long abandoned and is never under any circumstances to be entered, no matter what may occur or seem to occur.
Very well, Miss Furnival.
You are very silent, Rosamond.
Oh, she's shy, ma'am. It's all very new and strange to her.
Very likely, very likely. And yet she ought to be at ease here. You will see her face in a dozen portraits on the wall. Perhaps, Rosamond, our ancestors will approve. Perhaps the dead will even grow to love you.
Will they speak to me?
Speak to you? Oh, no. God grant they be too proud for that. God would not allow an innocent to hear. God would not allow...
Grace.
I beg your pardon. I am an old woman gathering wool. You'd better go now, Hester. James and Dorothy will show you round your quarters. Oh, Hester.
Yes, Miss Furnival?
When Rosamond is ready, you may bring her down to us. Don't wait until the bell.
Grace, if you are going to spoil the child...
And it has been so long, so long. Surely we may relax some ceremony for the very young.
I tell you, Hester, James looks down on me.
Oh, away with you.
I tell you he does. He's lived near all his life in my lord's family and thinks there's no one so grand as they. Till he married me, I'd never lived in any but a farmer's household, and he lords it over me as if he was a very Furnival himself.
Well, I be in a way. Mind you, I'm very fond of you.
Hear him now.
Oh, I can think of nothing I'd rather do unless to hear both. Oh, it's so good to be amongst my own sort of people. In a house.
Say it. In a house that's forbidden, strange and cold.
Dorothy.
Oh, all right, James. I'll say nothing against your Miss Furnival. She's a good enough mistress in her high, grand way. If she holds herself so tall, she pays for it, as the good book says. Did you see her tonight after dinner, Hester, when Miss Rosamond went skipping off with James and me to the kitchen as soon as ever she could?
Yes, I do believe she wanted us to stay. Her eyes were begging Rosamond to stay, but she wouldn't ask.
She loves the little one, never doubt it. But it's too late now to make amends.
The weather's closing in these nights, Dorothy. You best pay mind to your own duties.
Is the snow so terrible here?
Huh? The snow?
Well, everyone seems to dread the weather. Tonight at dinner, Miss Furnival stared at Mrs. Stark with those sad eyes of hers and said, "I'm afraid we shall have a terrible winter." It seemed a harmless enough thing to say, but Mrs. Stark pretended not to hear and talked very loud as something else.
Come along, my dear. We're all becoming gloomy, and there's no need. Lord knows there are distractions enough here. It's a wonderful, great, rambling house and a famous place for a wee one like Miss Rosamond. Come tomorrow when you're free, and I'll show you the East Wing.
You mean the West Wing, Dorothy?
Bless us, yes. What am I saying? You great gowk, you flustered my wits with your teasing. Of course, I mean the West Wing. It's all green and gloomy, Hester, through the tree boughs and the ivy that darkens the windows. But the rooms are full of treasures. All drowned, you might say, in the green water. Old china jars and carved ivory boxes and wonderful things. Of course, we'll go tomorrow. There's nothing to see in the East Wing.
Nothing at all.
That a Christian would want to see. I haven't run in many a year, Miss Rosamond. And I shan't now, so there.
Oh, how many pictures there are, room after room.
Aye, they were a mighty family since the time of the border wars and long before. But this is the last chamber that was the old state drawing room in the grand days. They hung the best of the pictures here.
Who's the man in the plumes and gold lace?
That's Sir Humphrey Furnival that fought for the Martyr King and fled to France with Charles the Dissolute.
Dorothy, who's the lovely lady over the mantelpiece?
Well, you may ask. That, my dear, is the mistress, Miss Furnival, as she was these 50 years gone by.
Oh, is that Miss Furnival?
A wonder to look at she was then. But such a set, proud look and the scorn in her eyes.
Hester, she's laughing at us. Why should she laugh? She who has the funny dress.
It was all the fashion when she was young, miss. I remember something like it when I was a wee thing like you. Great ladies wore beaver hats with ostrich plumes tilted over their brows like that, and satin gowns with them quilted stomachers just as you see her.
Well, to be sure, flesh is grass, they do say, but who'd have thought that Miss Furnival had been such an out-and-out beauty to see her now?
Folks change, sadly. But there was another sister, and if what my master's father used to say was true, Miss Vanessa, that's dead now, was even handsomer than our mistress, Miss Grace. But if I show it to you, you must never let on, even to James, that you've seen it. Can the little one hold her tongue, do you think?
Oh, I wouldn't risk it. Rosamond, dear, yes? Go and hide in the next chamber, in the red room, and I'll show you how quickly I can find you.
All right. You never will find me, Hester. You know you never will.
Now, quickly, turn the picture around. That one. That's not hung up and leans against the wall. Yes, this way.
To be sure, it beats Miss Grace for beauty, and I think for scornful pride, too. Though for that matter, it's hard enough to choose. Miss Vanessa? She's dead, you say?
She was buried, Turn the picture around again, Hester. Turn it round and come away.
Oh, it's a bitter night.
And bitterer yet for the shepherds on the fells.
Aye. 'Tis the time of year now, from our Lord's birth to Epiphany, that the wind and the cold here do their worst.
Seems cruel of the weather to bite most keenly in the Christmas season.
The wind's a Turk. It pays no mind to save you.
There.
Hester?
I can hear it again. That's the second night I've heard it. Someone's playing the great organ in the entrance hall.
Bah. Your fancy's got you, Hester. It's the wind. In the branches. And the old leaves.
Oh, James, it's not. Trees don't play melodies in airs. I can hear them distinctly.
And the more fool you, then, to take wind in the branches for honest tunes. Ugh, I've better things to do than to listen to the girl's fear of a stone. I've work to do in the pantry, and I'll thank you to keep your dreaming to yourself.
Forgive him, Hester. He's not been well these last days.
Dorothy, what is it? Please hush for a moment. Hush and listen, will you? Confess it, Dorothy. You hear it as clearly as I do. You do.
Oh, God help me, I do. And so does everyone else. You must learn to bear it as we do. It will not harm you.
But who is it? Who's playing it?
Since before I came to the hall, it's been said to be the old Lord Furnival, the grandfather of the present Lord, playing on the great organ in the hall, just as he used to do when he was alive. I've heard it many a time, but most of all on winter nights and just before storms. You said Mr. Carson, when he brought you here, told you to stop your ears in the winter time, and you did not know what he meant. I think you know now.
I thought at first it might be Miss Furnival who played, unknown to Dorothy. But one day, when I was in the hall by myself, I opened the organ and peered all about it and around it, as I'd done once to the one in our village church. And I saw it was all broken and destroyed inside, though it looked so brave and fine. And then, though it was noonday, my flesh began to creep a little, and I shut it up and ran away to my own bright room. I didn't like hearing the music for some time after that.
Come in. Oh, you're back, Hester. It was a bitter cold night to walk to church, I should think. I must confess that I admire your piety.
Oh, it's kind of you to say so, ma'am, but it's no sacrifice on a night like this. With the moon on the snow, it's as bright as day outside. Where is she hiding?
Where is who hiding?
Why, Rosamond, Mrs. Stark. Dorothy said she left the kitchen an hour ago, and she's not in any of the other rooms.
Hester, you are what have you done? The little vixen is asleep among the cushions somewhere in the room, or hiding behind a screen, depend upon it.
Oh, Miss Furnival. Mrs. Stark, oh, heaven bless you, Hester, you're here. It's Miss Rosamond. James is bringing me. Where is she? How is she doing? What's
the fire. She's nearly froze.
Darling, dearest Rosamond, where was she?
Oh, there now. The chafer arms and legs. I saw her tiny footprints vanishing up the hillside in the snow. I ran as I haven't run these 30 years. And I found her halfway up the fell by the old holly bush, stiff and cold.
The holly bush.
Aye.
Sleepy. The beautiful lady. If you'd heard her cry, you'd have let her in.
Thank God. James, dearest James, you were just in time.
Where's the lady? Hester, where's the lady and the little girl?
Gently, my darling, gently. Tell us everything from the beginning, and then perhaps we can answer you. Where did you go when you left Dorothy in the kitchen?
I was on my way to see Auntie Furnival, and I saw snow falling through the windows, and I thought how pretty and white it must be to see it on the ground. And so then I went to the great hall to see out through the tall windows, and I looked out, and the snow was bright and soft. But there was a little girl, and so thinly dressed, Hester, in all the snow and cold, and not so old as I am, but so pretty. And she beat her hands against the window and cried to be let in.
Oh,
but all the time she beat on the glass, and all the time she cried, you couldn't hear a sound.
Oh, heaven, forgive. Have mercy.
So I went outside to let her in, but instead of coming in, she took my hand fast and tight in hers, and it was very, very cold. And she took me up the fell path up to the holly trees, and there I saw a lady weeping and crying.
Devil. restless alive she was and restless dead.
But as soon as she saw me, she hushed her weeping and smiled very proud and grand, and she took me on her knee and lulled me way off to sleep.
Oh, have mercy. Wilt thou never forgive? It's many a long year ago.
Grace, come away now, my dear. We're old, you know. We're old, and it's time to rest. Don't you think it's time?
Of course. Of course. You're right, Anne. You always were. Rosamond?
Yes, Auntie?
Would you remember something, my dear? Would you remember something if I said it?
Yes, Aunt Furnival.
What is done in youth cannot be undone in age. Good night, my dearest.
Good night.
Good night.
Come, Grace, come. That's it, my dear.
Rosamond, you were lying just now, or imagining things, weren't you?
No, indeed, Hester, I'm telling you the truth. Indeed, I am.
You must be telling the truth, Hester. She can have heard no stories of the child and the woman in the snow, but they existed once, and God help us, they do still. She must have seen them. Tell me once and for all, what did she see?
She saw Miss Furnival's hell. That's always with her. That's with her for 50 years.
Oh, James was but a boy in the days when America rebelled against King George. The old Lord Furnival, our mistress's father, ruled here. He was a fierce, dour old man that broke his wife's heart with his cruelty and his mad pride.
But above all things, next to his pride, the old lord loved music. He could play on nearly every instrument you ever heard tell of. And it was a strange thing. It didn't go to soften his heart, but it didn't.
He had over an Italian music master to teach him the organ, but many's and many's a time as he rolled out his fine music, his teacher was walking in the woods with his daughters, Miss Grace, our mistress, and Miss Vanessa, whose picture you saw up above. You know their pride.
But pride will have a fall, they say. And they loved, the both of them that scorned the dukes and princes of their day. They loved an Italian music
and
master.
And 'twas Miss Vanessa got him.
Aye, and Miss Grace swore vengeance, she did, and bided her time.
And the child at the window was Miss Vanessa's and the music master's.
Aye. And the next year, the Italian went off across the sea.
And never came back.
Aye.
What did Vanessa do with the child?
She tried to conceal it in her own quarters in the East Wing. And I found it.
Oh, Mrs. Stark, I didn't hear you at the door.
Nor did she.
The mother and child crying and freezing in the snow.
It was the old lord's right to know what went on in his house.
He didn't make the weather.
He didn't make the days.
But he laid down all his music and died soon after.
We think that, like the Italian, he loved Miss Vanessa more.
Miss Grace and Mrs. Stark had killed their loves.
And over the years, they did the same for ours.
House guests died. Servants and the rest of the family fled.
And never returned. Take Rosamond away, Hester. Far away. Miss Grace loves her. They will kill her.
Go away, Hester. Far away. We love you. They will kill you.
But you're innocent. You killed no one. They can want nothing of you.
We are faithful servants of the family. We are adopted Furnivals. If we love you, they will kill you. Run, Hester, run!
With your mother Rosamond in my arms, I looked backwards at the little hall. The centre block and the west wing where we'd lived were shrouded in darkness as if long abandoned. The east wing, my dears, the east wing, it glowed and shone with lights as for a children's party.
Mystery Theater has brought you The Old Nurse's Story by Mrs. Glaspell in radio version by Gavin Douglas. The cast, Joan Orenstein as Hester in Youth and Age, Dan McDonald as Karsten, Faith Ward was Rosamond, Miriam Bell played Miss Furnivall, Mrs. Stark was played by Muriel White, James was Bill Fulton, Flora Montgomery played Dorothy. Sound, Lee Bailey and Harold Porter. Audio, Bud Tabor. The Old Nurse's Story was produced and directed from CBC Halifax by Peter Duncan. Frank Cameron speaking.
Time to tell tales of the unaccountable, of apparitions by night and phantoms in shadow. Time to tell strange stories of fantasy and the supernatural. Mystery Theater presents The Screaming Skull, a tale of the supernatural by George Selverson, based on a story by E. Marion Crawford, and starring Tommy Tweed as the captain and Hugh Webster as James.
This is the house, Captain?
It is, James.
Nice place for an old sea dog to retire to.
It's a pretty little property, just the thing for an old sailor like me who's taken to gardening.
You won't be gardening in this weather.
That's true, James. Let's get in out of the wet.
Listen to the wind and the sea. You must feel right at home here.
At home? Come in, James. Close the door.
Right.
Sit there by the fire. I'll put something in a glass to warm you.
Wonderful. It's a night for a burning log on the hearth.
And for Holland gin. This is the same I brought Luke from Amsterdam 25 years ago. He never touched a drop of it.
Luke was your cousin, Captain Braddock, wasn't he?
He was. That's how I came by this house. After he died and his boy Charlie was killed in South Africa, there were no relations left. Here now, see if this doesn't warm your blood, James.
Thank you. Wasn't there a Mrs. Pratt?
Yes, there was.
What happened to her?
Well, she died before Luke.
Strong stuff, Captain. Listen. You can hear the tide.
Gloomy sound, isn't it?
Yes. Do you remember the German ship we sailed on? Listen. Did you hear that, Captain?
Yes.
Someone screamed. It must be from the beach.
No, it isn't from the beach.
Oh, someone may be in trouble. We'd best have a look.
Sit down, James. No one's in trouble.
Well, why do you say that? You said you heard it too?
What's interesting is that you heard it, James.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
There are always people who think it's the wind or my imagination.
Then what was it?
Put another stick on the fire, will you?
Yes.
It's only something to do with the wind and the tide. Yeah, this is good enough for old sailors like us, James. I don't think Mary Pratt was very happy here.
Might be a little gloomy for a woman at that.
Poor woman. I suppose in a way I was responsible for her death.
What's that, Captain?
It was on a night like this. I was at home for a spell, waiting to take Olympia out on her first trip.
Is that the voyage when she broke the record?
No, that was the next one.
Oh.
But that dates it.
1892?
In November. In this very room it was.
Oh, the weather was dirty. Pratt was in his usual bad temper, and poor Mary Pratt's dinner was a failure.
You see that, Captain? My wife is trying to poison me.
Luke, he's joking, Mary.
Oh, I wish he were joking.
Welsh rarebit, raw turnips, and half-boiled mutton. Charles, if you ever marry, don't marry a fool.
You see what he thinks of me? You see how he goes on.
On second thought, perhaps it's better to marry a woman foolish enough to poison you with Welsh rarebit instead of spun glass or chopped horsehair.
Oh, you see, Luke's only joking. After all, he's a doctor. He knows all the antidotes, eh, Luke?
Not for some things.
Oh, of course. There was that woman in Ireland, the one who did for 3 husbands before anyone suspected a thing. Be glad you aren't married to one like that, Luke.
How did she manage it?
Well, her 4th husband managed to keep awake after she drugged him and caught her at it.
Caught her at what?
Well, she had a little horn funnel, and she put it into his ear.
This sounds rather ridiculous, old man.
Well, that's what he thought, until he saw her coming with a ladle filled with melted lead.
That's rather funny. Yeah.
That's terrible. Charles, that's awful. Oh, don't you dare tell such a story here, ever again.
In this very room it was. James, if I were you, I would never tell ugly stories about ingenious ways of killing people. Listen.
What? You heard that sound again, Captain?
No, that was the wind backing up to the southern again. I can tell by the sound.
Are you trying to tell me that Mrs. Pratt killed her husband?
No, she couldn't have. You see, she died that same November.
Good heavens, Matt.
Yes, Luke was a lonely man after that.
Lonely?
Oh, I could see it. I came to see him now and then.
And he looked lonely?
Oh, yes. Very worn and nervous. That last time I saw him, there was the thing about the dog.
Thing about a dog?
Yes. Luke was so thin, his head looked like a skull with parchment stretched over it, and his eyes had a sort of glare. He glared at me when I asked about the dog.
I killed the dog.
That sweet-tempered old bulldog?
I could stand it no longer, Charles.
Well, the dog was ill?
No. But he used to climb into that chair where you're sitting now.
Yes?
That was my wife's chair, you know.
Well, I know, Luke, but after all...
You never saw him do it. Old Bumble used to sit there and stare at me. We'd stare at each other, thinking over old times. And then... the fool dog would begin to shake all over and set up a howl as if he'd been shot, and then he'd run and hide under the sideboard, making the strangest noises.
Why, poor old Bumble.
I couldn't stand it. He didn't suffer at all, Charles. I put dianine into his drink to make him sleep soundly, and then I chloroformed him gradually so that he couldn't have suffered, even in a dream. He didn't suffer.
Well, I believe you, Luke.
He didn't suffer a bit. And it's been quieter since then.
He said, it's been quieter since then. Now I know what he meant. He meant that he didn't hear that noise so often. Perhaps he thought at first that it was old Bumble in the yard howling at the moon. Perhaps that's what he thought.
Heavens.
It's not that kind of noise at all, is it, James?
That sound. What is it, Captain?
Don't be frightened, man. It won't eat you. It's only a noise. And a noise never hurt anyone.
That's all very well, but what is it?
When I don't understand a thing, I call it a phenomenon. And I don't take it for granted that it's going to kill me. Besides, what is there to prove Luke killed his wife?
Is there a connection?
Did I say there was?
Well, what did they say she died of?
She died in bed a few days after I told that story.
But of what?
Heart trouble.
But you don't believe that?
Why not, Luke? called in another doctor, and he believed it.
But you don't.
Of course I believe it. Only pour yourself another drop and I'll show you something.
I think I will.
I keep it locked in this old roller-top desk of Luke's. That's where I found it, you know. Ah, here we are.
You mean that pistol?
No. That's the old pistol I bought in Rio for a souvenir when you and I went ashore. You remember the Leofric, James?
Mm-hmm.
Grand vessel. Sailed. Those were the days, James.
What were you going to show me?
I imagine Luke was fond of deep-sea fishing. Probably used this for casting a sinker for a night line. Do you think, James?
An iron ladle?
You can see there it was hardened in the bottom of the bowl. The melted lead. Why, James, you dropped your drink. I'll get you another. You won't mention this, will you? After all, Luke's dead now, with an honest man's tombstone at his head. Was trouble enough about his death as it was. No reason for James Traherne to hear about a thing like this ladle. Here you are.
Thanks. James Traherne?
He's the sexton and he works in my garden.
Works in your garden?
Oh, I didn't tell you about that. It was when I retired and having inherited the property from poor old Luke, I moved in. This James Traherne showed me through the house and told me the story and showed me the thing in the cupboard.
A curious thing to keep in the cupboard? I mean, when you consider this here's the bedroom.
This hat box?
Same as they found by old Luke down on the beach.
When he died?
That's right. You remember the verdict? By the hands or teeth of some person or animal unknown.
I know. I heard all about that. Some big dog chewed him to death.
That don't horrify you, Captain?
Oh, I suppose. I've seen a good deal around this world, however.
Have you ever seen a bit of interior decoration like this?
What is it?
Hat box. Open it up, Captain.
Oh, you're very mysterious, Traherne. All right, I'll open it up.
Very pretty and polished. And white, ain't it, Captain?
A skull.
It's what it is, all right. Found by him when he was dead there on the beach.
Oh, what of it? Luke was a doctor. It's not unusual for a doctor to have a thing like this.
But it is unusual for a thing like this to roll. When he fell dead, mind you, not down the slope of the beach towards his feet, but up the slope of the beach toward his head.
Oh, you what?
It rolled up the beach. From where the open hat box was found.
Phenomenon.
This here phenomenon lay right up against his poor throat, all broken and bruised by, like you say, Captain, some big dog. Do you notice something else?
No.
Here, take it.
Well?
Give it a shake. Huh? Go on, shake it.
All right.
Now, ain't that a peculiar sound?
There's something inside.
Pretty small, very nice shape to it. Perfect teeth.
Well, it's only a medical specimen.
I wonder where the lower jaw got to. With them teeth, she would have had a pretty smile. Wouldn't she, Captain?
That's what he said. After that, I got something into my head. Oh, I don't mean anything supernatural. As far as that goes, I'd rather face any shape of ghost than a fog in the channel when it's crowded, eh, James?
Oh, what was it you got into your head?
No, there's no sense to it. Didn't she have a Christian burial?
Oh, certainly. She's lying in the churchyard where Treherne put her to rest.
It's monstrous.
To suppose her husband kept her skull in her old hat box in the bedroom.
It's ridiculous. Captain, you play me for a fool. Pour me another drink.
Yes, it's ridiculous.
I suppose he had done. I mean, the ladle and the melted lead and all that. But then,
why did he do this other thing?
Yes. Why?
He could have been afraid of something else that I told him when I told that story.
What?
Well, the woman that did for those 3 husbands, they dug up the 3 skulls, you know.
And?
And in each, there was a small lump of lead rattling around. That's what hanged her. I suppose he'd remember that was the vital evidence.
Captain Charlie Braddock. You old fraud, you sea-dog, you pirate, you old devil.
What, James?
Get me another drink, you dog.
Yeah, but what is so funny? You invite me here to this haunted-looking cottage of yours by the gloomy sea, and you set me down by your fireplace and spin me a yarn like... You old lying fraud of a sailor.
Lord, he'd remember that was the vital evidence. I've often wondered how he managed it. What do you suppose he put in its place?
Do you mean that sound came from your bedroom,
James? Let me tell you about the night I tried to get rid of the thing. It's not happy anywhere else, you know. It wants to be in Mary Pratt's hat box in that cupboard. At least I think it does. I sleep in Luke's old surgery now, you know. But then when I first came, I slept in the bedroom. Well, I slept well. You know, an old sailor, no natural sound disturbs you. Not all the racket of a square rigger hove to in a heavy gale. But any unnatural sound, and you wake in a moment. That's how it was every night at exactly 17 minutes past 3. I wonder if that was the hour she died. Then I would hear it and be exploded into a wakeful terror.
What? Not again? I won't have that again.
I won't stand this anymore. Now, I'm going to settle this. I'll take you and... Yes, the window. There. Here you go, hat box and all out the window. Dear heaven, blot out my ears, kill my hearing, deafen me, but never let me hear that again. I would not stop screaming. Then, when I thought I would go mad, it fell silent. I sat on my bed, listening, waiting. Hours passed. Then I heard a totally unexpected sound. Someone at the door. You can't see the door from above. I called out, "Who's there? Who is it?" Who could it be, I thought. Oh, some old country fellow, stone deaf. I took my candle and went down to open the door. I set my candle down on the hall table. And then, when I opened the door, the wind blew it out. There was no one there. I shut the door. I lit the candle. There it was, at my feet, where the wind blew it in.
the light and shadow from the candle playing in the hollows of it. So the eyes seemed to open and shut at me. We stared at each other. I spoke to it. What do you want? It wanted to go back to its cupboard. I knew that. But I stared at it, and I refused to move. I stared, and it stared back, and I waited. All right. I hurried outside. I found that box. I ran inside, put the thing in the box, and returned it to its cupboard in the bedroom. After that, I slept in Luke's old surgery. But still, it screams at me. It hates me. I was the one who told Luke the story, you know. Listen, James. What? The wind and the tide.
Captain, do you have to go on with this story? Can't we talk about old times?
Yes, old times. Yes. Remember old Blocklot?
A carpenter, wasn't he?
Yes. On the clock tower.
I remember.
He used to say, when we were hove to in a howling gale...
I remember.
Biddy de boer pebble sore, tis night pies. That's just the way he'd say it.
Yes, and always on a night like this.
Listen.
So that's what it is.
What, James?
You old fraud. That's the classic sound of wind howling in the chimney.
James, I'll get the thing and show it to you. Here's the box.
That's it?
Yes. My candle went out as I brought it downstairs.
Well, put the box down.
It went out, but that was the draft from the leaky window on the landing.
Put it down.
Yes. Did you hear anything when I went up?
Yes.
There was another scream. Whatever that scream came from, it wasn't from this.
No?
I had the box in my hand when I heard the noise, and here it is now. So we have proved definitely that the screams are produced by something else.
The chimney.
To think I could have been so weak as to fancy that the poor skull could really cry out like a living thing with the agony of melted lead poured through the ear into its brain.
Then don't talk that way, Captain.
No, I won't.
Now, if you're going to show me Luke's medical specimen, open the box.
Yes, I will, James. You see how carefully I wrapped it in brown butcher's paper and tied it with string. Now, we look at it under the bright lamp. It's awful to think that the poor lady used to sit there, in your chair, where the dog Bumble later stared at Luke in just the same lamplight.
Oh, come now, Captain. Let's have a look at this.
See? Here's the label I put on it to seal the string. And here's what I wrote.
Once the property of the late Luke Pratt, M.D. One skull. Well, open it, Captain.
I often wondered what sort of hat it was that came in this box.
What kind of hat?
A gay spring hat with a bobbing feather and pretty ribbons. Strange if this same box should hold the head that wore
Open it.
Yes. Open it. Oh, strange. I don't have the strength in my hands anymore, James. Can you break the string?
Yes. There.
Now. Oh, good Lord, take the lamp, the window. James, the lamp.
Close that window, Captain.
Yes, I'll close the window, but don't let the lamp go out if you can help it.
How can I help it if you don't close the blasted window? Now, shut out that gale.
Yes. Here, the bolt was only half down. It won't blow open again. That's the advantage of these old-fashioned windows with the bolt. Now, the hat box.
Where is it?
Where? Did it blow off the table?
Oh, must be here somewhere.
There it is, on the floor. Hand it up there, will you, James?
There you are. Now, open it.
Here. You see? The lid comes off easily enough. There. Now, look, James.
At what? There's nothing in the box.
What? Empty?
Empty, Captain.
No, that must not be.
Captain, there never was a skull, was there?
Never a skull?
No skull. You imagined the whole thing.
Yes. Yes, I imagined it. Turn up the lamp.
Yes. You've been living alone too long, old friend.
I can't understand. Do you suppose the sexton Traherne suspects something? Do you suppose he could have stolen it?
Why would he steal it?
What's that? On the floor.
Where?
There, by your foot.
No, Captain, for heaven's sake, it's nothing. Nothing at all, but this.
But what?
This.
Then I'm guilty. Then Luke did listen to the story. Then the thing does hate me. And this fell out just now when the box blew to the floor. It hates me.
Why would it hate you?
Because I told the story. And there you have the end of the story. A round ball of lead.
Then, where's the skull? Do you want me to answer?
No.
No, I'm not going to answer it, Captain. Are you coming?
Where?
Out the other way, the back way.
No. It hates me. It blames me.
Then I'm going. You can come or not.
No, it hates me.
Come with me, Captain. Leave this and come with me.
No.
Then God help you. Because I can't.
James. James! What do you want of me? Don't do that. Don't. I know the frightful agony, the hot lead, the melted metal searing into the brain. Don't blame me. I know what you want. Here it is. My pistol. The old pistol from Rio. Do you remember, James? No, I won't answer. Don't blame me. Don't blame me. I won't open the door. I knew what you wanted.
Mystery Theatre has presented The Screaming Skull, a tale of the supernatural by Marion Crawford, adapted for radio by George Selverson, with Hugh Webster as James, Tommy Tweed as the captain, Drew Thompson as Luke, Marion Waldman as Mary, his wife, and Eric Clavering as Traherne. The sound effects were by John Sliz, and technical operation by Robert Burt. This is Bill Lorne speaking.
Time to tell tales of the unaccountable, of apparitions by night and phantoms in shadow. Time to tell strange stories of fantasy and the supernatural.
Mystery Theater presents The Wendigo, a strange tale of the supernatural by George Selverson, from a story by Algernon Blackwood, and starring Ed Wilson as Simpson and Robert Christie as Dr. Cathcart.
There's an explanation. An explanation. They say it carries you along. It comes and calls and carries you along.
Doctor.
It comes and calls to you out of the silence in the voice of the bush, the voice of wind and water and the cries of animals.
Doctor, please.
The perfume of it drenches you, chokes you, sickens you. The perfume of the dead and stinking vegetation. And you have to go. It calls you, carries you, rushes you away through the bush so that your feet burn like fire.
Doctor, don't,
It
please.
carries you in great leaps to your destruction. Your feet burning, the wind bursting the blood vessels behind the eyes. And then you become an animal, a living, dead thing, like the thing itself.
Please stop it, Doctor.
And then it drops you, and you stagger away to die.
Doctor, stop it. Remember what you told me. There is an explanation. I am wrapped around with a wall of silence. The silent snow, the silent trees, the silent forest, the silent wall of wilderness. They all listen. The listening snow, the listening trees. There is something out there in the forest, and they listen for its voice.
Then there was the time of the wolf in Rat Portage. They tell this story many times of Defago, the time I fight the wolf with these bare hands. Shall I tell you that one, huh?
With your bare hands?
Go on, Defago. We don't doubt your fallacy for a moment.
Thank you, Doctor. Punqua. Now, where's that old Indian?
I was here a moment ago.
Punqua! Come back here and stir up the fire.
Well, what about this wolf?
I'm sorry for this one, I tell you. This wolf who makes the big mistake. He picks a man who is afraid of nothing, who knows the woods better than the wolf himself.
That's when it began. Defago the guide in slouch hat and moccasins, spinning his yarns by the campfire. A breath of wintry wind stealing out of the forest to rustle the tent flaps and stir the blaze. Our Indian cook somewhere in the shadows. Dr. Cathcart watching Defago with cynical eyes. And the fourth of our hunting party, myself, Ray Simpson, nervous and tense, as though expecting the thing that was about to happen.
I come many miles in the snowshoes that time. I'm very tired. I say to myself, Defago, my boy, you will sit here a while. You'll rest. But then I am sleepy. And what do you know? I am sound asleep in the snow. Now, this is not at the best of times the very best of ideas, you understand. What do you think? Along comes this Mr. Wolf. And he looks at me and he tells himself, how magnificent. What a triumph. Here is a man, says Mr. Wolf, who's overcome by the cold. And what a pleasant meal I will make myself. But he is so wrong. I open my eyes, and there is Mr. Wolf looking into my face with his long white teeth already. So I say...
What is it?
What's the matter with you, man?
Listen.
What is it, Defago?
What are you listening for? Are you trying to get a rise out of us?
Quiet. Did you hear it?
No, not a thing.
You heard nothing in the bush?
No. Stop this little game. You can't frighten me with this nonsense, Defago, but you've scared the living daylights out of Ray.
You heard nothing but the wind?
Yes, that's all.
Did you smell something just then?
Smell something? Really now, Defago?
Only the fire. Why? What is it?
It was nothing then. It was my imagination. Punkwa! Yeah, where's that Indian? The fire will go out.
You'll probably find him in your tent, hiding from the Wendigo after your little performance.
Punkwa! You know that story then, Doctor?
Well, I'm interested in other things besides medicine and hunting moose. For example, native superstitions and the vagaries of the human mind. That's why you don't take me in with your little game.
Little game?
Of course. The dark forest full of unseen things surrounding us, the fire fading, working on the imagination. And then you decide to play your little trick. Very childish, Defago.
If it does not disturb you, then why are you angry?
Childishness always irritates me, Defago.
Doctor, what was that you mentioned? The Wendigo?
Just some Indian nonsense.
Yes, that's all. Punkwa! I better look for that fella. I will have a look in the...
All right. It was a very queer thing, Doctor.
Tomfoolery.
You think he was acting?
Certainly.
Breaking off in his story that way and staring wildly into the bush.
Well, don't you think he was acting?
He went white to the gills. Didn't you see his eye?
Nonsense, boy. That man has lived his whole life in the bush. There's nothing here to frighten him. Unless he's superstitious like that Indian.
Superstitious?
Well, you could see that, couldn't you, eh?
No, Doctor. I couldn't tell anything from Punkwa's face. It was like trying to read the expression on a piece of old leather.
Punkwa! Where in the devil are you?
He didn't want us to come up here. Said we wouldn't find so much as a fresh trail of moose anywhere in the 50-island water country.
Well, we haven't.
We will.
It's funny.
What?
Well, this afternoon when Defago went off into the bush looking for signs of moose, I couldn't help thinking, Doctor, what would we do if he didn't come back?
What do you think we'd do? We'd go home without him.
Do you know the way?
You're talking foolishness, Ray. Why would Defago disappear? He didn't. He's here.
Yes. All the same, I had a feeling of what it would be like to be alone, at the mercy of all this desolation that takes no notice of man.
You old fool. Superstitious fool.
What is it, Defago?
It's the old fool. That's what it is.
Where is he?
What's he doing?
It's what we will be doing. From now on, we have no cook. The hunters will have to be cookers, too.
Why?
What's happened?
Superstitious old fool. He's taken one of the canoes.
What for? Where's he going?
I know that one. He is gone. He's gone. Home.
Then it's your own fault. Probably scared him witless with that little game of yours.
But, Doctor...
Now you'll have to figure out how we get along without him. Well, as for me, I'm turning in. We'll be up with the sun, Defago, and I'll expect less nonsense and more results tomorrow.
Good night, Doctor.
I'll be along in a minute. Defago, what was Punkwa afraid of?
Who knows? Sometimes in the wilderness, men become sick with a strange fever, a fever which makes them mad. Maybe he's afraid of that. Do you hear something?
Only wind?
Yes, only wind. Good night.
Good night, Defago. I saw Defago move off to his tent with the lantern spilling 100 moving shadows into the trees. I lay beside Dr. Cathcart on the bed of balsam boughs. And I felt a shadow lying between us. Not a shadow of the night, a shadow of the strange fear that had leaped upon Defago in the middle of his joking. It crept through the canvas from the world of crowding trees. I felt in my soul the profound stillness of a primeval forest when no wind stirs. Then I slept. Or so I thought. No. I was lying with my eyes open, listening intently, with the running of my blood beating drums in my ears.
Ray.
Doctor?
What is that sound?
Listen. Wait. It's from the other tent. It's Defargo.
The fool is dreaming.
I'll see if he's all right. Defargo. Defargo, what's the matter? Are you awake? Defargo. Defargo, you're dreaming. Oh, that's better. What is this? A man sobbing like a child while this whole awful wilderness of woods listens? Defargo! What is it? Doctor.
I hear it.
What is it?
Quiet.
Something's happening to Defargo.
Keep still.
I'm going out.
No.
Let go.
Stay where you are.
I've got to help Defargo.
Will you stay where you are? Will you keep quiet? Listen.
Doctor.
Quiet! Fire! Fire! Oh, fire! Oh, my burning feet! Oh, fire! Oh, fire! Oh, my burning feet! Oh, my burning feet! My burning feet!
He's gone.
What?
Gone.
Gone.
Doctor, listen to me.
What?
Our guide, Dr. Defargo, he's gone. We're alone. What was that, Doctor? What is it that happened? We crept from our tent like terrified children. The gray light of dawn was dropping cold and glimmering between the trees. The lake was white beneath a coating of mist, the islands rising darkly out of it like prowling creatures. Patches of snow glistened among the clearest spaces of the bush. Defargo's tent stood empty, lifeless, and there was nothing but silence. Silence and a strange, penetrating perfume invading the nostrils and taking me by the throat like an unseen hand. There's nothing here at all.
No.
Not a sign of anything.
No.
Only his footsteps.
Footsteps.
There in the snow.
Yes.
So far apart. He must have been leaping like a rabbit. What was it, Doctor?
What was it?
Something came.
No.
Something came for him. Something called.
Nonsense.
You heard it, Doctor. You know you heard.
I heard nothing. Yes, I heard something. Wind. That's all it was, wind.
Wind? Where did you ever hear a wind like that?
I tell you, it was wind. That and your imagination. Defargo carrying on like that, it was enough to make you imagine anything.
Then why did you hold me back?
What do you mean?
You know what I mean, Doctor. When I wanted to go out and help Defargo, why wouldn't you let me go?
I had reasons. 2 reasons. Yes, 2 good reasons.
What reason?
I knew what that sound was. It was some sort of hurricane. I thought it safest not to move. And I could hear that Defargo was growing mad. He might have harmed you.
Nothing was disturbed, not a leaf. What kind of a hurricane is that?
How do I know? It probably passed overhead.
Then where is Defargo?
Yes, that's the point. We can't get out of this country without him.
We've got to find him and help him. Defargo! Defargo!
That's no good. He's beyond earshot.
How do you know?
Because we heard him go, shouting all the way. We'll have to follow his trail. Come on.
Doctor. Well, we heard him run clear out of range of our hearing.
What about it?
How far would we hear him shouting like that?
I don't know. Half a mile.
But, Doctor, it all took about 15 seconds.
15 seconds?
How fast can a man run?
There's
There's the end of the trail.
No more snow.
The trees are too thick for it here, and of course that's the way he chose to run.
How will we find it?
He must have been tearing himself to pieces rushing through the bush like that.
We've got to keep going.
No, this is no use. We'll only lose ourselves.
Without Defago, we're lost anyway. We've got to keep after him.
No, listen to me, Ray.
Defago! Nothing.
Now listen, Ray, we must stop running around like frightened, superstitious women.
And what do we do?
We're going back to camp. We're going to organize ourselves for a systematic search.
You're so rational. You're so ready with explanations. How do you know we'll ever find him?
He can't be far.
How can you explain it all away, Doctor? He's rushing away so fast. The crazy words he was using, that perfume in the air and that sound. You can't explain
Ray,
that.
there's an explanation for everything. We are going to keep our heads, or we'll lose them like Defago. Now, let's get going.
The second time we set out from camp, we took food and matches. Dr. Cathcart carried the new .303 rifle, of which he was so proud, and I took a hatchet, blazing the trees as we traveled in a wide sweep in search of Defago's trail.
Ray!
What is it?
Come and look. Here it is.
We found it.
Yes. Those are the tracks of human feet, sure enough.
Defago's, of
yes.
course.
But what's this beside them?
Beside them?
Yes, look here.
Oh, animal tracks.
There you have your simple explanation for the whole affair, Ray.
Why? How does that explain anything, Doctor?
Those big marks have been left by a bull moose. Now I know what happened.
Well?
The wind against it, the moose blundered into camp. It uttered a cry of alarm, which we heard in the wind. Defago heard it, too, in his sleep. Remember the nightmare he was having?
Yes, but why did he...
He's a superstitious fellow. And that Indian had filled him with stories about the Wendigo. He suffered a temporary derangement, perhaps nothing more than panic. And now he's tracking the animal.
Yes, could be.
We have nothing more to fear. Let's take a breather. And a bite of food before we go on.
Oh, you were right. You were right. There is an explanation for everything, Doctor. And if you knew the kinds of explanation that have been going through my mind.
I know. Here. Take a couple of sandwiches.
Thanks, Doctor.
I got the water there and parched.
Here.
Thanks. It's a relief.
That's the second time you've mentioned this Wendigo thing. What is it, Doctor?
Oh, only nonsense.
Indian legend of some sort?
Well, about the size of it.
Oh, it's funny the comfort I feel. Sitting on a stone in the middle of nowhere, looking at Defago's footprints.
Yes, telling such a normal story. Hunter trailing moose.
This Wendigo thing. Did it have something to do with Punkwa deserting?
Perhaps.
What sort of a thing is it supposed to be, Doctor?
Well, in this part of the country, when an Indian goes mad, they say he has seen the Wendigo.
Oh. The Wendigo's a state of mind.
Yes, you could call it that. There is no such thing.
No such thing?
What they say out here. They say out here are spaces no man can penetrate. This creature lives there, this Wendigo.
Creature?
The Wendigo.
Huh?
They say it's a kind of animal. It's a state of mind.
Kind of animal? Doctor, look here a minute.
What is it?
The moose tracks. He must be a big one.
You're right.
Big, round tracks. Look here. Does this look like a hoof mark to you?
No.
Caribou?
Oh, that would be hoof marks.
Bear?
No, it isn't bear.
Doctor, I think we'd better get moving again.
Yes.
You loaded it, Doctor.
It's a bear track.
Is it?
What are you doing? Why are you kneeling there?
I thought I smelled something.
You're acting like a fool. Do you want to lose your mind like Defago?
And you think he's gone after all?
No, I told you what that was. Get your nose out of that track. You're out of your mind.
Dr. Cathcart, don't you think we should turn back?
Why do you talk such nonsense?
There's perfume in that track.
Oh. If you let your mind go like that, there's no knowing what you'll imagine next. We've lost enough time. We've got to find Defago.
We went on, mile after mile, I dreaded the essential tapping of the axe on the massive trunks. The sound went before us into the dim forest where something was waiting and listening. The doctor pressed on, faster and furious, like a man who denies something he really believes. And the tracks became increasingly strange and unbelievable.
There's an explanation. An explanation.
How much did you measure?
18 feet. 18 feet from one step to the next.
Well, let's check back. We must be missing some tracks.
No, there it is in the snow. Defargo took 18-foot leaps.
He'd been lifted and carried.
Lifted and carried by what?
The beast.
That's what they say. They say it carries you along. It comes and calls and carries you along.
Doctor?
It comes and calls to you out of the silence with the voice of the bush, the voice of wind and water and the cries of animals.
Doctor, please.
The perfume of it drenches you, chokes you, sickens you. The perfume of dead and stinking vegetation. And you have to go. It calls you. It carries you. It rushes you away through the bush so that your feet burn like fire. That's what he said, didn't he? Feet of fire.
Doctor, don't
It
please.
carries you in a great, screaming leaps to your destruction with your feet burning and the wind bursting the blood vessels behind the eyes. And then you become an animal, the living, dead thing like the thing itself, and it drops you, and you stagger away to die.
Dr. Cathcart, will you stop it, please? This is not like you. Remember what you told me. There is an explanation.
Yes, an explanation. Let's look ahead. Check those footprints and the animals.
Yes. Now, it just may be that our eyes are playing us tricks, or else...
Yes? Yes, Ray. What is it?
Those aren't Defargo's footprints.
What?
We've lost them somehow. Where did he go?
Lost them? How could we lose them?
And they end here, both sets.
There. You see, we didn't lose them. There are still two sets of tracks.
Where did they go? Up in the air?
There's an explanation. An explanation.
And those aren't Defargo's. Look at them. There were two animals here. We've lost Defargo somewhere back.
No, we haven't. Those are Defargo's. This is the end of the trail. This is where it left him.
Then where is he? Defargo!
Don't call him. Don't call him.
The big trees closed in on us like gangsters. I stared around with no power of thought, no judgment. The feet that printed the surface of the snow had come this far, and then nothing. And here were Defargo's prints, neat, round duplications of the strange animal track. The feet that produced them had therefore changed, and my mind reared up with loathing and incredulous bewilderment.
Don't call him. Don't.
Doctor, get hold of yourself.
We're going back.
But we have to find Defargo.
We'll never find him.
We'll die in these woods without him.
That's better.
Better? Why?
I tell you, we're going back. We have to give it up.
But, Doctor, please.
We have to give it up.
Oh, all right, then. Let's go back.
Good. If we hurry, we can make the camp by nightfall.
Yes, of course.
We will have it all explained. You'll see, Ray.
Yes.
Hopelessly lost. It happens in these woods, even with a man like Defargo. There's no chance. We've done everything.
There he is.
What?
Coming through the woods. It's Defargo.
No, wait.
It's Defargo. Defargo!
It isn't Defargo.
It is Defargo! You see?
No, it isn't Defargo.
Yes.
Not anymore.
What do you mean?
Keep him away. Keep him away.
Doctor, please. Doctor, put down that gun.
Keep him away.
Doctor!
You're out of your mind.
It's all a lie.
Give me that gun.
All a lie. Superstition, I defy you.
Doctor, control yourself.
All in the mind. You're nothing. Here it comes, and it's nothing. Listen to it come. It comes for me. I'm coming. Oh, the fire. The fire. The fire. Oh, the fire. The burning fire. The burning feet are burning.
There's Defargo here in the snow. He looks no different, except that he's dead. And I'm alone. I'm wrapped with a wall of silence. The silent snow. The silent forest. The silent wall of wilderness. They all listen. The listening snow. The listening trees. There is something out there in the forest. And they listen for its voice.
Mystery Theatre has presented The Wendigo, a tale of the supernatural by George Selverson, based on a story by Alton and Blackwood. In the cast, Robert Christie as Dr. Cathcart, Ed Wilson as Simpson, and Murray Westgate as Defago. Sound effects were by John Sliz, and technical operation by Robert Burt. This is Bill Lorne speaking.
We present great stories from around the globe by some of the world's favorite writers in Springbok Library of the Air. Deadly is the Night by Pete Haslam.
We all dream. It's a fact. But why do we dream? And what effect does it have on us during our waking hours? Freud believed dreaming was wish fulfillment. Jung thought dreams made up for parts of the undeveloped psyche. Whatever the reasons, scientific or otherwise, waking up from a dream can be traumatic, to say the least, particularly if it has transformed into a nightmare. The intense emotions experienced in a nightmare can be terrifying. Some people believe you can foretell the future in a dream or nightmare. Often a portent of something evil, harrowing, or ominous. Maybe even death. Let me take you to London. George V is now on the throne. The Edwardian era is over. Suffragettes cause thousands of pounds worth of damage as they go on a rampage through the West End. A coal miners' strike is paralysing the economy. And meanwhile, Elizabeth Bellamy and her husband Robert have been married 6 months, but in that short time, things have changed dramatically. From the bright, attractive woman he married, she has become morose, depressed, almost suicidal. The night is her enemy, the day her only friend, but even that is slowly changing too. The lack of sleep is now affecting her during the day. The nightmares becoming more and more truly fearful experiences.
What is it, darling?
The nightmare. I've had it again. So cold. Please, Robert, light the lamp.
Very well. There. Better?
Thank you. I'm sorry for waking you.
It's all right, darling. I'm just worried about you.
I feel I'm being such a nuisance. This is the 10th night in a row, the same dream.
No, you're not being a nuisance. I only wish I could do something to help. Just try and rest. Would you like a glass of water?
Thank you, Robert. Yes.
Now, darling, just try to sleep calmly. I have to get up soon anyway. You just have the day in bed. I'll get Millie to bring you breakfast.
Oh, Robert, when will the torment end?
I don't know, Elizabeth, but it must cease soon, for both our sakes.
Will there be anything else, Mr. Bellamy? Another cup of tea, perhaps?
Thank you, no, Millie. Will you just keep an eye on Mrs. Bellamy this morning, and maybe take a tray up to her? Some tea and some toast.
Of course I can, sir. Is the mistress not sleeping well again?
I'm afraid not. I'm very concerned about her.
Don't worry, sir. I'll look after her. Will you be dining tonight?
No, I'll eat out tonight. Thank you, Millie.
Oh, if you please, sir. I'll need to pay Mr. Parmenter, the butcher, today. Mrs. Bellamy usually sorts...
Yes, of course. How much do you owe him?
21 and sixpence, sir. I have the receipts, as always.
No, I'm sure that's all in order. Here.
Thank you, sir. Will that be all? I can stay later tonight if you wish, but perhaps leave you a cold tray for supper?
Yes, thank you, Millie. That's a good idea. Now I must be off. I've a busy day ahead. What on earth? Elizabeth! Come, Millie, quickly.
Yes, sir.
Elizabeth, darling, are you all right?
Robert, it happened again. The nightmare.
What sort of nightmare is it, madam?
No, Millie, don't bother the mistress. Can't you see she's distressed enough as it is?
There's a bleak, evil blackness enveloping us. It tears us apart. It's cold. So cold. I'm fighting to hold on to you, Robert. I'm fighting for my life.
I'll tidy the glass and mop up the spillage, ma'am. And bring you some breakfast.
I can't eat, Millie.
You must, darling. Look, I have to go to work. Are you sure you'll be all right today?
Well, no, not really. But I'll have Millie as company.
Perhaps you'd care to go out for a little walk later, madam, to take the air?
That sounds like a good idea. Thank you, Millie.
There, madam. Look, the sun's shining, the birds are singing. Oh, it's a lovely day.
Is it, Millie? Is it really?
That afternoon, Millie and Elizabeth went for a walk to the park.
Are you enjoying your fresh air, madam?
Thank you, yes, Millie. Oh, look! There's a young lady on a bicycle. Good afternoon! Oh, my. She's wearing a hair loose, too.
Shocking, madam.
Why is it shocking, Millie?
Well, she's got no shame. My old mother always told me to be careful of women like that. They were dangerous to know.
Tell me, Millie, were you brought up strictly?
Well, my mother was chapel, and, well, we didn't see much of my father. And when we did, he was drunk.
My parents were always there. I suppose I was really lucky coming from a privileged background. But Father wasn't too keen on Robert, though. He dislikes Robert's stance and our independence, too. Father says it's not very ladylike to be seen on a bicycle, but I really think they're a rather wonderful means of transportation. Robert isn't very happy with the thought of me having one either, and neither Father nor Robert can agree with the idea of women's suffrage. Oh, I wish I could take up the baton for you and for me.
My mother used to say, let women be what God intended, with their duties for the home and family. Oh, if you'll forgive my impertinence.
That cannot be right, Millie. Have you no ambition? Just a few years ago, a lady was elected Mayor of Aldborough. My aunt, Lady Framlingham, told me all about her. And Mrs. Garrett Anderson. She was the first woman physician in the country, you know. Oh, dear. Millie, I feel faint.
Oh, come, madam. You're getting yourself all excited. Sit down here and rest for a while.
I have some salts in my bag. Would you get them for me, please? I'm so exhausted, Millie. I just want to sleep forever.
I think there's someone I know who you should see, madam. I believe she can help. May I take you to meet her this evening?
Well, yes, Millie. If you think it'll be of some benefit. You said Mr. Bellamy won't be back until late.
That's correct, madam. I'm leaving him a cold tray for supper. Come along, madam. You look very pale. Let me get you home and I'll do you a nice hot milk. Cabby, over here.
Later that evening, at a seedy terraced house in a rather less than fashionable part of London.
Yes?
It's me, Madam Rosa. Millie. I've brought someone with me. I hope you don't mind.
All are welcome here, dear, to find out their fate and receive messages from the world beyond. Can she pay?
Oh, indeed, Madam Rosa. My mistress is a wealthy woman.
Then you may both enter into the spirit world. Come in.
Come in, dears, and sit down with my other clients.
What is this place, Millie? Why are these people sitting around in a circle? It's so we can all connect with the spirits. It's what Madame Rosa does. She speaks to those on the other side. The other side of what?
The other side of all earthly matter, where the souls of loved ones remain in their post-mortal bodies.
I'm not sure I like the sound of this.
Have faith, my child. Believe in the hereafter and what the spirits have to impart to us this evening. That'll be £5, please. I thank you. Now, are we all ready to journey to the beyond?
Yes.
Very well. I shall begin. First, I require you all to hold hands.
This is absurd, Millie. No, madam. Madame Rosa knows what she's doing. I've been in contact with my grandmother several times.
I need complete silence, please, if I'm to speak to those from beyond the grave.
I'm sorry, Madame Rosa.
My head up to the stars. Speak to me, oh beloved spirits, make yourselves known to me. Tell me your secrets.
What's happening now? She's going into a trance. You have to do that to speak to the other side. Really?
I have a message. There is a message coming through. It is a portent of death and destruction. One of you here this evening will die soon. You will die in darkness.
That sounds just like my nightmare.
One of you here will be engulfed by the blackness. Oh, calamity! There will be a fight for survival, but the battle will be lost. And it will be you.
Me? My God, no. Tell me it's not true. Tell me you're making it up, woman.
The spirits have no reason to lie, my dear. I cannot go on, I'm afraid. Please, leave me now.
But what about me?
All I am is a conduit for the spirits. I cannot help you further. Your fate is sealed.
You took her where?
I'm sorry, sir. I thought it would help. Madame Rosa has helped me and many others.
God knows what damage you've done, Millie. Taking her to a charlatan like her. Filling her head with nonsense about death and the other side. You know, that sort of balderdash has no basis in modern science.
If you please, sir, my old mother used to say there's more things in heaven and earth than we could ever dream of.
I'm not going to argue with you, Millie. You took the mistress to this Madame Rosa woman without my prior knowledge or permission. That was a major breach of the trust we both had in you. I have no alternative. You are no longer fit to be employed by this household.
But, sir...
No buts. I shall pay you in lieu of a week's notice.
Oh, and you'll see me in the workhouse.
Enough! You placed the mistress in grave danger. You knew her head was easily turned in her current unbalanced state. That is unforgivable.
Well, maybe Madame Rosa was right. Maybe the mistress will die soon, and that's what you're afraid of. Death.
I think you've said enough, Millie.
Maybe I have, but think on.
Millie, get that, will you?
I think you'll find I've been relieved of my duties, sir.
Very well. I'll go. Sir Raymond. What an unexpected pleasure.
Oh, a likely story. Where is she?
Who, sir?
Oh, don't be an ass all your life, man. My daughter Elizabeth. I hear she's unwell, and what are you going to do about it? Oh, nothing, I expect.
Now,
that's why I'm here. To get things damn well moving. Now, out of my way. I want to see Elizabeth?
I'm afraid I cannot allow that, sir. She's resting.
Oh, and what are you doing to help her through this illness?
I'm trying to look after her as best I can.
A likely story. Has she seen the doctor yet?
Not as yet.
Then I'll arrange for Dr. Huntley to call without delay.
Sir, with respect, I can take care of her. After all, she is my wife now.
But she is still my daughter, sir. Will Huntley, what's the diagnosis?
She's obviously having some fearful experiences with those reoccurring nightmares. She feels helpless, even exhausted. I've told her to ignore those premonitions. Besides, they don't give any precise details about her death. But privately, I'm quite concerned she could be on the descent to madness.
Impossible, man.
No, Raymond, highly probable, in fact. Look, I've been your family physician and friend for more than 30 years. I helped bring Elizabeth into the world, but, you know, madness does run in the family. Remember Amelia?
Oh, how can I forget? Oh, I'm sorry, Edward. I just can't believe Elizabeth is going down the same path as her mother. What can be done? I don't want her going into an asylum.
Elizabeth is indeed a clever girl. Certainly not feeble-minded by any means. But she clearly is disturbed. She's going to require constant care and attention. First thing, though, is she needs to rest. I'll prescribe her a sleeping draught for that. But she does need a change of scene.
I'm going insane, aren't I, Robert?
No, not you.
You won't let them send me to the asylum, will you? Not like Mother. Her nerves were shattered. It killed her. I'm frightened it'll kill me too. It's out there. I know it. Waiting to destroy me.
No, my dearest. You'll stay here with me. I'll ensure you're looked after somehow.
Well, at least Millie can look after me.
Millie has gone.
What? Why?
I wasn't happy about her taking you to that séance. It clearly distressed you more than helped you. So I gave her notice. She's gone.
But she didn't come to say goodbye.
I forbade her to have any further contact with you. I'm sorry, Elizabeth. It was for your own good.
Robert, how could you?
You are my responsibility.
I wish you and Father would stop fighting over me. I'm not anybody's.
Huntley has gone, my dear. He recommends complete rest. I'll get a nurse in to watch over you and send one of the maids over. Oh, and ask Mrs. Osborne to come and cook for you.
There's no need, sir. I can sort things.
Robert. Shh. Thank you, Father.
Robert, a word, if I may, in private. Now, Huntley has also suggested a change of scene. A holiday, perhaps. Now, I can arrange all that.
There is no need. I thought we could go to the country, or perhaps the coast, and take a cottage for a while.
You must allow me to take care of her. She means everything in the world to me.
And you think she means nothing to me? You have done enough. Ever since we married, you have used your wealth and influence. The house, even my job with the bank. You had to interfere.
That, my boy, is a matter of conjecture as to whether it is classed as interference. I, however, consider it my right as Elizabeth's father, and I will continue to exercise that right, whether you like it or not.
Spirits have no reason to lie, my dear. All I am is a conduit of the spirit. Is sealed.
Are you all right? You've been dreaming again, haven't you?
It was the worst nightmare so far. I kept seeing Mother's face. Such pain. I could feel my heart beating madly.
Now.
The screams of the tormented, tortured souls. Right. Noise, terror, and then it just all stopped. I died, Robert. I died.
Look, the best thing we can do is to see if we can get you away for a holiday. Why don't we try near to where your aunt lives?
Oh, near Sandringham?
Well, yes, if it's good enough for the King and Queen, it's good enough for us.
Do you really think it'll stop me having these nightmares?
I really don't know, but we can try. Do you think you can manage a beef tea?
Oh, please, just a drop.
I'll go and make one for you.
Robert.
Yes?
Thank you.
Robert?
Sir Raymond, come in.
Thank you very much.
Let me take your coat and hat, sir.
And how is Elizabeth today?
She's just awoken. Another nightmare.
I see.
Would you care for a drink?
Oh, yes, thank you.
I was just about to make Elizabeth a beef tea.
Oh, well, don't let me stop you, Robert.
No, it's no trouble. Here.
Your very good health. I've been thinking about this holiday idea of Huntley's. Now, I don't want to interfere, but now you and I have cleared the air, so to speak, and we are both on the same side, I wanted to help.
Well, yes, we have an uneasy truce between us, don't we, at present?
Indeed, indeed. I want you to have these.
What is it?
Well, open the envelope and find out.
Tickets. 2 tickets. To New York?
Yes. On the Philadelphia. She sails from Southampton in 2 weeks. I've arranged for you both to be met by my old friend Hiram Bellman. He has a house out in New England. He knows the Astors and some other notables. He's quite well-connected chap, you know. You and Elizabeth may stay as long as you wish. You both need some time together.
Well, that's very considerate of you, sir.
Think nothing of it, dear boy.
America? We're going to America?
Yes. I felt I was quite magnanimous at accepting the tickets without confrontation. I really do just want what's best for you.
And I want what's best for us, too. My dear, sweet Robert.
So, preparations were made. And as the day of departure came even nearer, a sense of excitement pervaded the Bellamy household.
Well, do you like it?
Very pretty. And the costume, too.
I just love the velvet trimming. Now, you don't think the bodice is too plain? I mean, I can send it back to the costumier.
No.
Mr. Noble is very accommodating.
No, it's fine.
Do you think this tomato red is too garish?
No.
Oh, and I need some undergarments, too. At least 2 or 3 new hats. Oh, some waterproofs, of course.
Of course.
If we go out riding. Robert, I'm so excited. It's very kind of Mr. Bellman and his family to look after us.
Yes, it is.
I think this could be the beginning of a new chapter for us. You and Father are getting on so...
Well, after a fashion. Let's not be too hasty.
Well, you are. I think it's wonderful. And I've not had a nightmare for days. I only wish Mother was here to see it all.
Well, she's not.
You have no faith, do you, Robert?
Only in what I see, what I experience. The world has changed. We must grow with it. We must embrace the new.
Embrace me instead.
Now that I can do. Last. Who can that be?
Oh, Bessie'll get it.
I'll go down and see who it is. I'll get it, Bessie. Oh, telegram? There you go. Thank you.
What is it? Not bad news, I hope.
Let me read it.
Come on, Robert.
Well, there is some bad news. We can't go to New York on the Philadelphia due to this wretched coal strike. It's laid up, the Philadelphia and other steamers.
Oh.
But your father has found out we've been transferred to another vessel.
Ah, that's good then.
Well, it appears we've been moved from the Philadelphia to another ship, sailing from Southampton on April the 10th. Ah, but here's some good news. It's her maiden voyage. Ah, yes, I've read about this ship in the paper. It's very luxurious. It's the Titanic.
Oh, Robert, a maiden voyage on a new ship, travelling to a new country. We're being part of history. It's a dream come true.
And at approximately 11:40 p.m. on the night of the 14th of April 1912, with 3 rings of the crow's nest bell and the words, "Iceberg! Right ahead!" from Lookout Frederick Fleet, that dream did indeed turn into a nightmare. Dreams and premonitions can allow us to access and explore our unconsciousness. But it also begs the question, where does our mind go to when we're asleep? And are our dreams somebody else's realities? Good night. Sleep tight.
Deadly is the Night was written and directed by Pete Haslam. Your host and narrator was Robin Bowerman, and featured Les Smith as Robert Bellamy, Michelle Harris as Elizabeth Bellamy, Kim G as Millie, Pete Haslam as Sir Raymond, Richard Lyon as Dr. Huntley, and special guest artist Delia Corrie as Madame Rosa.
Listen again next week for another unforgettable story from our Springbok Library of the Air. We present great stories from around the globe by some of the world's favourite writers in Springbok Library of the Air.
Death of a student.
Hello, Detective Inspector Brown's office, Sergeant Cunningham speaking. Yes. Yes. Very well, I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Hello, Bill.
Oh, hello, sir. You just missed a phone call from the pathologist. He asked me to tell you that the time of Carol Webster's death was between 9 and 11 last night.
Oh, thank you.
Who was Carol Webster when she was home?
Well, she was that young student who was reported missing this morning.
Oh.
She's not missing any longer. We pulled her out of the river about an hour ago.
Another student suicide, I suppose.
Well, that's what I thought at first. It seems we're both wrong.
How do you mean?
Oh, here. Just have a look at the preliminary medical report.
Oh, thank you. Well, let's have a look. Death caused by a single stab wound, entering 4 inches below the left shoulder blade, penetrated the heart.
You still think it was suicide?
Hardly. I wouldn't call it an accident either.
Neither would I. No, I don't think there's much doubt about it, Bill.
Huh?
Somebody deliberately came up behind this girl and stabbed her. And then she either rolled or was rolled down the river bank and into the water. And the loss of blood soon finished her off.
Nasty, eh?
Yeah.
But, if she was killed last night, how come she wasn't reported missing until this morning? I thought they kept a pretty close check on students at night.
Well, they tried to, but her roommate was covering up for her. I did have a word with the girl earlier on, but I sent for her again. Her name's Wainwright, Jennifer Wainwright.
Any chance of footprints where Carol Webster was stabbed, you know, all that kind of thing?
No, not really. It's been a dry summer. Well, I have an idea we might find the murder weapon in the river before long. Sounds like a flick knife to me. Yes?
Miss Wainwright has arrived, sir.
Good. Bring her in, would you, Shaw? Bill, I want you to take notes of this.
Right.
Miss Wainwright, sir.
Now, come in, Miss Wainwright.
Thank you.
Now, please sit down, will you? Now, Miss Wainwright, when I spoke to you earlier today, we both knew that your roommate, Carol Webster, was missing. But we assumed that whatever she was reasonably safe. However, I'm sorry to have to tell you that since then the situation has changed.
Yes, I know. I've heard.
I see. Well, in the circumstances, I'm sure you'll understand we must get straight down to business.
Yes, of course, Inspector.
All right, now I'd like your full name, please.
Jennifer Ann Wainwright.
Thank you. Age?
20.
You're a student. We know your university address. Good. Now then, I'd like to go over the same ground we covered this morning and try to get a more accurate picture of things. You told me then that Carol went out last night about 9 o'clock.
Yes, that's right. She had a date at 9:30 with Paul Reynolds.
Where was she to meet him?
At the Frenchman's Arms. It's a pub by the river.
Yes, I know it. Who is this Paul Reynolds? Is he an undergraduate?
Yes, he is.
Did Carol often stay out all night?
Well, occasionally.
Why didn't you ever report that? It's against all university regulations, as you know. And I can tell you didn't approve of it.
Well, no, I didn't, but...
Well, it's not as simple as that. We were very good friends. You see, we were at school together. I couldn't really let her down, if that was what she wanted to do.
She might have been better off if you had. However, on these other occasions when she stayed out all night, she always returned in the morning?
Yes, between 9 and 10 usually. And today she had to see her tutor at 9 o'clock, so naturally I thought she'd be back fairly early. But when she didn't turn up at 9, Miss Collins came along to our room to look for her.
I see. And then you had to tell her the truth?
Yes.
Well, now, this young man Reynolds, the one Carol was going to meet last night, what do you know about him?
Oh, not very much, but he is a member of the Amateur Dramatic Society. I think that was how he got to know Carol. She was quite a good actress, really.
Had she been going out with him long?
About 3 months, I suppose.
Did she have many boyfriends?
Quite a few.
But Paul was her steady date?
He had been, recently.
All right. Now, tell me about the other men in Carol's life. I want you to give me their names and everything you can remember about them.
Well, there was Jonathan Neal.
Yes?
She went out with him for a while. He has a room on the same staircase as Paul. He's an undergraduate, too, of course. And then there was Mr. Richards.
Mr.?
Yes. Oh, perhaps I ought not to tell you this. It might just be gossip, but I did hear that last year he was going to get a divorce because of Carol. He lectures in English, and I believe he produced one of the plays Carol acted in.
Is he still married, this man?
Yes, I think so.
Now, can you think of any others? Anyone she knew at all well?
Well, there was Ronald Fulton. He wasn't really one of her boyfriends, but he's a very keen photographer, and she used to... she used to model for him.
Fulton. Is he a student, too?
Yes, he is.
Right. Is that the lot?
It's all I can think of just now.
Well, that's excellent, Miss Wainwright, and I'm very grateful. You've told me about 4 men who might be able to help us in our inquiries, and that's a very good start.
I'm only too pleased to help, Inspector.
Bill, check those names and addresses in the university lists, and then get me a car, would you please?
Yes, sir.
In due course, I shall be visiting the gentleman you've mentioned, Miss Wainwright. But in the meantime, I have to ask you what you yourself were doing last night between about 8 o'clock and midnight.
Well, Carol and I were working in our room until about 9. We both had essays to write. And then she left to go and meet Paul. And I carried on reading until about 10:30. After that, I went to bed. I take my exams in a month, so I haven't been going out much recently.
I see. Well, thank you, Miss Wainwright. You've been most helpful. I shall want to come round and check some of Miss Webster's belongings later on this evening, but after that, I hope I can leave you in peace.
Thank you.
Sure, see that Miss Wainwright is driven home, will you?
Yes, sir.
Bill, come back in the office for a moment, would you?
Yes, sir.
I want you to check on that girl's alibi for me. She claims to have stayed in her room all evening, but see if you can find anyone to confirm it.
Okay, sir.
Did you get those addresses?
Yes, sir, I've written them down for you.
Thanks.
And the car's waiting, sir.
Oh, good. I think I'll try Mr. Richards first. He sounds the most promising.
She seems to have been quite a easygoing character, this Carol Webster.
Bill, I'm afraid this is a pretty easygoing town.
Tony, they're here already.
Now, don't get upset, Elizabeth, please. That's the very last thing you must do.
But, Tony...
Darling, we knew they'd be coming sooner or later. It's much better to get it over with quickly. Besides, I've nothing to hide.
Yes. Yes, I knew, dear. I'm sorry. I'll go and let them in.
Mrs. Richards?
Yes?
I'd like to speak to your husband if he's at home. May I come in?
Yes, please do.
Thank you.
Would you step through this way?
Thank you. Mr. Richards?
Yes?
My name's Brown, Detective Inspector Brown. I'd like to ask you some questions, if I may.
Yes, by all means, Inspector. What can I do for you?
Well, it's rather a personal matter, sir, if you'd rather we were alone.
Oh, that's quite all right, Inspector. My wife and I both know why you've come. It's about Carol Webster, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Well, if it's all the same to you, I'd rather my wife was present.
Just as you wish, sir. Well, now, from your remarks a moment ago, I gather you heard how Miss Webster met her death last night.
Yes, I'm afraid we have.
Naturally, you'll understand we have to question everyone who knew this girl while she was a student, and, well, that's why I'm here.
Yes, of course.
Good. Now, I'm told that you knew Miss Webster quite well, Mr. Richards.
Yes, that's correct. She was reading English. She was a pupil of mine last year. She was also a first-class actress. She had a leading part in a play which I produced for the Amateur Dramatic Society in March.
I see. I should perhaps warn you, Mr. Richards, that according to my information, your association with this girl went somewhat further than that.
I'm afraid it was never a secret, and I've been very fortunate in that my wife has forgiven me. It didn't last very long. I don't suppose it's any excuse, but she seemed to throw herself at me, just for the sake of it. And I, being 40 and flattered, accepted the bait.
Yes, I see. You say it didn't last very long. Just when did this association come to an end?
Oh, about 6 months ago. before Christmas.
And since then, had you ever had any contact with Carol?
I saw her in the street now and then. As I told you, she was in a play which I produced. But for the most part, I avoided her.
Who broke it off, you or Miss Webster?
I did, Inspector.
Why?
Well, because after a few weeks, it got to the point where I realized that she didn't have any real affection for me. She'd simply tried out our relationship as an experiment. It was all very cold-blooded.
It wasn't that she'd fallen in love with someone else?
Oh, no, certainly not. There was never any shortage of men in her life. But I don't think she ever felt much for any of them.
One last question, Mr. Richards. It's the one I have to ask. I'd like you to tell me where you and your wife were between 8 o'clock and midnight last night.
Well, we can't prove it, Inspector, but Elizabeth and I spent the whole evening here together. I was reading and my wife was knitting.
You didn't go out? You had no visitors, no telephone calls?
No, none at all.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Richards. You've been very frank and helpful. I hope I shan't have to trouble you again.
So do I, Inspector.
Hello, Bill. Anything turned up while I was out?
No, not a great deal, sir. How did you get on with Richards?
No, not very well. He and his wife claim to have spent the evening at home. But you'd better check up with the neighbors and see if anyone can back them up.
Okay.
I think the Richards must be pretty well unique in one respect, though.
Why's that, sir?
They haven't got a television set. Now, let's see. What about Carol's roommate? Did you check up on her alibi?
Oh, yes, sir, I did. And it seems that whenever Miss Wainwright and Carol Webster wanted to do some work, they always used to lock themselves in their room until they were finished.
Ah, as a means of avoiding temptation.
Yes. All their friends knew about this, and I found a couple of them who'd knocked on their door last night, one about 8 o'clock, the other about 9:30. The door was locked both times, and they got no reply.
Well, we know that both Carol and Jennifer were in there at 8 o'clock writing their essays, but at 9:30, Miss Wainwright could have been either in or out.
Exactly, sir.
How about the men in Carol's life? Have you got hold of any yet?
Oh, yes, sir, we found one of them, Paul Reynolds. He's outside now, sir.
Oh, good. How about the others?
Well, sir, Ronald Fulton has digs in Waverley Road. I checked with his landlady, and she says he's usually round at the University Photographic Studio in the evenings.
Yes, that makes sense. Jennifer Wainwright said he was a keen photographer.
Oh, sir, there's, Jonathan Neal. We haven't found him yet, but there's no reason to suppose he's done a bunk.
Okay, Bill. I think I'll see Reynolds now.
Right, sir. I'll get him. Mr. Reynolds, will you come in, please?
Yes, of course.
Sit down, please, Mr. Reynolds.
Oh, thank you.
Now then, I'd like your full name, please.
Paul Geoffrey Reynolds.
Yes. Age?
21.
Do you know why you're here?
Oh, well, yes. As soon as I heard about Carol's death, I came round here of my own accord.
Splendid. I like volunteers. Now then, I've already interviewed Jennifer Wainwright, and she tells me that you had a date with Carol last night.
Oh, yes, that's right. She was supposed to meet me at the Frenchman's Arms at about 9:30. Just for a drink.
But she didn't turn up?
No.
What did you do when she didn't arrive?
Well, I had a couple of drinks with some friends. I'd been there since about 9. And then at about 9:45, I went up the road to look for her.
Go on.
Oh, well, I hung around on the corner for a bit, and then about 10 o'clock I went back to my room.
What time did you get there?
About 10:15, I should think.
What did you do, go straight to bed?
No, not immediately. I read for a while.
After you left the pub, did you see anyone you know?
No, I don't think so.
That's a pity. However, in a few minutes, I shall want you to give Sergeant Cunningham here a much more detailed account of your movements from about 6 o'clock last night until you went to sleep. After that, it'll all be typed out so you can sign it, okay?
Yes, that's all right with me.
Good. I want the names of the people in the pub, everything you can remember about last night. You can write down all the details in the outer office. Sure, get my car, I'm going out again. I'll send Sergeant Cunningham out in a moment, Reynolds.
All right, Inspector.
Well, what did you think of him, Bill?
Oh, he seemed fairly honest to me, sir.
Yes, I thought so, too. Well, I think I'll go and see this fellow who's keen on photography.
Ronald Fulton.
Yes, that's him.
Come in.
Excuse me, Mr. Fulton.
Yes, that's right.
My name is Brown, Detective Inspector Brown.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do, sir? I'd like a few words with you, if I may.
Yes, of course, Inspector. As a matter of fact, I did think that you might be coming round here this evening.
Oh?
Yes, I heard the dreadful news about Carol earlier on. As you can see, I've just been looking through some of the pictures I took of her. I expect you know that she sat for me.
Yes, I had heard.
I think that one was the best portrait I ever took of her. Just the head and shoulders.
Oh, yes. Yes, she was a very attractive girl, wasn't she?
Extremely.
Yes. Mr. Fulton, just how well did you know Carol Webster?
Oh, quite well, Inspector. I used to meet her fairly regularly at parties and so forth. And then after a while, about a year ago, I asked her to pose for me. She had a perfect figure, as you can see.
Yes, quite. Your landlady tells me that you spend most of your evenings here in the studio.
Yes, I suppose that's true.
Were you here last night, for example?
Last night? No, as a matter of fact, last night I went to the pictures.
Alone?
No, with friends.
What time did you leave your friends and go back to your digs?
Well, we had some coffee afterwards, so it would be about 11:45, I should say.
I see. Would you mind if I keep a couple of these pictures of Carol, just for reference?
Oh, certainly, Inspector. I'm glad you appreciate my work.
Yes. Yes. Now, you won't mind giving me the names and addresses of those friends you were with last night?
Not at all, Inspector.
Hello, Cunningham here. Oh, good, bring him up. Inspector Brown's not back yet, but he shouldn't be long.
Anything new, Bill?
Yes, sir. We found another of her boyfriends, Jonathan Neal. They're bringing him up now, sir.
Oh, good. He's about the last of the ones Miss Wainwright told us about.
Did you have any luck with Fulton?
No, not much. I doubt whether he could kill anyone, even if he tried. Besides, he got a pretty solid alibi.
Oh.
Yes, he says he was at the pictures with friends. I've got all the addresses here.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Better check their story, I suppose.
Okay, sir.
Mr. Fulton also gave me some pictures, but you aren't old enough to see them.
I'll bet.
Sure. Send in Mr. Neal if he's there, please.
Yes, sir.
Oh, now, let's see what this young man has to say for himself. Do the necessary for me, please, Bill.
Right you are, sir. I'll come in, Mr. Neal. Sit down, Mr. Neal, please. Right, name?
You already seem to know it.
Oh, your full name, please.
Jonathan Neal.
Age?
21.
You're an undergraduate?
Yes.
Right. Do you know why you're here?
Well, I suppose it's because I knew Carol Webster.
Exactly, sir. This is Detective Inspector Brown. He's got a few questions he'd like to ask you, sir.
Thank you, Bill. When did you last go out with Carol Webster, Mr. Neal?
About 3 months ago, I suppose.
Why did you stop going out with her?
Well, because I met someone else whose company I preferred. As a matter of fact, I got engaged recently.
How recently?
Well, today, actually.
I see. And who's the young lady?
Someone I met at home.
Which is where?
Birmingham.
Mm-hmm. So naturally, if you can possibly avoid it, you don't want to be mixed up in the murder case just at the moment.
Exactly.
All right. Well, as far as I'm concerned, you can go immediately if you'll tell me exactly where you were last night between 8 o'clock and midnight.
8 o'clock and midnight?
That's right.
Well, until about 8:30 I was in my room.
Yes?
And then I went to supper. And after that, about 8:30, I went for a walk.
You went for a walk?
Yes.
Where to?
Well, I went quite a long way, out towards Fairview Park.
And what time did you get back from this walk?
Oh, about 11:30.
Now, let's get this quite clear in our minds, shall we? The night before your engagement is announced to a young lady in Birmingham, who I'm sure is quite charming, you went out on your own for a 3-hour walk into the country. I've got it right now, haven't I?
Yes.
Now, my dear Mr. Neal, poets go for walks, but you look more like a rugger player to me.
Well, I can't help that, can I?
You don't really expect me to believe this story, do you? Why weren't you celebrating in the nearest pub like any normal young man?
Well,
Yes, what is it?
The dredging party sent this parcel along, sir. There's a note with it.
Oh, thank you, Shaw.
All right, well, sir.
Open the note, will you, Bill?
Oh, yes, sir.
Just sit where you are for a moment, Mr. Neal.
Yes, sir.
Well, now, what do you make of this, Bill?
Flick knife? Do you think that was the murder weapon?
No, I'm sure of it.
According to the note here, sir, it was found quite close to the body. But there were no fingerprints on it, sir.
No prints, perhaps, but there are some initials on the handle. Mr. Neal, do the initials J.N. suggest anyone to you?
J.N.?
Yes. How about Jonathan Neal, for instance? Take a good look at this flick knife, Mr. Neal. Have you ever seen it before?
Well, yes, I think it's mine.
Are you sure?
Yes, those are my initials on it.
I see, so it is yours. You're not a complete fool, Neal. You've heard us say that this is the knife that killed Carol Webster. Now, I'd like to know why we shouldn't assume that it was you who stabbed her.
Well, in the first place, it couldn't have been me because someone stole that knife from my room a few days ago.
How many days ago?
Well, it was last weekend when I saw it had gone. At the time, I thought I'd just lost it. But I realize now that it must have been taken.
How many people knew you had this knife?
Well, I've had it for nearly a year. I suppose anyone who came into my room could have seen it.
How many people have been in your room this year? Approximately, I mean, 10, 20, 50?
Oh, between 20 and 30, I suppose.
All right. So if what you're telling me is true, it means that someone who knew both you and Carol Webster deliberately removed that knife from your room with a view to killing her.
Yes, it does look like that.
Very well. Now, if you want me to believe that, you'd better tell me exactly where you were last night, Neil. And this is your last chance, so make the most of it.
Oh, all right. I was out with a woman.
Name?
Susie Moore.
Susie Moore.
Why, do you know her?
Yes, I've met the lady. One last thing. Have you ever met Mr. Richards, who lectures in English?
No, I haven't.
Do you know an undergraduate called Ronald Fulton, keen on photography?
No, I can't say that I do.
So neither of those people has ever been in your room?
Not as far as I know.
What about Paul Reynolds and Jennifer Wainwright?
Oh, yes, they've both visited me.
Yes.
And, of course, Paul has a room directly opposite mine. He's often borrowed that knife.
Has he now? All right, that'll do for the moment.
I can go?
Yes, and the quicker the better.
Well, thank you.
Oh, boy, we get them all, don't we? Well, now, Bill, let's stand back and see where we are in this case. We've got a victim, Carol Webster.
Yeah. And we know that she was more interested in men than in most other things.
True, and that suggests a motive for the murder.
Yeah, jealousy.
I should think so. Someone who fell in love with her, found he was being given the cold shoulder and didn't like it. Okay, so we look for the men in her life. And first of all, we find Mr. Richards, the married man in the case.
Well, we can forget about him, sir, because he couldn't have known where to find the murder weapon. Jonathan Neal's knife, you know.
Yeah, now look at his wife.
Well, what about Ronald Fulton?
Well, the same thing applies to him, I'm afraid. Fascinating though his photographs were, he didn't know Neal. Anyway, he was at the pictures when Carol was killed.
Well, we're left with Mr. Jonathan Neal, who owned the knife.
And Paul Reynolds, who could have easily pinched it. And who had a date with Carol last night?
Yes, that's right.
Now, I'll bet you 100 to 1 that Neal really was telling the truth this time. So that gives him an alibi with Susie Moore.
So we're back to Paul Reynolds again.
Yes, it would seem so. Is he still outside?
Yes, sir. Reynolds lives just across the corridor from Jonathan Neal. It would be the easiest thing in the world for him to nip into Neal's room and steal that knife. I mean, he had every opportunity, sir.
Yes, all that's true enough. Somehow I don't see him as a killer. Have you got his statement there?
Yes, sir. Here it is.
Yeah, thanks. Seems to me that Reynolds had time to do it. He also had access to the weapon, all right. What we really need is a motive. Bring him in again, would you, Bill?
Yes, sir. Would you come in again, please, sir, Mr. Reynolds?
Now, there you are. Sit down, Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you.
Now then, there are one or two points I'd like to get cleared up if I can. After you left the pub last night to go and look for Carol, what did you do exactly?
Well, I've told you as much as I can remember. I walked down to the corner of the main road and waited for a few minutes. You can see a couple of 100 yards down the road from there, so I would have seen her if she was coming.
Even though it was dark?
Oh, yes, the road's very well lit.
Did anyone pass you while you were standing there? Cyclists, pedestrians?
Well, I suppose a few people did go by, but no one I knew.
About how long did you stand there?
Oh, about 10 minutes. I had a cigarette, and by then it was 10 o'clock. Our date was for 9:30, so I decided that she wasn't coming.
And you were right, unfortunately. Tell me, have you ever seen this flick knife before?
Is this the knife that killed her?
Just answer my question. Have you ever seen it before?
Oh, yes, I have, actually. It belongs to Jonathan Neal. It's got his initials on it, J.N., here on the handle. I've borrowed it occasionally to sharpen pencils.
Have you borrowed it recently?
No, I didn't think so. Not for a week or two.
All right. Now, your room is exactly opposite Neal's, isn't it, on the same landing?
Yes.
When Neal goes out anywhere, does he always remember to lock the door of his room?
No, he hardly ever does, as a matter of fact. It's very stupid of him, because several people have had things stolen recently.
Did you go out with Jennifer Wainwright at all?
Once a week or so at one time, before Carol.
Why did you change over from Jennifer to Carol?
Well, to put it bluntly, Jennifer was taking the whole thing much too seriously. Just because I took her out once in a while, she thought I must be passionately in love with her.
And you weren't?
No, certainly not. I just took her out for company. Well, Carol understood that, you see. That was why she and I got on so well.
Yes, I see. How did you get in touch with Carol to make the date you had with her last night? Did you ring her up?
Oh, no, I sent a letter. Just a short note.
And she would have got that yesterday morning?
Yes, I should think so.
Oh, good. That letter may be very important to you, young man. I think I'd better go and see if I can find it. Bill, get us a car, would you?
Very good, sir.
Just a moment.
Good evening, Miss Wainwright. May we come in?
Oh, Inspector Brown. Yes, of course.
Thank you. You've met my assistant, Detective Sergeant Cunningham, I believe?
Oh, yes. Hello.
Good evening, miss.
Can I help you, Inspector?
Well, I was wondering whether Carol ever got any letters or notes from her boyfriends, and if so, whether she ever kept them.
Oh, yes, she did get quite a few, I think, but I don't believe she kept them long.
Oh, what makes you say that?
Well, she used to throw them away, that's all.
Did she ever burn them?
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Perhaps she left that to you, did she?
I don't quite follow you.
Well, you've been burning something quite recently, Miss Wainwright. I could smell it as soon as I came in. And over here in the hearth, there are some ashes, burnt paper.
That's just the old lecture notes.
Burning lecture notes a month before the exam? Come now, Miss Wainwright. You know as well as I do what you were burning just now was a note from Paul Reynolds asking Carol to meet him at the Frenchman's Arms last night, now wasn't it?
Well, I didn't think it was important.
No, it wasn't particularly. But you used to go out with Paul Reynolds, didn't you?
Who told you that?
Paul did. He also told me he had to stop going out with you because you were becoming much too possessive.
That's not true.
I think it is. I think you're desperately in love with Paul and have been for months.
Oh, really?
And then when Paul dropped you and started going out with Carol, you became violently jealous of her. That was why you burnt the note Paul wrote to her. You just couldn't bear to see it lying around, reminding you of what you lost.
That's simply ridiculous, Inspector.
Is it? Listen, Miss Wainwright. Before I came up here to your room this evening, I spoke to the porter at the main entrance, and he told me that shortly after Carol left the building last night, you went after her. You followed her out onto that lonely path beside the river, and then when she stopped to light a cigarette, you came up behind her and stabbed her with the knife you stole from Jonathan Neal's room. Have you anything to say, Miss Wainwright?
No, nothing at all. But I'm glad she's dead. And I'm glad I killed her, because I hated her. I hated her.
You were taking a bit of a risk with that story about the porter, weren't you, sir?
No, not really, Bill. I knew Jennifer Wainwright must have done it, and that was the one way of getting a confession. But let that be a warning to you, Bill. Never make a woman jealous.
What, me?
Come on, let's go home and get some sleep.
Listen again next week for another unforgettable story from our Springbok Library of the Air.
We present plays from the four corners of the world. Comedy, drama, romance and suspense. True life adventure in Springbok Theatre of the Air.
Springbok Radio presents Something Short of Murder. Adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McKay.
She's so lucky. Three in a week. She's so lucky. Did she know it? Could have slapped her face. Who's so cocky when she's lucky like that? 3 winners in 1 week. I don't know how she does it. The door shut. Really must. Just let's have a look here. Fourth race. Sunny Boy, Cape Town Flower, Marzipan, Golden Road, My Delight. Oh.
I'm up on my knees, Sunny Boy. Lord,
now you're only 3, sonny boy.
Sonny boy. Ed always liked Dale Jolson. We've been an admirer of him, always. Still buys old records. It's an omen. Sonny boy, sonny boy. Omen, that's what it is. You've got to be lucky. I feel it. Lala's not the only one.
Vito?
Hello? Hello? Is Mr. Faree there?
Just a minute, please.
Hello? Mr. Faree? Mr. Faree, this is Fran Holland. Mr. Faree, would you put 5 rand for me on the 4th race tomorrow? Please.
Just a minute, Mrs. Holland. I'm very glad you called. You see, I was coming to see you anyway, but I had to get my hair cut first, you see. Look, first of all, I'm not allowed, you see, to take any more bets from you. Not until you settle up what you owe already. Secondly, I've got to come over and collect the money you owe us. That's 25 rand now.
I mean, that isn't very much, is it? I mean...
Look, it wasn't my idea, Mrs. Holland, you see. Look, I'll come over, I'll explain.
No, please, just wait. I've got to clear up. The place looked nice, I suppose. Just my luck. It's like a bird's nest. All right, yes.
Morning, Mrs. Holland. All right to come in, is it?
You know it is. Now, come on, tell me, what is all this about?
It's not personal. I like doing business with you people in the flats here. Only the management's getting impatient, you see. Look, people like you, they're the heart of the whole business, you see, but when you start going to the piggy bank for your betting money...
I use my own money. Are you accusing me?
I'm not accusing. Look, you've owed us the money since May the 20th. That's over 3 months, Mrs. Holland. Now, what do you think a supermarket or somewhere like that would say, huh?
I always pay you sooner or later.
You're a friend of Mrs. Murray.
Well, you know I am. It was Lila who told me...
Yes, well, she's not much better, Mrs. Holland, if that makes you feel any better.
What? But she just won.
When she wins, we've got to pay up fast. When she loses... oh, boy. It's a different story then, all right.
All right. If it's going to be like this, I'll just find somebody else, see?
All right. You do that, Mrs. Holland. But just now, it's a matter of those 25 rand.
I'll pay you next week.
No, Mrs. Holland.
What do you mean, no? I'll give you the money next week. My husband doesn't get paid till next week. Well, what's the matter? I haven't got the money. I can't give you something I haven't got, can I?
25 rand, Mrs. Holland. Those are my orders. You could borrow the money from Mrs. Murray, perhaps, huh?
No.
Well, you must have some money in the house for food or something, huh?
No, I haven't. 1.50 cents, that's all. I've been buying everything on account.
I've got to have that money today, Mrs. Holland. If I don't get it today...
You what?
I'll come back at 6 o'clock, Mrs. Holland.
Come back?
To see your husband.
No, please. Look, I told you I'd get the money. He doesn't have to know about this. Does he? Please, Mr. Faree.
Sonny boy.
It's got to stop, Fran. Got to stop. Why do you have to do it? Why? It's mad. Look, I'm telling you, Fran. You just listen to me because I'm warning you. You bet like this, lose money that I sweat to bring home. You do this once more and I walk out of here. One more time, Fran, and I clear out.
Of course, he doesn't have to know, Mrs. Holland. You just pay me the 25 rand and it'll be okay.
I'm not ashamed of it or anything. I haven't lost a fortune or anything.
Sure you haven't. I've got to go now. You know where you can find me, Mrs. Holland. At Vito's. If you come before 6 o'clock, we can forget the whole thing.
I told you. I can't get it before 6. I can't. Mr. Faree, there isn't any way. I haven't got it and I can't get it, don't you see?
Haven't you got anything you can pawn?
I've already... Eddie knew.
You're sent from a heaven, and I know your worth. You made a heaven.
Man, there must be some money somewhere. £2 78 cents. Oh, no. No. It's 11:30. I've only got 6.5 hours. I don't know anybody who'd lend me money, not anymore. All right, then. There's only one thing to do, then. I've got no choice.
When there are gray skies, I don't mind gray skies. You make them blue, sunny boy.
Well, now, you look a little bit more like the girl Eddie used to show off at parties.
Anything wrong?
Oh, I beg your pardon. But really, it's enough to... You know, I've come out without a cent. But what in the world am I going to do? You see, I've got to get into town. I've simply got to get...
Why don't I...
Would you? Would you really? Could you lend me 15 cents? You know, I feel such a silly fool. I do really.
Don't even think about it. You're 15 cents.
Oh, thank you so much. You're so kind.
My pleasure. You can send it to me through the post. Oh, better get on board now.
This isn't mine. I'll get the next number. Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Nice to...
Oh, pardon me.
Pardon?
Look, I feel such a fool, but you see, I left the house without any money, and I've got to get the next bus into town, and...
Gosh, it happens to me all the time. I know just how you feel.
Really?
Only 20 cents. No, go on, take it. It's okay.
Thank you so much. You're so kind.
It's okay.
At least it's a start. Excuse me. Look, I'm terribly Let's see what I got here. Not so bad. £50, £2. £3.98. That's £5.76 altogether. Oh, such a long way to go.
One more time, Fran, and so help me, I'll walk out of here, and that'll be the end.
blister in my heel, I swear. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Pardon?
Oh, I feel such a fool, but you see, I've come out without a single penny, and I've got to get the bus. You see?
Oh, yes. Of course.
Thanks.
How much do you... here, is this all right?
Oh, thank you very much. You're very, very kind.
Well, it's good to be able to help.
Perhaps one day I'll be able to help you.
Are you using the telephone, please?
What? Yes,
sorry.
Hello, Stephanie? Stephanie, it's Fran here. Are we going to meet at the pictures this afternoon? Oh, good. I think it starts about 15:28. Yes, okay, 2:30, and it's my train, so don't forget to bring your raincoat. Okay, Stephanie. All right then. Bye. Oh, I'm terribly sorry to keep you. Bye. Excuse me, please. Oh, I'm terribly sorry to bother you, but you see, I just made a phone call and I got cut off. I've got a very important thing to say, and I haven't got any more money. I wonder, could I impose on you, do you think?
Go away.
What?
Madam, please go away.
You don't understand. I only want 15 cents. I mean, well, even less for the call.
Just a minute.
What do you want?
I think you better come with me, lady.
What?
Please do us a favor, eh? Don't make a scene, all right?
Listen, I don't know what you're talking about.
I've been watching you for the past half hour, understand now? Now come quietly before I have to get nasty.
Why should I come with you? Who do you think you are?
If you want to see my badge, I'll flash it, lady. And there's enough people looking already. Shall we go?
All right. Listen.
Plenty of time for that later. I've seen your type lots of times. Must admit, though, I've never seen that particular dodge before. How much money did you think you could make?
I don't even need much. Only a few rand. You see, I've got to have 25 rand before 6 o'clock. It's 20 to 4 now.
How much did you get?
I don't know, 15 rand, I don't know.
Lady.
Please. Don't let me get into trouble, please. I beg you, I don't want any trouble with the police.
Who
please.
does? How much more do you need?
What?
Money. How much more money?
I don't know. I'm not sure. But I don't know. Another 10 rand would do it, I think. Perhaps not even that.
Is that all?
What? Are you policemen? I mean, are you plain clothes? What are you doing? Where? You're not arresting me at all.
Hey, don't do anything stupid, lady. You get out of the door, you'll break your neck. I could still call a policeman and tell him all about what you were doing, so sit still.
I'm not even sure it's wrong.
It's wrong, all right.
Where are we going? Victoria?
You're pretty, you know that. What kind of a husband have you got letting you beg, eh?
Careful.
Don't worry. I'm the greatest driver in South Africa. It's getting late. You're not going to get that money by 6 o'clock, are you? On the other hand, I've got the money. I could give it to you, but not if you pull that kind of face. Come on.
No, leave me alone.
Leave that door, you'll fall out.
No!
She's gone. She's fallen out.
I fell out of the car. But I was gonna die. It wasn't my fault. I was only trying to get a little bit of money. He wasn't the police. He should have left me alone. It's the time. My watch. It's gone. Must be at least 5 o'clock. Please. And you'll leave me. You'll be so ashamed. The man in the car. He said he was the police. He crashed. He's dead. No. Is he dead? No one knows. No one's seen. Someone will come. Hello? You all right? You? Man? It's all right. His heart's beating. Here's my purse. Here's my purse. Oh, good. You said you were going to give me 10 rand. Rand in here. You're rich. I want 10 rand, though. Just another 5, because you tore my dress. It was your fault, and I can't even find all the money that was in my purse. I'm sorry. I hate you. But I hope you don't die. Lady to see you, Mr. Free. Hello? It's not 6 o'clock. It's 10 to.
Well. Hey, what did you do, Mrs. Holland? Rob the piggy bank, eh?
Count it.
You didn't have a fight for this money, did you? Hey, you tore your dress. What's happened to you, Mrs. Holland?
Somebody left a baby pram near our door and I fell over it and fell down the steps. I tore my dress.
And people are careless.
There's enough, isn't there?
30 rand and 40 cents.
Oh.
You've got some change to come, Mrs. Holland. I'm sorry I had to lay down the law like I did, but you got the money okay, didn't you?
Alive! Is he alive, Joubert?
Yeah, broken arm. I think his leg's fractured as well. A lot of bruises. There's money all over the place.
Maybe he was counting on as he drove along. All right, I'll call headquarters. Get an ambulance. Hoe's on? Dis is lekker skak nie hierso. Ek is nou op die Pretoria pad.
Shopping.
All day. Well, you look tired. You tore your dress, friend.
I know, Lila. I know. Found my key.
Did you buy something nice, eh?
No, nothing much.
Oh, well, you look all in. Listen, friend, you won't have to cook dinner tonight. You can come and have potluck with me. We'll have a laugh and a talk together. That's if you don't feel like cooking for yourself.
What do you mean?
You're on the town tonight. Oh, Eddie must have phoned 9 times this afternoon. In the end, he called here, to me. Or maybe he thought we were boozing together or something, huh?
Eddie?
Yeah.
Where is he?
What he called from the office. He's not coming home. Not till tomorrow. He had some kind of emergency with some client or something, I don't know. Said he'd to fly to Cape Town, the 5 o'clock plane.
Not coming home?
Come on. You can relax tonight, man.
Oh, thanks, Lila.
It's okay. Hey, friend, you sure you're okay?
Yes, I'm fine. See you. Cape Town. Cape Town. Thought so. Hello? Hello, is Mr. Faree there, please? Thank you. Hello, Mr. Faree. Mr. Faree, listen, this is Fran Holland. On that 4th race tomorrow, I'd like 5 rand on Cape Town flyer, please. That's right, the 4th race. Yes, please. Yes, Cape Town flyer.
Tonight you heard Something Short of Murder, adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
This has been Springbok Theatre of the Air. Join us again for more tales of suspense, drama, romance, comedy and true life adventure in Springbok Theatre of the Air.
we present great stories from around the globe by some of the world's favourite writers in Springbok Library of the Air. The Horror of It All, written by Pete Haslam and introduced by Robin Bowerman.
One day it can open the door to riches, adulation, acceptance. The next, it can slam that very same door in your face and throw you into the gutter. That's what often happens to those in the precarious professions of theatre, film, the arts. And that's what almost happened to Evelyn de Brie. But Miss de Brie was a survivor. And how? As young writer Tom Sweeting was to find out the day he first called to interview her for his book, Still Shining Brightly, Yesterday's Stars.
Mr. Bree?
It is I, dear heart.
My name's Tom Sweeting. You may remember speaking to me on the phone recently. You kindly agreed to talk to me about your experiences in theatre and film.
Oh, why, of course, darling boy, do come in. Oh, please forgive Hitch. He's always a little noisy with strangers. Although he's only tiny, I think he'd really like to take a lump out of your leg if he could. You know these little dogs, beneath their nervous exterior, there beats the heart of a lion. Down, Hitch, bad boy. Nice man has come to see Mummy, hasn't he? He won't hurt Mummy Kids, will he? Say hello, Hitch.
Hello, Hitch.
No, dear, I meant the dog. Say hello to the lovely, scrummy young man, Sweetie Pie. Oh, I say, doesn't he just love you? Look at him, licking you. Bless dear little Hitchy kid.
Lovely dog, I'm sure, thank you. Just one question. Why is he called Hitch?
After the master of suspense, Alfred Hitchcock, or Hitch for short, as we used to call him. He was a real character, one of the greats. Well, come into the drawing room, Pumpkin, and we'll make a start, shall we?
Lovely, thank you, Miss Pumpkin.
Come with me, darling. Follow me. Oh, Hitch, do get out of the way.
It's a lovely place you've got.
Yes, it is absolutely gorgeous. I love it. Yes, very, very. We're nearly there, dear. This is my gorgeous lounge. It is simply beautiful, isn't it? Lovely. Come here, sweetie, and sit by me. My hearing's not what it was, you know. Now, where do you want to start?
Well, I just need to set up my recorder, Mr. Frey. Hang on a minute.
Very fiddly little thing, isn't it?
Yes. Right. Now, if you just do a bit of level for me, please.
Certainly, darling. What do you want me to say?
Just one sec. There we go. Oh, what did you have for breakfast? That sort of thing.
Now, let me think. I began, as always, with coffee and croissant, followed by half a grapefruit and some toast. For lunch, I had meat. I'm not a great vegetarian. There's nothing I like better than a juicy piece of rump. Is that enough?
Yes, that sounds fine, Mr. Prey. Yes, let's start then, Mr. Prey.
Evelyn, please, dear heart. So less formal.
Okay, Evelyn.
Yes.
When did it all start for you then?
I can remember it as if it were yesterday. In fact, I can remember it better than yesterday. 1941. I was on stage in a review with Tommy Tonks. He was a comedian.
Really?
So he thought. The review was called I Don't Mind If I Do. That was one of his ghastly catchphrases.
Very saucy.
He'd made a couple of cheap films in the north. Manchester, I think, based on his character, Will Get It. Will he get it? You understand?
Yes.
They weren't very funny to us here in London, but the mill workers flocked to see him. And at the music hall, too. So, on the strength of his popularity, he got his review.
And where did you come into it?
I was his leading lady, unfortunately.
And did you get on?
Horrible, dirty little man, foul-mouthed language, and breath.
Dear.
One night, he tried to have his wicked, evil way with me.
Really?
He thought I was an easy target. I was young, in my first bloom of beauty, and he tried to get his evil way.
And what exactly happened?
I ate him for breakfast.
Pardon?
I knocked hell out of him. He never touched me again.
Really?
And on she went. For hours. The material was unbelievable. Her memory for events and dates, people and places was a treasure trove of times past. Tom was thrilled.
Listen to me going on, sweet pea. Oh, dear. Would you like some tea? Perhaps a slice of my homemade Madeira cake as well. Can I tempt you? It looks like you could do with fattening up. There's hardly enough on you to feed a mouse.
Oh, that would be lovely, Evelyn. But I must be going. I should really get back home and type this up.
I suppose there's some little girl waiting for you with some delicious concoction?
No, there's not, I'm afraid. I'm on my own.
Well, what do your parents think about your book and all the work you're putting into it?
They'll never know, Evelyn. I'm afraid they died some years ago. In a boating accident.
Oh, I'm so sorry, darling. How absolutely ghastly for you. And how tactless of me to bring up the subject. Please forgive old Evie.
Oh, of course. You weren't to know, don't worry.
But I do, darling, I do. We humans weren't designed to be alone. Well, that's what I kept telling each of my 5 husbands.
5 husbands?
Yes. But look, I must tell you about them some other day.
Yeah.
Are you sure I can't tempt you to my Madeira? It's a very special recipe.
Yeah.
Quite unlike anything you've ever tasted before.
No, thanks. Maybe next time. There's always tomorrow.
Oh, yes, fine, darling, just fine. You know, you're a lovely boy. So full of life and vigour. Inquisitive, intelligent, a certain charm. You remind me of husband number 3, Godfrey. Oh, bless him. He came to an untimely end in the kitchen.
Really?
It was an accident. He got a little too close to the cooker. Oh, there was nothing I could do for him. Still, hey-ho, that's showbiz.
OK, then, I'll be seeing you tomorrow, then. Will you be all right on your own?
Oh, I'll be just hunky-dory now. Off you trot. But you won't get away with not trying some cake tomorrow. We must get you fattened up. You'd be doing an old lady a great favour.
Well, if you put it like that, how can I refuse? Thank you, it'll be a pleasure. You remind me a bit of my old Nan. Only more glamorous, of course. She always fussed.
That's what we old ladies are good at, fussing. I just want to serve you, look after you. Till tomorrow, dear sweet sweeting. Au revoir, mon chéri.
I'll be on my way then.
And so Tom left Evelyn safe in the knowledge of a good day's research, and Evelyn was quite pleased with herself too, though for a very different reason.
Well, Hitchy-Poo, isn't young Tom absolutely adorable? It's going to be lovely having such a scrumptious young man around the house, isn't it, dearest doggy? It's been a very long time since we had someone for dinner. Oh, good boy, it's you. Do come in. I've been waiting for you, you know. I've been waiting for you. I have something you love. Oh, here, darling, come this way. Oh, silly thing. You will get in the way, won't you? I've something of a surprise for you, Tom. There you go, my sweet. Today's entertainment.
Wow, a projector.
Yes. I've got some bits of my films for you. It was dear old Ernie, who was just a junior film editor at Gainsborough Studios during the war. He spliced together some clips for me. So, are we sitting comfortably?
Oh, yeah, you bet.
Let the command performance begin.
But, Nigel, I don't think I can stand the thought of you going away to war. Yes, I know you'll be fighting for our liberty, our national way of life, but what about our life? Yours and mine.
You know I must, Veronica. The Boche are in Calais. They could invade at any time. Then it would be goodbye to everything.
Nigel, kiss me once more before you leave. Farewell, my brave Nigel. Godspeed.
Goodbye, my dearest. But I shall return, darling. I shall return to you. And a better world.
That was a clip from one of my most successful wartime weeklies. The Brighter Horizon with dear old Claude Aubrey as Nigel. Oh, he was great fun to work with, but very camp. He used to lay flowers at the feet of the doorman at the Savoy, you know. Terribly embarrassing in real life, really, but in films, oh, he was just right. Very upstanding, square-jawed English hero.
And what happened to him?
Oh, he ended up in an old folks' home in Eastbourne. All very sad. When I see those flickering images up on the screen, I think about how I am now, the old lady, and see myself as that flighty, feisty young heroine, a gypsy driving James Mason wild, making love to a Victorian hero like Stuart Granger. Oh, well, they're all gone now.
Are you okay, Evelyn?
Yes, my darling. Fine, thank you. Anyway, let's see some more, shall we?
And the show went on with clips from Evelyn's films. Then, after the show finished and the curtains drawn back, Tom asked Evelyn about her wilderness years.
Things changed after the war. All those kitchen sink dramas written by the angry young men. Elegance, breeding and wit was out. Realism, or their version of it at any rate, was in. No room for me. Oh, I began to guest occasionally on those TV adventure film series in the 60s. I became a character actress. And then the work eventually, dwindled away to nothing. Do you know, I was stopped one day in the supermarket by an old lady. "Didn't you used to be Evelyn de Brie?" she asked. To which I replied with a tear in my eye, "Indeed, I did." Until one day the phone rang and it was Tony Talbot, a young man with a great personality and joie de vivre. And he asked me if he could send me a script called Blood Feast. Now, I'd never taken much notice of this cheap and tacky horror stuff, but he was offering me a good whack for it, and we could make it at a small independent studio close to where I lived. So I said yes, and I never looked back. I became known as the Grand Duchess of Gore. It was then that I got a real taste for horror.
Please, I'd like to know more about this period, but I don't know about you. I feel like we should take a break. Shall we have a cuppa? Don't worry, I'll make it, if that's okay with you.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea, sweetie, and I'll get the Madeira.
Lovely.
But I must just pop to the little girl's room first.
Right.
Tom went into the kitchen to prepare the tea. He looked out into the well-ordered garden, the colours of the summer flowers, the bees buzzing around, and the beautiful balmy day made him feel at peace with the world. Things were good. This book would make him famous, and he was enjoying every minute of his research. Suddenly, he noticed an old shed down at the foot of the garden covered in ivy, apart from the door. He fancied investigating further.
Yes, looks interesting. I love rickety old sheds like this. I wonder what's inside. Lovely old tools, and probably a smashing old-fashioned lawnmower. I can just imagine that.
Then, Tom felt a presence, followed by a skeletal hand grasping his shoulder tightly. For a split second, he was terrified.
What do you think you're doing?
Oh, Evie, I'm really sorry.
There's nothing to see in there, dear. Oh, a freezer, an old axe and a chainsaw. You know, the usual type of things one has in a shed.
Yeah, right. Please, forgive me. It was a bit rude.
Come and have your tea and cake. I don't know about you, dear heart, but I'm absolutely ravenous.
Oh, right, then. Yeah, lovely.
Is that all right?
Oh, thanks. That's lovely.
Now, let me tell you about my horror years.
Oh, please, yeah.
Cake.
Oh, yes, please.
It's in the 80s I started working on those Tony Talbot films.
The Corella the Cannibal
series?
Yes.
Yes, it was a role I could really get my teeth into and have great fun. Don't forget your cake.
Right.
There you are, darling. All right?
Thanks, yeah. So They saved you from bankruptcy.
Oh, indeed they did. After I'd lost husband number 5, things became, how shall I put it, a bit tight. I tell you something else, too. Those films gave me a taste for flesh.
Flesh Fest.
Yes.
That was probably the one you were most famous
Oh,
for.
yeah.
You know, that gained quite a cult following. I thought you were great as Corella.
No, darling. I wasn't great.
Oh, do you think not?
No. I was unbelievably fantastic. Oh, yes, Flesh Fest. That was the one where I lived out in the country in a big old rambling house and devoured some poor unfortunate students, one by one, after they'd broken down and called on me for help. Of course, that couldn't happen here, in the middle of London, could it?
Of course not.
There have to be all the elements. Cannibal, victim, and it all has to be done quietly and cleanly. Here is too busy, too noisy. Or is it? When you think about it carefully, you could quite easily kill someone in a house like this, and their screams for mercy would probably never be heard. Traffic around, planes overhead. You know, these days, neighbours round here don't pay much attention to one another. You could be suffering a terrifying ordeal, and nobody would ever know. Empty bedsits and flats all around, people too busy or out at work, nobody about to witness the crime. It's a great plot. Have another slice of cake, darling.
Thanks. It's got a very unique taste, doesn't it?
Oh, my very special recipe. There's a secret ingredient.
Really? Are you going to have any?
Oh, I'm not hungry, darling. Not for cake, anyway. Besides, if I don't eat any, it means there's more for you, eh?
Yes, it's lovely.
A little later on in the afternoon, Tom began to feel faint, almost drunk, but he couldn't be. After all, he'd only taken tea and Madeira cake.
You look a little wan, dear sweeting, a little pale. Are you feeling unwell?
Oh, I am actually rather sleepy.
Oh, good. Just as I planned.
What?
You see, dear Tom, I've had my heart set on you since you first walked into my home. You're the one.
You're not trying to drug me. With that stuff. I think that's great.
Oh, no, sweetie. Cherish the thought. I'm well past all that. I have another use for you altogether.
By this time, the effect of the drug was really taking hold, and Tom began to hallucinate.
You, my dear boy, are to be my next meal. I worked it out very carefully. You're alone in the world. Anyone who does know you won't realize you're gone until it's far too late. They'll think you've disappeared, depressed, sad, perhaps. I've managed it before with no problem. I was approached by a beggar in the street a while ago. I took pity on him, brought him home, cleaned him up and fed him, and then killed him. He didn't feel a thing. Very tidy, if I say so myself.
Tom staggered to the bathroom. Somehow, he managed to take out the mobile phone from his pocket.
Hello? Hello, is that the police? Help me. Help me, please.
Now then, sir, calm down, please. Can you give me your whereabouts?
I've been trapped by a mad woman who says she's going to kill me and eat me.
Kill you and eat you, sir?
Yeah. Please hurry. I don't have much time.
And where is this alleged incident taking place, sir?
I'm at the home of Evelyn Dupree, Limes, Western Road.
And your name and date of birth, please?
Look, I haven't got time for that. Please get here.
Sir? Sir? Oh, he's gone.
Now that was very, very silly, dear Tom. I think we can get rid of the phone, can't we? Thank you. And now to dispose of the evidence. There. Gone.
You're mad. You're crazy. Get away with it.
Maybe I am crazy, dear, but I'm not the one about to be tied to the butcher's block, am I? And I did expect something a little more original from you than "you'll never get away with it." You disappoint me, Tom. This is the final reel of my production, my greatest epic. You will appreciate this, being the film buff you are. How many times have you seen the hero or heroine get into a scrape like this, and all of a sudden they're rescued in the last few feet of film? The hero is saved. He gets the girl. The villain is vanquished. But not in my production, dear heart. There's never a happy ending for the victim. You are merely the walk-on. I am the star.
The police will be on their way soon. They'll get you. What's happening? I'm in trouble moving my arms. This Officer Drowsy, how did you drag me? How did you drag me?
The cake, dear. Remember?
Sierra Oscar 51, this is Central. We've just had a 999 from a chap who reckons he's been trapped by a mad woman who's going to eat him. Could be a hoax or a domestic, I suppose. Did sound a bit drunk, just rang off in mid-sentence. But I suppose we'd better check it over.
Okay, Sarge, where is it? Over.
The Limes, Western Road, just off Richmond Road. Over.
Got it, Sarge. I can be there in 5. Over.
Keep in touch, Steve. Let me know if you need any backup, matey. Probably all finished by now, if there was anything to be over in the first place, though. Maybe you could get a drunk and disorderly out of it, though. Probably a 40 quid on the spot fine. Over.
You're all heart as usual, Sarge. Out.
Meanwhile, things were turning very nasty at the Limes.
Oh, you're heavier than you look. But of course you're a dead weight at the moment. I'm so sorry it's had to come to this, but I just knew you'd be a tasty morsel. Oh, I'll think of you often, and the happy hours we've spent together reminiscing.
Go to hell.
Too late, sweetie pie. I'm already there. Oh, you'll be pleased to know I won't kill you until you're quite unconscious, and you won't feel a thing. I may be getting on a bit, but I'm still pretty good with an electric chainsaw. Do you remember that dear Tom in the scene from Blood of the Cannibal, when I take a chainsaw to that strapping private investigator prying about after the disappearance of the young heiress? I learned a lot in those films about how to kill with aplomb, panache, and a certain degree of style. But I really do think the cake routine is the best, though. Who would imagine a dear, sweet old film actress would be capable of mass murder and cannibalism using a Madeira cake? So simple and yet so deadly. Are you still with me? Tom? Good. He's fully under. Now for the preparation. Damn. What if he wasn't bluffing? What if he did get through to the police? Oh, God, I'd better go and see. Yes?
I'm sorry to bother you, madam, but we've had a report of a domestic incident at this address.
A domestic? Oh, how vulgar.
We had an emergency call from a man claiming to be trapped here by a woman who was, well, about to eat him. I'm sorry, madam, it sounds ludicrous, I know.
I can assure you there's nobody else here except Hitch, my little dog. Would you care to come in and check? Oh, I insist, Constable.
Okay, madam, if it's not too much trouble.
Of course not, dear boy. I was just about to prepare a snack when you arrived. Would you like a cup of tea? And a slice of Madeira?
Listen again next week for another unforgettable story from our Springbok Library of the Air. We present great stories from around the globe by some of the world's favourite writers in Springbok Library of the Air.
The House of Usher. During the whole of a dull, dark and noisome day in the autumn of a year that now seems long ago, when the clouds hung oppressively low in the heavens, I had been passing alone on horseback through a singularly dreary tract of country, and at length found myself, as the shades of evening drew on, within view of the melancholy House of Usher. I reined in my horse on the precipitous brink of a black and lurid lake that lay by the dwelling, and gazed down. The house was obviously of excessive antiquity, discolored by the ages, and with minute fungi overspreading the whole exterior. And as I looked at it, there grew in my mind a strange fancy. It seemed to me that about the whole mansion, with its blank walls, its vacant, eyeless windows, there hung an atmosphere which had no affinity with earth or heaven, but which reeked up from the few ghastly white decaying trees, from the silent tarn, and those fungus-hung walls. Pestilent and mystic vapor, dull, sluggish, leaden-hued. What was it? What was it that unnerved me in the contemplation of the House of Usher? As I entered the Gothic archway of the great hall, I was met by a servant.
If you will come this way, sir, the master is awaiting you in the studio.
Thank you. This must be a very ancient house.
Indeed it is, sir. The House of Usher has stood for many centuries.
So it would seem.
Ah, there you are, my good man. I ordered my horse to be ready, and I beg your pardon. This hall is so dim, I did not see you, sir.
Doctor, this gentleman...
I thought someone was expected. You were a friend of the Ushers?
I am. And who might you be?
I am the Usher family physician, sir. And if by any chance you happen to be some new doctor he has called in, I warn you, the Lady Madeline is my patient, and I shall brook no interference.
Set your mind at rest, sir. I am no rival. I am simply an old friend. Now, if you will excuse me...
Oh, forgive me, sir. You do understand. The Lady Madeline's condition, well, it has attracted quite some medical interest, you see. And this house is not accustomed to the visits of friends. I do beg your pardon.
I understand. Come, my good man, your master is waiting for me.
This way, sir.
The family physician, huh?
He attends the Lady Madeline, sir. The master's sister.
Ah, yes, Lady Madeline.
Her ladyship has been ill for some years. In here, sir.
The room into which I was ushered was large and lofty, and lit only by feeble and crimsoned rays from the long, narrow windows. A man was sitting in the shadows, plucking at the strings of a guitar. The cadaverous emaciation of his features, his ghastly pallor, the wild luster of his eyes, made me doubt his identity. Surely in a few years no man could change so terribly.
My dear fellow, my dear, dear fellow. Oh, how can I express my pleasure at seeing you?
I came as soon as I received your letter, Roderick.
Oh, did it sound so wildly importunate? Forgive me, I had to have you here. You are my only real friend. Even after so many years, the only friend I can turn to. I need you. Oh, how I need you. In your letter you spoke of acute bodily illness and of, a mental disorder. Look at me. Do you doubt it? Certainly you don't look yourself. You have changed, but... What has happened? I remember you were never very strong, but this... But surely it is a physician and not me you need most. I remember your cheerfulness. And I need your cheerfulness. If you need cheering, old man, why sit in this great gloomy room? I can't stand the light. It's torture. Any sound except this guitar fills me with horror. Can you understand? I will try, my friend. I'm sorry. Come, I shall introduce you to the house of Usher. Look, out here are all these portraits, my forebears. All of them, all men of peculiar sensibility. Artists, musicians, poets from time out of mind. Passionate, sensitive men. And all their sensibility and passion and nervous affection are now reposed in my sister and me. The last, the sum total, the heirs of centuries. We are the house of Usher. And it is us. That is why I can never leave it. Soon she will not be able even to stagger down these dark corridors. Soon she will be able to fight no more. That is the Lady Madeline. Come, she could not bear for you to see her. But surely is there nothing that can be done? Nothing. Her illness baffles the doctors. You mean they simply wait for her death? I met a doctor in the hall. You saw him. Would you doubt my estimation of him? Is this, then, the cause of your melancholy? It is part of it. Part of the entire ghastly horror. Oh, no, but not all. Look, down there, the great staircase, the hall. Look, outside this window. Can't you sense it? That fearful miasma. It saturates the whole house, the stones, the tower, the water of that awful black tarn. Don't you feel this atmosphere of hopelessness and doom? Isn't it laid on your heart like an icy hand? Oh, come on. You feel it as a normal being. Imagine how I feel it when every sense is like an exposed nerve. Roderick, you must leave this place. Get away from these awful fancies. Fancies? You think them fancies? Look! Out there! I have not crossed that causeway for years. I cannot leave this house because in some ghastly way it has tied me to it as it tied my family. And I know now that it is evil. This house is possessed of evil that has for centuries cursed my family and now moves towards its complete dissolution. Do you wonder at my fear? There is no escape for me. I know the house of Usher in me is to perish entirely. And I know it will die of terror. I shall ever bear the memory of the many solemn days I spent with the master of the house of Usher. The glimpse I had had of the Lady Madeline was the last I was to have in her life. For during that evening of my arrival, the strange malady which was so slowly destroying her at last finally confined her to bed. Throughout the following days, Usher never mentioned her name. And I busied myself trying to alleviate the melancholy and strange fancies that seemed to possess him entirely. We painted and read together, and I listened as in a dream to his interminable improvisations on the guitar. But it seemed nothing could give him release. And soon I bitterly understood the futility of all attempts at cheering a mind from which darkness poured forth in one unceasing radiation of gloom and inexpressible fears. Then one evening, suddenly, abruptly, he told me the Lady Madeline had died. Quietly, they say. Thank heaven she died quietly. Oh, my dear fellow, I'm deeply sorry. Deeply sorry.
At least she has escaped the horror that will be mine. You hear that, you spirits? She's escaped you. And I swear her rest will be peaceful. I swear no one shall disturb her grave. Do you hear me?
What, do you really believe the doctors?
The doctors? Ghouls, frustrated ghouls. Do you believe they would shrink from desecrating her grave to satisfy their morbid curiosity? But I'll not let them. Our family burial ground is remote and isolated. She'll not rest there. There are vaults beneath this house where she shall rest secure from them all.
Oh, come now, Roderick. You don't propose to inter your sister yourself. Naturally, I understand your grief,
but
If
you are my friend, you will help me. Do you think my fears are so unnatural? You saw that doctor, that incompetent. Please, I need your help. Help me bury her. Help me.
I knew it was futile to oppose him further. He led me to the apartment where the body lay already encoffined, and together we bore it down towards the vaults beneath the mansion. It seemed the vault to which my friend led me lay at great depth, immediately beneath that portion of the building in which was my own sleeping apartment. As we climbed carefully down the damp steps with our grim burden, our torches spluttered in the oppressive atmosphere. The vault that we entered was small, damp, and entirely without light. Indeed, it had long been unopened, so that the torches were half smothered.
Careful. Hold the torch steady.
This looks like some ghastly sort of prison.
So it was in feudal days. Later it served as a powder arsenal. See, it's encased in copper. Hardly an elegant resting place for my sister, but at least she'll be safe and at peace. There's a trousseau yonder. Can you see?
Yes, well, we best hurry, or these torches will soon be out.
Careful.
There. Now, let's get out of this fearful place.
No. Wait. I must look on her dear face once more.
Roderick, please.
A moment. I've not screwed down the lid. Rest in peace, dear sister. Rest in peace.
She seems only to sleep. The smile on her lips. The blush still on her cheek. How strange.
That is the hideous irony of her malady.
Now, the resemblance, it is most remarkable, the resemblance between the two of you.
Hardly remarkable. She was my twin.
For some days, Roderick Usher's grief was overwhelming, until suddenly an extraordinary change seemed to come over him. He roamed from chamber to chamber of that great house with hurried, objectiveless step. And then at times I would notice him gazing into vacancy for long hours in an attitude of profoundest attention, as if he were listening to some horror beyond my knowledge. Is it any wonder that his condition now began to infect and terrify me? It was the 7th or 8th night after the Lady Madeline's burial that I felt this strange, causeless alarm and incipient terror. I tossed on my bed. An irrepressible tremor pervaded my frame. I shook this off with a struggle and, lifting myself upon the pillows, tried to peer into the intense darkness of the room, while some instinct prompted me to listen. It seemed that over the storm I could hear sounds, eerie, indefinite sounds. Overpowered by an intense sentiment of horror, I lit a lamp and threw on my clothes. Then suddenly... Oh, who's there? Oh, Oh, it's you, Roderick.
Have you seen it? Have you?
Seen what?
Look, out there, out the window.
For heaven's sake, come away from there. Shut the window. That air will kill you. See it? Roderick, shut the window.
You saw it, didn't you? Light, that weird light. It's a sign, you know. A sign.
Yes, I saw it. Now, come away from the window. Certainly, it looked frightening, but it's merely an electrical phenomenon. It's not uncommon during a storm, or it may have its origins in the rank miasma from the lake. That's all it is.
If only I could believe that.
In your condition, you could catch a fever from that air. Here. Sit down. Put this rug about you.
Edgar, please. Please don't leave me alone tonight.
For heaven's sake, man, take hold of yourself. It's only the storm. I'm afraid it has unsettled me also. I dare say neither of us will sleep any more tonight. Here. This should calm you. I've been reading a favorite book of yours, Mad Tryst by Sir Launcelot Canning. I'll read, you will listen. Forget the storm and forget your fantasies, and the night will be over in no time. Now, let's see, this is the chapter I've been reading. It's where Ethelred comes to the...
Listen.
It's only the storm. Now, Ethelred is seeking admission to the hermit's hut and is refused. When it goes on, he waited no longer to parley, but feeling the rain upon his shoulders, he uplifted his mace and with great blows made quickly room in the plankings of the door.
Listen. You hear that?
In the plankings of the door. He hacked and hewed, then, pulling sturdily, he so cracked and ripped that the dry and hollow-sounding wood alarmed and reverberated throughout the house. But on entering within the door, the good champion was amazed to perceive no signal of the maliceful hermit, but there stood a dragon of prodigious demeanor and fiery tongue. Above him on the wall hung the great brazen shield, which of a sudden fell down at his feet with a great and mighty and terrible clangor. And Ethelred uplifted his mace and struck upon the head of the dragon, which fell before him with a shriek so horrid and harsh and piercing that Ethelred had to close his ears. You heard?
Yes, I heard. I've heard it for so long. So long, so many hours and days. Days? Yes, days. Didn't I tell you my senses were acute? You heard that hewing and hacking, that ripping and tearing. You heard that ghastly scream. But I tell you, I heard the first feeble movement in the coffin.
Movement? What are you saying?
That I dared not speak.
What do you mean?
My sister. We put her in that tomb. Alive.
It's not true. It can't be. You're mad.
Yes, I am. And where shall I fly? Isn't she now on the way up here to upbraid me for haste, for committing her to a living death? Don't I already hear her foot on the stairs? Listen.
It's the storm, the thunder, your fevered imagination. Roderick, listen to me. There is nothing. You hear? There is nothing, only the storm.
It isn't the storm. I can hear already the heavy beating of her heart. She's there, I tell you. At this moment, she stands beyond that door. Madeline!
There in the doorway stood the enshrouded figure of the Lady Madeline, with evidence of her bitter struggle upon her emaciated frame. For a moment she stood, then fell as in her death agony, bearing to the floor the body of her brother, a victim of a terror he had anticipated. From that chamber, from that mansion, I fled aghast while still I was able. I found myself crossing the causeway. Suddenly a gleam of light came from behind me, where there was only the vast shadow of the house. I stopped
as though impaled upon that eerie beam. Then I turned and saw it was the blood-red moon shining through the fissures in the wall that now split the entire house from roof to base. While I gazed, the fissure widened, and there came a fierce breath of the whirlwind. The entire orb of the moon came upon my sight, and I saw the mighty walls falling asunder to crash in tumultuous ruin. And then, as I watched, the deep, dank tarn at my feet closed suddenly and silently over the sundered fragments, and the house of Usher was no more.
Listen again next week for another unforgettable story from our Springbok Library of the Air.
We present plays from the four corners of the world. Comedy, drama, romance and suspense. True life adventure in Springbok Theatre of the Air.
Another mile across the glacier, the settlement is just round that black peak over on our left.
I thought we were never going to reach Tundra Bay.
It's 3 days by dog sleigh.
These motorized sleighs have speeded the journeys up considerably, Les. When I first came to Alaska in 1974, most of our time was spent in traveling.
Yeah, times have changed for the better, haven't they?
You can say that again, Tuma. Okay, so you have to be something of a mechanic when the sleigh breaks down. But it's a whole lot better than driving a team of dogs that will be just as happy to eat you as they would their regular food.
Is that a fact?
Sure. Lose control of the team and, boy, you're no more than a can of dog food. Visibility's getting poor, Tuma. Looks like we left Antarctica just in time. But Lazy is no place to get caught in a blizzard, believe me.
The wind blows from the south. The spring thaw is coming.
Well, you could have fooled me.
Look out, Tuma! Watch that bump!
Hey, watch it, will you?
The steering's gone! Jump!
What the heck?
Jump, you fool! It's a crevasse! Ow!
I'm Dr. Leslie Moores, and I was doing my first tour of duty among the Eskimo settlements in northern Alaska. Old Doc Sloan, who had just retired, had been doing this job for 20 years before me, the last 4 with Sandra Davies as his assistant. In company with our Eskimo driver, Tumar, we were on our way to the most northerly settlement of all, Tundra Bay. Now, after weeks of traveling back and forth across the icy wastes, it was a stroke of bad luck that we should have an accident almost within sight of our final destination. Yes, bad luck. Really bad luck, as you'll soon find out. All 3 of us managed to jump clear as the motor sleigh hit a low, solid ridge and turned over. On the far side of the bump was a deep crevasse about 20 feet wide and stretching as far as the eye could see. Had we gone down there, well, you wouldn't be listening to me now.
How is it, Tumar?
Okay, I think. I'll have to repack the baggage, though, Miss Davis.
You're the expert at tying knots. I'll leave it to you. Hey, Liz! What are you doing over there?
Something's got me curious.
Oh, it's only a crevasse. You'll find hundreds of them all along the glacier. You just have to be careful you don't fall down them.
No, it's not the crevasse itself. Hey, look there. In the opposite wall, about 20 feet down.
Well, I don't see anything special.
Come on, look closely.
Yeah?
There. Did you see it?
A shadow.
Oh, that's no shadow. It's a shape.
Uh-huh. Shape of what?
Don't ask me. All I know is that there's something down there.
All right, I'll grant you that. So what?
So I'd like to know what it is.
Okay, so ask it.
Come on, I'm serious, Sandra. Surely you can see the vague shape.
Oh, it's most likely a big boulder being carried along on the glacier. Nothing unusual about that.
I'd like to take a closer look.
Well, you can't. The sleigh will be ready in a minute, and we've got
The sleigh is ready to leave, Miss Davis. We have to travel a few miles south, maybe. I can't say how long this crevasse is.
Do we have a long rope, Tumar?
Yes.
Yeah, well, get it, will you? I want to climb a few feet down the crevasse.
Why? It's very dangerous.
Well, there's something I want to take a closer look at.
Les, I think you're wasting valuable time.
It won't take long. Get the rope, Tumar.
Hey, if you spend much longer down there, we'll all freeze to death.
Okay, you can haul me up now.
Right, you hear that, Tumar?
Yes, Miss Davis. I can manage the winch alone.
Oh, easy does it, Tumar. Coming up nicely. Well, Liz, was it worth all the bother?
It sure was, Sandra. I'll tell you in a minute. Here, take my hand.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. That's better. I was beginning to feel like a fish on the end of a line. Okay, you can stop winching, Tumar. I'm home and dry.
Strip and pack the winch, Tumar.
Yeah.
We'll be with you shortly. Right, Dr. Morris. What was so special down there?
Well, I can't be 100% certain, but I reckon I've seen something no man has ever seen before. Something really incredible.
Why the big suspense? What was it?
Well, I could only see clearly what looked like a hind claw and a part of a jagged tail. It's the frozen remains of some enormous prehistoric creature that must have gotten trapped and frozen to death millions of years ago.
But you sure?
Yeah. Some parts are clearly identifiable from 30 feet down. There's no doubt at all.
I've heard of perfectly preserved mammoths being found in Russian glaciers.
If this beast could be thawed out and preserved, I tell you, it would cause a sensation. A mammoth would be small fry by comparison.
Yeah, but what can we do about it?
Well, we radio back to base and pass the information on. A dime to $1, they'll send an expert up within a week. As it happened, my radio message created more interest than I expected. Within 4 days, a team led by Professor Andrew Pine had been flown in. When I showed them the site, the crevasse was wider.
I see that the photographs you took yesterday have stimulated you to even greater efforts, Professor.
Well, combined with the sensor soundings, yes. Whatever it is down below us has a bulk of, well, to explain it simply, the bulk of 10 fully grown elephants.
Wow. So it's not a mammoth?
Oh, most definitely not. From what little evidence we do have at hand, I'd say it is something reptilian.
You mean a big snake?
Oh, no. We can clearly see through the ice a scale-covered claw and the tip of a saw-edged tail.
You mean it could be a dinosaur?
Yes, quite possibly, my dear. We're drilling through the ice to get a tissue sample. Once we have identified it, then my team will cut through the ice and reveal it for physical inspection.
Yeah, but won't it go rotten?
Oh, no. Besides, an embalming unit is flying in tomorrow morning.
Morning, Professor.
Good morning, Dr. Moores.
You're up bright and early, Sandra?
Oh, I don't want to miss anything.
I've just been watching one of your fellas. He's taken a sample of tissue.
Yes, Rattigan. He'll be reporting in a moment. I didn't get much time to say it yesterday, Moores, but I must thank you for promptly reporting your find to us. Oh, we'll make the Russians look silly with their frozen mammoths, eh? We have something down there that's a whole lot older. A creature that has Rattigan. That was quick.
It's very interesting, sir, but I think I should speak to you privately.
Oh, no nonsense, Rattigan. Speak up.
Very well, Professor. The tissues are of the reptilian order. The creature had a tough, bony hide, 33 centimeters thick.
33 centimeters?
And below that is a fatty white flesh, low in salt content.
Yes, which proves it was a land-based animal. Probably drowned and quickly frozen before deterioration set in. Any idea what it could be, Rattigan?
Oh, well, sir, if its bulk is anything to go by, and looking at the evidence of the claw and tail that can be seen through the ice, I could be very dramatic and suggest we have a specimen of Tyrannosaurus rex.
Tyrannosaurus rex? Oh, no, that would be just too incredible.
What is it?
A dinosaur? Oh, my dear young man, not just a dinosaur. Tyrannosaurus rex was the king of prehistoric creatures. The most savage, monstrous, fearsome beast that ever roamed this planet of ours. With teeth like elephants' tusks, set in their mouth like a railroad tunnel, he could swallow 3 horses in a single bite. Oh, well, really, this is the most astounding discovery, if indeed it is Tyrannosaurus rex. But even so, one of his close relatives.
There's something else, Professor.
What is it?
The flesh. When we brought it up, it was, well, warm.
What ridiculous. How can it be warm 30 feet under the ice?
I've no idea, sir, but it was.
How warm?
3 degrees above freezing. The flesh was soft.
There must be a rational explanation. Oh, well, of course. Heat from the drill.
Oh, I checked. That drill was cold. I was so curious that I had an audio sensor lowered into the hole.
What for?
I think you'd better come and listen, Professor. The heartbeats are very distinct.
It was both astonishing and bewildering, yet I heard those heartbeats for myself. The evidence was there, yet Professor Pine refused to accept it. We retired to a huge metal igloo that had been set up by the research team as their laboratory and living quarters.
Your suggestion is totally impossible, Rattigan.
Is it, sir? Science has proved that suspended animation is a possibility.
Well, don't quote scientific theory at me, Rattigan. Theory is all it is.
Thousands of people have had their bodies frozen in the hope that one day in the distant future, science will find a way to revive them.
And I am abreast of the times, you know. The fact is that science has not yet found a way. So, do we have to believe that a creature trapped in the ice 1,000 million years ago can be revived? Can't you see how absurd it is, Rattigan? Do you really think that if we release it from the ice, it will come to life and go on the rampage?
I wouldn't say it's impossible, Professor.
Well, I do. When the embalming team arrives tomorrow, we will cut it out from the glacier. I can tell by your expression that you disagree. Have you another suggestion to offer?
Yes. Leave it where it is.
Impossible.
Alternatively, cut well away from it so that it's imprisoned in a gigantic ice cube.
And then?
Study it by means of probes and sensors.
No, Rattigan. It will be done my way. 10 days from now, I want to see the carcass, fully embalmed, on its way to Los Angeles.
The argument went back and forth for some time, but it was obvious that Professor Pine was determined to overrule every suggestion his assistant made. Early next morning, a plane carrying a team of 20 men touched down. In addition to vast quantities of embalming equipment, they brought a battery of laser cutters. After a quick breakfast in the metal dome base, they went straight to work. They cut deeply into the side of the crevasse after rigging a number of platforms down the steep sides. After spending the morning at the Tundra Bay Government Clinic, Sandra and I went out with Tumar to watch the, well, I'll use the word excavation, because that's what it was. The team was cutting deep into an area the size of a soccer pitch after first cutting sloping canals to allow the melted ice to flow down into the crevasse. The air was still, but the sight was eerie to say the least. Clouds of steam rose from the laser cutters and shrouded the scene in mist. Being the discoverer of the ice-entombed creature allowed me the privilege of easy access to Professor Pine, who spent most of his time darting from point to point as he waited for more detail of the creature's carcass to be revealed. His assistant, Dr. Radigan, was less enthusiastic. The professor seems to be wildly excited about something over there.
Well, the cutters are getting close now. He's already had 8 points of identification.
How do you mean?
Well, the creature can be seen now from 8 points and has been positively identified.
It has?
Yeah. Tyrannosaurus rex, as we suggested yesterday. There's no doubt now. The head is over there, close to where Professor Pine is standing. Another hour and we'll be through to the water.
Well, what water?
Well, it isn't exactly solidified into the ice, if you know what I mean.
No, I don't.
Well, to put it simply, it's in a body of water, rather like a bubble. That's because the temperature of its flesh is above freezing.
Well, how can that have happened?
I wish I knew. If I did, I'd know whether to run or stay.
Oh, you're trying to scare us, Dr. Radigan.
Well, at this moment, a wide laser is drilling in from the side of the crevasse to a position just below the monster. When it breaks through, the water will run away and be replaced with air. That could be the interesting part.
You mean?
Oh, I don't know what I mean. Deep inside my head at this moment, there's a war going on between my knowledge and all the scientific theories.
Hello, Miss Davis, Dr. Moores.
Oh, hi there.
It won't be long now. Did Radigan tell you the splendid news?
Yes.
It's a wonderfully preserved specimen of Tyrannosaurus rex. Oh, he's huge. So big, in fact, that we've had to extend the length of the excavation by another 30 meters. 30 meters? It's almost unbelievable that such a creature could have existed outside of a schoolboy's imagination. Oh, by the way, Ratigan, they've tapped the water and it's running away. I'm sending Henderson and his party over to the... Good heavens! Did you feel that? An earth tremor. And it's continuing.
I warned you, Professor.
Of what?
Perhaps that was all your friend down there needed. Air.
Oh, Ratigan, are you still harping on that stupid suspended animation theory? How many times do I have to explain? Hey! What's going on over there?
Oh, no! Oh, Les! It's alive!
I watched in horrified fascination as the living nightmare of 1 billion years ago struggled to free itself. First to break through was a gigantic clawed foot the size of a London double-decker bus. It was quickly followed by a second. Men scattered in every direction as blind terror gripped them. All about, ice was cracking and heaving, as though being tossed on a stormy sea. Men fell down the rapidly appearing crevasses and were silenced. Then up reared the head. The head! It was a sight no man could forget. Its mouth was opening and closing, revealing rows of pointed teeth like tank traps. Even from where we stood, we could smell the creature's fetid breath as it growled and roared in an effort to break free of its icy prison. Others like us stood and stared from what they believed to be a safe distance. And then, in what must have been only seconds after its first appearance, its bulk rose up from the ice. Its shape was similar to that of a chameleon, and I remember wondering to myself during those terrifying moments what kind of a weapon we had to stop it. None I could think of, except for maybe an atomic bomb. It came free on its hind legs like a reptilian kangaroo. For a brief moment, it stood poised, then leaned forward and literally scooped. Yes, scooped up 3 men in its cavernous mouth. From that second, it was every man for himself. With Sandra clinging to my arm, I fled to where we'd left our motor sleigh. Tumar was already there, the engine running. We sped from that terrifying scene in a state of mindless panic. Our senses returned when we were 3 miles away at the foot of a tall pinnacle of black rock. Terror gave way to curiosity and disbelief, and we scrambled up the rock to see what was happening back at the excavation.
Oh, Oh, Les, what have we done?
We've done nothing. Professor Pine was warned.
Oh, you didn't believe what Dr. Radigan said either. That day the sleigh overturned, we should have gone on our way.
Yeah, well, how was I to know?
Look what we've unleashed on the earth. It's evil.
Why couldn't it have been an ordinary dinosaur, a herbivore? Why did it have to be the most ferocious carnivore that ever existed?
May heaven help those poor men.
You said
There's not enough transport for them all to get away.
By the look of it, most of them have taken refuge in the research dome.
What's it doing now?
Well, it's just sitting there on its hind legs. It's probably just trying to orientate itself. Yeah, and look for food.
Apart from a few seals and polar bears, there's little else for it to eat in this part of the world. Except humans, of course.
That's it. That's what's bothering me, Sandra. We've got to warn the settlement and radio for help. Yeah, but who's going to believe this, I wonder?
By now they'll have radioed in from the research dome. Our call will merely confirm. Oh, Les! Les, it's moving! It's moving towards the dome!
We watched helplessly, knowing that at least 40 persons had taken refuge inside the shiny steel dome. The Tyrannosaurus was so big that sitting on its haunches, it could look over the top, which is exactly what it did. For a moment it seemed as though it would lose interest and walk away. But instead, it punched at the side with one of its immense forepaws. We saw the side of the dome crumple inwards like a balloon made from silver paper. The same paw swept sideways, almost completely demolishing the dome. Tiny figures ran out to escape, but most were scooped up or picked up to feed those mighty jaws, like jelly babies into the mouth of a hungry child. It was then that Tumar took my arm.
We must hurry if we're to walk the settlement.
That's right, Les. Rexy boy will make quick work of those 200 unsuspecting people if we don't make it snappy.
The creature might be able to move as fast as we can.
As it happened, the beast was slow in its movements. But as we sped on the sleigh across the ice towards the settlement, we knew it was following in our wake. We had time, though precious little, to evacuate every living soul from Tundra Bay. And where could they evacuate to? There was nothing to hand that could stop or deter the monster. Our only hope, it seemed, was that our emergency signal would be picked up and acted on by the military. As we rounded the Black Rock Hill, I saw the settlement. The inhabitants were already out in the streets. They'd heard the shrieks and roars of the approaching beast. And I saw something else that could spell salvation. The ice on the bay was breaking up, and already large patches of blue sea were visible.
Tumar, you'd better bring that headman and his people...
No, there's no time for that, Sandra. Tumar, collect everybody together and tell them to start out across the ice floes. They must take with them every living creature they can find. Cattle, dogs, cats, rats, even mice. In less than 15 minutes, the town has got to be deserted.
It is dangerous on the floes.
It's gonna be a whole lot more dangerous standing here, pal. Tell the men with boats and kayaks to stand off and help to rescue anyone who's in danger. Now get weaving! The settlement consisted of a huddle of some 30 wooden houses and shacks, set in a hollow only a few yards from a stony beach. One could easily walk across the ice floes, which, although being broken up by the spring thaw, was still tightly packed in most parts. The villagers were obedient to a man and followed Tumar out from the land. Reaching a particularly large, thick floe some 100 meters out, Tumar stopped, and the people huddled about him. Furtive eyes turned back towards the settlement.
Oh, here he comes, Les. Oh, just take a look at the size of him.
Yeah, I know.
Say, are you sure we're safe here? A couple of bounds of that thing's going to be chewing us up.
Don't worry, we're safe. Any minute he's going to see us or It'll pick up our scent.
Oh, heck, that's what scares me.
It'll be what saves us.
He's just staring around, sort of dazed.
Hey, 2 more. Lend me your rifle. Good. Thanks.
You won't blow Rexy's head off with that toy.
I'll do better than that. Watch.
But you're firing in the air.
That's right. Doing it to attract his attention to us. Now we'll see if these things were as stupid as the scientists reckon.
Oh, holy cow! He's coming after us!
The Tyrannosaurus dropped to all fours and bounded towards us. The bay was deep, and the ice floes no more than 2 meters thick. The beast's great mouth was wide open, its tail lashing from side to side like a maddened cat. Suddenly it wavered, and the ice floe disappeared under the weight of its forefeet. It tried to balance on its hind legs, but the ice below them, too, shattered. All support gone, it plummeted under the water, throwing ice-cold water over a large area. The nightmare was gone forever, but at the cost of 33 lives, including those of Professor Pine and Dr. Rattigan. The matter has been soft-pedaled, of course, and lots of rumors denied by those in high places. But it hasn't stopped the U.S. government from sending more teams out to the area to search beneath the glacier. I wonder what they'll do if they find a whole herd of Tyrannosaurus Rex. I don't want to be around if they do.
This has been Springbok Theatre of the Air. Join us again for more tales of suspense, drama, romance, comedy, and true life adventure in Springbok Theatre of the Air.
This is Laurence Olivier. Today's play has been adapted from a story by Oscar Wilde. It is a little comedy. It was, of course, written many years ago, and my friends in America will, I'm sure, accept the jest in the spirit in which it was written. I myself will play the ghost in Oscar Wilde's The Canterville Ghost.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Canterville Ghost, the ghost of Sir Simon de Canterville, who murdered his wife, the Lady Eleanor de Canterville, here, in this very room, close on 400 years ago. Through 13 English reigns, I had haunted the halls and corridors of Canterville Chase, and from generation to generation I had struck terror into the hearts of the English nobility. Lords had been driven out of their minds by me. Ladies had died of fright. My career had been brilliant and uninterrupted. At last I had been almost too successful. No more tenants for Canterville Chase could be found. I had only the housekeeper to frighten. And then, one day, in 1888, the shutters were flung back again. Canterville Chase found a new tenant.
Well, Mr. Otis, I'm glad you like the old place. Quite a few hundred years of history have gone to the making of Canterville. My ancestors have lived here since the days of Richard Coeur de Lion.
Is that right?
Yes.
I see. Wouldn't that be about the time of Columbus, Lord Canterville?
300 years before Columbus, Mr. Otis.
Well, what do you know about that? Hey, do you hear that, Mama? 300 years before Columbus. Hey, you sure have plenty of history over here in the old country.
You sure have to lay on plenty of plumbing.
Yes, I guess that's right, too. But now, well, sir, this is just the sort of place I've been looking for, plumbing or no plumbing. Now, we'll take it.
Well, Mr. Otis, there is just one thing. It's only fair to warn you about it. I mean the Canterville Ghost.
What? You mean you have a ghost as well?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Well,
My grand aunt, the Dowager Duchess of Bolton, was frightened into a fit by it as she was dressing for dinner. 2 skeleton hands on her shoulders as she was dressing for dinner. Well, she never really recovered.
No kidding.
Well, I'm afraid not. No. There's several members of my family have seen it, as well as the rector of the parish, Reverend Augustus Dampier. He's a fellow of King's College, Cambridge.
Massachusetts?
No, madam. England. Since then, to tell the truth, we haven't cared to live in the place ourselves. None of our younger servants would stay. There are mysterious noises in the corridors and here in the library. Mrs. Umney here will bear me out.
Horrible noises, Sir, groans, and horrible ghostly laughter.
Well, Lord Canterville, I'll take the furniture and the ghost and evaluation, eh? Now, I come from a modern country where we have everything that money can buy, and I reckon that if there were such a thing as a genuine ghost in Europe, we'd have it at home in one of our public museums. Or in a roadshow, by now, yes.
Well, I fear that the ghost exists, Mr. Otis. It's been well known for centuries, since 1584, in fact. It always makes its appearance before the death of a member of the family.
Well, so does the family doctor, for that matter. But, sir, there's no such thing as a ghost. And I guess the laws of nature are not going to be suspended for the British aristocracy.
Lord's sake, what was that, Hiram?
Oh, one of the kids, Mama, trying to throw a scare into you. They're out back there in the lobby, I guess.
Oh, right here, Pop. We didn't do nothing honest, Pop.
Eh? Well, you're not scaring me any, son. Where's Virginia?
Out in the garden, Pop.
Well, okay, then, so it was a ghost. Now, come along, you run along and play while I talk business with Lord Canterville here.
Say, Mom, look at this red stain on the floorboards here.
Where? Why, yes, indeed. I'm afraid something must have been spilt here. Yes, madam. Blood has been spilt on that spot. But how horrid. I don't at all care for blood stains in the living room. It must be removed at once. It's the blood of Lady Eleanor de Canterville, madam, who was murdered on that very spot by her husband in 1575. Sir Simon de Canterville, that was. I beg your pardon, my lord.
Yes, well, Sir Simon survived her 9 years and disappeared suddenly under very mysterious circumstances.
Indeed.
Yes, his body's never been discovered, my friend.
You've never cleaned up the mess?
Sir Simon's spirit still haunts the chase, sir. The bloodstains have been much admired by tourists and others and cannot be removed.
Eh? Well, why, that's all nonsense. Pinkerton's champion stain remover and Paragon detergent would clean it up in no time. And you should always have a bottle handy like I do. You see. Now, just watch this, eh? Now then. There you are. I knew Pinkerton would do it, eh? There you are. No stain left at all.
Sir, you didn't ought to have done that, sir. It isn't right, sir.
Well, I really must be going, Mr. Otis. Goodbye.
Yes, Canterville Chase had some new tenants at last. And as the Americans would say, my business was looking up again. All my greatest successes came back to me again. The Dowager Duchess, Madame de Tremouillac, who had seen me reading her diary by the firelight. The beautiful Lady Stutfield, who wore a black velvet band round her throat to hide the burning mark of my skeleton fingers. She drowned herself at last in the carp pond at the end of the King's Walk. Oh, yes, indeed. New tenants were here, and every morning I had a surprise for them.
Hey, Pop, that stain's back on the floor again, Pop, just like it's been every morning.
Eh? Well, son, that's mighty queer. Mighty queer. Darn it, you know, I've locked this room every night. And every morning the stain's back there on the floor, just like we never rubbed it out each time.
You know something, Pop? It's a different color again.
Eh? Why, now that's queer, too, son. First dark red, then scarlet, then sort of purple.
See what it is today, Pop? It's bright green.
For the heaven's sake. Who ever heard of green blood?
Well, that's right, Mom. This is getting monotonous. Well, it's lucky we still have a lot more bottles of Pinkertons. So here we go again.
That very night, I made my first appearance. I chose my role very carefully. Mad Matthew, the starveling ghoul, with eyes like burning coals, long grey hair falling over my shoulders in matted coils, my garments of an antique cut, soiled and ragged and phosphorescent. From my wrists and ankles hung heavy manacles and rusty gyves. And then, dragging my chains along the cold stone floor, I made for the corridor outside the American's bedroom.
Hiram, there's someone out there in the corridor.
Huh? Now, this is too much. Now, see here. Look, my dear sir. Those chains of yours are making a terrible noise, and it's past 1 o'clock. Mrs. Otis and I can't get any sleep. Now, I really must insist on your oiling them. Now, look here, I brought you for that purpose a small bottle of the Tammany Rising Sun lubricator. Now, it's said to be completely efficacious upon one application, and there are several testimonials to that effect on the wrapper from some of our most eminent native divines. Now, I'll leave it here for you by the bedroom candles, and I'll be happy to supply you with more should you require it. Now, good night, sir. Now, see here, sir.
Elmer, what are you thinking of? Shine pillars at the ghost. You've broken a picture, and he's dropped his bottle of Rising Sun lubricator. Get back to bed at once.
Oh, never in 300 years had I been so grossly insulted. As there was evidently no time to lose before further indignities, I adopted the fourth dimension and retired through the wainscoting. On reaching my secret chamber in the left wing, I leaned up against a moonbeam to recover my breath. I, who had made a butler shoot himself in the pantry merely by tapping on a window pane with a green hand, I, given a bottle of Rising Sun lubricator and having a pillow shied at my head. Very well, we would see. Next Sunday evening, the Kenilworth Spectre, in full suit of armor.
Say, what's going on out there? Hey, put up your hands there. Come on, I've got you covered.
Oh, my shin.
Say, stop. He's been trying on that little old suit of armor, and he's fallen over the halberd.
Well, quick, boy, get me the liniment. Dr. Dobles.
Are you all right now? For heaven's sake, it must be something internal. Now, you try some of this tincture. With indigestion, it'll cure it as quick as quick.
On reaching my room, I entirely broke down and became a prey to the most violent agitation. The vulgarity of these Americans, their utter materialism, was almost more than I could bear. I had hoped that even modern Americans would have been affected by a spectre in armor, if only out of respect for their national poet Longfellow, which I myself had the highest respect for. If only I hadn't fallen over. Well, I would terrify them before I'd finished. I would make them run screaming before me on the one night of the year when they must be afraid of ghosts, on Halloween.
Elmer? What have you been doing all this afternoon?
Nothing, Virginia. Why?
You've been up to something, I know.
Honest, Virginia, I didn't do anything.
Well, all right then. Come on down to the kitchen. Mom has a big pail of Halloween apples for us to bob for.
Okay, I'm coming.
This Halloween, they will see a sight that would freeze the blood in their veins. A green, ice-cold corpse that crawled before them with white bleached bones and one rolling eyeball. I was to play my favorite role, Dumb Daniel, or the suicide skeleton. Making my way silently down the corridor, I followed them towards the stairs. No, No, they would expect me to appear at the head of the stairs. This way, then. Round this corner, where... It's a ghost!
What's the matter? What is it? Well, I'll be doggone. Look at that. Did you rig this up, son?
Yeah, Pop.
Well, now that's mighty smart. A real Halloween ghost of your own, eh?
Sure, Pop,
a
sure
pumpkin
thing.
head with a candle in it and a bed quilt on a broomstick. Well, what do you know? What's this notice say here?
Read it, Pop.
Oldie Otis Ghosty.
Yeah,
Ye
yeah.
only true and originally spook. Well, now that's mighty smart work, son.
Well, it sure scared the pants off the Canterville ghost, Pop.
I guess you can say that again, son. He sure did yell, didn't he?
Tricked, fooled, outwitted.
In a moment, we continue Theatre Royal with Sir Laurence Olivier. We'd like to remind you of the great listening entertainment in store tomorrow on NBC. When the noted Italian maestro Guido Cantelli leads the world-famous NBC Symphony in another brilliant concert from Carnegie Hall. The famed conductor offers the works of Handel and Schubert, featuring the latter's Symphony No. 7 in C major. Later Sunday, NBC invites you to hear a special resume of the year's history-making news on Voices and Events 1953. You'll hear the voices of such world figures as Eisenhower, Churchill, and Stalin as top NBC commentators bring you news highlights of the year on Voices and Events 1953. And remember to join NBC's Sunday newspaper of the air, Weekend, the only paper you can safely enjoy while driving in your car. Top notables from the news and entertainment world join to bring you all the news of the week in review, along with feature items on home, fashion, and sports. You'll meet Merrill Muller, Elmo Roper, and Earl Godwin with commentary on local and world news highlights, while Earl Wilson covers the Broadway beat, and Mel Allen reports on what's new in sports. And there's a special feature in store on NBC Star Playhouse tomorrow when film star Margaret O'Brien portrays the title role in the whimsical Lewis Carroll tale Alice in Wonderland. Later, enjoy the make-believe tale A Stroke of Fate, a special historical series that shows how a single event may have altered the entire course of a nation. Try to imagine what might have happened if the famous Battle of Hastings had not succeeded during that all-important Norman conquest of England. That's Stroke of Fate, part of your fine listening entertainment tomorrow on NBC. And now we continue Theatre Royal with Sir Laurence Olivier.
Day of All Hallows, I must admit that I was very weak and tired. The terrible excitement of the last 4 weeks was beginning to have its effect. My nerves were completely shattered, and I started at the slightest noise. For 5 days I kept to my room, and at last made up my mind to give way over the bloodstain on the library floor. If the Otis family did not want it, they clearly did not deserve it. The question of my appearances was another matter, and really not under my control. As I saw it, it was my solemn duty to appear in the corridors once a week, and to gibber from the large oriel window on the first and third Wednesday in every month. I could not honorably escape from the obligations. I determined on one last fling. I went through to my nothing. This was becoming intolerable. Wishing to make an effective entrance, I had flung the wretched child's bedroom door wide open when a heavy jug of water fell down on me, drenching me till my teeth chattered, or would have done if I had been wearing them. Luckily, I had not brought my head with me, or the consequences might have been very serious. As it was, I suffered a severe shock to my nervous system and was laid up for the next few days with a very bad cold.
That poor ghost. It's gotten an awful cold.
He sure has, Bob. I think you're downright mean, Elmer, fixing booby traps on the bedroom door.
That's right, Virginia. Just think if I'd been the one the water fell on.
His mum's got something there, Elmer.
Yes, Pop. Well, I'm going right upstairs and leave her a bottle of Dr. Smedwick's ever-ready cold cure before we've all gone and caught it.
It was useless. I gave up all hope of ever frightening this rude American family. From then on, I had to content myself with creeping about the passage in borrowed slippers with a muffler round my throat on account of the drafts. I also thought it advisable to carry a small arquebus in case I should be attacked by the boy. Many a time, as I happen to know, he lay in wait for me, the corridors and stairs bestrewn with nutshells. But in deference to my self-respect, I positively refused to appear. At last, when I did appear or materialize, I took good care to do so in private, merely to stretch my legs, as I did one sunny morning in the tapestry chamber.
Poor Mr. Ghost. Sir Simon, you look so sad.
Who wouldn't be a little depressed the way I have been treated?
I know. But my young brother, that's Elmer, he's going to school soon, to Eton.
To Eton? But that's my old school.
Well, he's going anyhow, and then nobody will bother you. If you behave yourself.
It is absurd asking me to behave myself, quite absurd. After all, I am the Canterville ghost. I must rattle my chains occasionally and groan through keyholes and walk about at night, if that's what you mean. It's my only reason for existing at all.
It's no reason at all for existing, and you know you've been very wicked. Mrs. Umney told us the first day we arrived here that you had killed your wife.
That I admit. It was purely a family matter and concerned no one else.
But it's very wrong to kill anyone. You know it is.
Oh, how I hate the cheap severity of abstract ethics. My wife was very plain, never had my ruffs properly starched, and knew nothing about cookery. Why, there was a buck I had shot in Hogley Woods, a magnificent pricket, and you know how she sent it up to table? Oh, well, it doesn't matter now, I suppose. It's all over. And I don't think it was very nice of her brothers to starve me to death, even though I did kill her.
Starve you to death?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Ghost, Sir Simon, are you hungry? Is that why you groan so much?
Oh, no.
Look, I have a sandwich in my case. Would you like it?
No, thank you. I never eat anything now. It is very kind of you, all the same. And you're much nicer than the rest of your horrid, rude, vulgar, dishonest family.
Stop it. It's you who are rude and horrid and vulgar. And as for dishonesty, you know you stole the paints out of my box to try and furbish up that ridiculous bloodstain in the library.
Yes, but what was I to do? It's a very difficult thing to get real blood nowadays, and your father began it all with his Paragon detergent. I certainly don't see why I shouldn't have taken your paints in the circumstances. As for colour, that's a matter of taste. The Cantervilles, actually, have blue blood, the very bluest in England. Of course, I know you Americans don't care for things of that kind.
You know nothing about it. And the best thing you can do is to emigrate and improve your mind.
Emigrate? What? To America?
Yes.
Don't think I should like America. Really, I don't.
I suppose because we have no ruins and no curiosities.
No curiosities? You have your manners.
Good evening. I will go and call my brother.
No, please don't go, Miss Virginia. I'm so lonely and so unhappy. And I really don't know what to do. I want to go to sleep, but I can't.
That's quite absurd. You've merely to go to bed and blow out the candle. It is very difficult sometimes to keep awake, especially in church. But there's no difficulty at all about sleeping. Why, even babies know how to do that, and they're not very clever.
I have not slept for 300 years. For 300 years I haven't slept a wink, and I'm so tired.
Poor, poor ghost. Have you no place where you can sleep?
Far away beyond the pine woods, there is a little garden. There the grass grows long and deep. There are the great white stars of the hemlock flower, and the nightingale sings all night long. All night long he sings, and the cold crystal moon looks down, and the yew tree spreads out its giant arms over the sleepers.
You mean the churchyard, the garden of death?
Yes. Death must be so beautiful. To lie in the soft brown earth with the grasses waving above one's head and listen to silence. To have no yesterday and no tomorrow. To forget time. To forgive life. To be at peace. You can help me. You can open for me the portals of death's house. For love is always with you. And love is stronger than death is.
But how? Tell me how.
Have you ever read the old prophecy on the library window?
Oh, often. I know it quite well. It's painted in curious black letters, and it's ever so difficult to read. There are 6 lines, aren't there?
Yes. Do you remember them?
I think so. When a golden girl can win prayer from out the lips of sin, when the barren almond bears, and a little child gives way its tears, then shall all the house be still, and peace come to Canterville. But I don't know what they mean.
They mean that you must weep for me for my sins, because I have no tears, and pray with me for my soul, because I have no faith. And then, if you have always been sweet and good and gentle, the angel of death will have mercy on me. You will see fearful shapes in darkness, and wicked voices will whisper in your ear, but they will not harm you. For against the purity of a girl, the powers of hell cannot prevail.
I am not afraid, and I will ask the angel to have mercy on you.
Then take my hand, Virginia. Have no fear. Come through the wainscoting with me. Quickly, quickly, or it will be too late.
Don't take on so, madam. I'm sure Miss Virginia's all right.
But how can you say that? It's 11 o'clock. It's nearly 6 hours since anyone saw her. Poor, poor little Virginia. Oh, Hiram, is there any news of her?
No, Mom, I'm afraid not. We've combed every inch of the grounds. Half the village has been in to help us. We've been down to the depot. She didn't take the evening train. She's just vanished.
Oh, whatever shall we do? What can have happened to her?
She isn't in the carp pond, Mom. They've dragged it.
Now, quiet, son, now. Don't frighten your mother.
Oh.
Now, the first thing in the morning, I'm going to telegraph for Scotland Yard. I'll have a posse of detectives set up to comb the entire district. Now, don't worry more than you have to, Mom. She's probably just got lost in the woods picking flowers or something like that. Well, there goes midnight. I guess we'll just have to turn in for the night. No use our sitting up any longer. Come along, honey. Now, don't cry.
Good heavens, child. Where have you been? We've been looking everywhere for you. All over the countryside. Where have you been?
Now, look here, Virginia. Your poor mother has been frightened to death. Now, where on earth have you been? You must never play these practical jokes again.
I've been with the ghost.
What?
He's dead, and you must come and see him. He's back here, in a secret room behind the wall. Here. Come with me, all of you. Come with me. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore.
Gosh, a secret passage.
There is the ghost, or rather, there is his body, where he died 300 years ago.
Gosh, a skeleton chained to the wall.
This is where his brothers-in-law starved him to death because he had been very wicked and murdered their sister. But he was very sorry for what he had done, and after he lay down, I stayed with him till he fell asleep, at last. And he left me this box of beautiful jewels before he finally died.
Well, what do you know? Those must be worth 10 grand.
I prayed for him like he begged me to do. Poor Sir Simon. Poor, poor ghost.
Hey, Pop, look out of this grating here. You know that withered old almond tree in the courtyard?
Yeah?
Well, it's all covered with blossom. I can see it quite clear in the moonlight.
Then his soul is at rest. God has forgiven him.
This is Laurence Olivier again. I should like to extend my thanks to the cast of this week's program, who included MacDonald Park, Francis Hyland, Howard Marion Crawford, Thelma Ruby, Natalie Benish, and Lois McLean. I shall be back with you again next week when I look forward to the pleasure of both introducing the play and appearing in it myself. Until then, au revoir, and thank you.
Sir Laurence Olivier starred in today's transcribed program. The script was by Derek Patmore. The music was under the direction of Sidney Torch. Theatre Royal is an NBC presentation, produced and directed by Harry Allen Towers.
Tonight, hear Hollywood Story on the NBC Radio Network.
The Witch's Tale. The fascinations of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They're waiting for you, now.
Another 122-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 122-year-old. Well, Satan, tell everyone to douse their lights. That's it. We want lots of darkness when we tell our bedtime stories. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep. And soon, by the light of the moon and the stars, you'll see a barren stretch of land where two roads meet in old Massachusetts state. 3 policemen stand a-talking there beside their motorcycle bikes, and soon you'll hear the story of the haunted crossroads. The haunted crossroads.
Sure you're not scared to have us leave you here alone, Tom? Of course he's scared, Sergeant. Look at his knee shaking. I'll probably yell for help the minute you guys get out of his sight. Sure, Jim. I don't think he is properly frightened. I guess not. Well, if he sees any spooks, he can't say we haven't warned him. Seriously, boy, you'll keep your eyes peeled for other things than ghosts on this patrol. You bet I will, Uncle Pat. And I hope it's my luck to have the skunk who knocked up Smith and Barclay here start something with me. Well, I hardly think that'll happen. Those killings weren't done by the same man. They were both stabbed in the back the same way. Oh, well, that doesn't prove anything. Several fellows were stabbed to death here right after the Civil War. And another about 20 years ago, according to all records. It wasn't the same murderer who got them, and 2 cops of our troops. Well, unless you believe the crazy stories about this place being haunted. Well, I must be riding back to troop headquarters for Captain Elton, Riskin, and the Heideggers. And you, Gina Hardy, you better be after getting on your patrol. Well, I'll get the old bike moving. Oh, When you get home in the morning, Tom, remind your sister she's got a movie date with me tomorrow night. Kathleen's not apt to forget any date she has with you.
Super Hattie, your job at the moment is to keep your eye peeled for speeders and reckless drivers.
Well, I'll try to remember that, Sarge. Well, good night. Good night, Gene.
Night, Polly. Kathleen, morning,
What's that? Tom! I'm coming back, kid. Coming back.
Gene!
I'm coming, Sarge. Sarge, what is it? What has happened? I'm here. What's happened? Tom!
Yes. He's dead.
He can't be dead. We just left him.
I started right after you rode away. Then I heard him yelling, "Oh, merciful God, I raised that boy. He was like my own son."
He's been stabbed in the back. Just as Smith was stabbed a week ago. And Barclay.
Here at these same rotten crossroads.
Now pull yourself together, Sarge. You know what I thought of, Tom. But we're cops. Listen, you were back here before I did. You must have seen
I saw no more than you see now. Whoever did it got away.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Tom wasn't alone here more than a minute. No one could have gotten to him across these open fields and then away again between the time I left and come back. Yet I saw no one but him and you. What was that?
A woman's laugh. A woman's laugh. You hear it, too?
It sounded here, beside me.
Right here beside it, at me very elbow.
Yet no one's here that we can see.
An invisible woman. That's the craziest part of your whole crazy story.
But we did hear it, Captain Elton.
It's true, so help me. But there wasn't any woman, by your own confession. You said you searched and couldn't find her.
We looked everywhere around, sir. But there's no place there for anyone to hide.
And like the hicks around here, you come to the conclusion those old crossroads are haunted. A female ghost stabbed Tom Fallon with a very ungodly steel knife, I suppose, which she carried away with her because you couldn't find it either. That's a fine way for two policemen to explain a murder.
They're only telling you what really happened.
But it couldn't have happened.
Just the same it did. Now look here, sir. Tom Fallon.
Sit down. I'm sorry I have to pound at you like this. But Tom is the second of the troop that has been killed inside a week. At the same place. In the same way. And last year we found Barclay dead there. 3 policemen stabbed to death and we haven't a single lead to the rat who did it.
You think the same person killed them all, sir?
Yes, and that person's a man. Not a laughing, invisible woman. A man with strength enough to kill with a single blow. Hardy, you say Fallon wasn't out of your sight for more than a few minutes before you heard him scream.
Well, I'd only passed the first turn south of the crossroads, sir. A minute and a half at most.
And you got back to him in about half that time. How about you, Sergeant McGee? I left Tom right after Trooper Halley rode away, sir, and headed north. And neither of you saw any vehicles approaching from the east or west, nor past any?
No, sir. There was no traffic at all.
Then, in the 70 or 80 seconds that Fallon was alone, someone ran across that completely open space, drove a knife into Tom Fallon's back, and then ran away again.
It's crazy, but that's the way it must have happened.
It's the only way it could have happened. It didn't happen! It's impossible! The world's greatest sprinter couldn't have covered the necessary distance in that short time, and a running man must make a little noise. Yet Fallon saw and heard nothing until a knife was in his back. You're lying to me, both of you. By the Lord, if I didn't know how close you were to the boy, I'd say you bumped him off yourself.
Captain Elton! Don't say that, don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean that, of course. But unless you fellas change your story, the coroner's jury is going to ask some mighty embarrassing questions. You've established yourselves as the only persons in the vicinity who could have come close enough to Fallon.
No one's going to think we had anything to do with this when they recollect those other killings at the crossroads, even if they won't believe we heard that woman laugh. You've forgotten, Captain, that Tom is the third to die out there, by the same man's hand, you say. Last week when Smith was killed, Sergeant McGee and I were on duty with you in this station from the time Smith left here until his body was found. And when Barclay got here a year ago...
Then, George, you and I were up in Maine doing some fishing. Don't you remember? And Gene here.
And I was serving a motorcycle escort for the governor. Now, no one will question that alibi.
Yeah, you're right. But if you've told me the truth about tonight, what's the answer? I didn't have to listen to such a nutty yarn about Smith's and Barclay's murders, for no one was near him when it happened. They'd been dead for hours when found. Oh, excuse me, boys, the things I've said. If I don't find someone to pin these stabbings on pretty soon, I'll be believing those damn crossroads are haunted. That's all. Just a minute. Tom?
Miss Fallon up here, sir.
Bring her in.
Yes, sir.
Does she know her brother is... No. I telephoned her to come down here. That's all. You'd better break the news, Pat. You're her uncle.
No, not me. I can't even see her now. Let me out this other door before she...
Well, here she is.
Captain Dalton, why did you telephone me to come down here? Uncle Pat, why are you here? What's wrong?
Let me out of here. Let me out.
Uncle Pat, it's Tom. Something's happened to Tom.
Don't look at me. I don't know anything about it. Kathleen, dear.
Miss Fallon.
Tom was posted at the crossroads tonight. He's been killed there, like the others.
Yes. Your brother is...
Tom. Oh, Tom.
Dearest Kathleen.
Let me out of here. Oh, let me out.
Oh, Pat.
I can't bear to hear her cry like that. I can't bear to have her eyes upon me. She has eyes like Tom, and they accuse me.
Accused?
Before God, I swear I didn't mean to kill him.
Are you?
Yes, I killed him. I didn't tell you the truth. I never left him at his post at all. I killed the boy I loved because something from the blackest hell got into me. I stabbed a knife into his back because I couldn't help myself. I was made to do it. No, I'll pay for what I've done.
Don't let him get his gun.
He shot himself.
Uncle Pat.
He's dead. Tom Fallon's murderer has just killed himself.
He stabbed my brother. Oh, no, he couldn't.
You heard what he said, Miss Fallon. But who killed Smith and Barclay? McGee couldn't have done that. No. Why did he say he couldn't help himself? That he was made to kill his nephew?
And what was the meaning of that woman's laugh I heard?
You in that car! Drive on, no stopping here.
It's only me, Jean.
Kathleen.
You can put away your gun. But I'm glad to know you're being so careful here.
Why drive away out here at this hour, honey?
Oh, I couldn't sleep knowing you were posted alone at these crossroads tonight.
Dear, I told you not to worry. A trooper's been posted alone here every night for 3 weeks now. Ever since poor Tom was killed. And nothing's happened.
You think there's no danger here anymore, now that Uncle Pat's dead?
Look, you mustn't start thinking about him now.
Well, it's rather difficult not to think about him. I'll never understand why...
He was out of his mind. That's the only explanation.
But what drove him out of his mind? What could have made him destroy someone he loved? As we know, he loved Tom. And he said he was made to do it.
I don't know.
Jean, you're all I have left. If anything should happen to you now...
Now, nothing's going to hurt me, dear. Come on. Get a hold of yourself, sweetheart.
But Uncle Pat had nothing to do with the other deaths here. He was miles away when Smith and Barclay were stabbed. Jean, maybe this place is haunted.
Oh, you don't believe that stuff any more than I do. You're just all upset and... here, I'm going to disobey all standing orders of the state police and join you in this car for a little roadside parking.
Oh, no, don't get in. I'd rather get out and walk a bit.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been out here before, you know. At night, I mean.
Yeah, and you shouldn't be here now. Fine thing, driving this deserted old road at midnight. Have you got that little gun I gave you?
Oh, yes, I always carry it when I drive alone.
Ah, that's good. Well, come on then if you want to walk.
Jean, exactly where did you find Tom's body and Uncle Pat kneeling beside him?
We're not going to talk any more about that.
Oh, all right. It really wouldn't do me any good to know. It's such a gloomy spot here. No cars passing, no road lamps.
These are just old county roads. No state trooper had to patrol here regularly until...
Until after Frank Barclay was found stabbed here.
Oh, Kathleen.
I want to talk about it, Jean. I loved Uncle Pat. He was a good man, not a killer or a maniac. And I've got to find out what made him do the thing he did. Find out what made him say he couldn't help himself. Uncle Pat was in Maine when Frank Barclay was killed. Tell me about that.
Well, all I know is that Barclay didn't report on schedule. When they found him, he'd been dead for several hours.
And then Smith, just a week before Tom.
Like Barclay, he'd been dead for a long time when found.
But Uncle Pat couldn't have done it.
Oh, he wasn't out of my sight, and that of a dozen others at any time that night. Well, after that, Captain Elton made this a fixed post.
Oh, I can't understand it.
Neither can anyone else.
And 70 years ago, the papers say, a town constable was stabbed here, and another constable about the time when we were children. That makes 5. All policemen.
It's screwy, all right. But you mustn't think about it anymore, dear. And look, don't worry about me. Look around here. There's nothing but open spaces, sand and grass, and 2 level hard dirt roads. Why, there isn't a bush or stone big enough for a cat to hide behind, let alone a man with a knife.
No one could come close to you here, except someone you knew and trusted. As Uncle Pat was trusted by Tom. As you trust me.
It's enough nonsense now. Go home, go to bed, and sleep. Yes, and keep that little automatic of yours handy on the way. Night driving's no business for a woman.
I wish you'd let me stay.
Not a chance. You want me to lose my job? That's what happens to cops who entertain ladies during business hours.
But it's so gloomy here. So silent and eerie. It looks like a haunted place.
Oh, bunk. Here, give me a kiss and say goodnight.
Oh, gee. I can't lose you.
You're not going to. I'm safer here than I'd be in a church. What was that?
A woman laughing.
That's what I heard the other night.
Who's there?
A woman's in the road.
Wasn't there a moment ago?
I'll soon find out.
Jean, come back here.
Stay in the car, Kathleen. You in the black dress. I want to talk to you.
Don't follow her, Jean. Come back.
Wait, I tell you, whoever you are. Don't walk away from me. I'm an officer of the
Don't
law.
close the door. Don't. Don't let her touch you, Jean. Keep away. She disappeared. She vanished as I watched her. Where did she go to? Come back here, Jean. Come back. Come back.
I'm coming.
What happened to that woman?
I'm coming.
Jean, what's happened to you?
I've got to do it.
Why do you stare at me like that?
Got to do it. Got to do it.
Why are you opening that pocket knife?
I can't help myself. Can't help myself.
You look as though you didn't know me. As though I'm someone you hate. Jean, I'm Kathleen. You love me.
Kathleen. Love.
Don't come any closer. Keep away.
Kathleen. Love. You're done, Kathleen. Shoot me before I reach you. Shoot me. It's the only way to stop me, but I can't help myself.
No.
Just shoot me or I'll kill you with this knife.
Oh, you're mad.
Shoot. Shoot, I say, before I drive this knife into your back.
Oh, may God forgive me. It's the only way. I shot you, Jean. I shot you. Oh, she's here beside me. The woman in black. Oh, keep away. Keep away. Keep away.
Go on, Miss Fallon. I want to hear more about this woman who laughed. This ghost.
Oh, please don't ask me any more questions now. I'll go out to that operating room again, Captain Elton. Make sure that Dean's going to live. I only shot him to stop him.
You stopped him, all right.
Oh, here's the doctor at last. Oh, doctor.
It's all right, Miss Fallon. We've taken the bullet out of Cooper Hardy's shoulder, and he'll be up and around again in just a few days.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
And also Jean's tough constitution. Now, that's off your mind. Will you please tell me exactly what happened at the Crossroads tonight?
I'll answer all your questions now.
What I've already heard has made me very curious.
Sit down, Doc. It's your office and your hospital. Go ahead, Miss Fallon. Let's hear all about that laughing, appearing, and disappearing woman.
If I were you, Captain, I'd withhold my judgment a while. Cooper Hardy has been babbling about the phantom woman under the ether. Under the ether, people don't lie. He's been repeating over and over that he couldn't help himself.
He couldn't. Somehow she made him want to kill me. But he loved me. That love was stronger than her power. He had time to warn me.
So you obligingly shot him?
Yes.
Then the woman reappeared again?
Yes, beside me. And she laughed. She laughed horribly. And then, as I looked at her, she just wasn't there.
A woman dressed in black, you say?
Yes. A dress all folds that might have been a shroud. And her face was like the dead, but with an awful purplish tinge as if she'd been strangled. And around her throat there was a heavy rope that dangled to the ground. Oh, God, I'll see her till the day I die.
I don't believe in ghosts. You just shot one of my troopers. I don't care if you were engaged to marry him. I don't...
That's enough, Captain.
Oh, what?
I'm boss inside the walls of this hospital. And this girl is in no physical condition to stand your 3rd degree. Besides, I think she's telling the truth.
The truth?
Why not? We can't call a thing a lie simply because we don't understand it. And have you any better explanation than we've heard for the tragedy at those old crossroads?
You don't think anything supernatural? I think something that has lived beyond the span of ordinary human life is responsible. Remember those almost forgotten cases the newspapers have searched out? The man who was stabbed there in 1865? That other chap in the early 1900s? One of the reporters told me they'd discovered several more crossroads stabbings in the records. A peace officer was killed there in Andy Jackson's time. And a member of the watch was stabbed when Washington was president.
Oh, policeman.
By Jove. I hadn't thought of it just in that light. Miss Fallon, you say the phantom woman had a rope round her neck?
Yes, a thick rope tied with a heavy knot.
A hangman's rope. And at the crossroads in the early days, criminals were hanged and buried. What's that got to do with it? Maybe a lot more than you think. Excuse me, Captain. Leave a chair aside so that I can get to that bookcase. What? I want to find something. Something I've read and more than half forgotten. Policemen, officers of the law. They've been the only ones to die at those crossroads where a gallows tree once stood. Oh, that's a coincidence. But you must admit a strange coincidence. Here's the book. An old history of this county. History? Here it is. I knew I read it somewhere. Look.
What is it, Doctor?
I'll read it to you. Listen. On that 13th day of August, 1721, by order of the King's Governor, a gibbet of good, stout oak had been erected at Berkeley Crossroads. That's the old name of our place, Captain Elton.
Go on reading.
And there the criminal, Goody Fairfax, was taken, still protesting her innocence of the foul crimes that had jeweled her tears.
No, I swear that I'm innocent. The officers have lied.
Hold more tightly on her, Peter, so I can fix this rope round her scrawny neck.
Let me go. You cannot kill me.
She wriggles like an ear. Waste no more time. Forward to the beam.
No, I have done no murder. Have mercy. I am innocent, I swear.
Hey, you've had a fair trial, Dame, and been found guilty. And soon for your crime you'll be buried in the soil of infamy, here beneath this gallows tree. Hey! Oh, you fastly spit upon your grave.
I not suffer that, I won't.
The rope's fast at last. All is ready, my lord sheriff. When you give the word. Quiet! Our Lord the King's High Sheriff speaks.
Nay, I who am about to die this unjust death will speak. Hear me, ye officers of so-called justice, who have decreed this fate for me. As I die innocent of crime, I vow to return from death the murderer you to hang me for. As ye officers of blind lord over the death on me, so I shall visit death on you, with no more sense of right or pity. You mean to bury me beneath this gibbet, in unhallowed ground, away from God. Whilst I remain away from God, beware. Beware, I warn ye, for not even death will stay my hate. I shall return to bring ye death, the officers of law.
Pull on the rope.
I shall return to bring you death. I shall return.
And so, still screaming her threats of ghostly vengeance, the murderess Goody Fairfax was hanged to death. Then the old account goes on. Her body was cut down from the gallows and buried underneath it at Berkeley Crossroads.
The haunted crossroads.
Captain Elton, whether or not you believe in ghosts, it might be a kindly thing if you search for Goody Fairfax's grave, and if you find it, to place her restless bones in hallowed ground. A kindly thing and a wise thing. I haven't got over it yet. There were human bones, a woman's bones, buried beneath those crossroads.
I knew you'd find them if you only persisted in the search.
He persisted, all right, making us troopers do the digging. With me on double shift. Fine way to treat a man only a week out of hospital.
And a newly married man.
Oh, I thought that was a good way for you to earn your sergeant's stripe.
Sergeant stripe?
Yeah, here's your warrant.
Captain Elton.
I had to make you two crazy ghosts here some kind of a wedding present. And this didn't cost me anything.
Oh, how can we ever thank you?
Be happy. And Kathleen, let that first shot you had at your husband be the last.
Well, that's the end of that one, Satan. You folks come see us again on my birthday. We'll have another cheerful yarn to sing ye.
The fascination of the eerie. Weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They are waiting for you now.
I be today. Yes, sir. 113-year-old. Well, Satan, if you'll pass the word to douse all lights, we'll be getting down to business. That's it. Make it nice and dark. Sitting amongst the gloomy shadows is the way to hear our pretty tales. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll see inside a little shop across the seas in Paris, France. A little curiosity shop it is, full of odd and old and funny things for sale. And there begins our story of the mannequin. The mannequin.
Look, monsieur. The powder box of Marie Antoinette, worth 2,000 francs.
I haven't the slightest use for a lady's powder box.
No? I show monsieur the pistol of Maximilien Robespierre.
I'm not interested in pistols.
I show monsieur the sword of the Marquis de Lafayette.
Please, I don't want that either.
You do not desire the sword of Lafayette?
No, all monsieur desires is to get out of here. Wait, Paul. I owe Henri an explanation after looking at everything in this place. Monsieur, I regret that I must leave your excellent shop without making a purchase. But you see, I came here in search of a particular something which I have not found.
Oh, what is it, Monsieur Seek, you have not found?
I don't know.
Comment?
All I know is that I became convinced that there was something in your shop that, well, crazy as it may sound, something that wanted me to have it.
I always knew a man had to be insane before he chose painting as a career. But that notion proves that you're even madder than the average artist. Something that wanted me to have it. Bah!
Monsieur, do I understand you are an artist?
Why, yes.
An artist who paint picture?
Guilty.
Oh, monsieur, come quick, this way.
What for?
I have something you will buy. Something only for the artist.
What on earth?
Must be something precious if he keeps it behind all these locks.
Wait until you see. Entree.
You want us to go down in that cellar?
Oui, monsieur. Follow me. I turn on the light.
What
Un moment. Come, monsieur. Please come.
All right. See nothing down there but crates and broken junk.
He's unlocking another door.
Please come, monsieur. Tout de suite.
Come on, Paul.
I'm with you. What the deuce did he want you to see?
I think it's the thing I came here to find. I feel its call again. Whatever wants me to have it lies behind that door.
Oh, bunk.
We'll soon find out. He's drawing the last bolt.
Prenez garde à ce que vous faites, je crains.
He says he's afraid.
Now the door's unlocked, he doesn't pull it open. What's wrong with you, Henri?
You're trembling like a frightened child. What are you afraid of?
Hey.
What's behind that door?
I open the door, monsieur. Regardez.
Good Lord.
There's a woman in that closet.
She's hanging by the neck.
Her hands and feet are bound with ropes.
This man's a murderer.
They've killed her.
No. She is not a woman. She is a mannequin.
Oh, my God.
What?
It's only a mannequin, Paul. A lay figure.
You mean a dummy?
Yes. Every artist has one in his studio. You've seen mine. I drape costumes on it instead of using a live model.
The figure in your studio isn't anything like this one.
I should say it isn't. This is a work of art. It's positively lifelike.
To me, it still looks like a woman hanging there.
Why have you got it trussed up, Henri? As though it was some dangerous animal. Take that rope from around the neck and bring it under the light so that I can see it properly.
Oui, monsieur.
Monty, he's frightened to death of the thing.
I can see that. But why? It's merely a big doll made of wooden cloth and cotton stuffing. Bring it out, Henri.
Oui, monsieur. Tout de suite.
That's right. Cut the rope from its neck. Hurry up, she isn't going to bite you.
Oui, monsieur.
Oh, aren't you going to cut those cords that bind the hands and feet? I want to see how the joints work.
Monsieur, you perhaps will cut the cords?
Oh, give me the knife.
Easy.
I don't wonder they don't like to touch the thing, Monty. It seems living. Human.
It's the most remarkable mannequin I've ever seen. Its covering is of the finest silk. Look how it's padded. Every muscle, every feature is perfection.
The face is almost beautiful.
It's lovely. A master artist did this job. He was a crackerjack mechanic, too. Listen, as I move these joints about, you don't hear the slightest squeak.
How's the hair fastened on? It actually seems to be growing from the head.
Say, the hair isn't an ordinary wig. Sounds like a wooden base underneath. Tiny holes must have been drilled in the head and the hairs inserted one by one.
Who could have gone to all that trouble?
Search me. Her maker has given her glass eyes, too.
Yes, I've already noted that. And they stare at us as though that dummy understood every word we're saying.
Funny. Those eyes do convey an illusion of intelligence.
Monsieur, you find the mannequin good?
Good? She's perfect.
Then you will buy? You will take her away?
Well, I'd like to, Henri. But I can't afford anything so fine.
My price is very low, monsieur.
Yes, I've already heard some examples of what you call low. How much?
Monsieur, we wish to be rid of her. The price, it do not matter so long you take her from the shop.
Monty, wait. There's something funny about this figure. They're too anxious to get rid of it.
You're sure this isn't stolen goods, Henri?
No, monsieur. We are honest people. We prove we buy this mannequin from place in Lyon. We buy her cheap. That is the reason we sell cheap to you.
Well, I don't know what this mystery is, but if you can prove you bought her legally in Lyons, I'll take her.
You buy her, monsieur?
Pack her up, and I'll tell you where to send her.
Oh, oui. Now, here is the box in which she came, monsieur.
It looks like a coffin. Monty, you won't have it delivered to your door in that. It'll frighten your wife to death.
It probably would give Florette a turn, but I'll warn her what to expect. No, better than that. We'll take it home with us on top of a cab. And now, monsieur, you will place my purchase in its box. I'll pay you and be on my way.
Would monsieur mind if I do not touch the mannequin again? You, monsieur, will lift her in the box?
You don't like her a little bit, do you? Now that I've removed the cords with which you had her bound, you probably think her hands will throttle you or something. Well, I'm not afraid of her. Come, pretty lady, prepare to travel.
Monty!
Monsieur!
Monty, I just saw that figure's arms curl about your shoulders. It looked as though she were embracing you.
Now that we're nearly home, Paul, please wipe that look of superstitious gloom from your face. Aren't you yet convinced that my new mannequin is just a mannequin?
Naturally, your explanation of the thing's weird movements is the only reasonable one.
Of course. Hanging in the damp cellar of that shop, its wooden frame became warped and out of adjustment. That's what made its limbs perform those eerie contortions. I confess I was considerably startled, though, when his arms wrapped themselves so lovingly around my neck. I mustn't tell Florette I've purchased such an amorous lady. You know how jealous she is. Ah, here we are.
I'm glad. When that figure's coffin-like box above us on the roof of this cab, I felt as though I were riding with a corpse.
I'd better assure Florette that that's not what I'm bringing home before she sees the box and starts to wonder. Oh, darn, it's too late. There she is at the window.
Now, Raymond's with her.
Well, thank heaven he's here. I'll have a brother artist to help me gloat over my new purchase. He won't share your dislike of her.
When they've left the window, they must be coming to the door.
Yes. Take down that box, cabby.
Oui, monsieur.
I'll send Potter over to help him carry it inside.
Monty!
Hello, Florette. Hello, Raymond.
I say, old chap, what have you got in that beastly-looking box?
We saw you arriving in the Swan there.
Just wait until you see her.
Wait till we see her?
Yes, darling. I'm bringing home my new sweetheart.
Your new sweetheart?
Don't be jealous yet. Is Potter around?
We left him standing at the door.
Potter, oh, Potter.
Yes, Mrs. Montague.
Come here and help the cabby with his box.
Right away, sir. What is inside that box, Monty?
You'll soon find out. Oh, how did you fellows? Bring her in. I'll open the door for you.
Thank you, sir. Here we are. Here we are.
You can lay her down here in the hallway. That's right. Now get me a hammer, Potter. There's one in my studio. Or will you pay the cabby, Paul?
Monty, tell us what you have in that box immediately.
Yes, don't keep us in suspense, old chap.
You'll see for yourselves in a moment. Potter, hurry up.
Here's the hammer, sir. Here's the hammer. Shall I give it the work, sir?
No, I'll open it. There's only a single nail at each end holding the boards. Behold.
Good Lord. Mr. Montague. Take her away. She's a corpse.
No, Florette. It's just a wax figure.
You're both wrong. It's my new mannequin.
New mannequin, Monty?
Wait till I lift her out and show you.
Oh, she puts her arms on your neck.
You explain that, Paul, while I place her in this chair.
The framework inside is warped, Florette, which makes the limbs spring into queer positions. At least that's what Monty says.
The thing's an absolute work of art.
I knew you'd appreciate her, Ray.
But, Monty, these joints aren't warped in any way. They move in my hands without the slightest effort.
Because warping is not the reason why her arms move just like light. She's more than just a mannequin. She's not good. I do not like her.
You're jealous of my new sweetheart. For that's what she is. My newfound love. She's certainly lovely, isn't she, Florette?
What was it?
I heard it, too.
Heard what, Monty?
That figure sighed.
You're crazy.
No, I heard her.
So did I.
Me too, sir.
Then the four of you are batty.
Monty, take this thing away. I will not have it here, I'm afraid.
Dear, you're not going to become hysterical over a big stuffed doll. Here, let me hold you in my arms.
The figure made a hissing sound. It did.
Look at its eyes. They stab me with hate.
Aye, they do.
Have you all become raving lunatics?
She or I must leave this house, Monty. I will not stay here with her.
Nor I, sir. I gives notice.
Oh, this is becoming ridiculous.
Now, Monty's right. We're making fools of ourselves. Because this figure is so lifelike, we're imagining things that can't possibly be so.
You certainly are. Potter, stop trembling like a frightened puppy and mix everyone a scotch and soda. Yourself included. It's apparently needed to steady such flighty nerves.
Yes, sir.
Serve it in the studio. Go on in, fellas.
Come on, Paul.
All right.
I come too.
Wait, Florette. Before we leave here, I want you to take a good look at this mannequin and convince yourself it's no more than cloth and cotton stuffing.
I do not wish to look. Her eyes stare at me with hate.
How can eyes made of glass show any emotion?
Monty, I'm afraid of her. No matter what you say, I know she is more than what she seems. And I know she do not like me.
Florette, dear, you should be ashamed of the way you're acting. Come now, snap out of it.
I am very silly, I suppose. That thing, it can be nothing more than just a great big doll.
You know it can't.
Yes, I know. And I'm afraid of her no longer. I prove to you she cannot frighten me, Sherry. Regardez, I slap her face.
No, don't. You might knock her off that chair and break her.
Very well.
spot because I meant to slap her face, you see. I am not afraid of her anymore.
Your courage is proven. Now let's go in and join the others.
Wait. First, kiss me, mon petit. You did not kiss me when you arrived.
I was too excited over my purchase, I guess. Now I'll make up for lost time.
Yes, kiss me. Kiss me much.
Oh! Dear, what's the matter? Paul, Raymond, come here. What is it? What's the matter? Look at Florette. She suddenly collapsed in my arms as though she'd been struck. Struck? Yes, Paul. You're a doctor. See what's wrong with her.
Blood oozing from her head.
She's not badly hurt?
No, merely a flesh wound. Just enough to knock her out. What did it?
I don't know.
There's a hammer lying at her feet. Someone must have thrown it at her.
But we were alone here.
You were not alone.
I tell you...
Monty, that mannequin was here. And when you opened the case in which you brought her here, you left this hammer lying beside her hand.
I find what they call a natural explanation for everything, Raymond. Even says she did not throw that hammer at my head last month.
Ray, will you try to talk some sense into this poor deluded child?
My dear Florette, Monty is right in insisting that your accident was due to some normal cause. It's impossible to believe that an inanimate lay figure threw a hammer at you.
That mannequin is not the thing it seemed, I tell you. She tried to cause my death because she loved my husband.
My dear child, you can't believe such arrant nonsense as that.
Oh, you are like Monty. You think me just a fool. Paul is the only one who do not say that I am crazy when I speak about that mannequin. But he is gone away from Paris now.
Thank heaven for that. I couldn't stand both him and you talking madness day and night.
Oh, Raymond, I must make you believe what I say for Monty's sake. Since that figure come here, he have changed.
I have not changed.
You have. Ever since you know me, I have been your model. Now no more you let me pose for you. You paint only from that mannequin.
Oh, for the love of... Ray, you know I'm working on a canvas depicting Abelard and Helwars. Florette posed for Helwars and the face is finished. Now I'm simply painting in the costume. And she saw because I drape it on the mannequin, instead of making her stand motionless for hours like a wooden clothes horse.
All artists do that, you know, Florette.
But he is not only painting in the costume, he have retouched the face for which I pose until now it look like the mannequin.
Well, what if I have?
Have you, Monty?
Yes.
Why?
I will tell you. The face of Helwas should be all love. I love Monty, but I am just a simple woman. The figure is more than woman. And she loves him more than I do.
Oh, that's rot. But, well, crazy as it may sound to you, Ray, I did catch an expression of absolute devotion from that mannequin's painted face.
Because she know you. You told me that she called to you before you ever see her in that shop from which you buy her.
I'm sick of this whole business. I know she's nothing but a jointed image. I'll never have a moment's peace while she remains inside the house. You win, Florette.
You mean...
I'll get rid of her. You've admired her, Ray. You'll take care of her.
I've heard enough of your silly talk about a voice inside this box, Potter. Now that we've reached my chambers, pour yourself a drink and forget it.
But there was a voice, Mr. Raymond. Mr. Montague heard it, and so did his missus.
Well, I didn't. All I heard was a crash as you let your end of this case fall to the floor. And if I find the figure inside broken, I'll strangle you for it. Find me something with which to pry this lid open.
You're not going to take the figure out, sir?
Naturally. Now, this heavy hunting knife will do the trick, I think. There we are, Potter. Lift the lid aside.
Yes, sir.
And now I lift a fair, inanimate cause of so much unreasoning terror from her most uncomfortable-looking casket. Out you come, pretty one. I'm not afraid of you. You're going to live with me now. Florette says you're in love with Monty, but he's given you to me. You won't see him anymore.
Look, the figure's end.
Huh?
It's grabbed that hunting knife.
Her other hand's at my throat, Potter. Potter, get that knife.
She stabbed him, killed him, and now she's coming after me.
Florette, will you please stop pacing the floor like a caged animal? Raymond has the figure safely inside his studio by this time, and it's not coming back here.
What was it?
Mary, the doorbell did.
It is she come back.
Rot, it's probably Potter returning from Raymond's place. I'll let him in.
Hello, Monty.
Paul.
Hello, Florette.
Oh, Paul, I am glad to see you. You alone do not say I am a fool about that mannequin.
You see, the lay figure is still the paramount topic of conversation, Paul. Just as when you went away from Paris.
I'm not surprised. And I'm here to carry on the conversation, Monty. I've just returned from Lyons, where your big doll came from.
What do you mean?
I went there purposely to learn what I could about the figure, and I discovered some interesting things. Look at this photograph. But first let me color half of it with my hand. Here.
Why, it's a picture of the mannequin.
No, Monty. It's a portrait of a living woman. Now look at the other half.
A man stands beside her. He is Monty.
It's my photograph. I never posed for such a picture. Those clothes we're wearing, I never saw them before.
The costumes you see are those of 100 years ago. The originals of this picture have been dead almost that long.
I do not understand.
Where did you get this picture?
I had it photographed from a painting in the Lyons Museum, which bore the date of 1840.
1840?
Why do the dead men in this picture look so much like Monty?
I can't explain their resemblance except by supposing it's one of nature's duplications. The man you see here was a sculptor named Marcel Valmont. The woman was his wife. They were greatly in love with one another, so much so that when she died, he lost his reason. He is reputed to have made a life-size figure that resembled her, which he kept always at his side until his death.
You think my mannequin...
Yes.
That is why she loved my Monty then. Because he looked like her husband.
But the mannequin is only a copy of the woman.
From what we have seen, I think she's something more than that.
Something more?
Yes. I wish to examine your mannequin carefully.
It is gone.
Gone? Where?
I gave it to Raymond about an hour ago.
Oh, that's all right. He'll keep it safe.
Oh, that bell.
I'll answer it.
She said she would return.
Stop that, Tourette.
Mr. Montague! Mr. Montague!
What?
Oh, it is on a heath.
Why are you wearing handcuffs?
Eh?
And who are these men with you?
Pardonnez-moi, monsieur. I'm Sergeant Grosjean of the Sûreté.
Police?
What are you doing with my servant?
He is under arrest because there have been attempted murder.
And I didn't do it. She stabbed him with a knife. I saw her do it.
Who stabbed who?
The figure stabbed Mr. Raymond, and then she got away.
The figure?
You're lying. That's impossible.
His story is insane, monsieur. That is why we bring him here for question in your presence. The wounded man cannot yet talk.
The story is not insane. She tried to kill Raymond because he'd take her away from you, Monty.
Florette.
And she will come back here just like she said.
She's only cloth and wood, I tell you. She can't be anything else.
Quiet. Listen. I hear footsteps.
Of a woman.
In my studio.
Come, we're going in there.
Oui. Open quick that door.
I have it.
A mannequin.
Oh, she have entered through the window.
A bloodstained knife is in her hand.
It is the one she used on Mr. Raymond.
She's coming for me. Oh, Monty, save me.
I won't let her harm you.
Stop that thing, quick, quick.
I've got a knife. Now, I've knocked her down. She's just a padded figure. She couldn't walk as we've seen her. She couldn't try to kill anyone. We're all of us mad and seeing things that can't be true.
No, we won't see things anymore.
Paul, don't slash her with that knife.
I'm going to find the infernal mechanics that make her run.
Oh, you've ripped her body. You've spoiled a thing of beauty. Are you satisfied now? Now when you see she's nothing but cloth and wadded stuffing on a wooden frame?
The framework isn't wooden. It's a human skeleton.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the head is a skull. The hair is growing from a human scalp.
Oh.
It's the skeleton of Marcel Valmont's wife. He put her bones inside the figure that he made.
It seems so.
Her poor bones denied rest in the grave. Have been lonely, Monty. She found and loved you because you look like the man she loved in life.
I think that's the explanation of all that's happened, Monty.
Perhaps it is. Where is her husband's grave, Paul?
At Lyons, in the Cimetière de Loyers.
As soon as you police have finished, Sergeant Grosjean, I'll see these poor, restless bones are buried beside the man she truly loved.
Monty.
Florette, I wonder if I was him 100 years ago.
Well, that's the end of that, and Satan. We'll have another 30 yarn to spin you folks when we comes back from our vacation.
Welcome, everyone, to Heartbeat Theater. This is your host, C.P. McGregor, inviting you to be the guest of the Salvation Army for the next half hour. Our star this week is Janet Scott. The psychiatrists tell us of the very fine line dividing sanity and the trouble-shadowed world of the other side. They tell us how easy it is to cross that line and that sometimes we aren't aware that it's been crossed. In our story this week, The Ghost of Danton Hill, a woman believes she has passed the line. But has she passed it or been pushed over it? Our story was written by Christopher Young and stars Janet Scott as Deidre Danton. Here now is Act 1 of The Ghost of Danton Hill.
It wasn't as though I hadn't heard them talking. I say them, when a singular pronoun would be more proper, for it was he who always did the talking, planning, scheming. And sweet child that my niece was, Angie never suspected. But I knew. Creeping senility was his theme in talking about me, but Angie wouldn't accept it. Then he changed his tactics. So smooth he was, so impeccably persuasive. I knew his kind. My typewriter wrote of Gilbert long before I'd met him or Angie had married him. He was the villain in Springfield Revisited, even to the nightmares that Gilbert so often had. Oh, those were the days. My books at the peak of their popularity, and Mr. Danton still alive. Such a thing could never have happened to Deidre Danton then. Oh, why do I ramble so? The fact remains, he talks, and Angie listens.
Well, what do you think, Angie?
Oh, Gil, you know I'm not too bright about real estate or any of your business deals for that matter.
Well, you get the picture, don't you?
Gil, is it honest?
When you're talking about business, the meaning of honesty broadens. If you mean, is it legal? Yes, 100%.
But you said that only 10 years ago all of this property was underwater. What's to keep it from happening again?
Right now, the lake is at the lowest point in history. It would take 5 consecutive years of double that normal rainfall before that property would be underwater again. Do you know what odds there are against that happening?
Are there any more for the number of dry years it took to create this area?
Believe me, Angie, it's the chance of a lifetime. People want to invest in land, vacation property. Cabin sites are at a premium.
Oh, aren't you talking about the impossible anyway? $40,000.
Which could be resold at $400,000.
But $40,000, Gil. You don't have $4,000.
Oh, sweetie. Sweetie, honey, you don't work with cash on deals like this. Some good legwork, planning, a little whining and dining, especially of the right man at the bank. And the whole deal is swinging for under $16,000.
Gil, that's a fortune, and you just don't have it.
So what am I supposed to do? Let the opportunity of a lifetime slip through my fingers because Auntie Deirdre insists on tying up a fortune in a box full of stodgy old stocks and bonds?
She's 73 years old. Her books don't sell the way they used to. You can't blame her for being conservative.
Oh, Angie, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. It's just that knowing she plans to leave everything to you and that it can't be forever before she either or becomes too senile to manage her own affairs. Well, I just get Get impatient and frustrated.
Oh, I think that's why you keep having those nightmares and headaches all the time.
Look, honey, let me show you this. Charlie Keith, you remember him, the advertising artist we met last month?
Oh, at the Peterson party?
Yes, that's right. He did this layout for me. No charge. I promised to cut him in. You see this? Color picture of the area as it is now. Just empty meadows covered with wild grass. The lake and the mountains for a backdrop.
Well, the view is nice, but the property is so barren.
Now you're talking like my first customer. So watch. Here we have a piece of celluloid with a lifelike drawing of a few cabins, trees, rustic road. You take it and you lay it on top of that first picture. Well?
Makes a big difference.
Well, that's the idea, Angie. We lure them with this ad. Then they get copies of this in the mail. People have no imagination, but show them this, and you got a sale.
It's very clever.
The $16,000 I mentioned, that includes this as well as advertising space, mailing expenses, the whole bit.
Oh, if you want me to, Gil, I'll ask Aunt Dee.
Oh, it's a waste of time, and you know it. I was thinking of taking a mortgage on the house.
Well, you can't do that, Gil. It's not ours.
Your aunt gave it to us, even put it in our name.
Which was only a beautiful gesture to show her regard for us. Put a mortgage on it, and it's the same as if you drew $16,000 from a personal account behind her back. Oh, please, Gil, I just won't hear of it. I mean it, Gil. As much as anything I've ever said to you.
Angie, honey, this is one chance to give you everything I've always wanted to give you.
Gil, it's an awfully big move. Your nightmares, headaches. What will happen with the pressure of a deal this size?
I don't know, Angie, but I plan to find out. Somehow or other, I'm going to get that money.
It's a terrible thing to eavesdrop. It's a characteristic I've always despised. But I'd never been alone before, nor had anyone ever plotted against me before. I knew the time was coming. I knew by the desperation that was reshaping Gilbert's face before my very eyes. Always planning, scheming, and my money was the key to all his ambition.
Morning, Gil. I must have overslept.
You look so beautiful, I didn't want to wake you.
You don't have to say that. I'll make your breakfast anyway.
Well, to prove my sincerity, please note that I've already had breakfast. Oh. Not only that, but Auntie Dee joined me, and I'll have you know she said I boiled her eggs exactly right.
You must give me your secret.
Well, I used a stopwatch. But now, honey, to complete this generous gesture, let me pour your coffee, and then I'm going to get at the dishes.
Oh, I'll take the coffee, but you can leave the dishes. Day girl comes this morning.
Oh, fair enough. Don't understand how you get through the morning on just a cup of coffee.
3 cups, thank you. How'd you sleep last night?
Had 2 dreams, both pleasant. Sure makes a difference when I get up in the morning.
Good morning, Angie.
Oh,
Gil.
Morning, dear.
Such a beautiful day. I thought I'd make a fancy breakfast for us all.
What?
How about buttermilk pancakes and Canadian bacon? I'll put the coffee on. Oh, you've already made some. Well, I'll put another pot on.
Well, Aunt Dee, you know how Angie is. She can't get more than a cup of coffee in the morning.
Well, you and I can eat, and she can nibble a little.
But that is, you and I just ate.
What do you mean?
Breakfast. I let Angie sleep, and I made his breakfast.
Sure you didn't have a dream, Gilbert?
I'll bet you fell back to sleep, Aunt Dee.
Nonsense.
But, Auntie, look at the sink with the dishes. 2 cups used for coffee.
I see.
You just don't want Angie to know how perfectly I made those eggs for you.
Eggs? No, of course not.
Now, look, darling, we can prove the whole thing. Are you or aren't you hungry?
I'm not in the least hungry. I think I'll go work in the garden for a while.
How strange.
It's a little frightening.
Yes. Yes, it was.
That was the first thing that happened. Only a week later, I wanted to do some work, and my typewriter was missing. That evening, Gilbert reminded me that I'd asked him to take it in for an overhaul. Even Angie remembered my mentioning it needed work. But I would never have asked him to take it out during that period. I was in the middle of a very important chapter. But all they had to do was to remind me of the breakfast I had forgotten, and I could argue no longer. There were other things, forgotten things, lost things, and the talk continued. More and more of it. I had to know what they were saying about me. And so I'd sneak down the hall and listen through their door at night.
I'm really worried about her, Gil.
Well, things haven't been too easy for her since your uncle died. Honey, maybe she should have stayed upstate. All her friends are there.
Oh, I think when you get old, you want to be with your family. And Lord knows there are few enough of us left.
You were going to tell me about that letter from her brother.
Oh, yes, that was really weird. Well, you remember I told you she had a brother, Wesley, who disappeared about 20 years ago?
Oh, yes, I remember.
Oh, disappeared sounds so melodramatic. He was a good man, according to Aunt Dee, but an alcoholic. There was something about the Salvation Army getting him off the liquor for a while, but when he went back to the bottle, he lost all his self-respect and told his wife she was better off without him. Well, no one in the family could ever find him again. Anyway, this morning she was all excited. Said she got a letter from him. Well, you heard her. It was just before you left.
Oh, that's right.
I didn't suspect anything. I shared the excitement for a while. But then I asked to see the letter.
You mean there wasn't any?
Of course not. She imagined the whole thing, poor dear.
Fantastic.
Well, she is old. I remember how mixed up my grandfather would get in his last years. He'd refer to something he thought happened the day before when actually it had been 30 or 40 years. Oh, it's so sad, Gil. I always thought of her as being so alert, actually young for her years.
Well, I guess I did, too. Of course, I won't deny if this keeps up, it puts us in a good position financially.
How can you think of things like that?
Well, I was just going to say, now that it's happening, I wish it hadn't.
Oh, I got a letter from Rita this morning.
Oh, your roommate from college?
Mm-hmm. Oh, she's in a real spot. She had her baby. Her husband is still overseas, and the baby nurse who was going to help out broke her leg. Skiing, of all things.
And sweet little Angie is going to play baby nurse for her closest friend.
You won't mind, will you? I'll only be gone a week or so, and she's so alone. Both only children, and their parents in the middle of Iowa and Texas. I just can't say no to her, Gil.
Oh, of course, honey. And don't worry. I'll humor Aunt Dee along.
Oh, I'll worry about the both of you. Gil, I wish you'd see a doctor about those headaches and nightmares.
Well, I sure had a beaut last night.
I know. You talked in your sleep. Run, 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 you kept saying over and over again. In your dreams, Gil, what do you keep running from?
I don't know. I just don't know. Wherever I'm headed, it seems big and important, and yet I'm not happy there either. Angie, did you ever look at yourself and think, boy, you're clever, and yet hate yourself for it?
No.
Well, let's forget it, eh? Can you reach the lamp?
Pleasant dreams, darling.
Humor me along. That was the way he put it. I'd outwitted a dozen of his kind in 300 pages. I was younger then. And now Angie was going to be hundreds of miles away for a week or longer. I was frightened. So very frightened. I slept late the following morning, waiting for Gilbert to leave. I had dinner ready the minute he came in, and each evening, as soon as the dishes were done, I found an excuse to leave. An early movie, research at the library, anything to avoid Gilbert. And even on the fourth night, when thunder warned me of a late spring storm, I called a taxi from the library just as it closed at 10. By the time I dismissed the cab at Danton Hill, the rain was coming down in torrents. I was surprised to see the house in total darkness. I feared for a moment that Gil had gone out, forgetting I never bothered to carry keys. But his car was in the garage. I was almost relieved to know he was at home. I rushed up the walk and was soaked by the time I reached the front door. I could hear the bell inside as I pressed. The record playing was going. Gilbert must have been having one of his headaches, for he always liked to play the masters while he waited for the pain to subside. I rang the bell again, and again, and again. Lightning burned the night blue white, and somewhere I heard a dog barking. Why didn't he answer? Gilbert! Gilbert, let me in! I'm soaked! It's frightening out here! Gil! Let me in! Why didn't he answer? The dog's barks turned to howls, and then a sudden bolt of lightning outlined a figure all in black, its arms raised, not 10 feet away from my own front porch. Gil! Gilbert, please. Please, let me in. Let me in.
That was Act One of The Ghost of Danton Hill, starring Janet Scott as Deidre Danton. To most human beings, the unknown is a fearful thing, full of haunting terrors, misty shapes, and weird sounds conjured up primarily by man's own overactive imagination. We think of the unknown as evil, but if we analyze the word unknown, we find it means merely not known. That experience is lacking on a certain subject. This does not constitute a logical basis for fear, yet you and I still fear the unknown. We have to be taught not to. The Salvation Army constantly works with the unknown in all its varied forms, and yet does not fear it. One of their jobs is to show us why we needn't fear it either. Because they and we believe in the power of one about whom was written, "I will fear no evil, for thou art with me." With this strength, the unknown becomes no longer evil and fearful, but simply not known. Simple and effective. Try it. Now, Act Two of The Ghost of Danton Hill, starring Janet Scott.
I'm sorry, Angie, but I had to ask you to come home right away.
You said something about hallucinations?
Well, I don't know what else to call it. She went out right after dinner last night, but was only gone an hour. It was obviously going to storm, and I guess she figured she better get home, and she went right to bed.
Oh, that'd be about 8 o'clock.
Yes. Well, it started about 10:30. She was screaming from her room, something about, "Gil, let me in, please let me in." I tried to talk to her, and she went into this wild story about being locked out in the rain, pounding on the door.
Oh, that poor dear.
Then there was something about a dog howling, and to top it off, she said there was some black figure threatening her, like a ghost, she said.
I can hardly believe it.
Well, I didn't know what to do. I figured I'd better call the doctor.
Of course.
He gave her a sedative, and, well, that was maybe midnight. About 1, I realized I just had to call you.
Oh, I better be in there when she wakes up.
Oh, Angie, honey, I left out some of the details, the accusations she made against me. I don't see any reason to go into them, but I don't know if I can take much more of this.
I'll talk to the doctor. I guess we'll have to do something.
Well, if you're going in there, I better put on some more coffee.
Oh, I'd love some.
Well, just prepare yourself for anything she may say.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
I'm not asleep, Angie. I've been praying for you to come home.
Is there anything I can get you?
No.
Oh, here. Let me fix the pillow for you. There, now.
It seems like it was all a dream now.
Oh, that's probably all it was.
But it was so real, so terrifying.
Gil's dreams are that way, too.
I can't help wondering about myself. It seems only yesterday when I thought of anyone of 73 years old as being weak of mind, feeble, crumbling. I don't feel that way, Angie. Really, I don't.
And you're not.
I'm not sure anymore. You're all I have in the world. Such a small family, so few of us left. I need you, Angie. I need you for encouragement. Tell me I'm not just a foolish old woman. Tell me.
Oh, now that's absolute nonsense, and you know it.
Do I? I have to think about it, Angie. I have to do lots of thinking. A person losing his sanity is not necessarily aware of the fact himself, but I wasn't ready to accept it. These things could all be explained. Gil could have lied about the typewriter. He could even have written the letter from Wesley and then destroyed it. For all I knew, he was the shadowy figure on the porch. I had to know. And then I thought of Brian, Wesley's son, Brian Peck. Why, he'd be in his 30s, Santa Barbara. He was married and living in Santa Barbara, California. If he was anything like his father, he'd be a good man. He would come and get me, take me to California. I called the long-distance operator, and she found a listing for him. Then at bedtime, I set my little alarm for 5 a.m. It would be 8 or 9 in California, I wasn't sure. But at least Angie and Gil would be sleeping.
Well, Aunt Deidre, I just don't know what to say. These things you told me about, they're
They're unbelievable, Brian. I realize that. And I'll admit I'm not sure whether they're actually happening or I'm imagining them. Or Gilbert is carrying out a diabolical scheme.
Well, I've got to do something. It's been years since I've seen you, but I never forget how much time and money you spent trying to locate Dad when he disappeared.
Oh, I think of Wesley so often. I just know he'll turn up one of these days.
Turn up? Well, Aunt Deidre, didn't you get my letter last month?
Letter?
About Dad. He came back to us just last February. He was a very sick man. He passed away a month ago.
Oh, no. No, Brian, I never saw the letter.
Well, from what you already told me, I know I had the right address. I located you through your publisher.
Brian, you have to help me. I just can't travel by myself. But if you'll come for me, I'll pay all your expenses.
Well, Auntie, it's almost impossible. I'm in missile work for the government, and, well, I might be able to swing 2 days, one to fly there and one to fly back with you.
Fly? Oh, no. No, I couldn't do that. It was just last year I lost your uncle in a plane accident. I just couldn't...
Oh, look, Auntie, I'm late now, but I promise you I'll do something. I think I have an idea, though it's impossible.
Brian. Hello, Brian, are you there? Hello, operator, someone. Hello, Brian. I lay there thinking. It didn't really bother me that we were cut off, if that's all that it was. The first light of dawn appeared through the window. I'd closed my eyes and tried to sleep some more. He would help. Brian would help me. I'd hardly noticed the steps in the attic above when I heard the voice. Sure. The very words, the very sound my dear husband had muttered so often in his sleep. Over and over they echoed through the room. I kept telling myself, Deidre, you're dreaming. Wake up. Deidre, wake up. Please wake up.
Pour me some, too, will you, Gil?
Full cup?
Mm-hmm. You had trouble sleeping again last night, didn't you?
Why, no, why?
Oh, I thought I heard you get up.
Oh, well, I had a little indigestion, and I got something for it.
Oh. I think I'll bring Auntie her breakfast in bed.
That won't be necessary, Angie.
Oh, morning, darling.
I want you to make an appointment for me with a doctor, a psychiatrist.
Auntie D, what's this all about?
And you'd better have my lawyer drop by here, too.
Auntie, what is it?
But during the night... Well, no matter. I guess I'm older than I realized.
I'll call Dr. Jeffries right away if you want me to. I'm sure he can recommend someone.
I'd appreciate it.
Oh, honey, you'll have to wait till I get downtown and call the phone company.
Is it out of order?
Since last night. I tried to make a call about 10:30, and I checked it just 10 minutes ago. It's still on the blink.
You mean the phone hadn't been working all that time?
Afraid not.
Angie, please do what I asked you to as soon as you can, please. It happened again the very next night. Only this time I was ready for it. I was sick, and soon would be seeing someone who would help me. That's all it was. The voice was in my mind. It had to be. Mr. Danton was dead for over a year. There are no such things as ghosts. Danton Hill wasn't haunted. I was.
Hello?
Is Mrs. Deidre Danton there, please?
Well, she's resting right now. This is her niece. May I help you?
Oh, perhaps. I'm Major LaSalle of the Salvation Army here in town.
Oh, yes, Major LaSalle. I believe we've met. I was a guest at the Home League meeting several weeks ago.
Well, I just learned that your aunt is the Deirdre Danton, and I'm about to take advantage of a celebrity in our community. Are you familiar with the League of Mercy activities?
No, I'm afraid not.
Well, it's not too unlike the Home League in some respects, although men are welcome in this group, too. We visit hospitals and rest homes and, Well, simply try to spread a little cheer wherever we can.
Which sounds like a wonderful old-fashioned idea. I thought that kind of thinking had gone out of style.
Well, anyway, whenever possible, we try to secure a guest speaker whom we feel would be an inspiration. We have a meeting coming up at the Crestview Senior Citizens Home, and we'd consider it an honor and a privilege if your aunt would speak about her work.
I hate to answer for her. She hasn't been too well, and... Well, yet, this might do wonders for her. Would you mind dropping over and talking to her about it?
Why, I'd love to. Would this afternoon be all right?
Well, I think so. I have some shopping to do, but I'll tell Aunt Dee to expect you.
Thank you very much, and I do hope we meet soon.
Mrs. Danton, I suspect I've made you talk more than you wanted to.
No, not at all. I feel better just having told you everything that happened.
And I'm afraid I deliberately led you into talking about yourself.
Deliberately?
Mrs. Danton, I'm most sincere in wanting you to lecture for the League of Mercy. But I will admit that the invitation was, something of a device to meet you.
That's very flattering, but it was hardly necessary.
No, I don't think you understand. You see, all the recent events you've just told me about were made known to me before I came here.
Angie's talked to you?
No. Brian, your nephew.
What?
You see, you didn't imagine the phone call to him. It took place. So naturally, I can't help believing that there's an explanation for everything that took place.
I didn't imagine the phone call?
With your permission, I'd like to talk to my husband about this.
Yes. Anything you say?
Now, it won't be possible to check on everything. And, playing Sherlock Holmes is a little out of my line, but... Now, there are only 2 cabs in this town, Jess Purdy's and Sam Allen's. I'm sure we can find out what time either one of them brought you home from the library the night of the storm.
And if it was after 10, then I didn't imagine that either.
No.
Excuse me, but I'm still a little confused. Brian must have called you.
Yes, of course. We've never met, but he's quite active as a volunteer in Salvation Army work. And he has a long list of personal experiences with the Army.
And he asked you to look into my situation.
Evidently his hands were tied, but ours aren't.
And I'm beginning to feel mine aren't either. Major LaSalle, you can count on me for that League of Mercy program next week. And so, my friends, you can see my characters are all quite fictional. Consider, for example, the book I'm beginning right now. It's the story of an ambitious man. A man who stopped at nothing to better his own material wealth. A man who deceived his lovely wife. A man who played ghost and tried to frighten the very life out of an elderly woman by such unlikely devices as recordings that he played from the attic in the middle of the night. A sick man. Hardly the type of thing that ever really happens. I only hope the ending isn't too unbelievable. For the victim of his insidious plot decides not to bring charges against him. Instead, the elderly woman decides to find for him the medical and psychiatric help she was convinced she needed for herself. Hardly a conventional ending for a novel of this sort, but it was inspired by the person to whom the book will be dedicated. Your own Mrs. Major LaSalle, a Salvationist dedicated to your well-being and the well-being of all people in need all over the world. A woman who, like Salvationists everywhere, fights evil with love. It's strange, but an enemy confounded with this unique weapon usually finds joy in his own vanquishment.
That was the final act of The Ghost of Danton Hill, starring Janet Scott as Deirdre Danton. Listen again next week for another Heartbeat Theater story. Heartbeat Theater is a presentation of the Salvation Army and is one of the programs selected to be heard by our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Until next week, this is your host, C.P. McGregor, saying thanks for listening and have a happy week ahead.
This is the NBC University Theater, presenting Aldous Huxley's brilliant modern novel, After Many a Summer Dies the Swan, another in our series of radio plays based on outstanding works of Anglo-American fiction. Norman Cousins is our intermission commentator, and our stars, as Dr. Obispo and Joe Stoit, are Paul Henreid and Alan Hale. The grandfather of Aldous Huxley was a man who was one of Britain's most famous scientists. A man who believed that science and advanced human knowledge would bring peace and understanding to the world. His grandson, in turn, passed through a stage where, in a series of witty novels, he attempted to prove that to believe in almost anything, including science, was a form of delusion. With the passing years, of course, Huxley's philosophy has undergone great change and development. But in all stages, his writing has been sharp, destructive of pretense and stupidity, and amusing. In After Many a Summer Dies the Swan, Huxley views a portion of the American scene, views it through the eyes of a balding, middle-aged English scholar named Jeremy Portage, fresh from the literary atmosphere of London, and slightly bewildered by the strange new world of California in which he suddenly found himself one day in 1939.
I was reading Wordsworth when the train pulled into Los Angeles station. Not that I'm overly fond of Wordsworth, but my instructions were to search for a tall chauffeur in a grey uniform, and, I presume, his were to track down a middle-aged Englishman carrying the poetical works of William Wordsworth.
Mr. Portage, sir? Welcome, Los Angeles.
Oh, Mr. Stoit, chauffeur?
That's right, sir. I'd have known you by your voice even without that book.
Ah, yes, my voice. Why is it that in America I've only to ask for a cup of coffee to draw gales of laughter? Quite provoking.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Oh, never mind. If you'll collect my box at the window, we'll be off. Mr. Stoit's motor car rode exceedingly smoothly, and I abandoned myself to the pleasure of looking as Southern California rolled past the windows. We were traveling westward, and the sunshine lit up each building and sky sign as though with a spotlight. The billboards were most emphatic.
Do things. Go places with Consol Gas.
That's one of ours, Mr. Portage.
Oh, what's that?
Consol Gas. That's Mr. Stoit's company, sir. He's president.
Oh.
Broken romance. Science proves that 73% of all adults have halitosis.
Beverly Pantheon, the cemetery that is different. Funerals are not expensive.
Well, that's ours, too.
You mean the Beverly Pantheon?
Finest cemetery in the world, I guess. We could stop by if you'd like to see it. Oh, look there to the right.
Beverly Pantheon?
No, that's where Ginger Rogers lives.
Oh.
Yes, sir, Ginger Rogers. Pantheon's down the road, son.
You, too, can have abiding youth with thrill form figure control.
Oh, that's Groucho Marx's place over there. Here we are. Beverly Pantheon.
Beverly Pantheon, the personality cemetery.
That's the Tower of Pisa, isn't it? Except that it doesn't lean.
It's the showplace of the Beverly Pantheon. Mr. Stoit had it straightened special. $200,000, that's what it costs. Yes, sir.
We went through a whirlwind tour of the Beverly Pantheon. Everything. The pet cemetery, the poet's corner, the black marble vestibule of ashes leading to the super-modern oil-burning mortuary furnace, and finally the Pantheon itself. And over all, the inescapable crooning of a perpetual Wurlitzer automatic organ. This new heaven of the Beverly Pantheon seemed to promise all the more conventional delights, with the added joys of everlasting tennis, eternal golf, and millennial swimming.
Some class, the Pantheon, eh, Mr. Portage?
Oh, yes, definitely. Out of this world, what?
Now, look up there between those hills. There it is. That's Mr. Stoit's place.
On the summit of the bluff, as though growing out of the rock, stood a castle. The thing was Gothic, medieval. Medieval not out of historical necessity like the castles of France and Germany, but out of pure fun and wantonness. Platonically, one might say. It was medieval as only a witty and irresponsible modern architect and engineer is equipped to be.
Want a ride, Mr. Proctor?
Oh, hello, George. Nice of you to stop for me.
Always glad to, Mr. Proctor. Oh, this here's Mr. Portage from England. I'm sure he won't mind.
Oh, not at all, no.
Pleased to meet you, sir. All right, George. Visiting Mr. Stoit, Mr. Portage?
Here on business. I'm to catalogue the Hoberg papers. Mr. Stoit's just bought them. A historical treasure, you know.
Oh, you're a scholar, huh?
Well, a bit.
A scholar and a gentleman. Well, there are worse types of human beings. I might almost claim to have been one myself long ago.
Oh, you're not William Proctor, are you? Not the one who wrote Short Studies in the Counter-Reformation? Well, I'm jiggered.
Remarkable building, the castle, isn't it? Oh, poor Joe Stoit. Think of having that millstone round one's neck.
Well, I shouldn't exactly think it a millstone.
Well, neither does Joe, but it is. Perhaps it might help you if you knew about Joe. We were at school together, he and I, only nobody called him Joe in those days. We called him Slob or Jellybean. You see, Joe was a fat boy, and how we punished him for his glandular deficiencies. You might remember that fat boy when you meet the man. Help you to understand. Well, here I am at home. George, I'll get off here. Have a good time, Mr. Portage.
Thanks.
Mr. Portage, my name's Stoit. Joe Stoit.
Oh, I'm...
Well, you're older than I thought.
With a sere and withered leaf, you know, one sinking into...
Well, what's your age?
54.
Only 54? How do you do with the ladies?
Mon beau printemps et mon été ont fait...
What's that? There's no use talking foreign languages to me. You ought to do those old papers, aren't you? What the devil's the name of them? I just bought them. The Roebucks or...
Hoberg.
Oh, yeah, that's right. What were you saying about women when you started that foreign stuff on me?
One was implying it was normal for one's age.
Well, what do you know about what's normal at your age? You go talk to Dr. Obispo about that.
Dr. Obispo?
He's on salary. He knows everything about a long life. You want to see the castle?
Well, that's very kind of you. I've already seen your burial ground.
What? What's that? My burial ground? What the devil do you mean?
Well, I understood. Well, that is that you own the Beverly Pantheon.
Oh, that. Well, don't say that again. I got bum arteries, you know, and I can't get excited. Obispo warned me. Well, come on.
It is a large castle, isn't it?
20 stories. We'll get down to the hospital now. The Stoit Hospital for Children. They call me Uncle Joe.
They do?
Yeah, poor kids. Makes me feel like I'd kind of like to cry. And by the way, Mr.
Portage.
Oh, have you got a religion?
More or less.
The late Mrs. Stoit was very religious. She taught me a slogan. God is love. There is no death. Good one, huh? There is no death.
Well, I see. Yeah.
Used to be a text over my bed when I was a kid. Orange letters on a black cardboard. It is a terrible thing to fall into the hands of a living God. Different, isn't it? Now, what the devil made me bring that up? Well, never mind. To blazes with the hospital. We'll go up to the roof. I got a pool up there. We'll have a swim before dinner.
The view from the swimming pool was remarkable. One had only to turn one's head to see successive vistas of plain and mountain, green, tawny, and faint blue. If one turned the other way, one saw Miss Virginia Monsable poised on the diving board. Miss Monsable was, well, the chauffeur informed me she was a particular friend of Mr. Stoit's. And in his friends, Mr. Stoit was particular. For she was, well, she was excessively beautiful with not much bathing dress to conceal it.
Uncle Joe, you're feeling kind of good.
Oh, feeling fine, baby.
Doesn't the sun feel good?
Oh, Ginny, baby, I'd just like to eat you.
I'm tough.
A little tough kid.
What'd you bring old Baldy here for, Uncle Joe?
Oh, to catalog some old papers I bought in England. He looks funny, doesn't he?
Floating around the pool like an old Buddha. I'm going to dive in and duck him.
Now, don't go away, baby. I did some business this morning. I made a lot of money.
How much?
$500,000.
Uncle Joe, I think you're wonderful.
Oh, it's easy, baby. Easy.
I say you're wonderful. So just keep your old mouth shut.
Stop it now. You're tickling me.
Oh, my wonderful Uncle Joe.
Well, if the deal goes through, I'll make you a present. What would you like?
I don't know. I never really want things bad. Uncle Joe, I don't think I want anything.
Oh, that's what I like about you, baby.
No, I don't want anything.
Don't you, Virginia? Well, I do.
Obispo, don't pussyfoot up like that. I don't like to be startled. I don't like it at all. Not at all.
Mr. Stoit, I don't advise you working up a temper. Anger is a poison, my friend, and not a slow one. But if you want to shorten your life instead of lengthen it...
All right. Well, what do you want, Doctor?
To be precise, I want to inject 1.5 cubic centimeters of this stuff in the great man's gluteus medius. So off with you, Virginia.
Oh, Sig, you're an old meanie.
Hop along, Angel.
You think you're Tyrone Power or something, don't you?
Ready for the injection, Mr. Stoit?
Obispo, I don't like the way you talk.
I suppose you don't. It makes your blood boil. But when your blood boils, your blood pressure goes up. And, well, you can't afford to be angry with me.
Obispo,
I put you on your feet after that last stroke, Mr. Stoit. Without me, perhaps next week. The week after. Within the year.
Don't talk like that. I don't like it.
But if I continue my research, perhaps 10 years more for you, or 20, or 30, or even, well, there is no guessing about that.
Oh, you think there's a chance, Obispo? You really think that...
That, my friend and benefactor, time will tell. Ready now for the injection? Roll over.
Oh, be careful with that, Tompkins. Those papers are valuable.
They sure got them crated up solid. I got them. There.
Beautiful, aren't they? Hundreds of years, Hobart after Hobart, knights, barons, earls, records, letters, papers, never catalogued. Look here. 1576.
Yes, sir, that's right. Mr. Portage, I'll be going, if you don't mind.
Joe, here's something. A copy of the Marquis de Sade. I've never even seen one. Gracious, what an imagination. Delicious.
Yes, sir. Just call me when you want them other cases open. Hello, Dr. Bismarck.
Hello, Tompkins. Don't let me disturb you. I said don't let me disturb you.
What?
My name's Obispo, Dr. Sigmund Obispo, physician in ordinary to His Majesty King Stoit I.
Oh, yes, I saw you at the pool.
Quite a stack of words you got here, eh? What a dribble. A string of words, religion. Another string, philosophy. I don't know how you liberal artists stand it. Don't you pine for some sense once in a while?
It's a great deal of fun, you know. Just scrabbling about in the dust heaps. Mustn't worry about the meaning.
Well, you're frank anyway. Most of the PhD boys are blasted snobs. At least you admit you're in your racket just for fun. That's what I'm in mind for. Say, is that book the Marquis de Sade?
Well, matter of fact...
It is. Quite a man. Mind if I borrow it? I've got a particular use for a book like this.
Well, but I
thanks. Come on down to the hall and see my laboratory.
Well, really, you know, I should. I mean, these people...
They've waited 500 years. Come on.
Well, I suppose they can wait.
Longevity is my racket. I wouldn't be able to follow it if I was in practice. Devil of a nuisance looking after patients. That's why I've fastened on to Joe Stoit.
Oh, he's concerned with longevity?
Concerned? The old goat is scared silly. It's a panic with him, fear of death. And I've been living on that panic for 5 years. It's a researcher's paradise. I've got everything I need with old Joe thrown in as a guinea pig.
Cooperative,
Yes, he's ready to submit to anything, provided it gives him some hope of staying above ground a few years longer.
Oh?
Interesting thing, old age, isn't it? Why should dogs be senile at 14 and parrots alive and kicking at 100? Or a fish live to 200 without signs of senility, while poor Joe's stayed... here we are. Fragrant, eh? It's our mice. We've got nearly 1,000 of them.
Hello, Doc.
Oh, my assistant, Pete Bone. Pete, this is Mr. Portage.
Oh, glad to meet you, sir.
Oh, pleased to meet you.
Pete's a bright boy. Here, look at these mice, Portage.
Lively, aren't they?
They're shot full of what I poured into old Joe this morning. Not that the old devil needs it with young Virginia
I'll
around.
go get the diet sheets, Doc.
Well, put my foot in it again.
I beg your pardon?
Poor old Pete. He's fantastically in love. Thinks our Miss Monsiple's like something in Tennyson. You know, chemically pure. Well, if it makes him happy, I won't spoil it. Speaking of Uncle Joe, take a look at this.
Fish, by Jove.
And what fish? Joe had them stolen from an estate in Europe. They've got rings in their tails, dated 1761.
1761?
Those carp are nearly 200 years old. Perfect health. No reason why they shouldn't live another 3 centuries.
Incredible.
There's something about the flora and the intestinal tract of those fish. Something that kills the poisons that produce senility. Something that...
Rather a fountain of youth.
Go ahead. Laugh, friend. Laugh. But we are working on the operation. It will transfer that something from the carp to... now we are working on mice. After that, larger animals. And if it works all right on dogs and baboons, it ought to work on Uncle Joe.
We had dinner in the small dining room. It was the sort of place you think of when you hear the word cafe, with original Fra Angelico murals on the walls for a spiritual touch. Mr. Stoit was with us, and Miss Monsible. Dr. Obispo spent the hour telling stories to the lady while young Pete gazed at her with a rapt pre-Raphaelite expression. After luncheon, Virginia, Pete, and the doctor went off to feed the baboons.
Here now, Virginia. Throw the potatoes to them.
Oh, aren't they cute? Absolutely divine.
Divine is an adjective I hadn't thought of applying to baboons. Here, look. Throw the rest of the food.
You know, that old fella's looking seedy, Doc. He won't even come eat.
He's hungry, all right. He's just afraid to leave his lady friend. Here, Angel. Throw this potato in front of him.
Okay. There.
He's taking notice now.
So's that young chap on the rocks. Look at him. He's just waiting till the old boy gets away so he can dash for the lady.
Come on, funny face. Go get the carrot. Here.
And there goes young Lancelot swooping down on the lady. That's young love for you.
Oh, aren't they cute?
The old one's too busy eating to notice.
Aren't they cute? Aren't they human?
Mr. Proctor would say it the other way around. Aren't we baboon-like?
Oh, that's silly.
Oh, I don't know. He's a pretty smart man, Mr. Proctor. Say, look, as long as we're half down the hill, why not let's go see him?
I'll get Mr. Proctor to go see you. Old Probby scares me stiff. And besides, I think I've got a headache. Couldn't you give me something for it, Sig?
Mens sano in corpore sano, eh?
Does it taste bad? I don't like nasty medicine.
No, it's Latin. Sound mind in sound body. Well, the mind has just been demonstrated. The body's evident.
You talk too much, Sig.
I know, dear, I know, but only a trifle of it filters down into that pretty head. If you're not going with Pete, come on back to the castle, and I'll read you an old book I borrowed from our English friend.
Who's interested in old books?
Don't worry. You will be in this one.
Well, Mr. Portage, did you meet the ogre of the castle?
I remembered about Jellybelly. That made it easier, Mr. Proctor.
Oh, poor Joe. I remember even at school he was the kind of fat boy who bluffs it out, fights back, buys popularity with ice cream, and believes it when they say he'll go to hell. Poor Joe. But that's life. And speaking of life, Pete, How's the work going?
Oh, so.
If you succeed, what happens?
Why, life is prolonged.
Yes, I know that, but I meant something else. A dog, for example. Isn't that supposed to be a wolf that hasn't fully developed? Sort of unborn wolf?
Well, yes, there is a theory like that.
It's a tame animal because it doesn't have time to grow up to savagery, is that it?
Sort of, yeah.
But what will happen with man? What would he grow into if you lengthened his life? You know, Pete, time and craving. That's our life. Now, what are you offering us? Another 200 years of time and craving?
Time, Mr. Proctor. Time for good.
Well, time doesn't guarantee good, my boy.
But you can fight for good, Mr. Proctor. We fought for good when I was in Spain.
Yeah, and you'll find, Pete, that evil comes even out of those fights for good.
But what do you expect people to do when they're attacked by fascists? Sit down, let their throats be cut?
No, I expect them to fight. People generally do, and the results are generally disastrous. I should like them to try something more effective someday.
But that's cynicism, defeatism. It's a thing I don't...
Hey there, Proctor. Oh, here comes the Lord of Stoit Castle. Yeah, what is it, Joe?
Why the devil can't you leave my man alone?
Oh, which man, Joe?
My estate manager. You've been bothering him about these blasted farmhands again. Now, what do you think you're doing, and what's the idea?
The idea? What, it's an old one, Joe. Your manager's treating those harvest hands like vermin, not like men and women. They haven't enough to eat.
You're trying to make reds out of them. You're a lousy agitator.
Well, I thought we were talking about eating.
Now, I've put up with you for years, Bill. But you're making the place dangerous for decent people. I'll have you run out of the valley. I'll see that I'll see that... Oh, somebody get me a chair.
Oh, wait a minute. Here you are, Mr. Stoic.
Thanks. Mustn't get angry. Obispo said so. Terrible thing. Terrible to fall into the hands of a living God. Terrible.
What's the matter, Joe?
No, nothing. I'm better. It's all right.
I've got something to show you, Joe. Been meaning to. It's a sun motor. Runs my electric generator.
What? What the devil do you... And why do you want to do that?
Well, I'm trying to see how independent I can be from the city. A little Jeffersonian democracy.
You're turning back the clock, Bill. You're going against progress.
Am I? Well... Don't worry about it, Joe.
Oh, you're a crackpot, Bill. I guess you always will be. But remember what I said. You stay away from my manager. I'm the boss on my estate.
Mr. Stoit forgot all about his blood pressure and the living God and felt suddenly happy. It occurred to him that in spite of everything, Bill Proctor liked him. In a glow of good feeling, he went home to his castle and, straight to Virginia's boudoir.
Oh, Uncle Joe. Uncle Joe.
Oh, hello, baby. Glad to see me.
Oh, Uncle Joe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stoit.
Obispo, what are you doing here?
I was worried by that cough of yours at lunch. That's why I came up here to catch you when you came in. I'm not going to let you get influenza if I can help it.
Oh, is that it? Well, I feel fine. There's nothing wrong with me.
I'd like to listen in. Open your shirt.
You know, he's right, Uncle Joe. You wouldn't want anything to happen.
Well, all right.
Now breathe in deeply. Breathe.
Night fell on Stoit Castle, and the long halls were shrouded with shadows. In his room, Pete Boone was dreaming of Virginia, trying to equate his vague yearning for political and religious justice with the warm glow that he felt when he considered Miss Monsable, even objectively. While in the young lady's room, the object of his adoration was busy redecorating her toenails.
Oh, darn. Polish is coming off my toe. Darn it. Ooh, that polish stinks. Uncle Joe? Uncle Joe?
Good evening, Angel.
Sig, what are you doing here?
I thought we might have a little talk. After all, we were interrupted this afternoon.
Sig, you're crazy. Uncle Joe would kill you if he finds you here. Why, he'd pull that gun right out of his pocket and
He won't. Take the word of a medical man, Angel. Uncle Joe will sleep through the last trump. I've just seen to that.
I think you're awful.
Don't let me interrupt your labors. Proceed with your paint job. A woman's work is never done.
Sig, I don't like the way you talk.
The polish is running.
Oh, darn. I don't like your getting fresh with me. Uncle Joe almost caught you this afternoon.
With my trusty hypodermic, my dear, I disarm all suspicion.
Yeah, but you're not even romantic or anything. You just laugh at me and you make dirty cracks. Well, it isn't even nice.
I admire the way you flirted with young Pete this evening. Uncle Joe was hopping jealous of him. Poor Pete.
Just wait till I get time for you.
Mind your toenails.
Ooh, you.
Takes a professor of pharmacology to put an old buzzard into a coma with a few drops of this and that.
I won't have you calling Uncle Joe a buzzard.
Well, shall we say a senile, foul-smelling goat?
Why, you dirty... Uncle Joe's a better man than you'll ever be. I think he's wonderful.
You think he's wonderful. But all the same, in about 5 minutes, you'll be kissing me.
What? Oh, you filthy, dirty, nasty...
Look out, you're spoiling the polish on your toes.
You just wait till I'm finished.
I don't believe I will. You know that perfume of yours is strong enough to cut right through the stink of that polish.
Darn you. Get away from me, you no good.
Eugenia, I believe you're going to kiss me now.
Oh, you rotten ape.
That's much better.
And in the master bedroom, under a 25-foot mural of the crucifixion of St. Peter by El Greco, the Lord of Stoit Castle slept with a revolver under his pillow and with fear sitting at his bedside. Crawling, damp fear. In his dream, the shroud flapped, and he heard the squeak of the screw as it clamped down the heavy lid of the coffin.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is starring Paul Henreid and Alan Hale in a radio play based on the Aldous Huxley novel After Many a Summer Dies the Swan, another in this series devoted to outstanding works of modern British and American fiction. In presenting this radio adaptation, we do so in the sincere hope that it will encourage our listeners to an actual reading of the book, since it is impossible, of course, in a single hour, to do full justice to Huxley's work in all its implications. These productions are part of the NBC College by Radio plan, and information on how to enroll in college-supervised courses and how you can obtain free materials on the authors and books presented in this series will be given at the close of the program. Now, here is our intermission commentator on Aldous Huxley's work, the distinguished editor of the Saturday Review of Literature, Mr. Norman Cousins, speaking to you from New York.
Well, by this time in the program, we can tell a few things about the author of After Many a Summer Dies the Swan. It is clear from the dramatization of today's book that Mr. Huxley has a supremely well-developed imagination, an imagination nourished by a rich diet of wide knowledge and fortified by a keen and perceptive intelligence. We can tell that he has an uneasy and compelling curiosity about life and people, and that this curiosity leads him far beyond the established frontiers of science, though he comes from too eminent a family of scientists and trained thinkers not to know exactly where that frontier begins, or rather ends. We know that Mr. Huxley is serious about life in general, And we know that he has a good deal of fun with human beings in particular. We know that he has a talent for impish satire, that he loves to fashion full-length distortion mirrors of people, hoping perhaps that they will undergo a sort of shock of recognition to enable them not only to understand themselves, for understanding without purpose is like building materials without the architect's blueprints, but not only that, but to develop a sense of values about life that can give real meaning to human history. Like H.G. Wells, Huxley sees the novel as the effective means of dramatizing ideas, and he has written novels of ideas in the best sense of the term. Ideas that give you a chance to break away from stereotypes in thinking, and from the absurd notion that in our own time, civilization has reached its pinnacle. In reading Huxley, and here I commend you especially to point, counterpoint, and ape in essence, you know that he has absolutely no doubts about the ability of human beings to make science and the machine obey their most fantastic wish. But science and technology, by themselves, cannot create purpose in life, nor can they create happiness. Even supposing that man discovers, as Dr. Obispo of today's book thinks he can, the secret that can prolong the lifespan hundreds of years, what difference will it make? What difference will it make if we have nothing to show for it? If, as the result of living 6 centuries, instead of 65 years, we are still floundering around without having developed a sense of inner harmony that puts us at ease with our neighbors, and indeed, with the universe itself. What difference will it make unless we can live creatively, purposefully? For the big need right now is to justify the gift of life. After that, we can worry about extending it.
Thank you, Mr. Cousins. Our dramatization of After Many a Summer Dies the Swan, starring Paul Heinried and Alan Hale, continues from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
Muddling through the Hoburg papers was completely fascinating. The 5th Earl of Gonister, about 1789, writes as follows. If men and women did woo as noisily as do cats, what Londoner could ever hope to sleep o' nights? There speaks the 18th century. But in the 20th century, life in Stoit Castle came rapidly to a rolling boil. The baby, Miss Monstable, had that inward dreamy look of young ladies who discover that love does not necessarily go with the largest checkbook, while Uncle Joe became chronically ill-tempered due to jealousy of, oddly enough, young Pete. On the longevity front, Dr. Obispo swore constantly that soon we should all be living as long as crocodiles. But for those of us doomed to shuffle off the mortal coil, there is always the Beverly Pantheon, Joe Stoit, president.
The total profit, Mr. Stoit, comes to over $500,000 for the 3-month period. Not bad for a boneyard, eh, Mr. Stoit?
Don't talk that way. Close that door. That caterwauling organ ruins my digestion.
Sure, Mr. Stoit, sure.
Now, what did you get me over here for? I don't like this place. I don't like cemeteries.
Look, Mr. Stoit, I've got a great idea. You know that ridge up by the tiny Taj Mahal? Well, I figure we can dig right under it and make a catacombs.
What?
A Class A catacombs, like in Rome. Say, how about a chapel of the martyrs with a nice plastic group of girls being eaten up by lions? People would get a big kick out of that. Sex appeal in death. What a promotion.
Listen, Charlie, and I don't like that idea, too. And there's another thing. Some young fool out there had the nerve to show me a place they said they'd save for me. Fire 'em.
Sure, Mr. Stoit, sure.
You can get the estimates and plans for your cave, but no martyrs.
Not even one dame, Mr. Stoit? Just one?
No martyrs, and that's final. Call my car. I want to get out of here.
Hello, Joe. What brings you down among the peasants?
Now, listen, Proctor. I want to talk to you. You know about people, don't you?
In a way, Joe.
Well, then you tell me about Pete Boone.
He's a confused young man, if that's what you mean.
Well, I want to know what I should do about him.
Why?
Well, Ginny keeps patting him like a big dog. If the kid would only make a pass at her, I could throw him out. But you just can't fire a big dog.
You still like your Virginia, eh?
Yeah, I guess so. She makes you feel good. Like when you get tanked up on scotch or when you give a toy to a kid. She's kind of like a daughter.
But more than a daughter, eh, Joe? Better than a daughter. A combination, is that it?
Sort of. But she's changed. She isn't the same. And I haven't been feeling good. That blasted cemetery always gets me down.
Nobody left, eh, Joe? No friends, no religion, no philosophy, and only Virginia left.
There's no sense to anything. That's what's wrong.
It's an idiot world, Joe. We all live in an idiot universe. Of course, we can't all afford to build it out of concrete and steel the way you did.
You mean the castle? What's wrong with the castle?
Nothing, if you can stand idiocy.
Well, never mind. Never mind the whole thing. I can never get a straight answer out of any of you lousy professors anyway. Forget it. I never should have talked to you in the first place.
No, Joe, you shouldn't.
And you lay off those harvest workers. You've been stirring them up. This is my place, Bill. My place.
Working on the Hobart papers kept me busy during the day. Most of it was dull, merely accounts, legal documents, and business letters. Not at all my cup of tea. But at 12 o'clock I found the parchment-bound notebook belonging to the 5th Earl of Gonister. The first entry was July 1780, and as I read, I could hear in my mind's ear the strong voice of the 5th Earl, author of this remarkable journal.
July 1780. One of the church livings in my gift being vacant, my sister sent to me today a young divine, whom she commends for his virtue. But I will not have him. Give me the parson who drinks deep, rides to hounds, and games the night away. Such a parson tests the faith of his flock, and it is thus we come to salvation.
Wicked old fella. Let's see now,
March 1784. Open the old tombs beneath the house today.
Hello. Tombs beneath Gonister House. That'll cause quite a ripple in England. Let's see. 1789, 94, 95.
I'm an old man now, weak and shrunken, without desires.
Oh, so the 5th Earl suffers from Uncle Joe's complaint. Well.
July 1796. There are carp in the fish ponds at Gonister with leaden discs, which were attached to their tails in the days of Charles I, these 100 years ago.
By George, so he's on to the carp too.
I marvel at the strength and unimpaired agility of these great fishes. The secret of eternal life is not to be found in old books or even in heaven. It is to be found in the mud, and only awaits a skillful angler.
The secret of life in the mud. Well, won't that give Obispo a jolt? His best ideas on longevity anticipated in the 18th century and by the 5th Earl of Gonister.
You mean some old fossilized earl was onto the carp theory? Well, can you tie that?
Oh, you're not annoyed?
Why the devil should I be?
Well, your theory, I mean, it's been anticipated.
Let's hear more about the 5th Earl. You say he lived till 90?
More than 90. 96 or 7. And, died in the middle of a scandal, what's more.
Oh? What sort of a scandal?
Well, he seems to have had a tendency towards homicidal pleasures.
Killed somebody?
Not actually killed, just damaged.
The old buzzard's line. The secret of life is to be found in the mud. That's almost a definition of science.
I was up to 1796. The old chap was feeling pretty seedy.
A pharmaceutical tragedy. I'll bet he could have been fixed up with a week of injections. But get to that diary. Let's hear the old goat speak for himself.
Oh, certainly. January 1797.
Why should a man die at 70 years and 10, when a fish can retain its youth for 2 and 3 centuries? Man cooks his food before eating it, and generally throws away precisely those organs of the fish in which it is most reasonable to assume that the substance preventive of decay is contained.
Good Lord! Don't tell me the old buzzard is going to eat raw fish guts.
That's exactly what he is doing. Listen.
My first 3 attempts provoked an uncontrollable retching. At the 4th, I was finally able to retain a few spoonfuls of the nauseating mincemeat.
Talk about courage. I'd rather go through an air raid than that.
February 1797. It is now a month since I began to test the truth of my hypothesis. And I'm now ingesting each day not less than 6 ounces of raw minced viscera of freshly opened carp.
Good Lord. The fish has more parasites than any other animal. It makes my blood run cold.
Oh, you needn't worry. Diary goes on, you know. March, improved in strength. April, horseback riding again.
Blast it all. This is more than a joke. Raw fish guts, prevention of senile poisoning, and rejuvenation. Rejuvenation.
And in October, he's been out fox hunting, after which there's no entry till 1799.
3 years.
There's an entry a little further on. The age of 81, the 5th Earl is the proud father of a bouncing baby boy.
At 81, what do you think of that?
And here in 1820, he seems to be in the prime of life. For in 1826, he's taken on a new housekeeper called Kate. And in 1831, he has repairs made on the dungeons of Gonister House.
And how about his health?
Well, he seems to take it for granted. Now, wait. Now, listen to this. March 1834.
Priscilla, my young serving girl, has escaped from a subterranean place of confinement. Unfortunately, she bears upon a person the evidence that for some weeks she has been the subject of my investigations. She holds in her hands my reputation, and perhaps even my liberty and life.
Well, there it is. That's the scandal. The old devil. The girl must have told her story. Well, what next?
I can't really make it out. It's devilish odd.
My funeral will be conducted with all the pomp befitting my rank and virtues. My only regret is that I shall be unable to leave my subterranean retreat to see the pageantry of woe. I go now to my own private hell, deep beneath the walls of Gonister House.
And that's all. There's nothing else, just 2 more blank pages and then the end of the book.
And nobody knows how long the old buzzard lived on?
Not outside the family. There's an old woman living in Gonister House now, Lady Jane Hobart, last of the line, but of course she's...
Porridge! Do you realize what this means? Why, the 5th Earl could be still... He could be.
Oh. Bless me. I suppose he really could.
Porridge! We've got to find out. I'm taking the next boat to England.
Oh, Sig, you're crazy. You're absolutely crazy. Why are we going to England?
It's a secret, Angel. I haven't even told Uncle Joe yet. But take it from me, we'll go.
Well, I wish you'd go somewhere. I don't mean England.
Harsh words, Angel.
Well, I mean it. I don't like the way you act. I feel like I'm double-crossing Uncle Joe all the time.
You are.
Besides, I haven't been able to say my prayers. I don't like you, Sig. I don't like you at all.
Still, there isn't much you can do about it, is there? You make up your mind that you hate me, don't you? That you won't speak to me again? Won't even look at me?
Oh, Sig, go away.
But you can't keep that promise, can you? You don't mean that at all.
Hi there, Portage.
Yes, Mr. Stoy?
Come on up to the roof with me. I want to talk to you.
Oh, yeah, well, of course, yes.
Get in the elevator.
Oh, thank you.
I had a rotten time today.
I'm awfully sorry.
Oh, it was that blasted cemetery. It always gets me down. I'm going up to see Virginia now. She always makes me feel better. Wouldn't know what to do without her. She's mine. She loves her old Uncle Joe. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. Well, here we are.
After you, Mr. Stoy.
Oh, cut it out, Sig. If you kiss me again, I'll hate you.
Sure, Angel, sure. Go ahead, hate me.
Baby! Obispo!
Uncle Joe!
You snake! You dirty, slimy, filthy snake! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
No, Uncle Joe, no. Look out for that gun.
I'll kill you! Ginny, get away! Get away!
You're a lousy shot, Uncle Joe.
Ginny, let go of my arm. I'll get him this time.
No, don't shoot, Uncle Joe!
Let go of him, Ginny. Let him shoot if he dares.
Yeah, if he... What do you mean, if I dare? I'll kill you, Obispo.
No, you won't, Uncle Joe. Because then you'll die, too.
What? What's that?
If you kill me, it won't be long before they got you stretched out under that black marble mausoleum at your Beverly Pantheon.
What? What the devil do you mean?
I've just found a new way to keep you alive. But without me, you'll be a dead man in a month.
No, you don't mean that. That isn't so. That isn't true. Is it, Obispo?
You've had a stroke, Joe. But I've got good news for you. There's a chance we found the secret of life. In the mud.
You found it? What is it, Obispo? What is it? I've got to have it. Now.
Drop the gun, Uncle Joe.
What? Oh, yes, the gun, sure. What is it, Obispo? I'm going to live. I'm not going to die.
We'll see, Joe.
Well, you've got to keep me alive, Obispo. You've got to.
After you tried to kill me?
Oh, it was an accident. I didn't mean to. You can't let me die when you know how to stop it. You just can't.
If you don't mind all, I'm going to sit down.
Well, you've got to keep me living. You've got to. You can have anything you want. I can pay for anything.
Anything? Well, Uncle Joe, now you're talking turkey. Yes, sir. You're talking turkey.
The Stoic private airplane whisked the party to New York, and then to Gander, Newfoundland, and to Shannon Island, and finally, the modern Chariot of the Sun set down rather roughly at Croydon Airport, London. Consul Gas supplied a tremendous black limousine, and off it drove through the diluted London sunshine down into the country towards Gonister House. Mr. Stoit sprawled under a fur rug in the back seat. He was on sedation by the doctor's order, so he slept fitfully as the car roared on. Dr. Obispo was at the wheel, while Virginia sat aloof on the front seat.
I dreamed I dwelt in marble halls.
Oh, shut up, will you, Sig?
No fear, I'll wake Uncle Joe, honey. He's out like a light. Will you love me in December as you do in May?
I could kill you.
Why not? It's open season on doctors, but don't worry. Angel, we understand each other, Uncle Joe and I. We even understand about you. I dreamt I killed the golden goose that laid the golden egg.
Stop it!
What? What's the matter? What's wrong?
She objects to my singing. Goodness knows why. I have a charming voice.
Oh. What is it? Are we here?
Right, Uncle Joe. Gone is the house.
like it, Uncle Joe. It's scary.
Oh, it's all right, baby. It's all right.
Look out for those creepers on the path. Not much of a garden, eh? It's all grown over. What's the matter?
There's someone behind that bush.
Where? Come on out, youngster.
Look what I've got. I've got a gas mask. That's what I've got.
Oh, that's nice. A gas mask all filled with flowers. What's your name?
Millie. I'm 9.
9.
Granny says I'm undernourished.
Oh, does your granny live here, Millie?
In the kitchen. She's deaf.
Do you like candies?
Huh?
What the devil do they call candies in England? Oh, would you like some sweets? Let us in and you can have them all.
Well, I don't know.
Oh, they're nice chocolatey sweets. A whole box of them.
Well, all right. Come on. This way, sir. Right along this hall.
I don't get this, Obispo. I don't understand why we're here. Why can't you tell me?
Don't get worried, Uncle Joe.
Obispo, can you prove absolutely there's no such place as hell?
Can you prove the wrong side of the moon isn't inhabited by green elephants?
Oh, no, seriously, though.
Don't butter me with nonsense.
Well, do you think hell is possible?
Everything is possible. Millie?
Yes, sir?
Where's the cellar door?
No.
What do you mean, no? Just show us the door to the cellar.
I won't. I'm afraid. There's gas down there.
You don't have to go. Just show us. If you don't, you shan't have any more candies, sweets. Give them back. I'm going to eat them all myself. They're good. Poor little Millie. She isn't going to have any more sweet chocolates. They're so good.
I want my sweets.
Not till you show us the door to the cellar. Hold that flashlight up, Angel.
I'm scared.
Oh, this is crazy. I don't like this, Obispo. It's damp down here, and, well, I'm not well.
You stick with us, Uncle Joe. And maybe we can fix it so you won't have to find out about hell. Wait a minute. There's a door.
Well, is it locked?
No, wait a minute. Come on.
Ooh, awful. That smell.
Pretty bad. Come on.
Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. What do you think you're going to find down here?
Stop being a sniveling baby, Uncle Joe. I'm not sure of anything. For all I know, you may die in 5 minutes.
No, don't say that.
Well, come on then.
That smell's getting worse. It's awful.
Around this corner. Keep that flashlight up. Here, give it to me. I'll go ahead. There's an iron bar door here. Wait till I get it light focused. It doesn't quite...
What? What the devil?
What's the matter?
What's going on, Obispo? What are you laughing about? What's... Good Lord.
That, Uncle Joe, that's the fetal ape.
What? For Lord's sake, what?
My Harry, old Proctor, was right. It's an unborn ape that had time to grow up. Look at him, Uncle Joe. Here, look at him in the light. Look at him, Joe. It's still good. Look at his face. Matted hair, deep eye sockets, no eyebrows, and look at that forehead. Dirty, wrinkled, and that shelf of bone jutting out over his eyes. Look at him, Joe. Look at him scratch. Look at him, Joe, the fetal ape.
But what is it?
It's a man. Look at that ribbon across his chest. That's the Order of St. George. You're looking at the noble lord. They're the 5th Earl of Ganister.
No.
The 5th Earl of Ganister. 201 years old last January.
But what happened to him?
Just time.
Time?
He never died, so he had time. Time for a man, the unborn ape, to grow to be...
Take me away, it's awful.
It's the best joke I ever heard. It's absolutely the best. We don't have to experiment anymore. We know it works.
What do you mean?
You can start taking the stuff at once.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. If you're willing to become like that, you can live forever. Well, what do you say, Uncle Joe?
Obispo, how long do you figure it would take before a person got like that? I mean, it wouldn't happen all at once. There'd be a time while a person, while he wouldn't change any to speak of.
Oh, no, you don't mean... Uncle Joe,
Well,
you want to be...
Well, once you got over the first shock, I mean, it's better than dying, isn't it? He looks like he has a pretty good time. I mean, in his own way, of course. Don't you think so, Obispo? Well, don't you think so, Obispo?
The curtain falls on our dramatization of the Aldous Huxley novel, After Many a Summer Dies the Swan, the 12th in this series of radio plays based on outstanding works of modern Anglo-American fiction. The adaptation for radio was written by Ernest Kenoy. Our intermission commentator was Mr. Norman Cousins, editor of the Saturday Review of Literature, and our stars were Paul Henreid and Alan Hale. Paul Henreid can currently be seen in the motion picture Hollow Triumph. Alan Hale can soon be seen in the Warner Brothers Technicolor picture The Adventures of Don Juan, starring Errol Flynn. Today's cast included Ramsey Hill as Jeremy, Ted Von Eltz, Lynn Whitney, Tony Barrett, Ralph Montgomery, Donald Morrison, Marlene Ames, Earl Keane. Your announcer, Don Stanley. Original music was composed by Albert Harris and conducted by Henry Russell. The production was directed by Andrew C. Love. Next Sunday at this time, the National Broadcasting Company will present a full-hour drama document entitled Mother Earth, starring Eddie Albert. The NBC University Theater will resume December 26th with a seasonal play based on Alice in Wonderland. Productions of the NBC University Theater are currently being used in conjunction with college home study courses in Anglo-American fiction under NBC's National College by Radio plan. This plan permits NBC listeners to obtain college-supervised, organized education at home by means of radio listening and supplementary study. For full information about the authors and how to take advantage of this home study plan, which has been developed by the University of Louisville and is currently being developed at other colleges and universities, send a penny postcard to College by Radio Courses, National Broadcasting Company, New York 20, New York. That's College by Radio Courses, National Broadcasting Company, New York 20, New York. This program came to you from Hollywood. Get set for one of the brightest evenings in your entertainment week. Sunday on NBC means good music, grand comedy. In other words, really fine listening all the way through. Yes, for the best time of your life, the best time is tonight on this NBC station. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. This is the NBC University Theater, bringing you a full-hour dramatization of The Ministry of Fear, written by the brilliant young English author Graham Greene, and starring Alan Mowbray in the role of Arthur Rowe.
It was wartime in England. You could tell that even in the day with no sirens going. For the London streets were gap-toothed with missing buildings, and the concrete air raid bunkers sat in the streets, half on the walk, half on the road. Round the corner on Bloomsbury Square, the drab bunting and streamers of a charity bazaar were strung across from pole to pole. They're always alike, charity bazaars. Dowagers in garden hats, you know. And there's generally a thin, owlish clergyman taking tickets at the gate.
The charge is £1 admission.
One, please.
Although it doesn't seem quite fair. If you wait another 5 minutes, you can come in at the reduced rate, £6.
Well, that's very thoughtful of you.
We don't want people to feel cheated, do we, even in a good cause?
Just what is the cause?
Relief for Allied mothers. We've done our best, but it's difficult running a bazaar in wartime.
Yes, I should think so.
Well, here you are, sir. 1 ticket. Won't you step around to our booths? The ladies have been most diligent.
They had the same booths they always did when I was a boy. Pitching pennies on a checkerboard. Old clothes. Relics contributed for sale. Ivory elephants, brass ashtrays, books, and the like. At the middle booth, a large cake stood alone on a stand.
Here you are, sir. Won't you take a flutter at the cake guessing?
Cake guessing?
Guess the weight, you know. We clubbed our butter rations and scrounged some currants. Only 6pence.
It is a large cake for nowadays. All right, let's see.
You can lift it if you like.
£3, 5 ounces.
Very good guess, I should say. Your wife must have been teaching you.
No, I'm not married.
Well, thank you, sir. We'll see about your guess later.
It was rather a dingy bazaar. There weren't many visitors, and all the volunteer workers seemed to be staring out into the square, waiting for something. And yet somehow they looked afraid. The only thing left now was a fortune-teller's booth. As I passed it, the clergyman from the gate caught my arm.
Do try the fortune teller, sir. Mrs. Bellairs is quite wonderful.
Well, I really...
you must have your fortune told, you know.
Well, if Mrs. Bellairs is so highly recommended...
She is indeed.
I suppose I might have a go.
Enter.
You're the fortune teller?
Sit down, please, and cross my palm with silver.
Well, here you are.
Your name?
Arthur Rowe.
Your hand?
Well,
Your hand? There. Character first, and then your past. I'm not allowed to tell the future by law, you know.
I see.
You're a man of determination and great pity. You've made one woman happy.
Here, I say...
give me your hand. In your past, this woman was your wife. The past is clear in your hand.
No, don't tell me the past. Tell me the future.
What? Would you repeat that?
I said, don't tell me the past. Tell me the future.
That's correct. Now, my instructions are these. What you want is the cake.
The cake?
You must guess the weight as 4 pounds, 8 1/2 ounces.
Why? Is that the right weight?
That's immaterial. You can go now.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for the tip.
I'll take no thanks. Go on.
Well, goodbye.
Oh!
I beg your pardon. It was clumsy of me.
That's all right. My fault.
Sit down, sir. Do you want your fortune told? Your character? The past?
Don't tell me the past. Tell the future.
What's that?
Don't tell me the past. Tell me the future.
Good Lord. There's been a... Quick, we've got to get Dr. Sinclair. There's been a mistake, a dreadful mistake. Cake guessing here. 6pence a guess and take it home.
I beg your pardon. You won't think me greedy if I have another 6pennyworth?
Oh, no, not at all. Guess away, sir.
I should say then 4 pounds, 8 1/2 ounces.
Oh.
I dare say it's a stupid guess.
No, not at all. You've won it, sir. That's exactly right.
Why, thank you. Thank you very much. Luck, I expect.
Of course. Luck.
If I could have a tin, I might carry it off now.
let's see. There's one under the counter here somewhere.
Oh, thank you. I'll just pack it away and...
Just a moment, sir, just a moment.
Yes?
There's been you're not carrying your prize off so soon.
Why, yes.
It's the custom to put the cake back on auction for the cause, you know.
I didn't know.
Well, every little bit does help, allied mothers and all, you know. After all, you don't come to these affairs to make a profit.
I don't want to make a profit, but I don't like being badgered. Here's £1 as a donation. But I fancy the cake.
Mr. Sinclair.
Yes, Mr. Armadale?
There's been a mistake, you know. This gentleman hasn't won the cake after all.
What? Well, what the devil kind of a bazaar is this? What do you all want?
The cake, you know, it isn't yours.
Another gentleman guessed the right weight. 3 pounds, 5 ounces. You'll have to give it back.
Here, now I have you. £3.5. That's what I guessed first off.
But it's a mistake.
Really, sir, you've got to give it back.
I shall not. What is all this? I won the cake and I intend to keep it. You detain me and I'll call a constable. Now, goodbye. It was 2 days later that the twisted man came to call. He was a new lodger, moved in the day before, and he asked to listen to the BBC News in my room. He sat all dark and twisted, listening, his ear cocked forward, smoking one cigarette after the other. And as the sirens wailed for the nightly air raid, I brewed a pot of tea and cut him a slice of the great prize cake. He crumbled each piece before he ate it and glanced anxiously up at the night.
Listen, the overhead.
Well, there's a shelter down the square.
I don't like them. I'd rather sit here with the tea. You know, this is a stupid war for men like us.
Is it?
Well, they talk about democracy, but we're intelligent men. What do we want? We've checked up on you, you know.
Well, whatever do you mean? Who's we?
You're not one of the sheep. We know that. You're not paralyzed with moral codes.
Well, here now.
Hello. We're in for it tonight.
The East End.
No, you're not one of the sheep. You're not afraid of murder. We know.
I say you've checked up on me, but who the devil are you?
There's been a mistake. You weren't meant to win that cake.
The cake? Oh, it's a bit late to worry, isn't it? I've eaten half.
They've sent me to get it back. We'll pay, in reason.
What do you mean? Who are they?
Closer, that one. Battersea, most likely.
Now, see here, what is all this about? What good is that cake to you now?
You won't give it back, eh?
I think not. It's the principle, you know. Oh, hello. That last bomb's jarred the blackout curtain. I expect the warden is whistling at us. There, that's better. You know, I don't like your attitude at all, nor your tone.
Then you won't give the cake back?
No. For one thing, it's a good cake. Real eggs, I expect. Best I've had since the war.
You're being very foolish, you know. What good does the cake do you?
It tastes good with the tea. What the... What the devil?
Something wrong?
I know that taste. You murdering...
Stand back. Stand away from me.
Poison. You tried to poison me. That's a joke.
The bomb. Look out!
Bomb blast is a funny thing. I dropped through the floor down to the kitchen, and never the worse but for a shaking. The next day, I looked up Mr. Rennet, proprietor of the Orthotex Confidential Inquiry Agency.
Oh, yeah, now, Mr. Rowe, this is a rum story and no mistake. You know, this is a respectable business. Divorces and the like. I'm not Sherlock Holmes.
But, Mr. Rennet, I tell you, somebody tried to kill me.
So you said, or perhaps a mistake.
I know the taste of that drug. My tea was loaded with it.
Ah, now, Mr. Rowe, I'm sure you must be mistaken. Now, why don't you go
Rennet, haven't you ever come across a murder or a murderer?
Ha ha, not likely. You don't meet murderers. They're not gentlemen.
Perhaps then I'd better tell you. You see, I am a murderer.
Oh.
And that's what makes me furious. It's a bitter joke that they should try to kill me.
You're a professional?
I am, if thinking about it for 2 years, dreaming about it until finally... Well, if that makes me a professional, then yes.
Yeah, now, you don't have to tell me all this.
Yes, but it's significant. Everything is. My eating habits, the fact that my wife kept...
You said you
lovebirds.
weren't married.
I'm not. It was my wife I murdered. Oh, you needn't worry. The police know all about it.
Acquitted?
Detained at His Majesty's pleasure. Insane. But I wasn't really. They all pitied me. Called it a mercy killing. That's how I knew about the poison. They must have looked it up. The same poison. The police would have said suicide. I can't go to the police, that's obvious. But I mean to find out who's behind this. And I've got to have an anchor to make sure that I don't just disappear. I want you to cover and protect me.
Oh, I don't know. The whole thing's out of my line.
Well, I'll pay more. A murderer is like a nobleman, isn't he? He pays more because of his title. The only connection I could think of was the Charity Bazaar, the organization that sponsored it. Rennet and I took a bus to a narrow street off the Strand. Relief for Allied Mothers had offices in a white modern block that looked like a mechanized mortuary. Rennet was to stay downstairs while I made inquiries about the Charity Bazaar.
I don't quite understand. Who was it you wished to see?
It's about a cake. I won it at your bazaar. And then last night a man came to see me, I suppose from this office.
I don't understand.
A bomb fell before I could make out what he wanted to tell me.
Oh?
He was a small, twisted man.
We have nobody here like that. Perhaps my brother. Willie?
Yes, Anna? Oh, can I help you, sir?
Somebody called on Mr. Rowe to ask about a cake.
Huh?
It seems he won it at our bazaar.
Oh, yes, I overheard. Well, I can't imagine who it could have been. In this office, we are mostly foreigners. My sister and I are technically Austrian. Refugees from the Nazis, you know.
I got the impression that whoever wanted that cake was prepared to be, well, violent. I rather think he drugged my tea.
No. How horrible. And you thought the man came from us?
Oh, but this is very serious. Our entire relief agency might be discredited. Are you sure it was poison? We must find out, Anna.
Oh, yes, I'm sure. I think perhaps if we could find Mrs. Belair.
She's the volunteer worker, the fortune teller, Willie.
Yeah.
She gave Mr. Rowe a tip on the cake weight.
It wasn't the right weight, but they said I'd won.
But it's extraordinary.
It was probably all a misunderstanding.
Oh, my eye. I think you have something, Mr. Rowe. It sounds devilish interesting. Our name is Hilfer. Now, where can we begin to ferret out the truth? We must, you know, we may be deeply involved.
But, Willie...
Well, Anna thinks I'm a romantic, but, well, I've been looking out of the window, and there's a little man with a shabby brown hat.
Oh.
He arrived after you, and he appears to be staying. That's the second evening paper he's bought. It almost looks as if you are being trailed.
I am. That's a private detective I've hired to keep an eye on me.
Well, you do take this seriously.
I believe there was something in the cake. That man crumbled every bit he ate.
Well, the best thing is find Mrs. Belair's address in the file.
Willie, I'm sure this whole thing is some stupid mistake.
Oh, well, I hope not. Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Rowe, but we who are technically aliens are not allowed to do anything in the war but, collect woolies for Allied mothers. It is the misfortune of my life. A little action would be appreciated. I'll go with you to Mrs. Belair's if you like.
Willie, you can't leave the office.
Oh, but Anna, darling, this is important. There may be trouble.
Mr. Rowe has a detective.
Sticks out a yard. It's no use warning everybody. It would be a dead giveaway to show up anywhere with a man who had detective written all over him. No, we must stop him.
I wouldn't know how to do it.
Oh, that's easy. We go out by the back door.
Yes?
Mrs. Belair, I'm Mr. Hilfer from the Allied Mothers Fund.
Oh, of course. Dear Dr. Sinclair must have told you of our gatherings. Won't you come in?
Oh, thank you. This is Mr. Rowe.
How do you do? I believe we've met.
Have we? I don't believe so. Won't you come along? We're almost ready to start. We welcome newcomers, you know, as long as they're not hostile.
I see.
I'm afraid I don't quite understand, Mrs. Belair.
You mean about our gatherings? Well, you see, if they feel a hostile force, they won't come. It's so maddening.
They?
You know, the forces, the spirits. Won't you come this way? We're all ready. We have 2 guests this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Hilfer and Mr. Rowe. Dr. Sinclair sent them. Perhaps you'd like to meet our 2 professional men, Dr. Forrester.
How do you do? Decided to help us delve into the mysteries?
I still don't quite...
I'm always ready for a mystery, Doctor.
Oh, really?
And this is our skeptic, Mr. Cost. He's a businessman, and he keeps thinking up tests.
Mrs. Belair's is angry because I won't believe in her ghosts.
Oh, come, that's no way to talk of them, Mr. Cost. Well, shall we start?
Telephone, Mum, for a Mr. Rowe.
Oh, dear, and just when we're ready to start the meeting. Would you mind hurrying?
Not at all.
Well, that's odd. Nobody knew you were here. Shall I go with you?
No, that's all right. Out in the hall, eh?
Do hurry back, Mr. Rowe. Yes. They never wait.
No.
Hello?
Mr. Rowe, are you alone?
Yes.
Please, will you leave that house as fast as you can?
It's Miss Hilfer, isn't it? Do you want to speak to your brother?
No, don't say anything to him. I don't want to see you hurt. Hurry. They'll try to get you in the dark.
They're all waiting as... Oh, who is that?
Rennet. The detective, you know.
Rennet?
Yes, he traced me. Worried. Look, Hilfer, I think we ought to go. I don't like this. Mrs. Belair's saying that we haven't met. I don't like it.
Run away now, just when the fun is starting? Oh, no. The seance should be fun, Mr. Rowe.
There was a circle of chairs in the drawing room when we got back. I was seated between Dr. Forrester and Mr. Cost. And then the lights were turned off. Everyone sat motionless. Dr. Forrester's hand on my left was cold. Mr. Cost's was hot and moist. We seemed to sit there forever in the dark.
One of you is an enemy. They won't come through. Hold tight to the hands. Arthur Rowe.
What?
Arthur, why did you kill me, Arthur? Why did you kill me?
Oh, don't.
Arthur.
Here, stop it.
Here, this isn't funny. Put on the lights. Where are they? Oh, that's better. That was quite an act.
Look, Mr. Cost.
Good Lord. Get a doctor.
I'm a doctor. Here, let me see.
What is it, Dr. Forrester?
Oh. Afraid the only thing to do is to call the police. Mr. Cost is dead, stabbed with a penknife.
Oh, but that's impossible. Why, the door was locked.
And we were all holding hands.
Not all. Mr. Rowe dropped my hand.
But that was after.
I'm not going to touch the body again before the police come.
But Dr. Forrester.
I have the knife, Mr. Rowe. It is initialed A.R.
But I lost that knife last night in a bombing. It can't... Hilfer, you can't think I...
Of course not, old man.
He can't be dead. It's ridiculous.
I should go and call the police at Notting Hill Station. I shouldn't try to leave if I were you, Mr. Rowe.
Oh, but this is impossible.
I must rest. Any seance is a strain, but this... Oh, Mr. Rowe.
Would anybody object if I went to the bathroom and was sick?
I expect someone should go with you, as a matter of form.
It was Mr. Rowe's knife.
Well, come along then, Mr. Rowe. I'll keep an eye on you. Now then, feel better?
I'm all right. Hilfer, I didn't do it.
Of course you didn't. This is the real thing.
But why? Why?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out. Only you've got to be off, you know. They will shut you up for weeks.
But what can I do? It was my knife. And that fellow Cost...
Yes, they are devils, aren't they? We've got to keep you out of the way until your detective and I... By the way, who was it that telephoned you?
Your sister.
Oh, good for her. She must have got hold of something.
But I wasn't to tell you.
Oh, well, I shan't eat her for trying to spoil my fun. No, you will have to go underground. It's the fashion of the times.
And this isn't a joke.
Well, if we are to keep our nerve, my friend, we'll have to keep our sense of humor. Now, it's only a small drop to the ground outside this window. And that the air raid sirens will be going in 10 minutes. You'll get away, all right?
But how about you?
Well, we'll turn the water taps on full, and then you knock me out as hard as you can. It's the best alibi you can give me. After all, I am classified as an enemy alien.
I spent the night on a canvas shelf in a public air raid shelter in the tube station. I dreamed horribly each time a train came into the station until they stopped at 12. I dreamed that I was on trial again for her murder, and the King's Counsel was the murdered Mr. Cost, and he delivered the charge stuttering slightly, toying with my blood-stained penknife.
Yeah, now you quit tossing up there. We none of us will get no sleep.
I had breakfast in an ABC tea shop in Clapham High Street. There was nothing about the murder in the papers. They were playing with me. I called Mr. Rennett's office.
He isn't in. He was with you yesterday, Mr. Rowe.
I know. I left him.
Well, he hasn't come back. He left me a report on your interview, but we haven't seen him since.
I've got to find him. There's a man been killed.
What's that? What have you done with Mr. Rennett?
I don't know. I don't know.
Here, wait. Where are you calling from? I want to...
In England, we haven't learned the technique of going underground. I didn't know where I could cash a check. I didn't have any friends, any party, any organization to turn to. So I walked. I walked along the Thames embankment, watching the barges and the skittering patrol boats. Against the parapet, a thin, grey man stood tossing crumbs to a flock of sparrows that wheeled about his head.
How do you like that, sir? The birds know their old uncle. Here, catch.
It must be difficult to find enough crumbs in wartime.
Strictly illegal if the Ministry of Food knew.
I've seen you before.
Oh, I dare say.
Twice today. At that auction I passed.
Of course, I buy and sell books, you know. Business is dreadfully bad these days. Take this suitcase. If I don't deliver these at Regal Street before 5, I lose a sale. By the way, do you have the time?
It's past 4.
Oh, dear, I ought to go on. It's been a long day.
You know, I've seen you before.
You're Arthur Rowe, aren't you?
What? How?
I was told I'd find you here.
But who sent you?
Rennett. I'm one of his operatives.
But where is he? The office said he was missing.
They did. He's a deep one, he is. You are a top-ranked detective, Mr. Rowe. He knows what he's about.
Yes, but where is he? I want to see him.
He wants to see you. That's why I met you. You come along with me.
Why didn't he come himself? I don't like this.
He's on a trail. Left word for a meeting place. Come on.
All right, then. Let me take your suitcase.
Thank you. Getting a little old for this work, I am, but Rennett says it casts off suspicion. Suitcase is heavy, too. Books, you know. We best take a cab.
Where are we going?
Regal Court. I'm to watch outside while you take the suitcase up to Mr. Rennett. Number 6 it is. He's under the name of Travers. Hi there. Taxi.
The little man was very quiet in the cab, and he looked anxiously at his watch as we pulled up before Regal Court. He took up his place outside the building, and I went in. Number 6 was at the end of the corridor, and the wall light was out, so I could barely make out the number. The door gave as I turned the knob, and I swung it open.
Mr. Rowe.
What the devil? Miss Hilfer.
I've been waiting.
What is this? Where's Mr. Rennett? Are you here to see him, too?
No. I came to see you.
But that little gray man, he said he was from Mr. Rennett.
But he couldn't have been. He must have been one of the... Come in and put down that suitcase. We'd better shut the door. Oh.
But what is this place? Why have I been led here?
I don't know. But you're in danger. That's why I came. I don't want any more deaths. Please go.
How did you know I was here?
I won't tell you. I've asked you to go away quickly.
But what is this? Who's in this wild conspiracy? And what is it?
Go now. I don't want to see you get hurt anymore. I've seen so many bad people. You don't fit. You mustn't worry about the past. They all said it was a mercy killing.
You know about me?
Yes, we checked. You killed out of pity. But they don't. They don't pity anyone.
You aren't in it, too?
No.
Then that means they wanted both of us here. Let me look out of the door. Oh. They're waiting for us at the end of the corridor.
Oh.
Back turned. I can't see who.
We can't get out.
We might ring up the clerk and ask him to come up.
And then go down with him. They wouldn't dare do anything.
That's it. Phone on the table. Hello? It's dead. They've cut the wire. Let's get some more light. No light.
They think of everything.
I dare say. We haven't any weapons.
I'm dreadfully scared. I'm sorry. I don't like the dark.
What's that?
The kitchen.
Good Lord, we forgot to see if the door was bolted.
They're inside.
Oh, if we had some weapon, a stick, anything.
The air raid sirens will go soon. Then they'll come.
That suitcase. If those aren't books, they're probably bricks. I don't believe it's locked.
I wouldn't touch it.
Oh, they must make a mistake sometime. A brick had come in handy.
They'll wait till the sirens, till everybody's gone down to the shelters.
I'm getting tired of this cat and mouse act. Here you! Come in here!
Please?
They've chosen the wrong man. They think they can get everything by fear. But I am a murderer, aren't I? I'm not afraid to kill. All I need is a weapon. One of those bricks.
We've got to do something. Here, open the suitcase. Open it.
It isn't locked. There's one catch. Now for the other. It's stuck. Here it comes.
Our intermission commentator today is the English poet who has now become a citizen of this country, W.H. Auden, one of the most influential poets of this generation and author of, for the time being, Christmas Oratorio, The Sea in the Mirror, and other poems. Here is Mr. Auden.
In its form, The Ministry of Fear is a thriller like John Buchan's 39 Steps. The thriller resembles the epic, in that its subject is a war between two sides. But there are two important differences. Firstly, the war is a secret struggle. The outsider sees only peace, and there are no visible distinguishing marks to show who is friend and who is foe. The old clergyman turns out to be a thug, or the crippled fruit peddler to be one of our cleverest agents. Secondly, the reader is made a partisan of one side. In the Iliad, even though it was written by Greeks, the Trojans are depicted as equally noble. But in the thriller, they, the enemy, are always bad. The secrecy is an added excitement, but the partisanship is apt to make the thriller a bit priggish. As Graham Greene himself says, none of the books of adventure one read as a boy had an unhappy ending, and none of them was disturbed by a sense of pity for the beaten side. Graham Greene has succeeded, I think, in avoiding this crudity without sacrificing the drama by relating the thriller to another literary form, the medieval allegory. His thrillers are projections into outer melodramatic action, the struggles which go on unendingly in every mind and heart. Each of us, perhaps this is why we like reading thrillers, is a creature at war with himself. Further, he desires peace and is a self-deceptive creature who thinks he is feeling one thing or acting from one motive, while his real feeling and motives are quite different. There is therefore not a good side and a bad, nevertheless it does matter who wins. Victory does not finally solve anything. A dangerous attack has been defeated. Perhaps we understand ourselves a little better. That is all. The future, as difficult as before, perhaps more so, remains ahead. Graham Greene, then, employs a distinctive form. He also exhibits a distinctive concern. Just as Balzac comes back again and again to avarice and Stendhal to ambition, so in book after book, Graham Greene analyzes the vice of pity, that corrupt parody of Christian love and compassion, which is so insidious and deadly for sensitive natures. The war in the Ministry of Fear is between those who pity and those who can bear pain, other people's pain, endlessly, the people who don't care. Yet both sides have a common bond. Both have murdered. Arthur Rowe, the hero, has killed his wife to save her suffering from an incurable illness. Through his encounters with Hilfer, the fascist agent, he is brought to realize that it was her endurance and her patience which he had found most unbearable, He was trying to escape his own pain, not hers. For behind pity for another lies self-pity, and behind self-pity lies cruelty. To feel compassion for someone is to make oneself their equal. To pity them is to regard oneself as their superior, and from that eminence the step to the torture chamber and the corrective labor camp is shorter than we think. For providing us with exciting reading and at the same time exposing so great and typical a heresy of our time, Mr. Green deserves our gratitude.
Thank you, Mr. Auden. Our dramatization continues from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
I was Richard Digby now. That's all I remembered. No, I didn't remember that much. They told me it was on my identity card. They were nice to me, the attendants, the nurses, the doctor. It was very pleasant out there in the country. There was one young man, Johns his name was, who looked after me particularly.
You've got to rest, Mr. Digby.
I know, but sometimes I try to think. Who am I?
But we know you're Richard Digby.
Yes, but who is Richard Digby? What sort of life do you think I led? I can't remember.
Well, the doctor will take care of that.
Well, I suppose there are worse cases than mine.
A few. They're in the other wing.
I do remember things clearly until I was 18. But then...
Oh, come now. Don't worry.
Yes, but supposing there have been inquiries. Supposing my wife is trying to find me.
Oh, don't tell me that you remember a wife.
No. No, I don't.
Well, you can trust the doctor. He's the finest of them.
Mr. Digby?
Oh, good morning, Dr. Forrester.
Good morning, Johns. Will you leave me with Mr. Digby?
Oh, of course, of course. I'll be waiting in your office.
Well, Mr. Digby, and how are you feeling?
I've been thinking. About before, I mean. Trying to remember.
Well, then, I've good news for you.
Good news, Dr. Forrester?
We've turned up somebody who knew you in the old days.
Who?
Ha-ha. I want you to discover for yourself.
But I
waited until now, till I felt you were strong enough. You won't disappoint us, I'm sure. Well, I leave the two of you alone.
He's here now?
She is here. You may come in now. I'll leave you.
You have changed, haven't you?
Oh, I'm afraid I don't know.
Your hair is grayer, and that scar. And yet you look happier. They've been good to you?
Oh, very good. Excuse me, it sounds abrupt, but I don't know your name.
You don't remember me at all?
No.
Anna Hilfe.
That sounds foreign.
Austrian.
Well, you must excuse me. There are so many questions. Were we simply friends?
Just friends. Why?
Well, you're very pretty. I couldn't tell.
You saved my life when the bomb went off.
I'm very glad. The doctor doesn't want me to learn things fast, but you will tell me, won't you? Am I married?
No, you're not married.
I do wish I knew what I did before. It couldn't have been the professions, army, navy, church. I wasn't wearing the right clothes. Law. Was it law, Anna? I can't see myself in a wig getting some poor devil hanged for murder.
No.
Well, at least I'm a prize patient. An interesting case.
And Dr. Forrester. You like Dr. Forrester?
He fills one with awe, yet I feel I've known him before.
You've changed so much. You seem so freer.
You'll come often?
It's my job, Arthur.
I didn't catch it till she was gone. She had called me Arthur, and I was Richard Digby. She came to see me often, and yet she would tell me nothing. Dr. Forrester said I was to be allowed to regain my memory slowly, but Anna Hilfer seemed to shy away from all discussion of the days before, the days that were black to me.
Let's talk of something else now. You've got to rest.
Oh, can't we pretend it's the old days before that bomb went off? Maybe that would help.
No.
You know, I don't think you told me the truth.
What?
I mean about us. I must have loved you. I know because directly you come into the room, I feel such a sense of relief.
It doesn't seem likely. We'd known each other only a few days.
What sort of person was I?
We must stop this now.
I want to leave this place.
No, you must stay here, please.
But why? Why?
You weren't happy outside. I'll do anything to keep you happy. This is how I like you. Not as you were.
I wish I could remember.
Just be quiet. Stay here a few weeks till your memory comes back.
If you'll come often. May I kiss you now? Oh, my dear. My dear. Why did you say we were only friends?
I wasn't going to bind you.
You've bound me now.
Yes, and I'm glad. Only rest. Rest, dear. And don't remember, please.
It was quite pleasant in the nursing home. The attendants were kind. I had the newspaper and the radio and the visits with Anna. And then one day they stopped giving me the paper. They wouldn't let me out of my room. I was remembering little bits and pieces of the empty years, and I raised a devil of a row when they stopped the paper. So they sent for Dr. Forrester.
Won't do, Digby. It won't do. I'm disappointed.
I want my clothes and the paper.
I gave orders it was be stopped. Miss Hilfer's been acting unwisely. These long conversations are bad for you.
I won't be treated as an invalid or a child.
You'll be treated as I see fit.
I'm leaving here.
My dear Digby, be reasonable. You're a very sick man. I don't want to restrain you or have you certified insane.
I'm as sane as you are.
Oh, come now, Digby, trust me. What you need is rest. No more visitors. That's it, yes. No more visitors.
How about Miss Hilfer?
Oh, I made a mistake there. We were not strong enough, were we? I've told Miss Hilfer not to come again.
I was treated like a schoolboy. And so like a schoolboy, I planned to escape. It wasn't difficult. They had stopped locking my door, and one morning early, I just strolled through the house. No one saw me until I reached the front door. Then just as I reached for the handle...
Wait a minute. Where are you going?
Anna, I'm going for a walk.
But the doctor said that you must
This isn't prison, Anna. I'm just going for a walk.
You mustn't. You're in danger.
You mean my memory? I don't remember, but I'm functioning all right. There's no reason to lock me in.
But you've got to do what Dr. Forrester says. You've got to.
No, I don't. I don't trust him anymore. I have the oddest feeling that... Well, I've seen him before, and I don't like it. Besides, he said I wasn't to see you anymore.
But you can't disobey him.
Anna, what is all this? It's more than just my memory. You've got to tell me. He threatened to have me certified.
No.
Anna, I'm leaving. I'm getting out of here.
No, believe me. You're safest here. You've got to trust me.
But I can't. Not when I don't understand. I'm going now.
Then listen to me. And believe me. England is at war. You know that.
I didn't remember. It was in the papers.
There are people who work for the enemy. It's something new.
Spies? That's not new. Some men always sell out.
They don't pay them. It's through blackmail. They have a complete cross-index on everybody that's important.
The Germans, you mean?
They're agents. They know everything. Bits of the past, things forgotten. And the ones they choose have to do what's wanted, or their secrets are turned over to the press or to Scotland Yard and the public prosecutor. It's a sort of a ministry of fear with very efficient undersecretaries.
But what's this to do with me? I wasn't a German agent before... Was I?
No, but just before you came here, there were questions in Parliament. Some papers were reported missing, just for a few hours, you know, and the government hushed it up.
Time to photograph them?
That's right. Well, it didn't work. They lost the films. There was a mistake.
Was I involved?
I can't tell you. I can't. But don't you see, it happened again, just the other day. They couldn't blackmail you before. They couldn't reach you through the Ministry of Fear.
Why not?
And now you're safe, as long as you don't remember. Stay here and be safe, darling. That's all I care for now.
But I don't understand. Why has it happened again?
They failed the first time. So they had to reach someone else through the Ministry of Fear.
But why couldn't they blackmail me before?
Don't ask me anymore. Please don't. It isn't safe.
I don't care, Anna. I don't. But why, that's even more reason for me to get out.
But you're mine. Dr. Forrester says...
But why should I stay? For all I know, he'll drive me all the way insane. I don't trust Dr. Forrester. I don't trust him at all.
You don't trust me, Digby?
Dr. Forrester,
I know, Miss Hilfer. You found Mr. Digby about to take a walk. You may go now, Miss Hilfer.
He wasn't going, Doctor. Really, he wasn't.
Now, Digby, you've got to take your choice. Back to bed or to the violent ward.
You can't do this to me, Doctor. I'm as well as you are.
You're a fool, Digby. You're a fool in love. Do you know what you really are? Yeah, look at this newspaper clipping. That's you.
But...
Read it. A murderer. Go and think about that.
That's not me.
Go and look in the mirror. You asked for it, Digby, just like the others. Go on. Remember. Murderer.
I stared at the clipping. It was a thin, tired face. Arthur Rowe, that was my name. Then I remembered Anna. Arthur, she had called me. The darkness began to lift a little. I could see Dr. Forrester standing over something dark and bleeding. The memories thickened and then faded away. I had to get away now. I knew I must escape. It wasn't original, I suppose, but I went down the drain pipe. It was a mile to the village, and I caught the local train to London.
I'm sorry, sir, but you've got to have a ticket, you know.
I've got to see the police.
You don't have to go all the way to London for that, sir.
I know, but...
You're one of Dr. Forrester's patients, aren't you?
No. I've got to get to London. I've got to get to Scotland Yard.
Oh, certainly. I know, sir.
Then you'll let me go? You'll let me stay on the train?
Oh, why, surely. I guess we can trust you for the ticket, sure.
Oh, thank heaven.
Conductor? Ah, Dr. Forrester, I've been waiting for you. I was afraid you wouldn't get the message I dropped for you.
But you said I could ride.
I had to humor him, Doctor. He had me worried.
You've done very well, Conductor. Well, Digby, leaving us without saying goodbye.
All right, Doctor.
All right, Conductor. If you'll just step out in the corridor with me, we'll discuss things.
After you, sir.
Thank you. Now, I'll have my men at the next station. I don't want him to hear. There may be trouble.
We'll be coming in a minute. Ah, there we are. Come on, Doctor. We'd better get back before the train stops.
Don't want any trouble, do we? Do we, Conductor? Conductor! He's gone.
Outside door's open. He's got away, Doctor. Got away clean.
You're Mr. Rowe, eh? We've been waiting for you to turn up.
I came to Scotland Yard directly I reached London, Inspector.
Well, then, what made you turn up after 4 months? You look as if you'd been crawling through a vegetable garden. How did that happen?
Rolling down a railway embankment. You see, I've been in a nursing home, Inspector. I lost my memory. They told me I was Richard Digby.
Your memory has come back now?
I remember some, not much.
A very convenient sort of memory.
See here, I'm trying to tell you everything I remember about the murder.
Murder? I've not mentioned murder to you. When there was nothing in the papers.
But Dr. Forrester told me...
Forrester? Wait a minute. You're connected with them?
I don't understand, but I do seem to remember Dr. Forrester from before. He was bending over somebody. A man. It was my knife. There was blood.
This looks like our first connection. Here, Mr. Rowe, look over this file of photographs. Recognize anybody?
Well, that one's Dr. Forrester.
Of course. Now, how about this one? Or this?
Wait a minute. That one. That man.
Know him?
He stuttered. Yes, that's the one. That's the one who was murdered.
Eh?
They did it with my knife. It's Mr. Cost. They killed him.
What? My dear Mr. Rowe, that man hasn't been murdered. He's as alive as you are.
But Dr. Forrester, he was there.
Mr. Rowe, we've been looking for you about a murder, all right, but not your Mr. Cost. It's a Mr. Rennet we've found.
Rennet?
A detective you hired. He turned up floating in the Thames, and his office told us some story you told him about a cake. It didn't make sense then, but with this last connection, we've got most of the pieces.
I don't understand at all.
We've been looking for a roll of film. Microfilm.
I suppose you've heard of those questions in Parliament on missing documents?
Yes.
Well, they were missing for an hour. 2 high officials were involved. And evidently the papers were photographed. It happened twice. Blackmail. The first time, I imagine, they were hidden in your cake. But that was destroyed in an air raid, so they had to try again. That file of photographs you've just seen includes everybody remotely connected with both blackmail victims. The same doctor, for example, or the same tailor.
Tailor?
You'll see. The attempts. We'll be able to round up the whole ring.
But I still don't remember.
You will. Come along now, Mr. O. We've got a lot of ground to cover, and not much time.
I was remembering quickly now, the days before the emptiness were filling in. I remembered a name, the fortune teller, Mrs. Bellairs. A twisted man, an explosion, but there was nothing clear, nothing in place. We were in a shop now, a tailor shop, and Inspector Prentice warned me to keep a sharp eye.
I'll be here by the door. You go to the counter. Go ahead.
But there's no one there.
He'll be out. Go on. Call if you need me.
Can I help you, sir? Cost. I beg your pardon? It's you. You're not dead. It was you at the seance. I don't understand, but will you excuse me for a moment? I have to make a call. Hello? Mr. Adams, I'm afraid I'll no longer be able to deliver your coat. No, not at all. Personally, sir, I have no hope. No hope at all. Now, if you'll excuse me, sir, I'm wanted in the stockroom. A moment.
Here, watch him. Don't let him alone in there. Out of my way, Roo. Good Lord.
No hope. That's what he said on the phone.
We'll never get anything out of him. Sergeant Allison.
Brave in a way.
Brave? Mr. Rowe, that man was killed by fear. And there'll be many more dying for what he's done. Oh, well, I hope we find your Mrs. Bellairs alive and talking. Sergeant, skin this house alive. We've got to find those blasted films. Still not talking, Mrs. Bellairs?
You've got no right to do this.
Those films could be hidden anywhere. Oh, this your best tea china?
Here, put those down. Oh!
Hollow handles. No films.
You'll suffer for this.
No, madam. It's you will suffer. Giving information to the enemy is a hanging offense.
They don't hang women. Not in this war.
We may hang more people than the papers tell you about. Well, Mr. O, now we've got to hear about your Dr. Forrester. The local police have been sent out to the nursing home.
Is he the leader?
A victim, I expect. One of the blackmailed. Caught.
By the Ministry of Fear.
Huh? Oh, yes. That's good. That's good. The Ministry of Fear.
We heard from the nursing home. The local police put in a trunk call. It's difficult to catch a doctor, I expect. He has so many ways of avoiding arrest. Dr. Forrester had taken one of the quickest. Poison. Inspector Prentice's trail had opened suddenly, and now it was closed down again. They put me up in a lodging house, and then they left me. I sat there trying to remember. There were still large craters of emptiness edged with black. But then I thought of something else. Cost telephoning just before he shot himself. I changed a half a crown into pennies and started checking. I remembered watching his fingers in the dial. B-A-T 271. That was all. The last number was missing. There were only 10 possibilities. I was certain I could recognize some voice, the leader to whom Cost had given his last report.
About to say light and power.
I suppose it was a fool's crusade. I probably wouldn't recognize the voice. I should have turned the number over to the inspector. But I felt that here was the key to those years I had forgotten.
Hello? Hello? Who is that?
It was Anna. It was she that Cost had called. The leader, the Ministry of Fear. I matched an address to the phone number, and the flat was on the 3rd floor of a lodging house in Battersea.
Oh, it's you. Come in. Did you telephone?
I got your number when Cost called. He killed himself directly after.
I didn't know you were there.
Anna, aren't you even sorry? All your friends, Cost, Forrester.
You don't understand, do you? Oh, my dear, you've been so mixed up.
You watched me when I was at the nursing home. You were with the Ministry of Fear.
No. I didn't want you to remember you were safe then. I didn't want to work with them. But that was the only way that I could keep you safe.
I loved you, Anna. I do now. But I've got to have those films.
The films?
Where are they?
Willie has them.
Your brother? You mean he's the leader?
See, that's why I couldn't explain to you or to the police. I couldn't see Willie hurt. I couldn't.
But he was so helpful to me.
He was. He staged that murder at the seance, and then he wanted me to die with you when the suitcase exploded. But when you lost your memory, they felt safe.
Where is Willie?
Asleep in the other room.
Why, Anna? Why do you protect him?
I don't know. He's my brother.
Anna, I've got to get those films. We'll need a weapon.
Oh.
This candlestick. It's heavy enough.
No, give it to me. I won't have him hurt. I won't.
Thank you, sister. Well, Mr. Rowe?
The films.
Oh, yes. I've got them.
Where are they?
Let's strike a bargain, huh? My sister seems attached to you. You wouldn't want to eliminate your brother-in-law, huh? Now do put down that candlestick, Anna.
I mean to have those films, and the police want you.
That isn't reasonable, Rowe. You see, I have a gun in my jacket pocket. So stay still.
You can't bargain, Hilfer. You can't shoot us and get away. The walls are thin, you know.
Oh, it might be rather grand. I have a bargain for you.
Don't listen to him, Arthur. Don't.
The films, Hilfer.
She's afraid, you know. She thinks you'll not love her.
Willie!
She won't stay with you, Rowe. She'd see you shot down and laugh. She'll stay with me, Rowe. She can't get away. Hey, Anna, look out! Oh.
I'll get the gun. Take the candlestick.
Oh, Anna, my wrist.
I had to choose. Oh, Willie, I had to keep him safe.
The films, Hilfer.
Oh, my wrist, Anna.
Darling,
Anna.
Willie. Leave me alone with him, Arthur, please. I'll get the films for you. Please, Arthur, please. Here, Arthur. I've got your films.
Where's Willie?
I let him go. I couldn't see him. Here, take the films.
Let me see.
He pleaded with me, Arthur. He's afraid of being hurt.
He didn't keep his word, Anna. These aren't the negatives, they're prints. Where is he?
Willie. I don't care about the war. I wanted to save both of you. I thought that
Where is he?
Paddington Station. He's gone to catch the 7:20 to Scotland.
The gun?
He's got it. There's one bullet in it.
You have made a mess of it, haven't you?
I thought I loved him, Arthur. I wanted to give him a chance.
Well, I suppose he won't kill me. That would waste the shot. I'll be back, Anna. You wait here. Hilfer?
Oh, Mr. Rowe again. Well, come in.
Do come in, sir. There's plenty of room.
You'll excuse me, won't you? This dear lady has me winding her wool.
But...
Oh, don't worry. She's quite deaf. She can't hear a thing. Can you, old girl?
You can smoke if you like, gentlemen. It won't bother me. Oh, would you mind holding the wood higher?
Well, as long as your hands are busy, I'll take that gun. Which pocket?
Anna should have kept you longer.
I do wish the train would start, don't you?
Give me back the gun, Rowe, and I will give you the films.
Here now, that's done. I'll take the wool off your hands, dear boy.
All right, Hilfer. Give me the films, then we'll talk. I agree.
Hand me my coat. Now, there. Shoulder padding makes a first-rate safe, huh?
Give them to me. Yes, the negative's all right.
And now the gun. You let me have the gun. The gun? You promise.
You've cheated too often, Hilfer.
Be sensible, Roe. I can't get away by shooting you in the middle of Paddington Station. I won't be beaten. They'll try to make me talk, I know. You have got to give me the gun.
No.
Anna will hang if I talk, Roe. You wouldn't kill her. You wouldn't. Now give me the gun.
No.
Oh, you will kill her then, huh? You don't remember. You don't remember about your wife.
My wife? Am I married?
Oh, not now. Oh, you murdered her. Poisoned her. They put you in an asylum for that.
Oh, no. No.
Now you'll kill Anna, too, huh? They'll hang her, Roe. Give me the gun.
Oh, no, I can't remember.
Give me the gun. Here, give it to me.
I shall call the police now.
I know.
You've got the gun.
Yes, I have got the gun.
Eh? What's that? Is the train starting to move?
Guard! Guard, there's been an accident. Would you call the constable?
Oh, something's happened to the gentleman. He must be ill. Oh, dear, he's gone and twisted my yarn. Dear, dear, dear.
Slowly, the red stain crept out over the tangled white strands of the old lady's yarn. It was over. I have the past back now, the whole past. But with it has come the fear that the whole ministry of traitors could not instill in me. For I know now that we all fear. If we love, then we must be afraid. We will be together, Anna and I, but we will live in the shadow of discovery. We will have to tread carefully for a lifetime, never speaking without thinking twice. We must watch each other as enemies because we love each other so much. We will live, as all men live, under that universal ministry of fear.
The curtain falls on our dramatization of the Graham Greene novel, The Ministry of Fear. Next week at this time, during the midterm vacation, the NBC University Theater will bring you one of the outstanding dramatizations of last summer's series. The Catherine Ann Porter story, Noon Wine, starring Miss Beulah Bondi. Today's dramatization of The Ministry of Fear was written by Ernest Kenoy. Your intermission commentator was the distinguished poet W.H. Auden. And our star was Mr. Alan Mowbray. Our cast included Eric Snowden, Monty Margetts, Norma Varden, Charles Dean, Alec Harford, Alma Lawton, Ben Wright, Ramsey Hill, Raymond Lawrence, and Donald Morrison. Your announcer, Don Stanley. The director of the NBC University Theater is Andrew C. Love. Original music for The Ministry of Fear was composed and conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. This is the NBC University Theater, bringing you a full-hour dramatization of Tales of Edgar Allan Poe, starring Joseph Schildkraut. We bring you one of the most extraordinary men of letters ever to put pen to paper in America. And we bring you 3 tales from his pen. First, Nosology, followed by The Cask of Amontillado, and finally, The Fall of the House of Usher. The author, of course, is Edgar Allan Poe, whose feverish dreams inspired tales both awesome and beautiful, tales which won for him a unique place among the greats of American literature. Here now is Mr. Edgar Allan Poe.
Men have called me mad. Perhaps I am. It has never been settled, really, whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence. Let it be assumed, therefore, that I, Edgar Allan Poe, am mad, and that I'm about to entertain you with 3 products of my imaginative but eccentric mind. The first of these, a curtain raiser, I will entitle only A Comic Mask. Mr. Conductor, if you please, some comic music.
My name is, let's see, I believe it's Jones. Yes, that's right, Robert Jones. I am, that is to say, I was, a great man. I was born at a rather tender age in the city of Fumfudge, latitude 600, longitude 066. Perhaps you've heard of me? No? Oh, what a pity. Very well, I'll tell you about myself. When I was born, my first act in life was to take hold of my nose with both hands and pull vigorously, thus. This caused my mother, who naturally was present at my birth, to remark to my father,
Robert, look. Our boy is a genius.
My dear, I weep for joy. Believe me, I weep for joy.
Before I was 5 years old, I had chosen my career in life, namely, nosology. I pursued it avidly. Each morning, I gave my nose a strong pull. In the science of nosology, I soon came to understand that, provided a man had a nose sufficiently conspicuous, he might, by merely following it, arrive at a lionship, an honor much to be desired. My father, who had always been frustrated in his own ambition to become a successful mountebank, determined that I should achieve my goal. I remember distinctly how. Each evening, he would help me with my exercises.
1, 2, 3, tweak. 1, 2, 3, tweak. 1, 2, 3, tweak. Stop, my dear boy. Remember, these tweaking exercises give the nose plasticity, character.
Yes, Father.
Bear in mind, therefore, that the tweak must be vigorous and forthright. Thus.
Yes, Father.
Very well. We'll now practice turning up the nose contemptuously. Now, observe closely, my boy. Thus. 1, 2, turn up thusly. 1, 2, contemptuously. 1, 2.
Father.
What is it, son?
Father, I've been...
Well, what's the trouble?
One day, when I had come of age, my father asked me if I would step into his study, and this I did. You wish to speak to me, Father?
My boy, it's time that you and I had a serious talk.
Yes, Father.
Now, first of all, tell me, what is the chief end of your existence?
Why, Father, to master the science of nosology.
That is correct, my boy. And now, can you tell me What is the exact meaning of a nose?
The exact meaning. A nose, my father, has been variously defined by some 6,000 authorities. Let's see, it is now exactly 3 minutes before 12 noon. We shall have time to get through most of the definitions, I think, before midnight. To commence, then, father. The nose, according to Bartholinius, is that protuberance, that bump, that brow which precedes a man when he's getting himself into a lot of... When I had completed the last of the 6,000 definitions, my father drew me to his side and said...
My boy.
Yes, father?
Your education is finished.
Thank you, father.
It's time now for you to go out into the world and scuffle for yourself.
Yes, father.
Tell me, my boy, you know what you must do, of course.
Why, of course, father. I must always follow my nose.
Exactly, my boy. Exactly.
And so, giving my nose a pull or two right on the spot, I marched out into the streets of Fumfudge to seek my fortune. As I made my way up the main thoroughfare, astounded citizens pointed at me with admiration and respect.
Is it possible?
Unbelievable.
Mommy, look, a rhinoceros.
Who is he?
What is he?
Oh!
Ignoring these peasants, I blew my nose loudly. And continued on my way until I reached a fine-looking studio bearing a sign which read, Signor Tintintino, portrait painter to royalty by appointment to the king and by rendezvous with the queen. I stepped inside, and there was the Duchess of Bableu sitting for a portrait. Behind her stood the Marquis holding her pet poodle. At her side stood the Earl supporting the Marquis. At an easel stood Signor Tintintino. I approached this great artist and slowly, very slowly turned up my nose.
Good.
Shocking. What a nose, signore. How much you take for this nose? I must paint this nose, mamma mia.
1,000 pounds.
1,000 pounds? Madre, turn to the light.
With pleasure.
Oh, I simply must touch it.
Carefully, madam. This is really a very valuable piece.
You show she's quite original.
My dear Signor Tintintino, I assure you that I've raised this nose from a tiny little nostril.
Admirable. I give you 100 pounds.
Sorry, 1,000.
200.
Sorry, 1,000.
600.
Sorry, 1,000.
9.
Sorry, 1,000.
Very well.
Good.
She's done. 1,000 pounds, and I'm gonna paint her this very morning. This was indeed a stroke of genius. In a week's time, Signor Tintintino's portrait of my nose was hung in the Royal Academy. Overnight, I became a celebrity. I wrote a pamphlet on nosology, and I sent the Queen a first edition, enclosing a reproduction of Tintintino's masterpiece. Why, the Prince of Wales invited me to dinner, and what a dinner! The people who were there, why, every one of them a lion, a giant among men. As guest of honor, I, of course, was introduced around by the Prince.
Sir P. Peridot.
Your Highness.
I should like you to meet Mr. Jones.
Not the Mr. Jones, the author of Noses That Made History?
Yes, sir, the same.
I am honored, sir. You are a man who knows his noses.
Thank you. Sir P. is being modest. He happens to be a modern Platonist and a lion among men. He's also a lion among women.
Charming fellow, but practically no nose, your princeship, no nose.
Here's another chap I should like you to meet.
Why, gladly.
Sir Delphinius Polyglot. Sir Delphinius?
Your Highness.
I should like you to meet...
Don't tell me. Let me guess. Pinocchio.
Droll fellow.
Yes. And... Cyrano.
Hardly.
Why, then this must be the Mr. Jones.
It is.
Yes, indeed, it was quite a dinner. Even Signor Tintintino was there. He discoursed upon Latour and Chambertin. The president of Punford University made a speech. The eminent archaeologist Ferdinand Futzelfutzelspa spoke briefly for several hours on internal fires and tertiary formations and things like that. And finally, of course, it was my turn to speak. My topic. You guessed it. I merely turned up my nose and I spoke of myself.
Marvelous.
Thank you.
Clever man.
Superb, absolutely superb.
Thank you. The very next morning, Her Grace the Duchess paid me a visit in my apartments. Somewhat plump, but a charming little woman. My heart went out to her at once.
You darling creature. I know you must simply be thronged with admirers. But I said to myself, I simply must meet this fabulous man. And here I am.
Why, I'm honored, Your Grace.
Don't you think it was rather daring of me to come to your apartments unescorted? But then, I've always been one to seize the bull by the nose.
And I have always admired a certain measure of boldness in women, Your Grace.
Oh, a charming man. You simply must attend the ball I'm giving tomorrow night. You will come, pretty creature.
Ball? I'm sorry, I had promised the Queen.
The Elector of Vladinov will be there.
The Elector of... I'm not familiar.
Not familiar with the Elector of Vladinov?
Why, no.
Why, my dear man, he is said to have the largest nose in all the world.
Oh, Your Grace.
In Europe, at any rate.
Certainly not in England, madame. Please, observe.
I'll admit it does look rather long.
Well, it is rather long.
Of course. If you come, we can compare your nose with the Elector's and settle the controversy once and for all.
Your Grace, I shall be there.
You definitely will come?
Why, Your Grace, with all my heart.
Oh, no, Mr. Jones. With all your nose.
Yes, with all my nose. I had heard of this fellow, there's blood enough, a pretentious boor from the Low Country. Well, next night excitement ran high at the Duchess's. The rooms were crowded to suffocation. Wagers were placed, duels challenged.
£1,000 on blood enough by a nose.
Taken in double.
I say Jones by 10 millimeters.
Blood enough. Jones!
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present our distinguished guest from the Low Country, the Elector of Vladinov. And now, the British contender, our own Mr. Jones.
Look, she's going to introduce them.
Mr. Jones, the Elector of Vladinov.
You call that a nose? Pah!
Gentlemen, please.
Your Grace, I sincerely regret this incident, but the mosquito bite which this gentleman dignifies by the title of nose offends me.
Tausend Teufel!
Sir, may I tell you that you're a baboon?
Don und Blitzen!
That, sir, I will not countenance. Have at you. Oh, my second will call upon you in the morning, sir. There simply was no other way. His nose, alack and alas, was bigger than mine. Very well, we met next morning upon the field of honor. Our weapons, pistols at 30 paces. We faced each other. I gave my pride a twist and sounded my klaxon contemptuously. He blew his. A pitiful little blow, and the referee counted off the paces.
28, 29, 30. Fire!
Parbleu, the deed was done. I had shut off his nose. Now there was no one in the entire world with a nose equal my own. Ah, my pride, my joy of a nose. I returned to the palace and discovered that a reception had been prepared. Evidently, news of my victory over Blood-Enough had preceded me. I entered and approached the Duchess, but when I reached to kiss her hand, alas, she snubbed me. That's all she said. Your Grace, I don't understand.
There is nothing to understand, Mr. Jones.
But haven't you heard, Your Grace? I won the duel. I shot the Elector's nose right off his face.
Your presence is no longer required.
Well, won't somebody explain you, sir? What?
Dolt.
Perhaps you, sir.
Noodle.
No. But this reception, gentlemen, for whom has it been prepared?
For whom, sir?
Yes.
For whom but the Elector of Blood-Enough?
What? I was baffled. Nay, I was chagrined. My nose wilted, yet the facts were there. I had won. I was the uncontested nose champion of the entire world. Yet a reception of honor had been prepared for my defeated adversary, the Elector of Blood-Enough. Shunned, scorned, carrying my proboscis at a deflected 45-degree angle, I slunk from the court. I appealed to my friend the prince, but all he said was... That's all he said. Things went from bad to worse. My pamphlet on nosology no longer supported me. My portrait was sent back from the royal galleries, and finally, in utter defeat, I returned home to live with Papa. I am home, Father.
Yes, my son.
Father, I'm a failure in nosology.
I know, my son.
But why, Father? Why?
Sit down, my boy.
Yes.
That's better. My son.
Yes, Father.
You have learned a sad truth about life.
Yes, but what truth, Father?
You've learned that a man with a nose more conspicuous than others can be a lion among men until he overshoots his mark, as you have overshot yours.
Yes, but how, Father?
My boy, all men have noses, but the Elector of Blood-Enough has no nose at all. And with such, there's no competing.
Surely men accuse me unjustly of being macabre and morbid. I have a delightful sense of humor. If you don't believe me, just listen to another of my tales. This one I have entitled The Cask of Amontillado.
On the coat of arms of my family, the Montresors, is graven Nemo me impune lacessit, meaning no one harms me with impunity. The coat of arms itself is a huge human foot, done in gold against the field of azure blue. The foot crushes a serpent whose fangs are embedded in its heel. I tell you this only so you will understand why I had to act as I did. And while I'm telling you about it, have a drink. A drink of Amontillado, the real thing, too. I know. I know because I have the word of that connoisseur of wine, Signor Fortunato. My old friend Fortunato. The 1,000 injuries of this Fortunato I had borne as best I could through the years, but when he ventured on insults, I vowed revenge. It was at the height of the carnival season in Venice when I saw him in the crowd, dressed in the costume of a jester. I was genuinely pleased to see him. Hey, Fortunato! Fortunato! I beg your pardon, sir. Hey, Fortunato!
Ah, Montresor.
Well, my dear friend, I am glad to see you.
How goes it, Montresor?
Excellently well.
I'm having a most wonderful time. I'm in my second childhood, but I haven't seen you in weeks. I was afraid you were avoiding me.
Avoiding you? Never.
Good.
But, my friend, you are luckily met. Oh, come over here in this doorway out of the crowd.
Very well. What's on your mind?
Listen, Fortunato. Only today I have received a barrel of what passes for Amontillado wine.
Not really.
Well, I have some doubts.
Amontillado?
Well, as I say, I have some doubts.
Amontillado. Oh, when did I last taste Amontillado?
But I see you are having a little vacation, and therefore I will go to Lucchese. If anyone can tell a good vintage, it certainly is Lucchese.
Lucchese. Lucchese has the nose of a pig. Come, let us go.
Go? Go where?
To your wine vaults.
Oh, no, my friend. I couldn't possibly impose.
Oh, I insist.
No, the vaults are damp and you have a bad cough.
I will not be swayed.
But the vaults are very deep.
Your arm, sir.
You insist?
I insist.
Very well, my friend. Let us go to the vaults of Montresor. Careful, my friend. These steps are rather slippery.
Your vaults are very deep.
Oh. Tell me, how long have you been troubled by that bad cough?
Oh, it's nothing.
Perhaps we should turn back.
I won't hear of it.
No, I really feel we should. You must be careful. You're a man to be missed. After all, are you not rich and respected, beloved?
By some, my wife.
You see, for me, it wouldn't really matter, but for you, no. I shall engage Lucchese.
Enough. I shall not die of a little cough.
Well, if you will not be deterred, at least let me offer you a drink of Médoc. Here, we will select one of these bottles. Look at that dust. 50 years old. Here, drink, my friend.
Good. Will you not join me?
Very well. I drink to those who are buried here.
Buried?
Yes, my ancestors used these vaults as a dungeon.
Oh, I see.
To your long life, my friend. Now come, let us proceed to the Amontillado.
One moment.
Yes?
Do I hear water?
Yes, we are under the river now. Why, is the moisture perhaps too much for your cough?
I shall survive. Montresor.
Yes, what?
What is that? Hanging, swinging slowly to and fro in the passageway ahead.
Oh, that? Nothing, just a skeleton.
A skeleton?
Yes, my ancestors, you see, very vengeful people. Careful now, don't bump against it.
Is it much further to the Amontillado?
Just a few steps. Oh, bad cough. Come, through the archway ahead. Here we are.
This chamber?
Mm-hmm.
I see no Amontillado.
Patience. You shall, my friend. But first, permit me to point out the interesting architectural structure of this cell. As you see, it is circular, completely circular, with a very narrow doorway.
Yes. The Amontillado.
Yes, the Amontillado, in a second. And over there are chains stapled to the wall to fasten about the waist of the victims. Let me show you. Step over here, please.
Montresor, this is all very interesting, but...
Just a moment now, Stand still. Dust.
Very interesting, but now, if you will remove them...
Of course, my friend, of course. I was merely demonstrating...
Of course.
Strange. This key here seems stuck in the lock.
Well, perhaps I can work it.
Wouldn't it be funny, my friend, if I had to get a locksmith now to saw you loose?
Montresor, for heaven's sake.
Now, don't worry. Here, why don't you have another drink of this Médoc?
No, the Amontillado.
Oh, yes, I forgot, of course. The Amontillado, of course. I'll fetch it. Wait, it's right out here. There. Taste it and drink. Well?
It is Amontillado.
Amontillado. Drink up. Now, have some more.
No, really.
Nonsense. One more sip.
Perhaps one.
That's better.
Oh, it makes the head go round and round. Amontillado.
Doesn't it? Nothing like one last drink.
Last drink?
Before we leave.
Oh, but these chains I'm wearing.
Yes, I know. I'd forgotten.
Wouldn't it be funny if I had to stay here the rest of my life and drink up all of your Amontillado?
Very funny indeed. Tell me, you don't mind if I do some work while you drink, eh?
No. Go ahead.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead. Thank you. What are you doing kneeling in the doorway, Montresor?
Oh, I'm just mixing up some mortar.
Like baking a cake.
That's right, like baking a cake. Baking a cake.
When do you suppose I'll get these chains off?
Soon, my friend, soon.
No hurry. Nothing I like better than to sit here and drink Amontillado and watch you work. What you doing now?
Now, my friend, I am practicing the art of the mason.
Isn't that funny? I could swear you were laying bricks. Laying a row of bricks across the doorway. And I'll have to step over them when I leave. Whoops. Oh, my cup is empty.
Empty? Well, wait, I'll get you some more.
Oh, grazie. Grazie, amico.
Yeah.
Montresor.
Yes, my friend?
Tell me, why do you build a wall of bricks in the doorway?
To protect you, my friend.
Oh, but if you build a wall of bricks, how am I going to get out?
That is exactly the point, Fortunato. You are not going to get out.
Montresor.
You see, it's quite simple. In a little while, these bricks will come up to your waist, and then to your chest, and then to your eyes, and then...
Please, Montresor. I want to get out of here.
No.
Montresor!
Oh, nonsense. Drink, my friend. It'll do your cough good. Drink.
Oh, a very good joke, Montresor.
Isn't it?
Excellent joke. Oh, we shall have many a rich laugh about it at the Palazzo. Over our wine.
Naturally. Amontillado.
Oh, yes.
Amontillado.
Yes, Amontillado. But come, Montresor. Stop playing with those bricks and remove these chains from me.
Which chains?
Come, let us be gone.
Yes. Right. Let us be gone.
For the love of God, Montresor.
Yes, for the love of God.
Montresor!
Fortunato. Hey. Fortunato. Speak. You mustn't be dead yet. You mustn't... Speak. Don't cheat me like that. You couldn't. You couldn't cheat me like that. You couldn't cheat me like that. You couldn't cheat me like that.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you Joseph Schildkraut in a radio version of Three Tales by Edgar Allan Poe. Today's broadcast is part of a series devoted to the classic works of Anglo-American literature. If you're interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, Dr. Harvey Webster, Associate Professor of English at the University of Louisville. Speaking from Louisville, Kentucky, here is Dr. Harvey Webster.
It is the peculiar misfortune of America's first great writer of fiction that he has been reprinted, retaught, and reread so often at his mediocre or worst that few people of intelligence continue to take him seriously after they escape from high school or college. Somehow, Poe's name gets associated with the obvious horror of the telltale heart, with his too many, too unconvincing followers in pulp magazines, with an unhappy, thoroughly neurotic life. This is natural, unfortunate, and wrong. For Poe, at his very frequent and very frequently ignored best, has communicated some experiences more vividly than any other writer of English. His best stories, I believe, are those in which he communicates the pleasure of thinking, of, to quote, that moral activity which disentangles. It is beautiful to watch the minds his mind controls at work. Remember Monsieur Dupin's thoroughly logical explanation of how he knew his friend's unspoken thoughts. Legrand's methodical ingenuity in solving the cipher in The Gold Bug. The clever quickness with which the old man saved himself from the maelstrom. Anyone that enjoys mental activity has liked or will like these stories. Next best, perhaps quite as good, are Poe's stories of psychological horror. In these, too, the moral activity that disentangles is important, though here the disentangling is of abnormal mental states that are, after all, only exaggerations of what we consider normal. To a greater or lesser degree, we all know the second William Wilson. We have all felt something of the fascination with death and decay that becomes Roderick Usher. We have all been attacked by that imp of the perverse that propels the main characters of The Black Cat to self-destruction. Poe shows what Freud has demonstrated. The abnormal is the normal magnified. Poe's great accomplishment within a limited area makes us forget his faults and imitators. By a curious law of compensation, what was his misery is our gain. His great powers of intellect survive in spite of or because of his suffering in one of the most distinguished and uneven bodies of work that has been left by a writer of the first order.
Our radio version of Three Tales by Edgar Allan Poe, starring Joseph Schildkraut, will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
Edgar Allan Poe, have found life a long and weird catalogue of miseries from which to select my themes. And of all these, the most awful, perhaps, is to be buried alive. Now, don't deny it happens. The boundaries which divide life from death are at best shadowy. Let me tell you a tale about such an interment. I call it The Fall of the House of Usher.
The day was dark and soundless, and black clouds hung oppressively low in the heavens. Toward evening, I caught a glimpse of something in the distance, and I spurred my horse toward it. As we approached, I could make out the hideous outlines of the House of Usher. The house was old, the masonry crumbling. It was built on a rock in the center of a deep tarn or pool of stagnant, rank water. Over all, there hung the atmosphere of a neglected vault, of the gloom of the dead. I dismounted from my horse and walked across the wooden bridge that led to the great door. I felt a vague terror rising inside me, a desire to turn back and ride away. As I fought the urge, I found myself reaching into the breast pocket of my coat where lay the letter. The letter which had brought me to the House of Usher.
My dear Hugh, this letter will be brief and perhaps somewhat confusing to you because I write from the depths of an upsetting illness. Whatever its merits, please, in the name of our former friendship, do not ignore its plea. I must see you, Hugh, as soon as possible. You are the only friend I can trust in this, my hour of need. I enclose a map directing you to the House of Usher. Your very dear friend, Roderick Usher.
And So I stood now before the huge door of the home of Usher. As I released the knocker, my eye caught a barely perceptible fissure, a crack, which extended from the roof down the wall in zigzag fashion to become lost in the sullen waters of the tarn.
Yes?
This is the house of Usher, is it not?
Who asks?
Sir Hugh Catlin, a friend of Sir Roderick Usher.
Come in, please.
Thank you. My horse
will be taken care of.
Thank you. Good heavens, is the whole house as dark as this?
Sir Roderick prefers the darkness, sir.
Well, that's strange. As I recall, he always detested the dark.
Yes, sir. This way, sir. You will be so good as to wait in this hall, sir.
Oh, thank you.
I'll tell Sir Roderick.
Thank you. I stood outside a dark carved door at one end of a long hallway. In the semi-darkness, as I stood there waiting, I felt eyes upon me. And then, as my own eyes grew accustomed to the dimness, I saw, standing only a few yards from me, a young woman in a white, gauze-like gown. For a long moment we stared at each other. And then, before I could speak, she turned and left, singing as she went.
I saw thee on thy bridal day, when a burning blush came o'er thee. Though happiness around thee lay, the world all of
Sir Roderick will see you, sir.
Oh, thank you. By the way, is Sir Roderick married now?
Oh, no, sir.
Is anyone living here beside himself?
Perhaps you'd better let him answer that, sir. This way.
Welcome to the house of Usher, Hugh. You're looking well, almost 13 years, isn't it? How are you?
I'm fine, Usher. How are you?
As you see me. Come. Here, sit down beside me. Well, what do you think of my ancestral hall?
Beautiful, but rather dismal with all these hangings and thick carpets. Do you mind if I turn up the lamp?
Don't touch that lamp, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Forgive me. Forgive me, I have been suffering with an affliction of the eyes recently. A single ray of light burns my eyes like the noon sun.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear it. That explains the darkness, of course.
Will you have a glass of sherry?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Here.
What, you drink with me?
I'd rather not.
Oh. That's good.
Well, come. How do you find me, Hugh? Am I not well preserved, still rather handsome?
Yes, time seems to have treated you very well, Usher. I find you...
Yes? You were about to say?
Nothing.
Yes, you were about to say you find me altered. Come.
Yes, I was.
How?
Different, somehow.
Different how?
Agitated, unnerved.
So, I tried so very hard to conceal it. I told myself I will act very casual and normal. When he comes, he'll never sense it.
What are you hiding, Usher? Your letter mentioned an illness.
Oh, nothing, just a slight nervous affliction. It'll pass over.
Why did you send for me?
Because you are the only person I could turn to, the only one who would understand.
Understand what?
Hugh, do you recall discussions we had once concerning euthanasia?
Mercy killing? Yes.
Exactly, yes. We spoke of it in school. You always said you were not morally opposed to it in extreme cases. Are you still of that opinion?
Why do you ask?
Can you not guess?
No.
Look at me, Hugh, please. Can you not see what's happened to me?
Only that you seem highly agitated.
Man, friend, are you blind? Can't you see I'm going mad?
Oh, nonsense.
Oh, no, not nonsense. This is a family affliction. Watched it destroy my father.
Fear of lights?
Not just light, my friend, everything. Everything, all my senses have become unbearably acute. You see, the most insipid food, for instance, grates on my taste. A small little sound like the drop of water is thunder in my ears. My skin will tolerate nothing but the softest of silks. Odors, flowers. Flowers suffocate me. The closing of a door. Music, why, you know how I love music.
I remember you played the organ, and very well.
Well, the only musical sound I can possibly tolerate is this lute here, tuned very softly.
You've been like this very long?
So long I can scarcely remember when I first drew these curtains to shut out the light, or when I first hung these drapes to deaden the sound.
Usher, when were you last outside this house?
I have not set foot outside this house or seen daylight, my friend, for 13 years.
Good heavens, man. What you need is to breathe fresh air and see daylight.
No.
This morbid atmosphere is enough to induce melancholy in a clown. It's like living in a tomb. I'm sorry. I know your problems will not be solved so easily.
What would you say of a man who cannot take a step outside his own house?
I'd say he was...
All right, say it. Insane, say it.
Usher, there must be some cure for
Yes, one.
What?
Death.
Death? No.
Remember your philosophy.
You've thought of suicide?
I haven't the strength. I'm even afraid of that. And that's why I asked you to come.
I don't understand.
I think you do. I asked you here because of your views on euthanasia.
You're not asking me to kill you.
Exactly.
You're mad.
I admit that.
You're worse than mad.
You, if there's an ounce of pity...
Usher, listen to me. This desire, this need to destroy yourself is caused by something. Perhaps it's something you've done. You wince at that. Here, tell me, let me help you.
Too late.
It's never too late. Confession will be the first step in your cure.
You really want to know?
I do.
You do. Very well. Then follow me.
Where do you take
me? To the tower wing. It isn't far.
What's there?
There, my friend, is the curse. The curse and the blessing of Sir Roderick Usher. Here. Madeline?
Who is it?
Dear, I want you to meet someone.
There is no one to meet.
Come here, dear.
No.
Please, Madeline. It's all right, really. Hugh, this is the Lady Madeline.
How do you do?
They're prettier in springtime.
I beg your pardon?
My violets. They've shrunk. It's the darkness. Darkness always kills living things. Do you find it so in Eulalia?
What? Oh, well, yes, I do.
Good. Then I'll sing you a song.
By all means.
Would you like a purple one?
Oh, any color you say.
The blue ones last longer.
Yes.
Shall I sing for you?
Do.
I saw thee once on thy bridal
Oh, come,
day,
Hugh, come.
when a burning glow.
Well?
Who is she?
Isn't she lovely?
She's mad. Is this house filled with nothing but madness?
I told you we are cursed from birth.
She's your wife?
No. My sister.
I see.
Do you?
I think I do. How long has she been thus?
It came upon her gradually. Please come, let us go down.
Yes.
You see, Hugh, when I went away to school, she was just a delightful little golden-haired child. Why, she worshipped me always. When I returned, she was a woman and I was a man. Hugh, I swear to you our relationship was innocent, and yet that strange love between... Oh, God, forgive me.
Control yourself.
For 7 years, 7 long years, I've watched her becoming progressively worse, and then my own affliction began.
Usher, Where there's no sin, there should be no guilt.
Tell me, Hugh, is it possible that a man can suffer thus for an uncommitted sin?
Such things are not unknown.
Now you see why I turn to you.
But I am no doctor.
I don't want healing. I want punishment.
No. If men were punished for their evil thoughts, we would all turn on the rack. Usher, let me spend a few days here with you. We'll read and talk as we did in school. I remember your poetry was very exciting. Have you written anything lately?
No.
Well, then, recite the old ones for me and play for me. Come, we shall fight this melancholy, you and I, and together we shall triumph over it.
Thank you.
Bravo, bravo.
You really like it?
Oh, it's really very beautiful. You've improved, really.
Thank you.
Why do you stop?
Because I realized that I just now smiled for the first time in years.
You see, you're getting better already. Go on, though. Recite another.
Very well. You really want one?
Of course I do.
All right. I call this one here The Haunted Palace. In the greenest of our valleys, by good angels tenanted, once a fair and stately palace, radiant palace, reared its head. Banners yellow, glorious, golden on its roof did float and flow. This, all this, was in the olden time, long ago. But evil things in robes of sorrow assailed this fine estate. Oh, let us mourn, for never morrow shall dawn upon it, desolate. And travelers now within that valley through red-litten windows see vast forms that move fantastically to a discordant melody, while like rapid ghostly river through the pale door a hideous throng rush out forever and laugh but smile no more. No. Someone is coming.
Well, I hear nothing.
Yes, come in. Well?
Sir Roderick, you'd better come at once.
Come where?
The tower room, sir. It's the Lady Madeline.
Good. Madeline, what's wrong?
I don't know, sir, but you'd best hurry. I'm afraid something terrible has happened.
Well, Usher? Why do you stand and stare?
She's dead.
What?
Dead.
But that's impossible. Why only a few days?
A cataleptic seizure. She's had them before. This time it was fatal.
My dear Fran. Is there anything I can do?
Yes.
You've only to name it.
Please, help me bury her.
After the Lady Madeline had been encoffined, Usher and I alone bore the body to its last resting place. Usher led the way down a long passageway, down beneath the castle, and then along a reeking stone passageway. Every few hundred paces we would stop, and Usher would unlock a huge copper-sheathed door. As we passed through door after door, I noticed that the walls were covered with the remnants of the chains and bolts of the Inquisitor.
We are here.
What place is this?
The lowest vault beneath the house.
The floor has a strange ring.
Yes, it is sheathed in copper. This was once used as a storage room for powder. Please lower the coffin.
Very well. There.
Help me raise the lid.
Usher, in heaven's name.
One look, please, one look. Oh, isn't she lovely? See how, even in death, a faint rose tinges the cheeks. Farewell, sister. Beloved sister. Farewell, daughter of Usher. Fasten the lid.
Will you not pray?
I cannot pray.
Then I shall pray.
If you wish, but not for her.
For whom, then?
For me, my friend. Please pray for me, that her image may never return to torture my poor brain.
some days after the burial of the Lady Madeline, a change came over Roderick Usher. He roamed the padded halls of the house of Usher, his head to one side, as if in an attitude of listening. It seemed to me as if his mind were laboring under some horrible, oppressive secret which he was struggling to tell me. His attitude, his listening for some imaginary sound, began to infect me. I found myself doing the same. And as the days went by, I too succumbed to the somber influence of the house of Usher. It was on the 8th day after the entombment of the Lady Madeline. A storm had been brewing. That night I could not sleep. I was overpowered by a sense of impending horror. Then on my door there came a rapping. Who's there? Who is it? Speak up!
You, I'm afraid. I'm afraid as no man has ever been afraid before.
Usher, you've been living in this morbid house so long you've become like it. So have I almost.
Hugh, I hear something.
No, I hear nothing. Now, you must relax.
Hugh, please read to me, will you? It may take my mind off the storm and off this house.
Of course it will. Now, you just sit there. Listen, I'll read from the Tryst of Sir Launcelot, all right?
Yeah.
Are you listening?
Yes, go on, please. Go on.
And Ethelred, seeking entry into the hermit's house, uplifted his mace, and striking at the door, made room for his gauntleted hand. And now, pulling sturdily, he ripped it asunder, so that the noise of the dry and hollow-sounding wood reverberated through the
What's the matter, Hugh? Why do you stop?
I thought I heard something. This atmosphere must be upsetting my nerves. Oh, go on. What was... Oh... reverberated through the forest. Now, entering the door, Ethelred saw a dragon of scaly and prodigious demeanor. And Ethelred uplifted his mace and struck the dragon, whereupon it fell with a dreadful shriek. Merciful heavens! Usher, did you hear that?
Read.
You did hear that, didn't you?
Read.
And now the champion approached the wall of the room, whereon hung a great brass shield, which in sooth tarried not for his coming, but fell at his feet with a mighty and terrible ringing sound. He was... Usher! Usher, did you hear that? Answer me, did you hear that?
Hear it? Yes, my friend. Yes, I hear it, and I have heard it long, many minutes, many hours, many days. I have heard it and dare not speak. You know why? Do you know? I'll tell you. My friend, because I have put her living into her tomb. Didn't I tell you my senses were acute? Now I will tell you that I heard her first feeble movements in her hollow coffin. I heard them 8 days ago, yes. And then I heard the rending of her coffin, the grating of the iron hinges of a prison, her poor struggles in that copper archway of the vault. No. And now she comes.
You're insane.
She comes, no. She comes, I tell you. Haven't you heard the footsteps on the stair? I tell you, this very instant she stands outside that door.
There's no one there.
I tell you, she stands outside that door. Her hand is on that latch. Don't you see her? Turn that latch. What? Sister. Beloved. Madeline.
For a moment she stood, trembling and reeling to and fro upon the threshold, blood upon her white robes. And then, with a low, moaning cry, she fell upon her brother and bore him to his death at my very feet. From that mansion I fled aghast. The storm was at its fury as I crossed the bridge. I turned. The radiance of the blood-red moon was shining through the widening fissure that cracked the walls of the house from roof to base. And suddenly, there came a fierce whirlwind, and the entire orb of the moon burst into my sight. The mighty walls rushed asunder, and there was tumultuous sound like the voice of 1,000 waters. And then the deep, dank tarn at my feet closed sullenly, silently, eternally over the fragments of the house of Usher.
You have been listening to Tales of Edgar Allan Poe, an NBC University Theater production starring Joseph Schildkraut. Next week at this same time, we will bring you another classic of Anglo-American literature, selections from the Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. The present semester of the NBC University Theater is devoted to the classics of Anglo-American literature from the time of Henry Fielding to that of Henry James. If you wish, you may learn more about these authors and their works by enrolling in the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC University Theater. The University of Tulsa, Kansas State Teachers College, and Washington State College have now completed their plans for offering such a course in the coming months, thus joining the University of Louisville, whose established home study plan is already serving listeners in another area of the nation. For information, then, as to how you may enhance your knowledge through these courses, write to the NBC University Theater, in care of the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky, Washington State College, Pullman, Washington, Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas, or the University of Tulsa at Tulsa, Oklahoma. I'll repeat that. For information, write to the NBC University Theater, in care of the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky, Washington State College, Pullman, Washington, Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas, or the University of Tulsa at Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Tales of Edgar Allan Poe were adapted for radio by George Lefferts. Our intermission commentator was Dr. Harvey Webster. Starred was Joseph Schildkraut, internationally famed star of stage and screen, who was heard as Robert in Nosology, Montresor in The Cask of Amontillado, and Roderick Usher in The Fall of the House of Usher, which co-starred Barry Kroger. Lester Sharp was Fortunato in The Cask of Amontillado. Our cast included Stanley Waxman, Georgia Backus, Stephen Chase, Miriam J., Don Diamond, Parley Bear, Tony Barrett, Shep Mencken, Jack Crucian, Margaret Brayton, Lynn Allen. Your announcer, Don Stanley. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. The director of the University Theater is Andrew C. Love. Next week, be with us again for the NBC University Theater dramatization of The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens, starring Edmund Gwenn as Mr. Pickwick.